Chen Xiaowan thought about denying it, but facing Xiao San's intense gaze, she couldn't manage the act. She awkwardly smiled and said, "No, Xiao San, I was just complimenting you. You really are good at math." Xiao Si chimed in, "Dad, Sange is indeed good at math. He's a bit better than me." Chen Xiaowan immediately added, "Right? I'm not just saying this. Xiao San can teach those little kids without any problem." Uncle Chen thought for a moment and said, "Then let's include Xiao San." "Hey, don't put me in this position. Uncle, I don't want to go teach those little kids at the village school." "Uncle, do you really think with big sister's troublemaking nature, we can have a peaceful year? I don't want to be overwhelmed." Uncle Chen turned to look at her. Chen Xiaowan said, "It's not Xiao San. Don't accuse me. When have I caused trouble?" Little did they know how happy she was now. "Big sister, just admit that you've been collecting all those seeds." Chen Xiaowan scratched her forehead, feeling a bit shy as she said to her uncle, "How about we just forget it?" Uncle Chen looked at her in disbelief and replied, "Are you really planning to wear us out?"
"Well,
"How about we just do half?"
hey.
"What are you three talking about? Can't you say something cheerful on New Year's Day?" A few people. This year's celebration in Lianshan village was lively, and the atmosphere could be summed up in 3 words: we have money. New clothes, new hats, new shoes, new headscarves, and new hairpins. With plenty of food this year, especially meat, everyone looked vibrant. The threshing ground was spacious, and the children were running around happily. On the first day of the new year, everyone was home, not working, and it felt a bit crowded. Chen Xiaowan was strolling around with Sister Sue, while the younger siblings had gone off to find their friends. It truly was a time for family reunion, filled with laughter and warmth. Chen Xiaowan was in a great mood. After wandering around the village, she and Sister Sue went to the riverbank, where the water was clear and the peach and willow trees were starting to show green buds. The peach blossoms should bloom soon, and when the willow trees grow and droop, they'll look even better.
Yes.
The scenery in Lianshan village is wonderful. I bet it's one of a kind. Don't say that. Every place has its own charm. This village is just a bit tidier. It's not just that. You can't find a place like this in the capital. Sister Sue has lived in the capital. I did, for many years. I was 5 when I moved there, and left at 19.
It's been 16 years now.
Sister Sue, don't worry. Good days are still ahead, right? Have you thought about remarrying? I haven't thought about that. Before meeting Xiaowan, I just wanted to see old friends and pass the time. Meeting Xiaowan and coming to Lianshan village made me realize there is a whole new world. Do you still want to just pass the time? Xiaowan has something for me to do. It's not a big deal. There's a primary school in the village. Would you be willing to teach the girls some manners and etiquette? You wouldn't have to teach every day, just go in for half a day every now and then. What do they learn at the girls' school? Those under 12 learn basic reading and writing. Those over 12 learn etiquette, embroidery, cooking, making noodles, sewing, and gardening.
This.
Isn't it different from what those wealthy families learn? It's not just different. It's very different. Skills like playing instruments, chess, painting, poetry, and tea ceremonies are useless for country girls. They can only become concubines for wealthy families. They can't aspire to be the main wives, which only raises their hopes. Though these skills may seem simple and ordinary, they are essential for everyday life. Isn't it better to be a free and easy mistress in a small household? Why endure that unfair treatment? Even if life gets tough in the future, these skills can help them support their families and ensure they have enough to eat. Madame Sue suddenly stopped and respectfully bowed, saying, "Madam, your thoughtful consideration is a blessing for the girls in Lianshan village. I am willing to go. Although I am not skilled in music, chess, painting, or poetry, I understand the basic rules." Chen Xiaowan jokingly, yet seriously returned the bow, saying, "Then I thank you on behalf of those girls, Madame Sue." The two exchanged smiles. Madame Sue said, "Speaking of etiquette and rules, shouldn't you also learn them well, Madam?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "I don't need to. You should teach those younger ones. They will find it useful. As for me, I was born and raised here, and I will grow old here too. Those things are not useful for me. Madame Su smiled slightly, thinking about how the young general might feel upset if the future mistress doesn't return home. But since the madam is unaware, it's better for the young general to address it later. Rules are not to be feared. By the riverside, the breeze was refreshing and the scenery pleasant. The two walked and chatted, feeling quite at ease. Then, from a distance, Xiao Xiu, Xiao Ye, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu ran out from the village. Big sister, it's time to eat. Big sister, there's so much meat and so many delicious dishes. Chen Xiaowan and Madame Su smiled from the heart. Life is truly comfortable and wonderful. The first day of the new year was filled with joy. On the second day of the new year, everyone returned to their maternal homes. Xiao Zhen and Chen Xiaoxi did not go along, waiting for their sister to return. As for where they stayed, of course, someone took charge of everything. So, early in the morning at Half Mountain Bay, Chen Xiaowan and Madame Su got busy, mainly Chen Xiaowan, while Madame Su assisted. The main chef had a knack for unusual dishes. Chen Xiaowan once asked, "What did you eat before?" "Whatever was available. And I can manage some simple dishes too." They could fry, steam, and boil, covering all bases, when suddenly Chen Xiao entered and said, "Make one of each from your 13 steamed dishes." Chen Xiaowan almost dropped the knife in her hand. Just as Zhao Hanxing reached the door, he pulled Xiao Si outside. Chen Xiaowan said, "Why don't you just go out and come back another time?" "I won't. You promised Mom and Dad that you would take care of my meals today." "Sis, Xiao, I didn't ask you to order. Look at me, I've been busy all morning, and you tell me you want 13 dishes. Are you trying to make things difficult for me?" Chen Xiao nodded. "It's not every day that no one is here to back you up. If I don't make things a bit challenging, it feels like a waste."
Chen Xiaowan,
Zhao Hanxing, Chen Shiyang. Do you think they dare to come in now? "Auntie. You really are an auntie." Chen Xiao nodded again. "Then help me." However, Chen Xiao regretted it. She teased her older sister, and her sister teased her back, saying that the 13 dishes had to be fresh. They picked all the vegetables from the garden, and although the meat and fish weren't freshly killed, her sister somehow found ice that made them look quite fresh. But all of this had to be prepared again, and that was her responsibility. Her sister wanted to eat all marinated dishes and asked Zhao Hanxing, who foolishly nodded. Xiao Si and Zhao Hanxing also made her go out, while Xiao Zhen would come up later. She was sure her sister did this on purpose, but she had no proof. By the time she finished everything, her sister's steamer was already full. "How can we steam this?" "It's all full." But her sister smiled and said, "Don't worry, there will be enough for you." Then, another large pot was put on the fire. "How can we finish all this?" "It's okay, as long as we enjoy it." When it was time to eat, the square table in the living room couldn't hold everything. Small plates were piled one on top of another. "Come on, let's toast first. Then eat whatever you want. If it's not enough, there's more in the kitchen." Zhao Hanxing seriously counted, and without dessert, there were already 30 dishes, with over 20 marinated and steamed dishes, plus fish, egg custard, braised chicken, stir-fried dishes, and another pot. "Sis, isn't this a bit too much?" "Not too much, just eat. There's more in the kitchen. Are you trying to make things difficult for me?" Chen Xiaowan rolled her eyes. "Are you going to eat or not?" "Later, can you save me some of this wine?" "You can fill your own later." The 5 of them were stuffed. "Sis, you can't do this again next time. Eating like this every day will make me gain weight." Chen Xiaowan waved her handkerchief and said, "Who told you to eat so much? It's delicious." Xiao Zhen pouted. After the 5 of them finished eating, they sat in a row on the porch in the backyard. Chen Xiaowan thought they needed some playing cards, or mahjong for fun. Just as she was about to ask Xiao Si if he had any sturdier paper, they heard Xiao San's voice from outside. "I say, you all look too comfortable." With that, he moved a rocking chair outside and lay down. "Big sister, you need to prepare a few more chairs." "Why are you back?" "It wasn't fun, so I came back." Before Chen Xiaowan could speak, Xiao Rou's voice came in. "Do you think we're foolish? Just tell the truth." "It's my aunt." She wants my cousin to marry my brother and kept making him drink. My mom got worried, so we came back early, said Xiao Qi and Xiao Jing together. Big sister, second sister. My aunt also wants me to marry her cousin, who can't do anything but eat, saying it would strengthen family ties. We even argued about it, Xiao Qi said. Your parents don't agree, right? Of course. My mom said right away that our marriage needs our uncle's approval, since the Qin family is led by the eldest son. That really upset them. Xiao Si, Xiao Zhen. Now I finally understand why our parents didn't take you with them, Xiao Rou said. Xiao Si lay back in another rocking chair and said, people are driven by self-interest. That's just human nature. Second sister, there's no need to be surprised. Qin Xiaowan said, you all can relax. Xiao Rou, let's go pick some vegetables. I don't want to. I'm not eating anymore. I won't need dinner. It's not for you. I'm just worried they won't wait for dinner and will come back. Are you saying? Do I need to say more? Big sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't have ordered the steamed dish. Then when uncle and aunt come back, they can cook for themselves. Zhao Hanqing thought for a moment and went to the village. Sure enough, before dinner, the Chen family returned. The situation was quite similar, but it was a bit better at Uncle Chen's place since Xiao Si and Xiao Zhen didn't go, and the people there understood what it meant. However, Xiao Wu couldn't escape either. The young boy looked at the girls who were about the same age as Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ya and said, they aren't even as big as my fourth sister, and you don't want to take care of them? But our family doesn't buy servants. This left everyone speechless. Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen exchanged smiles and said, we won't stay. Little Ro is back today, and it's not good for her to be at Xiao Wan's. Then they left. When Uncle Chen Si returned, Xiao Lu came to complain, third brother, fourth brother, my uncle, and Aunt want my mom to introduce wives for you, and they want to find a husband for my sister too. My mom disagreed, and they didn't even save dinner for us. Xiao Sen patted his head and said, it's okay, your big sister prepared good food for you. The last to return was brother Qin Er, who looked upset. He came over holding Xiao Jing, and during dinner, Xiao Wan asked, where's second sister-in-law? Don't worry about her. What's wrong? Xiao San said, brother, if they want to introduce a wife to me, there's no need to be angry. Brother, second sister-in-law won't agree, right? Xiao Si asked. Brother Chen Er looked at Xiao Qing and said, if her parents say so, she'll agree. She even mentioned that her sister will come to stay with us for a few days. Stay for a few days? That's Xiao Si.
Brother Chen Er nodded.
Xiao Si put down his chopsticks and asked, what about big brother? They brought it up, but your sister-in-law didn't dare to agree. She said Xiao San can't make decisions. Uncle Chun put down his chopsticks and said, after the new year, Xiao Si and Xiao Zhen will both be 17, and Xiao San, you'll be 18. Do you have any thoughts? Xiao San replied, I don't want to. I want to find someone I like. Xiao Si said, I have the county exam this year, and if I pass, I will take the next exam. Besides, I remember that Dad and Uncle got married when they were almost 20. Neither Xiao Sen nor I are in a hurry, right? Big sister, what do you think? Xiao Wan. Xiao Zhen isn't in a hurry either. Let's talk about it after my county exam. Zhao Hanqing paused with his chopsticks. Xiao Si had stopped the marriage talks for Xiao San and Xiao Zhen, then turned to look at his wife. He saw his wife slowly sipping her drink and said, exactly, Dad. Why are you in such a hurry? Xiao Zhen isn't even 17 yet. Both big sister and I got married at 18. What's the rush? Uncle Chen turned to Aunt Chen and asked, what about Mei Lian? Aunt Chen looked at Mei Lian, who was eating on the other side, and said, big brother, I think we should keep her for a few more years. Well, that was a problem that couldn't be solved. Aunt Chen said, I'm afraid that after the new year, the matchmakers will come knocking. That's easy. Aunt, just say that Xiao Si and I want to find someone like big sister or second sister, and those people will definitely stop coming, Xiao San suggested. Aunt Chen's drink shook a little as she glanced at Xiao Wan and Xiao Rou and asked, so, do you both still want to get married? On the third day of the new year, the Qin family spent the day together. The younger generation explored all the sites in Lianshan village, bringing along some lucky fruits and playing with the village children, while the adults chatted and strengthened their bonds. Zhao Hansheng went fishing with Uncle Chen San, Uncle Chen Si, and his older brothers. On the fourth day of the new year, the whole family gathered at Uncle Chen San's house, and on the fifth day, they spent time at Uncle Chen Si's house. The sixth day marked the beginning of spring, and Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu personally came to invite them. The adults, along with Chen Xiaowan, Xiaoro, Xiaosan, and Xiaoxi, attended, while others stayed behind due to the large crowd. On the seventh day, Chen Xiaowan visited Wang Lizi's house, and that day, Wang Lizi left the village. On the eighth day, Village Chief Chen and Uncle Chen went to Banshan Bay to finalize the subjects and teachers for the village school. Mrs. Su would teach etiquette to girls aged 12 to 15, with classes twice a month, totaling 6 sessions a month, each lasting half a day, with the village contributing 2 taels of silver monthly. On the ninth day, Village Chief Chen, the clan elders, and the 5 main families selected the teachers. A local scholar would teach the boys, while a young woman from the village, who had studied but married into Lianshan village due to family circumstances, would teach the girls. The teacher for sewing was the one who had previously taught Chen Xiaowan, and a local woman skilled in embroidery would teach that as well. The village chief's wife and Annie Chen would teach making noodles and cooking, respectively. After the age of 12, boys would spend the first 2 years learning to read, as many children in the village still could not. Chen Xiaosan would teach arithmetic 4 times a month when available. If not, Uncle Chen Si or other family members would step in. Uncle Sun would teach farming and the care of fruit trees. Other families would arrange their own lessons without a fixed schedule. On the 10th day, Village Chief Chen and the 5 main families visited each household with gifts to invite them, bringing much joy to everyone. That night, preparations for class began, and it felt very new. On the 11th day of the Lunar New Year, Uncle Chen and Chen Xiaosen sent Chen Xiaoxi back to the academy in the city, and also helped several families buy many things. On the 12th day, Chen Xiaoro and Zhao Hansheng returned to the county town. On the 13th day, Wang Lizi met with Chen Xiaowan alone, and she gave him 50 taels, but that's all I'll mention. On the 14th day, Uncle Chen brought back news that the Northwest Army had won several battles. On the 15th day, under the watchful eyes of the elders in the Chen family, Chen Xiaowan lit several incense sticks for Guanyin, praying for Nie Zheng's victorious return and safe homecoming. On the 16th day, Chen Xiaowan lay in a rocking chair, thinking about the dream she had the night before, where 2 young generals commanded their armies to a certain place, enduring many arrows without falling, while she heard heart-wrenching cries. She got up and carefully examined the seeds she had brought back from the northwest, and when she saw a bag of seeds from the shop assistant that had gone moldy, she was surprised but also frowned at the mold. She took a dustpan and poured all the seeds into it, then placed it in the sun in the backyard to dry. On the first day after the new year, Emperor Chongping held court, reviewing memorials and quickly summoned Xiongwei, the Minister of Agriculture, along with others who had been to Lianshan. Then, orders flew out in all directions, and the Minister of Agriculture left the city one after another to various locations, as this year marked the full start of planting double-crop rice. A 5-member team led by Xiongwei also set off from the capital towards Lianshan village, receiving secret orders aimed at the seeds that Chen Xiaowan had brought back. Chen Xiaowan also found a small bag of lotus seeds among the seeds and immediately went outside to throw them into the pond in front of her house. She thought it would be even better if she had some water chestnut seeds. On the 17th day, Village Chief Chen struck a gong to announce that the village school would officially open on the 20th day of the Lunar New Year. He also announced the subjects and class times, stating that there would be no tuition fees, as the village would cover all costs. The village quickly became lively again. Although the villagers had heard the news earlier, it wasn't official until now, and they couldn't hide their excitement. Uncle's Wafu became busier. The girls were very excited, while the boys had mixed feelings. Some children who attended school in nearby villages and towns came to ask how to arrange their studies. Village Chief Chen informed them of the situation, advising them to choose carefully since it was the first year for the village school. Chen Xiaowan put away the design for her school bag. There was still plenty of time, and she would take it slowly. The news reached the county office in Qingping. County Magistrate Zhao looked at the county records and the map, but he couldn't understand why there was such a big difference. If only he could show the records and the map to Qin Shaoan, she might notice several discrepancies. However, no one realized that this night was just the beginning of many years. Half a month later, Emperor Chongping received the news and the schedule. He handed both items to Xiongwei, who was left speechless for a long time. He then passed them to the officials at the Imperial Academy, who wiped the small beads of sweat from their foreheads. For some reason, Emperor Chongping did not bring this matter up for discussion in court, nor did he mention it to anyone else. Once all the children started school, Qin Shaoan spent her days eating, drinking, and relaxing. Occasionally, she would write or draw in her study. Xiao Zhen and Xiao Qi followed Madame Su to learn proper etiquette, and when they had time, they read books. After the start of the farming season on the 5th day of the second month, every household began to work in the fields. Qin Shaoan took a hoe and started organizing her vegetable and fruit gardens. She also developed the wasteland for the second time, leveling several plots and making the soil high and loose. Of course, she didn't do it alone. Madame Su and the Qin family members came to help whenever they could. She even made a small pit for composting. Uncle Qin asked her if she wanted to enclose all the land. After walking back and forth several times, she shook her head. She feared that hiding it would only make people more curious. Qin Shaoan was right. Her situation was reported to higher authorities frequently. Several groups had already entered the deep mountains of Lianshan village, but they found nothing. In fact, it wasn't that there was nothing to find. They simply didn't recognize it, like going into a treasure mountain and coming out empty-handed. By the time of the spring equinox, the peach blossoms along the riverbanks of Lianshan village had bloomed, and the willows had already turned green. Children were flying kites in the threshing yard, led by Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. Qin Shaoan planted most of the unfamiliar seeds in her vegetable garden and all the known ones in the wasteland. In March, she planted peanuts in a well-prepared plot of land in the wasteland and also renewed the area by the front pond, resulting in her hands being covered in blisters. Madame Su scolded her, asking why she was making things so hard for herself. There was no rush. It was just the two of them, and they didn't have many expenses, so there was no need to work so hard. Qin Shaoan let her scold her. She felt a sense of urgency inside, and hearing Madame Su's words helped her feel a bit calmer. The spring scenery in the third lunar month was picturesque and enchanting, with flowers blooming and competing for beauty. Bright red like fire, pink like clouds, and white like snow, the entire Lianshan village is decorated in vibrant colors. The flowers emit a lovely fragrance, attracting countless bees and butterflies that dance among the blooms, creating a beautiful spring scene in the mountain village. Unexpectedly, tourists arrived in Lianshan village. The first group was led by Mr. Zhao and his family, and village chief Chen welcomed them seriously, even though he had some doubts in his mind. They had a meal in a pavilion by the river, but when they left, they didn't have a suitable gift in return. Village Chief Chen was anxious and scratched his head, looking for a child to ask Qin Shaoan if she had any good ideas. Qin Shaoan suggested that the child take the kids to gather some wildflowers that could be put in a vase and pick some fresh wild vegetables. They also caught a few fish from the river and collected some eggs from the village. Mrs. Zhao was very pleased, as these were all practical gifts and quite unique. The young ladies and gentlemen were also happy. Mr. Zhao found it amusing. The gifts were not worth much, but they were all thoughtful. He had brought his family out to enjoy the spring, and they returned the village's kindness with their own spring gifts. The second group to visit was a bunch of students from the county school brought in by a local boy. They wandered around the village all day, surprising the village girls and young wives, who were hesitant to go outside. That evening, Village Chief Chen was quite upset with the family that brought them, not for not welcoming them, but because there should be some limits. Not everyone should be led into the village. The family felt wronged, as their son had brought them along, and they couldn't do much about it. Their two daughters didn't even step outside. The third group was also students from the county, led by the old principal of the school. Uncle Chun personally went to greet them, and village chief Chun asked a local boy to host them, ensuring they didn't wander around. They had lunch in the pavilion by the riverbank. When they left, Uncle Chun gave the old principal a basket containing eggs, sausages, and cured meat, topped with various wild vegetables, and a small jar of honey. The old principal nodded and accepted it. The fourth group came with Chen Xiaoxi and his classmates from the academy. He returned a day early, first visiting the village chief's house, then Grandpa Wu's, and finally going to Banshan Bay, where he asked Xiaowan to help prepare 2 pots of meat. The next day, he stood at the entrance to welcome them, accompanied by Xiaosan, Xiaowu, Xiaolu, and Shicheng and Shihu from Grandpa Wu's family, all of similar unmarried age. They spent the whole day together, but when they were in the village, Xiaozhan was accompanied by Xiaoqi, carrying a basket as they walked towards Banshan Bay. The girl wore a light green outfit with a skirt, and without any decorations, she slightly bowed to them and said, "Fourth brother, my sister, and I are going to eldest sister's house." Chun Xiaoxi smiled and nodded, but did not speak. At noon, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu made a trip to Banshan Bay, pushing a cart with sliced marinated meat to the riverside pavilion. A quarter of an hour later, Sun Yangzi, Chen Xiaowan, Xiao Zhen, and Xiao Qi appeared at the pavilion in Banshan Bay. They gathered around a table with a small red clay stove brewing tea and enjoying snacks, feeling quite content. Sun Yangzi was sewing clothes, while Xiao Zhen and Xiao Qi were embroidering flowers. Chen Xiaowan was idly looking around. That evening, Chen Xiaoxi returned to the county office with them and did not linger. The others only accompanied them to the gate, and the gift they took home was the sliced marinated meat. When the 5th and 6th groups of people arrived, village chief Chen was quite annoyed and called Uncle Chun to find a solution for Chen Xiaowan. The villagers were also a bit troubled, as every household had daughters waiting to marry and sons looking for brides. Especially with some people having bad intentions, there were cases of girls being cornered in secluded places, and they couldn't just keep them indoors all day since there was work to be done at home. The next day, Chen Xiaowan and Xiao San accompanied several clan elders and village chief Chen as they walked along the gate. Outside was a low but wide hillside, which had become a serious obstacle for vehicles, prompting Lianshan village to dig a parallel path. After walking all day, they returned to find someone outside whistling at Chen Xiaowan, causing an immediate change in expression among the group. Xiao San clenched his fists, but Chen Xiaowan stopped him. Village chief Chen got angry and told the 2 elders not to let anyone into the village. If villagers came out, they had to clarify their relationships first. 7 days later, Chen Xiaoxi returned and spent 2 full days in Chen Xiaowan's study. When he left, he looked exhausted, as if he hadn't slept for 2 days. Then Uncle Chun took the blueprints to village chief Chen's house, and after another 2 days, village chief Chen and several clan elders went to the county office, bringing a box containing 30,000 taels of silver notes. County Magistrate Zhao and Clerk Wang stared at the blueprints in silence, and when they looked at the silver notes in the box, they felt even more helpless. Seeing the distressed old village chief and the sad faces of the clan elders, County Magistrate Zhao felt somewhat embarrassed, as he had initiated this matter. In the afternoon, the master and another skilled painter were left at the county office. Late at night, a thick letter arrived through special channels, addressed only to Emperor Chongping. County Magistrate Zhao had no choice but to report it, as there were always people watching him. Time was of the essence, especially with more people likely to head to Lianshan village soon. There was still over a month left, and the villagers were united, which would save a lot of trouble. However, the people of Lianshan village did not wait for the magistrate's news and began preparing various seedlings, digging holes in the mountains. They joked that if they didn't act now, after May, they would be even busier in June, and by July and August, they would need to fertilize the peanuts and fruits for a good harvest. There was no time to waste. When the gong rang, the men took on their tasks, while the women and young wives busied themselves in the vegetable gardens and orchards. The 3 sisters-in-law of the Chen family also helped Chen Xiaowan plant and transplant various new seeds. Chen Xiaowan was busy with sweet potatoes and other vines that needed to be transplanted. They couldn't relax until they saw results. After 10 days, County Magistrate Zhao received a reply with just one word: approved. He sighed in relief, as it would have been unreasonable to deny it since Lianshan Village was funding the project themselves. In April, the county office issued a public notice to recruit workers for road construction and forest renovation, with the county office in charge. They also displayed the big approval from Emperor Chongping, as it was necessary to show it. Lianshan Village was bustling again, with Master Wang and Master Qing taking on new projects to build an inn and a post station, as not everyone from Lianshan Village would stay outside the village. A barrier would be set up to control access, so visitors could not enter without permission. The management was already chosen, with Grandpa Wu's second son overseeing the inn, as he had experience in this area. The post station would cater to officials, with County Magistrate Zhao sending people to work alongside a few villagers, likely needing only a small team since officials often had servants. Chen Xiaowan was very satisfied, as this effectively utilized the remaining labor force in the fields. As for the farmers, merchants, and workers, Village Chief Chen made it clear that everything belonged to the village, not individuals. The village would distribute wages. Everything in the village now came from farming and forestry, and it truly could not be attributed to commerce. Life in Lianshan Village was bustling, and Chen Xiaowan had a very regular routine. She spent her mornings and afternoons in the fields, and enjoyed a comfortable nap at noon, which made her look a bit plumper and more graceful. What was particularly delightful was that in a small vegetable garden Chen Xiaowan had set up, a pile of moldy seeds surprisingly sprouted tender shoots. She was very happy about it. If they turned out to be chili peppers, even if just one plant grew, she could harvest a lot next year, making her recipes even more diverse. However, unexpectedly, Cui Yufang came to visit, cautiously pulling out 2 small bags from her sleeve to give to her.
One.
My lady. I'll call you that, it feels more comfortable. These are for my parents. They are edible. I survived many hungry days thanks to them. I never even shared with my little Gua. My lady, the child's father, that is, Uncle Wang, said you collected many seeds. I don't have much. I planted some these past few days, and I have these left. I brought them for you to try. They are really tasty. Chen Xiaowan invited her. Aunt Wang, please sit for a moment. How is Uncle Wang treating you?
Good.
Good. He treats me very well. Life now is like heaven compared to before. I'm very satisfied, and little Guar is even going to school now. As Chen Xiaowan listened, she opened the small bag and saw a mix of black and white seeds.
Ah.
It turned out to be sunflower seeds, and she was instantly thrilled. She had wanted these so much, and her joy was evident on her face. She hugged Cui Yufang tightly. Ah.
Ah. Ah.
Aunt Wang, you're so wonderful. Thank you so much. These are amazing. Do you have more? Are you selling them? I want to buy them all, can I?
Can I?
Cui Yufang, caught off guard by the hug, blushed. She had never been hugged like this before and was momentarily stunned. She mechanically replied, Wan, my lady, please let go. I have some more here if you like. I can go get more. Suddenly, Sun Yang hurried over and said, Xiaowan, my lady, please let go. Chen Xiaowan, though very happy, remained sensible. She excitedly grabbed Sun Yang and exclaimed, Ah, Sun Yang, look. It's sunflower seeds. Sunflower seeds. I'm so happy. After saying that, she looked at Cui Yufang with bright eyes. Cui Yufang quickly took a step back and said, Wan, my lady, I have some at home. I'll go get them. With that, she ran off, tears streaming down her face from joy. I can't believe when my lady knows and likes them. Before, they all used to call her names, but this is a treasure from her parents. Because of that, she didn't dare let Xiaogua eat them, only having a few when she was really hungry. They were quite sweet, but she was too shy to eat more in front of others. Wiping her tears, her steps became lighter. This place is wonderful. She loved it so much. When she got home, Wang Lizi returned from outside and saw her tear-streaked face. He immediately clenched his fists and asked, "Who bullied you?" Cui Yufeng smiled brightly at Wang Lizi and said, "Dear, I love it here. Let's live happily together from now on." Wang Lizi was stunned. Cui Yufeng quickly went inside and called out, "Dear, come help me." Her voice was filled with joy. Wang Lizi scratched his head and went in. After a while, he came out carrying 2 bags, and they headed toward the hillside. Qin Shaowan was still very excited, telling Su Nyang all about the uses and benefits of sunflower seeds, completely forgetting about needing to lend a hand. Wang Lizi and Cui Yufeng pushed the wheelbarrow to the door and entered, just in time to see Qin Shaowan happily spinning around. Cui Yufeng's smile widened even more. Qin Shaowan called out to them, "Uncle Wang, Aunt Wang." Cui Yufeng quickly replied with a smile, "Well, my lady, come look. This is all my seeds." Qin Shaowan eagerly opened the bag as soon as Wang Lizi set it down. Inside were several large sunflower seed heads, and she was thrilled, thinking that this year she would finally have plenty of seeds. She gently shook one out, and the dry sunflower head made a noise, dropping a few seeds on the ground. She poured all the sunflower heads out, and there were exactly 7. Cui Yufeng said softly, "Wife Wan, this is all I have. In the past, I didn't dare to plant much, just scattered a little. I never had this much left before. It's okay, Aunt Wang, it's enough, really enough. This year is good. In the fall, let's save some seeds, and next year we'll fill Lianshan village with them." Tears started to flow from Cui Yufeng again.
Oh, good.
"I'll help you plant too."
All right.
Cui Yufeng squatted down again and opened another bag, saying, "Wife Wan, see if these can be used. Aunt Wang calls me Xiao Wan, just Xiao Wan. I prefer being called Wife Wan. Xiao Wan, just let your Aunt Wang call you whatever she likes." Qin Shaowan thought to herself, what kind of address is this? Everyone seems to have their own way of calling each other. Taking the bag from Cui Yufeng, Qin Shaowan didn't recognize most of the seeds. When she asked Cui Yufeng, she said she hadn't planted all of them either, only mentioning some round fruits that were red and yellow. But it didn't matter. Having sunflower seeds was already a big gain. There were also some seeds that looked like melon seeds, but she didn't know what kind of melon they were. She thought that once they were planted, she would find out. Qin Shaowan hoped she could gather all kinds of melons, sweet melons, honey melons, and cantaloupes. That would be amazing. There was also a small bag of seeds that she didn't recognize. Looking at the weather, April was the perfect time for planting. Without hesitation, she called a few people to shell all the sunflower seeds and spread them out on a tray to dry. It was a bit disappointing that there were still many empty shells, but it was understandable since they grew wild. To make them grow well, luck was needed. In this batch, only 2 were of good quality, big, round, and plump, while the others were not as impressive. Qin Shaowan sighed quietly. Her dream of having sunflower seeds still felt a bit far away. Qin Shaowan felt very happy that day. After all, enjoying good food and drink is a natural human instinct. In the evening, she shared some drinks with Sister Su and even gave her a small jar to take back to Cui Yufeng, who accepted it after some persuasion. As for the seed money, both of them refused to take it. Wang Lizi mentioned wanting to return the cart, and he had been to the northwest, enjoying good food and drinks, coming back with fine clothes, gaining experience, and even marrying and having a son. He felt it was all worth it. With that, Qin Shaowan couldn't insist any further. She had nothing else to give, so she offered 2 pieces of cured meat instead. Cui Yufeng said that if it weren't for them, she would have died long ago. She had been growing these things for over 10 years and still didn't know what they were. It was better for Shaowan to handle them directly. She was happy to have useful seeds, and in the end, Qin Shaowan gave her 2 homemade soaps and a jug of wine. After receiving them, she sighed, feeling like it wasn't enough to drink. This year, she needed to brew more. The Qin family knew nothing of this and thought that Qin Shaowan had finally settled down. In early May, sunflower seeds fell to the ground, and several types of melon seeds also dropped. However, Qin Shaowan discovered another bag that turned out to be watermelon seeds. She couldn't remember how to plant them and thought all day, but couldn't recall. Finally, she remembered that her hometown had a type of tube for growing watermelons. The next day, she went to cut a bamboo pole thicker than her wrist and took it to Uncle Chen's house, asking her older brother to saw it into sections. She used a few to make molds for planting watermelons, tightly packing soil into the bamboo tube and placing a watermelon seed inside. She set them in the backyard to wait for them to sprout in a zigzag pattern in the ground. She wasn't sure if it was correct, as long as at least one watermelon grew. She also chose a few thinner bamboo tubes to make bamboo rice. She asked her second brother to polish the middle section and carve plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum designs to make a bamboo cup. Chun said, "Why not make a few more designs? We can make a complete set, and I'll turn the thickest one into a pen holder." Chun Shaoan was excited and recited the 12 flower deities. Chun honestly took notes, and as for the designs, she told him she didn't know and that he should come up with ideas himself. Chun didn't push back. It wasn't a big deal, and a trip to the embroidery workshop would suffice. Not a single piece of bamboo was wasted. Everything was put to use in Chun Shaoan's home. She was very happy, feeling it was elegant and cost-effective. Then, Chun also took 2 sections to make polished cups for Xiaoqing and Xiaojing. Auntie Chun was thrilled, thinking these bamboo cups wouldn't break easily. Inspired, Chun Shaoan made various delicious dishes: wild vegetables, wild onions, locust flowers, glutinous rice balls, chicken stew with mushrooms, soy milk with fried dough sticks, and steamed buns with cured meat. She also pickled a basket of salted eggs and a basket of century eggs. She was skilled at these too, having made them herself before, so the process was easy for her. Making red clay salted eggs and ash century eggs wasn't difficult, just time-consuming. The salty dish paired with porridge was quite popular. The 3 sisters-in-law of the Qin family came to learn from her and also called out to Cui Yufang and Granny Wu. She believed that sharing joy was better than enjoying it alone. She was never stingy, and soon many hardworking villagers from Lianshan learned from her. Village Chief Qin even asked her if she wanted money for the secret recipe. Chun Shaoan was taken aback and asked Village Chief Qin, "How much silver does the village have?" Village Chief Qin held up 2 fingers. Realizing it was 20,000 silver, Chun Shaoan asked again, "Do you have no place to spend it?" Village Chief Qin looked troubled and shared his woes. "Shaoan, you don't know how hard it is for your Uncle Qin. Back then, I couldn't sleep because we didn't have enough to eat. My biggest worry was just not letting anyone starve. Now, just 3 years later, I still can't sleep. With so much silver in my hands, I fear that one day I'll wake up and find it gone or less. How will I repay that?" He sighed. "I'm also worried about spending it wrong or being criticized by the villagers. I regret not sharing more with a few families back then. If I had given away a bit more, I would have less silver and could sleep better." Chun Shaoan smiled. "Village Chief, you've done very well. With so much silver in your hands, you don't think of keeping it for yourself. Just that alone deserves a thumbs up."
Well,
"That's not right. I won't do something unethical. My family doesn't need that much silver. We eat and drink just enough. The life we have now is something I never dreamed of. Wanting more would be greedy, and I fear one day I'll wake up and find it was all a dream. Shaoan, I never imagined such a good life. We are just farmers, living off the land. Now we have a few fruits from the mountains, and that's enough. I worry that the villagers won't have enough blessings to enjoy this good life." Chun Shaoan thought of the vegetables and fruits in her garden that she could recognize and decided to keep quiet for now. She said, "Village Chief, look at our village now. The houses are all made of bricks and tiles, and the roads are well paved. With the new places for visitors to enjoy and the annual festivals, I see the ants like to visit different shrines. If you still have silver, maybe we should build a temple or a Taoist shrine." Village Chief Chen's eyes lit up. Originally, building on the back mountain was a good idea, but now that people come to visit, they might want to worship too, so it can't be built there. It needs to be in the front. Why do we ride horses and sit in carriages? It's because in our past lives, we built bridges and roads. Why do we wear silk and satin? It's because we helped the poor and gave clothes to monks. Why do we have food and clothing? It's because we offered tea and meals to the needy in our past lives. Now that the village has money, you should discuss with the elders and leaders about doing some good deeds to bring more blessings to Lianshan village. This way, you can sleep soundly and the villagers will feel more secure. Is it really possible?
Why not?
You and the elders know that this money cannot be distributed all at once. Otherwise, it will lead to trouble. Keeping it all in hand isn't the solution either. The villagers remember, and so do the people of Qingping County. If too many people are concerned, problems will arise. In 2 or 3 months, we will harvest the fruits from the mountain again, and your money will keep increasing. But in our village, apart from Magistrate Zhao, there's no one to protect us, and Qingping County is still not wealthy. Village Chief Chen's hands trembled as he said, "What should we do?" You should approach Magistrate Zhao and ask him to recommend some good teachers for the village school. If they're willing to settle in Lianshan village, that would be best. If not, offer them better conditions to keep them here. We need to provide good education for children under 10, and in time, we can have more scholars and officials from Lianshan village.
But.
This will take many years. Your little brother will soon. Even small people can make a difference. Your little brother is just one person. He needs help to succeed. Also, you should talk to the current teachers about helping students become scholars. If we invite teachers, we need to organize their roles well. And about building temples and shrines, discuss that with Magistrate Zhao too. You can't forget about people like before. In the past, the villagers didn't understand the rules, but now they are just arrogant. Those in power care about their reputation. Village Chief Chen was sweating nervously. Girl, how did you come to understand so much all of a sudden? It's nothing much. My father taught me before. He said I was still young and didn't need to show off. A tall tree will be blown down by the wind. I worried about burdening my uncle and feared having no one to help me. Now I'm not afraid anymore. I've grown up. And you will help me, won't you, Village Chief? Village Chief Chen unconsciously nodded. After nodding, Village Chief Chen felt a sudden jolt in his heart and realized he was sweating. This girl has played an important role in Lianshan village today. Just. She asked suspiciously, Girl, you're not going to cause trouble again, are you? Chen Shaoan. Does she still have any reputation left? After glancing at Village Chief Chen, she grabbed her things and left, thinking she would scare that old man next time. How could he doubt her along with Uncle Chen? That was too much. Village Chief Chen watched her walk away, scratched his head, turned around, and went to find Uncle Chen. This girl had good ideas and could get things done, but she also caused too much trouble. The whole village was getting overwhelmed. Uncle Chen was checking the seedlings in his field when he saw the village chief coming. He felt like he never had a moment of peace. He wanted to sip some wine and relax in his rocking chair, but there's too much to do at home and in the village. Plus, that troublemaker would find ways to keep them busy.
This is about something.
Something. Is your Shaoan causing trouble for the village again?
No.
It's been pretty quiet lately. She's just busy with her own little plot of land. No, it's... Village Chief Chen explained everything that had happened. After hearing this, Uncle Chen felt relieved. At least it wasn't causing trouble for himself or the villagers. I know about this. I heard from the children's mother. After those 2 kids came back last year, they mentioned it. Just go to the county magistrate. It's not a big deal. Why aren't you worried? This doesn't seem right. I just have a feeling that girl is going to cause big trouble. She already has. When the peanuts are harvested, that will be an issue. That's true. If you have no objections to building a temple for good deeds, I'll go discuss it with them. No objections, go ahead. Just try not to bother Shaoan too much. You don't want to annoy her and end up with a bunch of tasks. Uncle Chen was digging along the field path. As Village Chief Chen stepped out, he paused, looked back at Uncle Chen, and walked toward the village. The Chen family could use a bit more luck to do even better. Chen Shaoan lived freely, doing whatever she wanted and eating whatever she liked. As for the secret of hiding ice at home, she could easily cover it up with well water. And about Madame Su, since Chen Shaoan said it was a secret, she didn't ask any more questions and certainly didn't share it with anyone. The only thing that wasn't going smoothly was that the vegetable and wasteland needed watering every 2 days. At first, she was quite excited about it, but later she lost interest. When it was time to water, she would procrastinate. Without saying a word, Mrs. Su would grab the bucket and leave. It was hard for her to follow, feeling embarrassed and secretly resenting her increasingly delicate body. She didn't realize it was her own laziness growing. Village Chief Chen had discussed with the elders and leaders for a long time, but no one wanted to share their hard-earned money with outsiders. Building temples and Taoist halls were minor matters. The key was how to do good deeds. The fruit trees on the mountain were bringing in a good income, and the villagers had no problem with food during the 2 harvest seasons. This year, there were also peanuts, which Qin Shaowan said were very good to eat, so the income would increase again. The situation with the chestnut trees was uncertain, as there were many in the county, but they could be stored for a long time and used as food, so there was no need to worry too much. Several elders and leaders were quite troubled, and some were going back and forth in the village. Who would want to give up such a good life? Who would want to share this life with others? However, no one paid attention to the Qin family because Xiao Si had returned, bringing 2 classmates with him, one named Lin Jimao and the other Qian Hongwen. Both were from the capital, and their families were well off. The Lin family had produced 2 county magistrates and 3 scholars in previous generations, and they were quite prosperous. Lin Jimao was the only son of his branch, and the family had high hopes for him, especially since he was 20 and not yet engaged. He was very humble and carried himself with the demeanor of a gentleman. The Qian family was a scholarly family, with generations of scholars. His father was a scholar, and he had a brother who was already 30 and set to inherit the family business. Qian Hongwen needed to earn his own future, but until he passed the Imperial examination, the family's support couldn't stop. He was cheerful and had a good sense of humor, also 20 years old. On the first day, Qin Shaowan brought a basket of vegetables to the door and asked Qin Xiao Si to wash them. Xiao Si, used to her directing him, was momentarily taken aback but took the basket and went to wash the vegetables. The 2 looked at each other and followed to help. The scholar named Lin asked Xiao Si, "Are all your sisters like this?" Xiao Si smiled and replied, "Not really. Only my eldest sister is a bit free-spirited." "Doesn't your mother mind?" "Why should she?" "My mother often says it's not easy for women, so we should cherish our family. My eldest sister behaves this way because my mother spoils her." The eavesdropping aunt said, "I didn't accuse you wrongly," looking at Qin Shaowan, who seemed very wronged. The scholar named Qian said, "I think it's fine. She's lively and cheerful, which makes her seem carefree." Xiao Si replied, "Don't overthink it. My brother-in-law is a soldier, so be careful he doesn't get angry. He dotes on my sister even more than my mother does." The scholar named Qian responded, "Isn't that how it should be? Besides, who wouldn't care for their own wife?" Lin, another scholar, said nothing. Qin Xiaoxi smiled and changed the subject. After dinner, Qin Shaowan led Qin Xiaozhen back to Hanbei, giving Qin Xiaoxi a fierce look as they left. No one knew what Qin Xiaozhen was thinking as they watched her go, but her gaze lingered for a long time, and the next day, she didn't come down. Lin asked why the older sister and younger sister didn't return for dinner. Chun Ert replied, "She's more comfortable at my sister's house. Don't worry, you all eat." On the third day, Qin Xiaoxi made an excuse to take the 2 to the county town. Chun Xiaosan said he had to catch a ride. Just as they left, Xiaozhen slowly wandered back home. The first thing she said upon returning was, "Sister said, not one will do." Uncle Chen asked why. Sister said the Lin family comes from a long line of officials. Although they aren't prominent now, their rules are as numerous as the stars, even more than those of true nobility. Plus, he's an only son, and for the sake of having many descendants, he might take a concubine in the future, and fourth brother doesn't agree. Uncle Chen frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "Because fourth brother didn't speak up for me, and I didn't come down yesterday, he didn't call for me either." "What about the scholar named Qian?" Sister said since he comes from a scholarly family, they wouldn't split up so soon. He hasn't passed the exams or married, so it's not the right time for that, and his parents are still alive. with his father being a scholar. It seems the family situation is complicated, not as simple as it looks. Besides, his personality is too straightforward. Sister said it's hard for someone from a complicated family to have such a nature. And Sister said, our family has been harmonious for generations without anyone like that, let alone in other families. Uncle Chun was taken aback. Their family had Chen Xiaowan, who was quite troublesome. No, he shouldn't say that. She was still his beloved niece. Aunt pulled Xiaozhen and said, then let's take our time to find someone. It doesn't matter if they're from a wealthy family. What's important is that they treat you well and truly care for you, just like your brother-in-law and second brother-in-law do. Sister Chen and Sister Chen exchanged a glance, filled with surprise and doubt.
This.
The younger sister wants to marry into a wealthy family and not a farmer's family anymore. Or is it that Xiaoxi is personally making the introductions?
This
is beyond their understanding. Brother Chen didn't look at his wife and said to Xiaozhen, no matter what, choose someone you like. In the evening, Sister Chen asked Brother Chen, is the third sister planning to marry into a wealthy family? Not exactly, but Xiaoxi said he would choose a match for her and will protect her in the future. What do you mean by protect her? Aren't you her brother? I am. But if she really marries into a wealthy family, I won't be able to help. Sister Chen was frustrated. Sister Chen Er also asked Brother Chen Er, is the third sister going to marry into a wealthy family? Not exactly. Xiaoxi said he would help her find someone. Are you trying to bring your family members over? I will go back to them tomorrow. I won't dare to.
You
are driving me crazy. 3 days later, Chen Xiaowan took Su Nyang and the younger siblings to the city, but the one driving the carriage was Wang Lizi. 2 days later, Wang Lizi brought them to a small courtyard in the city. The door was opened by a scruffy-looking beggar. The courtyard was small but relatively clean, though the people inside were not very clean. There were about 10 children of various ages, all dressed like beggars, which scared Xiao Sen so much that she quickly shielded Chen Xiaowan and Sun Yang behind her. Wang Lizi asked, Brother Chunqing, why are you all dressed like this again? We're just about to go out? Chen Xiaowan said to Xiao San, go get Xiaoxi and ask him to take a couple of days off. We need to talk to him. Elder sister.
Go.
We can talk later. Uncle Wang.
It's fine, just go get Xiaoxi.
It's not far from his school. Turn right and go straight. You'll see it after 2 streets. Xiao Sen left, filled with questions and doubts. Chen Xiaowan said to Wang Lizi, Uncle Wang, please introduce us. Wang Lizi nodded to the beggar and said, Brother Chunqing, do you remember what I told you last time? This is the real master, and she wants to buy someone. The big beggar was quite surprised and looked at her several times. Dressed like a farmer, but with more presence than the farmers and accompanied by servants, he hadn't even spoken yet. Then Chen Xiaowan spoke up, do you know Lianshan village in Qingping County? The big beggar's mouth twitched. Everyone knew about Lianshan village. Not only was it famous in Xingyun Prefecture, but also throughout the entire Dejiang dynasty. It was said that the villagers didn't have to work and received hundreds or even thousands of taels of silver each year. They also had free brick houses and wells, living in places that resembled gardens. He had thought about that village too, but when he tried to go there, he was turned back after traveling only a short distance. No outsiders were allowed within 50 miles of the village, making it hard for even locals to enter, let alone beggars like him. I and Uncle Wang are from Lianshan village, he said. The big beggar's eyes widened as he turned to look at Wang Lizi, surprised that he had never mentioned it in all these years. During the new year, Wang had come to find him and mentioned a good employer who wanted to buy a few boys, asking him to find some clever ones to keep around. He even gave him this address, promising them shelter and not requiring them to do anything except gather information about everything happening in Xingyun Prefecture. Poor him, working hard for these boys to have a good future. He had been more exhausted in the past 6 months than in all the previous years combined. And now he found out that Wang was from that laid-back Lianshan village. Then the two of them started arguing openly. Chen Xiaowan pulled out a very worn-out fan and began to fan herself, watching the scene with great interest. The boy next to her tried to stop her, but she waved him off. Su Nyang frowned, while Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu were still confused. Their elder sister wanted to buy people? Did farmers really buy people? For what purpose? The argument escalated, with one shouting, "You liar! I treated you like a brother all these years. You live well and eat well, but you fell into that cozy nest and didn't take us with you, and now you're deceiving me." The other replied, "I didn't deceive you. I told you, but you didn't believe me. It's a good employer. Isn't it great to eat meat later? Oh no! Are you really hitting me? You liar!" Su Nyang got angry, and years of habit made her speak out. "How dare you act tough in front of the lady of the house? What kind of behavior is that?" Her shout stunned everyone. Chen Xiaowan lightly shook her fan, thinking, "Oh, interesting." Another one with quite a background had appeared. He spoke up, "All right, stop fighting. It's a free choice. If you want to stay, stay. If not, that's fine. Once you leave this room, you are free to go. You don't have to pay back the money you spent in the last 6 months." The big beggar looked at the 10 or so young men and then at Chen Xiaowan, bowing his hands and saying, "Madam, during the new year, this fellow came to find me, saying there were good buyers looking to purchase people. He told us to stay here and do nothing, just to understand the news and relationships in the city." "That's right. It was my idea. May I ask why, madam?" "The world is dangerous, and people are hard to understand. It's just a matter of being cautious." The big beggar paused. "So, madam, you trust this beggar?" "I do."
Why?
"Though he has suffered much, he has his principles. He helps others without defending himself against misunderstandings and searches for people without complaint." "Is that not enough?" The big beggar was taken aback. "You say this about the beggar, but I don't believe it. I have seen it with my own eyes, and the search for people was with my third brother, the one who just left." The big beggar looked at Wang Lizi, who, holding back his pain, said, "Don't look at me. I'm not that great. I went because my family had no food. Searching for people meant I could eat well. Not only did I eat well, but I also got new clothes, married, and now have a son to take care of me. I have not lost anything." The big beggar paused for a moment and then said, "Now that sounds like you." He turned and knelt before Chen Xiaowan, saying, "I don't know what plans the lady has for us or why you need these people." Chen Xiaowan knew he was willing but felt a bit uncomfortable with others kneeling. However, since she had decided to proceed this way, she couldn't act overly kind. After a moment, she said, "You know that Lianshan village is made up of farmers. Although they have enough food and live comfortably, they lack information about the outside world, and there are no significant figures in the village. Their lives depend on the blessings of nature, which they cannot control. I have a fourth brother, who is very talented. He is 17 years old and has already achieved the status of a scholar. This autumn, he will take the provincial exam, and next year he will take the national exam. Regardless of whether he is on the list or not, he cannot be blind to the world. I need someone to be his eyes and ears, to be his hands and feet, loyal and devoted, accompanying him on his journey. Do you think that reason is sufficient?" The big beggar replied, "Are you selecting trusted aides for your brother? That can be one way to put it, but whether you can become trusted aides depends on your abilities. I cannot only choose you all." The big beggar said, "All right, what exactly do we need to do, my lady? Tell us about your lives. What are you best at? What do you enjoy doing the most?" "Wait a moment, Uncle Wang. Could you check if those 2 boys are back yet?"
Sure.
"No need, big sister, we're here." The 2 boys stepped inside. "Perfect timing, let's listen together." Some eager ones quickly brought in 2 stools. "Little 5 and little 6, take notes." The 2 of them took out ink and paper from a small basket, casting a resentful glance at Chen Xiaowan, realizing they were being used as laborers and threatened not to be included if they didn't comply. How unfair. Everything was ready. The big beggar began to speak. "Wang Chunsheng, 36 years old, from Wangjia village in Xinyan Prefecture. When I was 10, my family faced a flood, and I lost my parents. My relatives didn't want me, so I ran away. I've lived in various towns in Xinyan Prefecture, staying from a few months to a year or 2. I'm best at, well, begging and running errands to gather news. I don't seem to be good at anything else. What I enjoy most is doing nothing and listening to people brag. Does that count? Little 3 and little 4 frowned. Wang Lizi was anxious, and Su Nyang's face was also dark. But Chen Xiaowan laughed. Of course it counts. Wang Lizi quickly said, Xiaowan. Lady Wan, that's not true. Brother Chunxing is very loyal. If I didn't have food or was bullied, he took care of me. Chen Xiaowan waved her hand. He can find out any news. Yes, he can even find out if a family can have a son, and how they can have one. Before anyone could react, Wang Lizi punched Wang Chunxing on the nose. What nonsense are you talking about? Can't you speak properly? He turned to Chen Xiaowan. Lady Wan, he's not suitable. I picked the wrong person. Chen Xiaowan smiled. Uncle Wang, it's not your fault. Let me ask him. Wang Chunxing, where did these children come from? One of the boys answered, Lady, please don't be angry. We are all beggars. Our families didn't want us, so Uncle Wang took us in, taught us how to beg so we wouldn't starve, and protected us from being bullied. This answer surprised the others a bit. Chen Xiaowan continued to ask, is that true? Wang Chunxing, it's not all bad. I just want to raise a few young ones, let them grow up, and then they can take care of me. Chen Xiaowan, there are 2 options. Sign a contract to serve us, but you won't have to stay with us. You can live freely outside, but you must not reveal our identity. We will give you 20 taels of silver each month, but when we need any information, you must find it quickly and accurately. In the future, we will take care of you in your old age, so you won't be alone and will always have support from the Qin family. When she finished speaking, everyone was stunned and silent. Then she continued, if you don't sign the contract, you can still live freely outside without revealing our identity, and we will still give you 20 taels of silver each month. The condition is the same. You must find any information we need quickly and accurately, and you cannot betray us. You must swear before the Buddha. Anyone who betrays us will face severe consequences and be enslaved for eternity. Of course, the location and tasks will differ, and the payment will vary as well. Wang Chunxing swallowed hard and said, I just want to gather information. I don't need to do anything else. Chen Xiaowan thought for a moment and replied, your main job will be to gather and relay information. Don't worry, we are good people and won't ask you to do anything wrong. Wang Chunxing's expression changed. One was a trusted confidant, and the other was a messenger. The young lady spoke lightly, but the differences were significant. He hadn't been educated, but he wasn't foolish. He looked at Wang Lizi, dressed in fine clothes, who seemed to have a decent life, and thought that even if he died, it would just be a wasted life. He had lived enough of that kind of life. Then he glanced at the young man in the blue robe, who looked refined and was not someone to be trifled with. Little did he know that this realization would lead him to many challenges in the future. After gritting his teeth, he said, I choose the first option. All right, Xiao San, sign the contract to serve us. Is 30 taels of silver enough?
Yes.
Good, you all can come one by one. Chen Xiaowan patiently listened to the stories of these children. They ranged in age from 10 to 18, and none could read. It made sense. Those who could read wouldn't be beggars. Once they finished signing, Chen Xiaowan gave 20 taels to Sister Su and asked Wang Lizi to take the cart to buy each of them 2 sets of clothes. Then the siblings entered the main room and began to talk. Big sister, why did you suddenly want to buy people? It's not sudden. I've had this idea for a long time. There aren't many people in the Qin family who can be useful. Most are farmers, and being outside can lead to losses, plus using too many can affect relationships. But sister, buying these people may be a dead contract, but they don't seem like servants. Indeed, they are not servants. Little 3, what do you feel you lack the most? I'm not buying for little 4. Not all for little 4. It should be said that it's for the Qin family. Sister, I don't need servants. I've been at the academy and don't use them. Just listen to me first. Little 3, what do you think? I don't seem to lack anything. When you're out looking for Xiaoxiu and Xiaoya, what do you miss the most? News.
Exactly.
Even if Lianshan village is good, it's still isolated in the mountains. Without news, we are like the deaf and blind. Little 3, these people will be assigned to you, and Little 4, you two need to establish a news channel that only you know about in the shortest time possible, at least before Little 4 takes the exam. It should be somewhat organized, so you can gather information like Lin Shusheng and Qian Shusheng. Little 4, sister, I don't agree with that either. Those two are really difficult. If there are 2 who are so troublesome, there will be 4 or even 40. You will be restricted everywhere. If you take a step back, you will have to retreat further. If you can't retreat, it will lead to disaster. Little 4, we need to be prepared. Sister, I was careless. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Intentions can be miscalculated, and it's hard to defend against everything. I've already spoken to the village chief, asking him to have County Magistrate Zhao recommend a teacher. In a few years, we'll see if anyone can help you. For now, we can only rely on ourselves. We have no major issues in the village, but you are out alone, and I worry. Chun Little 4 felt quite moved, sister.
But these people are still not enough.
I want to arrange 2 people for Little 5 and Little 6 each. You each need at least 4 people around you, and we also need to arrange a few maids for Xiao Zhan and Xiao Qi. We need to visit the pawn shop tomorrow. Sister, buying these people seems too much. The village might. Yes, these people won't return to the village and won't be informed in advance. We'll find someone to teach them the rules. If they can be useful in the future, we will use them. If not, they can be married off as part of the dowry.
Ah, sister. How can this be?
Why can't we? While the siblings were talking, Xiao Wu suddenly said, Eldest sister, we can only stay a few days. How can we arrange everything? Just make arrangements for now. I need to return before the busy farming season. Xiao San, you and Uncle Izzy can stay a bit longer. As for how to manage the servants, I don't need to teach you that. The 2 exchanged glances, and seeing Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu bowing slightly, they felt it would be embarrassing to teach them. Madame Su and Uncle Wang Lai returned, and Chen Xiaowan and the others came out. Chen Xiaowan asked Wang Chunxing, which is the best pawn shop in the city. The lady of the house wants to buy people. Yes, I also need to buy some older women and young girls. You all have been out and about, so we need a few who can work in the inner courtyard. Madam, the Xingyun Mansion's official pawn shop is Yunxing Pawn Shop. The people there are expensive, but many are sold by the government after their families have been punished. There's also Chunlan Pawn Shop, which has cheaper people, but their backgrounds may not be reliable. They are all sold under strict contracts. Then, let's go to Yunxing Pawn Shop. We'll return to the inn, and you all should freshen up.
Yes.
Madam, we beggars also have some older women and some young girls who haven't been raised. Would you like to choose from them as well? Chen Xiaowan was taken aback. It wasn't impossible, but she couldn't choose only beggars. She still needed some normal people to maintain appearances. Looking at them, she realized they needed someone to cook for them, so she said, let's call them over the day after tomorrow to take a look. Yes, thank you, madam. Chen Xiaowan moved quickly. She had to. She told her uncle she would be back in 7 days at most. For this, she even asked her 3rd and 4th aunts to water and fertilize the flowers and vegetables in her courtyard. If she didn't return on time, her brothers would probably have to come and fetch her. The next morning, they arrived at Yunxing Pawn Shop. Madame Su covered her face with a silk scarf, claiming she used to come from a wealthy family and was afraid of being recognized. Chen Xiaowan teased her, you aren't a fugitive or a concubine from a wealthy family, are you? Madame Su rolled her eyes at her. I have a household registration, but my former master did get into trouble. All the servants either died or were sold, and some special ones were exiled with the master. She added, I'm not a concubine. I was dismissed.
You don't need to doubt me.
The general knows my background, and you will know it in the future. Chen Xiaowan hesitated and said, I don't doubt you. I know, my dear. You just feel a bit uneasy. You don't need to worry. I would never harm you. Otherwise, my deceased master would not let me off.
Chen Xiaowan.
The official residence was indeed quite different and impressive. As soon as they entered, a servant approached and asked, Are you gentlemen here to buy land or a house?
To buy people.
The servant was taken aback. Their clothing didn't seem to match that intention. However, Chen Xiaoxi stepped forward and presented his scholar's certificate. In the Chen family, only he could buy people, as there were regulations that ordinary farmers could not engage in the buying and selling of individuals. Merchants could do so, but they had to pay a heavy population tax. The servant quickly bowed and said, "My apologies, my apologies." He arranged for them to enter the inner courtyard and went to find someone. Soon, a smiling woman dressed in crimson silk entered and asked, "What kind of people do you gentlemen wish to buy? Do you have any specific requirements?" Chen Xiaowan turned to Madame Su, reminding her of what she had said yesterday. Madame Su then spoke, "We need a steward who can read and write and understands the importance of things. Ideally, we want a couple who are kind. We also need a housekeeper who knows the rules and etiquette. Additionally, we require 6 girls aged 12 to 16 to accompany the young lady of the house. We don't want any greedy ones."
Chen Xiaowan.
It seems you can express your preferences like this. And we need 2 older women for household chores and 2 cooks. Also, we need a courtyard. We're not picky about the location, but it should be spacious, convenient for living, and affordable. The servant looked a bit confused. "You just moved here?"
Yes.
"Are you taking all these people with you, or just for a while?" "Taking them with us." "All right, please wait a moment. I will go select the people." "Madame Su, do we really need this many?" "Fourth young master, if the lady says she doesn't want to take them back, then we need them. If we do take them back, then we won't need them."
Chen Xiaowan.
Soon, the servant brought a group of middle-aged men. Madame Su said, "Please state your identities, where you previously worked, what your roles were, why you were sold, and if you have family there." In the end, Chen Xiaowan chose a second steward from a 4th-rank official's household, along with his wife and 2 children, a 7-year-old son and a 5-year-old daughter. The family had been sold because the master was wrongfully dismissed, and importantly, these children were not born into servitude. When selecting the housekeeper, Su said to Chen Xiaowan, "The second person on the right is a close maid from the former Grand Tutor's household." Chen Xiaowan glanced at her, and she nodded. Chen Xiaowan decided to take her. While choosing the maids, Chen Xiaowan felt a bit confused and realized she had trouble recognizing faces. The maids all looked quite similar. Did they have face cloning in ancient times too? Su asked, "What requirements do you have?" Chen Xiaowan waved her hand. She should know how to do hair, manage accounts, sew clothes, and cook meals and snacks. Chen Xiaowan counted on her fingers. "Don't we still need a housekeeper? Are you buying them all together?" "Yes, let's buy them. We won't keep them for long, anyway." The matchmaker went to gather the previous candidates, and Su said, "Let's take the one in the autumn-colored dress." The matchmaker bowed and left. 8 maids stepped forward. Su directly asked about the maid from the Grand Tutor's household. "Which ones do you think are suitable for the young ladies?" "One is 17, and the other is 13. The lady was straightforward and picked 4 without hesitation, leaving the rest. Su called the matchmaker to bring in another group. The lady picked 2 more. Su called the matchmaker again for another group. The lady chose 2 more and then stopped. The selection was finalized and they ended up with 2 extra maids. Chen Xiaowan asked them to share their life stories again and decided to keep them all, thinking that having more sisters at home wouldn't be a waste. The housekeeper and cook were also chosen by Su and the selected maid since she wouldn't be eating. The matchmaker was surprised by the talent among the maids. Just as the last few were leaving, a girl around 15 or 16 burst out, wearing a tattered red outfit, shouting at the matchmaker, "Just kill me. If you can't, I'll make you regret it." Chen Xiaowan asked her, "Are you a martial maid?" The girl nodded yes. "Why were you sold?" "I thought that old man was a good person and took care of me for many years, but he wanted to sell me as a plaything. I refused and fought back, so he sold me." The matchmaker quietly said, "Madam, this girl has a strong spirit. She was raised as a plaything but doesn't realize it. When her master said he would sell her to an undesirable place, she caused a scene. I felt a bit sorry for her and didn't want her to lose her life. If you can buy her back, it would be a kind deed." Chen Xiaowan asked her, "Are you willing to come with me and be a maid?" "Sure, as long as I don't have to be with those unpleasant men." "You won't have to." "All right then." Qin Shaoan thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have any strong female servants?" The woman was surprised for a moment before replying, "There are no female servants, but there are 2 girls, about 7 or 8 years old, who are twins. They eat a lot but don't gain weight, and they are quite strong." Qin Shaoan was delighted. There really were such people. She quickly said, "Let me meet them, and if they are suitable, I will take them." However, the 2 children looked different. Both were thin with yellowish hair. When Qin Shaoan stared at them, they got nervous and stepped back, losing their balance and bumping into the door, leaving 2 fingerprints. Qin Shaoan laughed and decided to take them. She thought it would be foolish to pass up such a chance. When it was time to pay, she handed over 1,000 taels instead of the required 800, receiving the contract in return. She then instructed Wang Chunsheng and the new housekeeper to go with the 2 managers and the people from the pawnshop to check the house, telling the pawnshop to send everyone over tomorrow, adjusting the payment as needed. She added, "Make sure everything is ready. It would be best if they could move in tomorrow." Then she took the people back to the inn and asked Xiao Si how many days off he had taken. 3 days, big sister. "That's perfect. I will take Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu back the day after tomorrow." "What about Uncle Ai?" "I will go back too." "What about you, Madam Su?" "I will return as well, but I will stay at the new house for 1 night tomorrow." "That's fine." "Xiao San and Xiao Si, you 2 will manage here. Keep a low profile for now." "Understood, big sister." In the afternoon, Wang Lai and Xiao San, Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu went out. They all had to adjust to their new identities and surroundings. Qin Shaoan went shopping with Madame Su, who asked, "Shaoan, aren't you going to check out the new house?" "No, there's nothing to see. I won't be living there." "What if it's not a good purchase?" "It doesn't matter. If it's not good, they will be uncomfortable, and if it's good, they will be comfortable." Once Xiao Si's side is settled, we can sell the house. Madame Su replied, "What about the 3 warrior maids?" "I just asked out of curiosity. If it's meant to be, I will take them back. When you return, just say they are your nieces. Don't mention that I bought them, or else the uncle will have something to say again."
Su Nyangzi.
After carefully selecting some affordable gifts, the 2 returned to the inn. The next day, the new steward arrived, dressed smartly to greet them. Wang Lai's position as the coachman was replaced, and he and Wang Chunsheng were now squeezed together. The new house was on the other side of the academy, not far from it, but it was in the outer city of Xingyin Prefecture. The house had 3 courtyards and was quite spacious. When Qin Shaoan entered, the people she had chosen the day before were already waiting inside to greet her. They were very polite. After calming their nerves, they looked around and found it quite nice. It should be comfortable to live in. The price was reasonable. Surprisingly, the house in the capital city cost only 450 taels. Qin Shaoan was taken aback for a moment, and Wang Chunsheng explained that the location was remote, so wealthy people didn't come here, and those without money couldn't afford it or didn't want to spend that much. Moreover, the housing prices in Xingyin Prefecture were generally at this rate. If it weren't urgent, they could have negotiated for a lower price. Wang Chunsheng excitedly declared he wanted to move here too, and Qin Shaoan immediately agreed, saying, "If you sell the house over there, you can move here." Wang Chunsheng was thrilled. When the people from the pawnshop arrived, he directly put his arm around one of them and walked away. A quarter of an hour later, he returned, saying, "Madam, it's bought. The house next door, no need to pay more, just change the deed." He then hurried off in the carriage to bring the boys over. Qin Shaoan and the others exchanged glances and smiled. It seemed he was quite capable. The pawnshop staff explained the situation, saying the prices were similar on both sides, but the land here was larger while the other was closer to the city center. Qin Shaoan didn't ask further. She believed in her staff and thought that trust was essential. In time, everything would become clear. Then the siblings formally introduced themselves to the new staff, explaining their roles and purpose. They also learned more about the new staff's backgrounds. Since the master of the house wasn't living there yet, the staff had no specific tasks and could do anything, as long as they didn't cause trouble. They would still receive monthly allowances, and the kitchen would provide supplies. Chen Xiaowan didn't know the details, so she let Su Nyangzi discuss it with them. Su Nyangzi stayed with the younger ones, and Xiao San and Xiao Si also expressed their desire to stay. Chen Xiaowan then took Wang Lizi to continue shopping. Su Nyangzi, feeling uneasy, asked the second stewardess they had chosen yesterday to accompany them. As soon as Chen Xiaowan called, the girl in red followed along. Chen Xiaowan decided to rename her Dan Xia, as she was originally called Dan Dan, but they said it was not appropriate for servants to have double names. Chen Xiaowan thought of her little nieces. Since Dan Xia mentioned it herself, she decided to go along with it. After a lot of shopping, Chen Xiaowan realized that the housekeeper of this wealthy family was quite remarkable. Her way of speaking, taste, and knowledge were really different. When it came to choosing things, she saved a lot of trouble. Of course, buying seeds was also necessary. Although she didn't get the species she wanted, she was happy to find several types of flower seeds. She hadn't seen the maid Wang Chunxing mentioned again, but she gave him some silver to take care of her and asked him to find Chen Xiaoxi for the contract. The next day, Wang Lizi drove the cart and they bought quite a few things, squeezing Little 5 and Little 6 to sit at the front with him. Little 3 glanced over and said, "Sister, how about Little 3 and Little 4 stay with me for a few days?" Little 4 nodded in agreement. Chen Xiaowan looked at the two children, and they looked back at her. "All right, but you have to take good care of them. Otherwise, third uncle and fourth uncle won't let you off easily."
Don't worry, sister.
The cart moved on. In the cart taking Little 4 to the academy, Little 5 pulled out a stack of silver notes from the basket. "Here, third brother and fourth brother. This is from sister. Taking care of people requires a lot of money." As the new housekeeper drove the cart with Wang Chunxing, Little 3 took a few notes and said, "I'll only stay in the city for a few days before going back. Use this for urgent matters, and if it's not enough, let Uncle Chunxing and Manager Han get more." "Okay, it's nothing to worry about, third brother." "Thank you, third brother." "What are you thanking for? We're family. Just treat third brother well later, and that's enough." Little 5 and Little 6 chimed in. In the cart, Chen Xiaowan taught the three of them a little song. "When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the sky. I don't know what year it is tonight in the heavenly palace. I wish to ride the wind and return." Completely unaware of what she had done, Madame Su looked at Chen Xiaowan and thought, the lady has depth in her heart and views the world with a broad perspective. She just doesn't like to show it in front of others and prefers to live freely without being tied down by mundane matters. How wonderful! But does the lady have a young general in her heart? When they returned to Lianshan village, Uncle Chun was harnessing the cart. Seeing them come home, he drove the cart straight into the backyard.
Chen Xiaowan.
She had only returned a little late, spending half a day in Qingping County picking out some fabrics for Dan Xia. Just looking at the three extra people, Annie was stunned and asked, "What is this?" "I am a maid bought by your daughter-in-law, and they are too." Chen Xiaowan felt like she was going to die. Her uncle would definitely mention her. Just then Uncle Chen walked out and heard this, saying directly, "You all come in. Now tell me, what's going on?" Chen Xiaowan thought, is this a trap or a chance to confess? With a face full of despair, she was ready to wave her hand and let Sister Su take the three back to the small courtyard. But then she thought, Dan Xia, Ji, and Rui, this is my uncle and aunt. Nice to meet you, sir and madam. This surprised Uncle Chen and Annie, and also startled the newly arrived Xiaozhen. This is my third sister, Xiaozhen. Nice to meet you, Miss Shen. Uncle Chen said, don't mess around, speak properly. Chen Xiaowan told the three, show us your special skills. The three of them, especially Dan Xia, who was older, quickly understood. They picked up a bamboo stick in the yard and started performing. The effect was unknown, but it looked impressive and had a strong presence. Ji Yi and Ru Yi didn't know how to express themselves. Seeing no other wood in the yard, they noticed a stone mill and pressed their fingers on it. Luckily, Chen Xiaowan stopped them quickly, otherwise, the stone mill would have been ruined. Uncle Chen and Andy stared in shock at the handprints left on it. Chen Xiaowan waved her hand, and Sister Sue took the three to let Wang Lizi drive the cart to Half Mountain Bay, where there were still many things on the cart. Uncle Chen asked, "Is this your reason for buying people?" Chen Xiaowan nodded. "Whose name is it registered under?"
Xiaoxi.
"You went to find him?"
Yes.
"Honestly, what else did you do?"
I didn't do anything. Just bought a few people.
"Really? Should I ask Wang Lizi or check in the city?" Chen Xiaowan felt overwhelmed. Her uncle was getting sharp, making it hard to deal with. "Uncle, I really didn't do anything, just bought a few people."
How many?
Chen Xiaowan's mind raced. She couldn't mention Wang Chunxing and the others. Would Uncle Lizi say anything? Could she just bluff?
About 20 or so.
How many exactly?
About 20 or so.
Chen Xiaowan, where are they? In the city. Auntie pulled on Uncle Chen, who was getting angry, and said, "Xiaowan, tell us, why did you buy so many people?"
Oh, dear.
"Aunt, I really didn't mean anything by it. I just saw that Xiaoxi was alone in the city, without any news or help, so I asked a few people to assist him. Aunt, you see, I arranged for Xiaoxi, but I can't neglect Xiao-san. He is with us too. I just helped him a bit. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu want to play in the city for a few days, so let them enjoy themselves. There isn't much going on at home anyway. And then there's Xiao Zhen. Isn't she getting married soon? If she marries into a wealthy family, she will need maids. I happened to meet Sun Yangzi at the shop, so I bought a few. Aunt, I bought Ji Yi and Ru Yi thinking of Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ya. They are twins and can look after each other, but they are still too young, so I will raise them for a few more years." At this point, Xiao Zhen chimed in, "Elder sister, you prepared a few people for me." Chen Xiaowan counted on her fingers, 1 housekeeper and 4 maids. Chen Dabo and Aunt were speechless, and Xiao Zhen laughed. "Elder sister, what kind of family are you preparing for me to marry into?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "It's just for preparation. If you don't need them, we can send some to Xiaoqi or Xiaojing, or even to your second sister. For the first 2 years of your marriage, let Dan Shaw accompany you. She has a strong personality, so you won't be at a disadvantage." Aunt gave her a light slap on the back. Sending. You should think about yourself. You bought so many people, and none are for you." Chen Xiaowan was a bit confused. It sounded like they were saying she shouldn't buy people. But at that moment, her mind and mouth weren't in sync, so she said, "I don't need them. I'm just in the village, and there's not much to do. Besides, having too many servants in the village isn't good." Chen Dabo coughed, realizing Aunt's slap was a bit too hard. "Xiaowan, we have no objections to you buying people. It's fine to keep them under Xiao Xi's name for now, but you don't have any for yourself. What are you thinking?" Chen Xiaowan finally came to her senses and replied, "I didn't think much of it. It doesn't seem right to raise so many servants in the village. The villagers wouldn't like it, and I don't like having too many people at home. Besides, it's not about having few people, but about fairness. I can keep them outside and bring them back when needed, or take them along when traveling." Chen Dabo thought for a moment and asked, "Is that reliable?" "Of course it's reliable. They are all under contract. 1 copy with me and 1 with Xiao San and Xiao Si. When the time comes, whoever needs them can just take the contract." "Xiao Wan, while you were away these past few days, the village chief and the elders have acted on what you said last time." The village chief spoke to County Magistrate Zhao, who was very pleased and supportive. They will soon arrange to see where to build the temple. The teacher also said he would come over quickly and mentioned that they would first repair a road leading from Lianshan village to the county. The village chief agreed, but he also mentioned that there isn't enough money in the account right now, so they will have to wait until after the autumn harvest. County Magistrate Zhao agreed with this. "That's great. What's wrong, uncle?" "Xiao Wan, I'm just worried that being too prominent might attract unwanted attention. Your yard has a lot of new things growing. I saw those yellow buds about to bloom yesterday, and the peppers are bearing fruit. I'm concerned." Chen Xiaowan felt a mix of sadness and joy from her uncle's caring nature. She replied, "Uncle, don't worry. The more important we become, the more the government will have to send people to protect us." "Is that really possible?" We only received a reward of 10,000 taels for the second crop, and County Magistrate Zhao hasn't received anything yet.
Why not?
Do you remember Lord Xiong? Yes, what about him? He should be a trusted aide of the Emperor, and he has been protecting us for over half a year. Otherwise, the second crop wouldn't have been so easy.
But,
Uncle, when I went to the capital, someone told me that no one is allowed to enter within 50 miles of Lianshan village. County Magistrate Zhao should know about this. You can ask the village chief to check. This autumn, when the peanuts are harvested, the government should make a statement. If not, it's fine. We can trade them for silver and hire a few martial artists at a high price. The villagers are too weak to withstand a strong attack. Chen Xiaowan joked with a smile. However, things were not going smoothly. During the time Xiaowan was away, some people were very busy behind the scenes. They only heard the second part of the conversation and missed the first part. Worried, the two of them spent a lot of time circling around Xiaowan's vacant land late at night. This lady is certainly not easy to deal with. The 2 cats and 2 dogs in her yard were also restless, and the horse made some noise when it saw them. Finally, when she left, her uncle, 3rd uncle, and 4th uncle took turns guarding the door at night. They sat in the main room, rocking in their chairs, and came out to check at the slightest sound, not even letting the long-locked vineyard go unchecked. During the day, it was Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu in the backyard, busy watering and fertilizing the plants, leaving them with little opportunity. That night, they hurried to the capital and submitted a letter saying, Qin Xiaowan wants the court's protection. This autumn, the court should provide rewards. If not, we can exchange them for silver. Please, Master Wu, protect the villagers. They are weak and cannot withstand harsh treatment. We can't find a target. We haven't seen what is planted in the yard. The news about Qin Xiaowan buying people quickly spread throughout Lianshan village. After all, there were now several new faces in the village, and everyone noticed. Some were jealous, some were envious, but no one said she shouldn't buy them. The aunts understood that living alone in such a large house could be daunting, and while things were manageable now, the Chen brothers would grow older and could not always be relied upon, as she was a married daughter. However, Qin Xiaowan soon faced her first challenge. Her house had only 3 rooms for living. She occupied one, and Madame Su occupied another, leaving the 3 of them a bit cramped in one room. Madame Su arranged for the 3 to wash up, while Qin Xiaowan considered how to clear out a room. The only available spaces were a storeroom and a warm room, but neither had a washing area, which was inconvenient. Qin Xiaowan sighed, realizing she should have been more careful and built a few more rooms. At that time, she hadn't planned on buying people. She just wanted a place to enjoy her old age. It was purely unexpected. After inspecting the 2 rooms, Uncle Chen arrived with Cousin Chen San and Cousin Chen Si. Chen Xiaowan welcomed them in and noticed that behind them, Chen Ge and Chen Er were pushing a cart with assembled bed parts. Chen Xiaowan sighed again. The feeling of being cared for and thought of was quite intoxicating. She hadn't been spoiled because of her strong character, while the original Qin Xiaowan hadn't been spoiled simply because she was a good person. Uncle Chen remarked, "In the blink of an eye, your house is getting too small." Cousin Chen Sen added, "It's not just her. Soon, many families in the village will be in the same situation. The remaining houses in the village will soon be bought up." How so? Once Xiaowan starts, those who can afford to buy will likely follow suit. Plus, our village hasn't had any weddings in 3 years. This year, many families will probably host big celebrations. That's right, big brother. 5th Uncle Shircheng is already 20, and I've heard the girl's family is already urging them, along with Shirhu. Uncle Chen, not overly excited, said, "Let's not worry about that for now. We need to sort out Xiaowan's situation first. Then, Uncle, let's work on the storeroom for the kitchen. Cousin, can you see if you can create a washing area?" 3 people entered the room. Madame Su led Dan Shaw, who had changed into a fresh outfit, out. Dan Shaw said, "Madam, you don't need to go through so much trouble. I can take care of Ji and Ru Yi myself. It's fine. We will need to prepare sooner or later." Xiaowan.
I'm
here, 3rd uncle. Xiaowan, I think you shouldn't fuss too much. Your courtyard is fine as it is. It was all done according to the plans. It would be messy to change it. Why don't you draw up some plans, and we can build a small courtyard next to yours with a connecting door for them. We could build two if needed. Chen Xiaowan's eyes lit up, and she tapped her head, thinking that could work. She had always complained about having too many things, and that the courtyard was never empty. Building a courtyard is fine, but we can only do it after the double harvest or autumn harvest. Okay, that's no problem, Chen Xiaowan replied cheerfully. Dan Xia, why don't you and Ge and Rui share a space for now? Once the courtyard is ready in a few months, we can arrange something for you. Dan Xia bowed and smiled, saying, yes, I will follow Madam's arrangements. Chun San Shu and Chen Si Shu were surprised. The servants were so organized now. The elder brother had mentioned that Xiaowan had hired over 20 people. Xiaowan. I brought some clothes for Xiao Xiao and Xiaoya. Can you see if the two kids can wear them? Aunt Chen Si entered with Xiao Zhen, each carrying a few sets of clothes. The other children were, of course, at school at this hour, and they couldn't just leave them at home. Madame Su quickly went inside and brought out Ge and Rui, two little girls who looked thin and malnourished with yellowish hair. Seeing them, Aunt Chen Si felt a pang of sympathy. The children must have suffered a lot. Madame Su hurriedly introduced, Dan Xia, this is the fourth madam. They all bowed together. Aunt Chen Si felt a bit flustered, pulling the two children close and saying, no, just call me Aunt. These are clothes from your older sisters, Xiao Xiao and Xiaoya. There are 2 new sets that haven't been worn, and some that have been worn but not much, plus 2 cover-ups. Chen Xiaowan watched, noticing that Aunt Si was really getting into her role. Uncle Si walked over and gently said, you really have a lot of strength. Chen Xiaowan glanced at him, then at her uncle, who had a big mouth, and nodded. She then asked, should I just take them home to raise? Chen Xiaowan shot him a look, saying, who taught you? Are you sure you and Aunt Si have the time to take care of them? Uncle Chen Si. Indeed, the children from his family and the children from Brother San's family mostly spend time at Big Brother's house and with Chen Xiaowan. He and the children's mother don't supervise them much, and they treat everyone equally. It's better for Xiaowan to take care of them for now. Big Brother Chen and Second Brother Chen went into the room to set up the beds. The room isn't small. There is already 1 bed inside. 2 beds can fit 3 people, but it won't be as spacious for 1 person. Dan Xia said it was already very good. She had lived in a dental office that wasn't this nice, and it was never this convenient at the previous host's place. Xiao Zhen also brought over a few sets of clothes and said, Dan Xia, I see that your size is similar to mine. Here are some of my clothes, if you don't mind. You can use them for now. There are fine cloth, linen, and coarse cloth with both short and long skirts. I also have 2 pairs of shoes that are new and haven't been worn. Try them on to see if they fit. Aunt Chen Si suddenly exclaimed, I just remembered something I forgot. Shoes. The 2 girls have several pairs of shoes that are too small for them now. I'll go get them. After saying that, she walked a few steps, then returned to measure Ge and Rui's feet. Uncle Chen looked at the 2 brothers and said, well, Xiaowan, we'll leave for now. Once you finish your drawings, let us know. Okay, Uncle. Big sister, I want to stay for dinner. All right, then help me pick some vegetables.
Sure.
Madame Su called to Dan Xia. Let's go together. The 3 of them went to the backyard. Chen Xiaowan watched as Big Brother Chen and Second Brother Chen set up the bed frame. Big brother, second brother, do you have a lot of work right now? Big Brother Chen glanced at her and replied, have you seen us with free time?
No.
Big Brother Chen. Chen Xiaowan asked again, is the work at the inn and the official post almost done? Not so fast. It's just the 2 of us. Dad and Uncle San and Uncle Si aren't helping at all. If we don't get to the fields, it will be July. If we participate in the double harvest, it will be August. It's not urgent since no one is staying here anyway, Second Brother Chen said. He added, Xiaowan, why don't you hire a few boys to help with the work around the house? Chen Xiaowan rolled her eyes. Second brother, those who help you are apprentices, not servants. Why don't you 2 take on a few apprentices? There are quite a few kids over 12 in the village who are just hanging around at home. The two looked at her and said, "Stop talking nonsense. You can't just take on apprentices easily, and we're still young. I'm serious. What if your work increases in the future? We don't want to take on village work after discussing it with Dad. At most, we will make it more refined later and charge a bit more. Anyway, the villagers aren't short on money right now." "Really? Then I suggest you finish the work for the inn and the official post quickly, preferably before the peanut harvest." Brother Chen paused. "What do you know? Are you planning something?" "It's a secret. I won't tell you."
Xiaowan.
Xiaowan. She was still watching. The arrival of the three caused a small stir in the Qin family and Lianshan village, mainly because no farmer had ever used servants, and even taking a concubine was rare in Lianshan village. In the end, it resulted in a family moving away from the village. That evening, Qin Xiaowan and a few others noticed the two children's appetite. To test it, they deliberately prepared extra food. In late May, they made porridge, steamed buns, and a few side dishes with a mix of meat and vegetables. Xiaozhen asked why there was so much, and Qin Xiaowan made a should gesture. They all gathered in the courtyard to eat. Qin Xiaowan said to the two, "Zi and Rui, eat your fill, don't worry." Little Rui asked, "Mother, can we really eat enough?" "Of course. Eat as much as you want, don't worry." So the four of them watched the two children eat. The kids were hesitant to take more food, and Qin Xiaowan and Xiaozhen occasionally added more for them. Each child had 3 bowls of porridge and 6 steamed buns before they finally put down their chopsticks and shyly said to each other, "Mother, we are full." Looking at their slightly rounded bellies, Qin Xiaowan said, "Good. As long as you're full. You can go play for a while. If you're tired, go to sleep." Dasha whispered, "That's enough for me for a day." Xiaozhen also whispered, "That's enough for me for 2 days." Qin Xiaowan smiled and said, "That's why you two don't have as much strength as they do." She thought to herself, "Thankfully, they can be well taken care of." The others finished the leftover food, and Xiaozhen went home. When she returned, Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen were quite surprised. Aunt Chen affectionately patted her head and said, "My dear, your sister thinks of everything for you. I just wish you a smooth and safe journey." After returning home, Sister Chen and sister-in-law Chen asked Brother Chen and Brother Chenair, the head of the family, did the younger sister prepare servants for the third sister, fourth brother, and little Xiao and little Ye? What about us? Brother Chen replied, "Xiaowen has her own plans. Don't overthink it, and don't do anything you shouldn't." Chen urged said, "If you want someone to help you, you'll have to wait. There aren't many people in the village who can serve." The next day, Qin Xiaowan was feeling quite anxious because Dan Xia couldn't cook. She knew a few words and claimed to be skilled in martial arts, but Qin Xiaowan didn't think so. However, Sun Yongzi thought she was decent. Qin Xiaowan asked the two of them, "At least one of you must know how to cook. What if I'm not home? I can't rely on those 2 little ones to make meals." Sun Yongzi casually replied, "Don't worry, we won't starve." Dan Xia added, "Don't worry, I won't let myself go hungry."
Qin Xiaowan.
These two seemed to have similar interests. So every morning in the small courtyard, there were 2 adults and 2 children practicing martial arts. Qin Xiaowan felt a headache coming on. She wanted a gentle and soft approach, to play the fool and outsmart them. But within 3 days, another person joined in. Xiaozhen said she didn't want to learn anything specific, just to strengthen her body. Qin Xiaowan nodded. Xiaoxiao and Xiaoya came by during their afternoon break, curious about Zi and Rui. They chatted a lot, and in the evening, they helped Xiao Jing bring many clothes over. It was said that Xiao Qi was struggling to steam a pot of buns and was being taught by San Ani to practice hard. On the 4th day after returning, they started working together again. Qin Xiaowan stayed home and took Zi and Rui to help Uncle Chen with cooking. The villagers saw Zi and Rui carrying a bundle of rice quickly. Auntie Qin was chasing after them, but couldn't catch up. The 2 little ones turned back to comfort Auntie Qin, saying, "Don't worry, we had enough to eat, so we have the strength to work." Auntie Qin, worried, called out, "Xiaowan, Xiaowan." Qin Xiaowan came out with some vegetables and asked, "Zi, Rui, are you tired?" The 2 shook their heads. "Good, then slow down a bit. If you get too tired, you won't grow tall. Do you want to be as short as a thumbtack? The two nodded and then shook their heads. Chindage, seeing the two little girls working so hard, couldn't bear it and brought out a unicycle, saying, "Can you use this?" Surprisingly, the two nodded. So in June, the villagers of Lianshan saw two girls, around 7 or 8 years old, quickly pushing a unicycle loaded with either bundled rice or seedlings. Some lively villagers even came to ask if they could arrange a marriage for their sons and have them as child brides. This made Chun Urge so angry that he chased them away with a broom, reminding them that child brides were not a good status in Lianshan village. Wang Lizi found out and stayed at that house for 3 days. He really hated those 3 words. Cui Yufang didn't stop him and even sent delicious food every day. Jixiang and Xiaogua gathered the village boys around 10 years old to help out. With Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu gone, these two were in charge of the village kids for now. During the busiest days, Dansha also came to help, but she had never done this kind of work before and wasn't as strong as the 2 kids. So, she took on the task of threshing grain, going around in circles. Some bold boys in the village teased her, but Dansha had a fiery temper and quickly chased them away. Dr. Yu said after checking her that the girl lacked restraint. If she used more strength, she could hurt herself. Chun Shaowan paid 5 taels of silver for the medical fee and told her to rest at home, saying, "You'll soon have enough to buy another one of yourself." Dansha raised her head and said, "You're lying, my lady. I was bought for 30 taels. That old woman just wanted to get rid of me quickly, so she sold me for a low price. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so cheap." Everyone exchanged glances, speechless. Chun Shaowan asked, "Is that something to be proud of?" Dansha lowered her head, looking very wronged. Auntie couldn't stand it and said, "All right, from now on, don't be so willful and don't use such heavy hands." Xiaozhen burst out laughing. "Sister, now in front of our mother, Dansha and Ji are ahead of you." Chun Shaowan helplessly shrugged and said, "What can I do? I just found out that Annie also likes pretty things." Her words made everyone laugh. Auntie pointed at them and said, "You all are a bunch of troublemakers." Everyone laughed even more, including Dansha and Ji, who were grinning widely. However, from then on, the young people in the village dared not approach Dansha and the Chin family kids easily, as they were quite intimidating. Because of the trouble Dansha caused, the Chin family not only didn't scold or hit her, but Chin Urge even bought 5 pounds of meat for a nice meal at home. Isn't that frustrating? As for the 2 kids' appetite, the 3 sisters-in-law of the Chin family made separate meals for them, seating the little ones with Xiao Jing and Xiao Qing at their own table to eat together, making it a fun eating show so they could eat a bit more. Xiao Ba, along with Xiao Jing and Xiao Qing, watched them eat and cried loudly, making everyone laugh. It seems in this world, everything balances out. The 3 brothers of the Chin family discussed how if everyone had such strength, they could buy as much as they wanted and even hire workers. Aunt Chin asked Xiaowan if there were any more wonderful people like that, so she could prepare one too. She suggested finding a gentle and understanding person for Jing, as that girl could be a bit temperamental. Xiaowan whispered to Aunt Chen, "It's already taken care of. You don't need to worry." Aunt Chen's eyes brightened, and she nodded before changing the subject. Xiaowan was reliable, and it wasn't the right time to show off. On the way back to Hanshan Bay in the evening, Chin Xiaowan said to Mrs. Su, "Next time we go to the capital, let's visit that dental shop again. It's great to have such strong people. It would be even better if we could find someone skilled in martial arts." Dan Shaw called from behind, "Madam, my martial arts are quite good, really high level." Xiaowan turned to look at her and said, "No rush, we'll find out in time. But Dan Shaw, you might need to control your temper a bit." Dan Shaw replied, "Madam, I wouldn't have reacted if they hadn't spoken disrespectfully." After taking a bath, Chin Xiaowan came out feeling refreshed. She lay on a rocking chair, gazing at the stars and the Milky Way, with a cup of wild grape wine in hand. Dan Shaw and Mrs. Su sat nearby, each with a small cup of wine. "Wow, this is delicious. I've never had anything like this before." "Where did you get it, madam?" Dan Shaw asked. "I made it myself." "Really? You're amazing, madam. Can you make more? I'd like to have this as a reward instead of anything else. Chun Shaoan shot her a look. Who said you would get a reward? What can a farmer like me give you?
Dan Shah.
Mrs. Su chimed in. You should make some more. Otherwise, you won't have enough for yourself. Chun Shaoan. Suddenly, Ji ran over and whispered something in her ear, making Chun Shaoan's eyes light up. She asked, really? Little Ji nodded. Looking at little Ru Yi, she also nodded. Chun Shaoan patted the little girl's head and said, You little rascal. The two girls smiled widely, but their messy yellow hair still needed some work. Chun Shaoan happily looked at Dan Shah and said, Making more is fine, but you have to help pick the fruit and no more overindulging. Dan Shah jumped up joyfully, twirled around, and curtsied. I will obey your orders, madam. Chun Shaoan waved her hand as if she were in charge. Mrs. Su chuckled and lay back in another rocking chair. Life was good. After so many ups and downs, she never expected to enjoy days like this. Life truly has its surprises. In Lianshan village, there were soft laughs and chatter, but Emperor Chongping frowned at the urgent reports. The peanut harvest was coming in July, and there were also sunflower seeds, peppers, and melons. Chun Shaoan had gathered quite a lot of things and even bought maidservants, all under her brother's name. She hadn't informed Zhao Tingji about any of this. However, Zhao Tingji did report that Lianshan village was planning to build a temple and repair roads for Qingping County. It was unclear whether this woman was acting intentionally or not. Zhao Tingji knew about important matters with results, but he had no information on those without outcomes. He couldn't be mistaken, but the Dazhong dynasty urgently needed a variety of food. Although Lianshan village had become prosperous, many common people were still struggling to have enough to eat. Zhao Tingji mentioned that more people were traveling to Qingping County, and most of them were inquiring about Lianshan village. However, few people from Lianshan village came out, and they were mostly unaware of many things. Emperor Chongping walked back and forth, his frown deepening. He realized he had to see for himself. The Dazhong dynasty couldn't afford to wait, nor could he. He couldn't miss this opportunity again, as he had missed one over a decade ago. Wu Yong, he called. Here came the reply. Accompany me to the stargazing platform. I will prepare, Wu Yong said. No need to prepare, let's go now. Yes. At the stargazing platform, a man with white hair, white eyebrows, and white clothes sat on the ground, with a chessboard in front of him and a tea set on his right. It was clear he was playing chess against himself. Emperor Chongping walked directly over and sat down across from him. 17 years ago, you said the Tianfu star encountered misfortune, and the Dazhong faced calamity because someone had set a trap, but you couldn't find out who it was. I listened to you and gave them a chance. Now, the Li family is effectively resisting the Hu people on the northwest battlefield and has won many victories. But that young lady from Lianshan village has planted a lot of fresh food. I asked again, and you said you couldn't say anything and the Astronomical Bureau couldn't calculate it. Today, I came personally to seek the truth from you. Is it good for our Dazhong? Your Majesty, that question is confusing. The second rice harvest is indeed a blessing for Dazhong. Emperor Chongping paused and then asked, What about that young lady for our Dazhong? You must answer that yourself, Your Majesty. Emperor Chongping paused again, stood up and walked away. After taking a few steps, he stopped and said, I plan to visit Lianshan village myself. Is there anything I should pay attention to?
None.
Emperor Chongping turned back and asked, Still can't say?
Cannot. Why?
My concerns are the same as yours, Your Majesty. Emperor Chongping turned away from the man in white and waited for a moment, then said, While I am away, please keep a close watch. The man in white stood up and respectfully performed a bow. The Emperor of Chongping did not turn back and walked away. The man in white moved to the edge of the platform, gazing at the starry sky, murmuring whether fate should be tied or not. Dazhong is still missing a heavenly star. Your return to Dazhong is a blessing, but is it a blessing or a curse for you? Outside the city gate of Liangzhou, a group of light cavalry rode towards a gentle slope and quickly disappeared from sight. On the city tower of Liangzhou, Master Jiang watched all of this. Yes, he was still the governor of Liangzhou. He had written 3 letters of apology, waiting for the 4 words atone for your sins with merit. He felt like he wanted to die. It truly seemed they wanted his life. Under his watch, Liangzhou had become a sieve, yet he was still expected to achieve merit. However, he dared not voice his thoughts and could only lead his officials to patrol day and night, ensuring there were no more mistakes. In front of him were the Northwest Army, but behind him were the innocent citizens of Liangzhou and even Jiang. As an official, one must be clear, cautious, and diligent. Clarity is the foundation of caution, and caution is the root of diligence. He could not afford to be careless any longer. Chen Shaowan and the people of Lianshan village were unaware of all this. However, knowing wouldn't change much. They were just farmers who wanted to live their lives without causing trouble. Chen Shaosan returned on the 10th day of the 6th month with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, 14 days later than Chen Shaowan. They immediately joined in the double harvest. Although the 2 younger ones were still a bit small, they could still help with tasks they were capable of. When they saw Ji Yi and Ru Yi's strength, they were astonished. Later, they heard that the 2 were practicing martial arts with Dan Sha and were very eager to join them early in the morning at the Half-Mountain Bay courtyard. They were quite happy about it. Shaosan watched the scene with a big smile. Chen Shaowan hadn't asked much about the affairs in the capital, but Shaosan spent the whole night explaining everything in detail. More importantly, they had brought a few people to Qingping County and rented a house for them to settle in. Now we just need to support them financially. Sister, if only there was a way for them to earn a living, Shaosan said with a frown. Chen Shaowan shook her fan, leaned closer to his ear, and whispered a few words. Shaosan smiled widely and gave his sister a thumbs up, feeling very happy. He had worried with Xiao Si for several days, but his sister was still his sister. Life was simple and comfortable, and the busy month of June slowly passed. However, the yellow sunflowers in the wasteland of Half-Mountain Bay sparked a lot of discussion among the villagers. They were beautiful, and Chen Shaowan mentioned that they could be eaten. The only places in the village with these sunflowers were Half-Mountain Bay and Wang Lizi's backyard. Since she said the seeds were brought back from the northwest, no one could argue much. Chen Shaowan also mentioned that these were seeds, and she could ask the village chief for some to plant next year. What made Chen Shaowan happiest was that some of the melons were ripe. With great excitement, she picked a cantaloupe and a watermelon and happily opened them. The watermelon had red flesh, but it had way too many seeds. It triggered her fear of clusters, and she instantly lost her appetite. However, Sun Yang and Dan Sha really liked them. Most of the melon ended up in their stomachs. Seeing Chen Xiaowan's lack of interest, Sun Yang used a bamboo stick to pick out all the watermelon seeds and fed her half a piece. The taste wasn't very sweet, but it was juicy enough to quench thirst. Chen Xiaowan really didn't want to open a second one, mainly because there were too many seeds, more than double what she had seen before. She felt quite disappointed. Then she wondered how seedless watermelons were cultivated. It would be nice if there were fewer seeds, but expecting a hardworking person to know such things was a bit unrealistic. Feeling down, Sun Yang asked her if she wanted to open the cantaloupe. Chen Shaowan looked at the melon for a while and then at her own hands, saying, "You go ahead." Sun Yang didn't hold back and opened the small cantaloupe just like the watermelon. This one was much better. Although it wasn't sweet, it tasted good. Chen Shaowan asked them to save the seeds as planting material for next year. She needed to think of ways to grow them. It would be great if she could go back in time just to find out how to grow these edible plants. She also dug up a few clusters of peanuts to check. They were still a bit early, needing at least another 10 days. After fishing for 2 days, Chen Shaosen came to tell her that the grapes on the mountain were ripe. So she started carrying a basket and took 4 people with her to search for wild grapes. However, finding wild grapes was tricky. That area had grown quite a few nice-looking grapes, which, while not as good as the ones from before, were still decent. A few people went up the mountain every day. They brought back the smallest, sour, and astringent wild grapes for winemaking from the top layer, while the larger and better fresh grapes were at the bottom. They packed them up that same day, and the three Chin brothers took a cart with Xiao San to transport them out of the village that evening, telling others it was for a task. With more people around Chin Shaoan, she got busy too. She asked them to sort the red and green grapes by color, saying she wanted to see if the wine made from different colors would taste different. Xiao Zhen mostly stayed at Mid-Mountain Bay during the day, picking fruits and helping her older sister with winemaking, and sometimes teaching Ji Yi and Ru Yi how to read. While they were busy, County Magistrate Zhao received a few visitors at the county office. Mr. Huang, a big landlord from the capital, heard that Lianshan village had good fruit tree seedlings and wanted to buy some. County Magistrate Zhao was very nervous, and the county magistrate's wife was also careful while hosting the ladies. It was so hot that their backs were sweaty. Accompanying them were Wu Yong, the Empress Dowager, and several guards. They stayed at the county office that night. When Chun Shaosen brought the grapes, those people reported the situation. They couldn't find out much, but it was clear they were from out of town. Once they arrived in Qingping County, they started asking about Lianshan village, which raised suspicions. Chen Shaosen quickly decided to send the grapes to the capital. Now that there were people available, he didn't need to run around for everything. His older sister was right. They needed to see if those people were reliable, as they couldn't just keep them around for nothing. When Chen Shaosan returned that day, he mentioned Mr. Huang's visit. Chen Shaowan, while crushing grapes, said, "Don't worry about that. That's County Magistrate Zhao's business. We just need to focus on our own work." Chen Shaosen looked at the overgrown land and said, "Sister, why don't you fence this area? It makes me uneasy. How can we fence it? We didn't think about that before. If we fence it now, I'll have to reorganize my courtyard. Sister, aren't you planning to build houses for Dan Sha, Ji Yi, and Rui? Plus, with so many people in the capital, if they come to stay, we'll need more houses. Maybe you should renovate the existing ones." Chen Shaowan looked at him and said, "Who is it that said this house was too big when I built it?" Chen Shaosen chuckled awkwardly. "It wasn't me. Let's wait and see. It's not the right time now. We'll be busy soon with the peanut harvest, and then we have to gather sunflowers. This year's peaches aren't good for eating, but the chestnuts will ripen soon, and we should be able to pick some persimmons besides those in the village. It will be very busy. Xiao San, tell those people to come directly to the entrance of Lianshan village to pick up the fruit. It doesn't matter who they sell it to, and there's no need to notify us." "Yes, big sister, I've already informed them. Tomorrow morning, I'll send another load of grapes over. The ones from the capital should arrive in a couple of days, so I won't need to go myself. Have Butler Han come along too." "Okay. You don't need to go to the mountain these days. There are too many eyes watching in the village. Let Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu come with me, and you and Uncle San can go collect some honey. That way, it will help with our cover. All right, but are you all okay with that? The mountain is still not safe. Don't worry, we have Dan Shaw and a few others. We'll just carry some grapes. It won't be a problem. They will be gone in a few days anyway." "Big sister, I noticed that the grapevine in your backyard has started to bear fruit this year. There should be a lot next year. There won't be a shortage, but we won't be able to sell too many." Chen Shaowan rubbed her forehead, as if remembering something. "Xiao San, I remember that uncle's family, your family, and fourth uncle's family all have pretty big backyards now. You should move some grapevines out later. Just move the smaller ones. Leave the bigger ones there, so they can produce more fruit. Big sister, in the new courtyard, every family has a backyard. I'll gather a batch and leave them with the village chief. Whoever wants them can take some." "Good idea, Xiao San. Big sister, didn't you say it's better to share joy than to enjoy alone? The mountain will eventually be discovered, and we won't be able to pick for long." The two talked for a while, and Chen Shaosan helped seal a few jars before heading down the mountain with the horse cart. The next day, not long after leaving the village, they ran into County Magistrate Zhao and his men coming to Lianshan village. When Chen Shaosan saw the cart, he stopped his own cart by the roadside to show respect, as the county magistrate had said that the people of Lianshan village should not be too formal. The Chun family took this seriously, especially with Xiao Hanqing's connections. As for the other villagers, the Chun family couldn't control them. County Magistrate Zhao lifted the curtain and asked, "Xiao San, where are you going?" Sir, I'm going to the county town to see my second sister and buy some things for my big sister. Okay, what are the people in your village busy with these days? Sir, these days we are not too busy. We're fertilizing the fields and watering them, and also fertilizing the fruit trees on the mountain. All right, you go ahead. I'm going into the village to take a look. Yes, sir. Mr. Huang, the cart driver, asked, whose child is this? Replying, Mr. Huang, this is a child from the Chen family in Lianshan village. The Chen family of Chen Xiaowan? Yes, he is Chen Xiaowan's third brother, the eldest son of her uncle. Is this road newly built by you? Yes, we hired quite a few workers, and the road ahead will be even better. How did Lianshan village come up with the idea to build a road? Well, this is partly my fault. Lianshan looks nice now. This spring, I took my wife and a few kids for a spring outing, and somehow word got out. Many scholars and people from the county and city came to enjoy the spring scenery. Some people wandered around the village, making it difficult for the village women and unmarried girls to go out. The villagers didn't like those who were disrespectful, so they decided to build a place for visitors to enjoy, and in the future, outsiders would not be allowed to enter the village freely. Mr. Huang, even though it's summer now, the scenery over there is still nice. Soon you and Madam can get out of the carriage to take a look.
Okay.
As they approached Lianshan village, they could see the gates. County Magistrate Zhao lifted the curtain and said, Mr. Huang, look. Mr. Huang looked through the window and said, Stop the carriage.
Whoa.
The carriage stopped, and a group of people got out. The county magistrate's wife helped Mrs. Huang down. They saw a well-paved road made of bricks and stones, with horizontal stone blocks in the middle and vertical ones on the sides, typical of city roads. In the center, there was a grassy median filled with shrubs and various wildflowers, many of which were blooming, creating a vibrant scene along the two roads, which were slightly wider than the carriage. On both sides of the road were gentle slopes covered in green grass, with several pavilions that had stone tables and chairs. Further away were low hills filled with newly planted trees. The grass also had various flowers and shrubs, making it a great place for a spring outing. Even further, on the right, there was a narrow river sparkling in the sunlight. County Magistrate Zhao explained, We initially planned to dig a lake there, but we didn't have enough money, and it was a big project, so it didn't happen. There's also a small stream at the foot of the hill that comes from the big mountain over there. On the other side was a mountain, taller than the last, but some crops were still visible on both sides. At the entrance of Lianshan village, there were low hills on both sides, covered with various trees. County Magistrate Zhao introduced, The hill has the most peach trees, along with some plum trees and other fruit trees, as well as many wildflowers that are still blooming. However, they were all newly planted this year and need time to grow. They will look better in a year or two. Mrs. Huang asked, Doesn't this mean you will need gardeners to regularly trim and take care of them? The county magistrate Zhao greeted, Yes, madam. Village head Chen has arranged for 2 older couples to manage things, and when there's heavy work, he brings in the young people from the village to help. Lord Huang waved his hand. Are many people visiting now? Not too many yet. It will be busier in spring. Look over there, that 3-story building is an inn. It's still being renovated, but later, if anyone comes to visit, they can stay there. Weren't you also mentioning an official post? Yes, the people of Lianshan village say the post is for those who come here on business. To make it convenient for them, it's built inside, and you can see it after passing through that gate. It's also not finished yet, as they're still making furniture inside. How far is it from here? About a mile more. All right, let's walk over and take a look. Yes. As the group walked and chatted, the carriage followed behind. Magistrate Zhao talked about various things in Lianshan village, while Lord Huang listened attentively. The county magistrate's wife also shared with Lady Huang about the delicious food and some interesting stories from the village, and Lady Huang listened carefully, occasionally asking questions. They laughed and talked until they reached the gate. Zhao called out to a small house, Old man, please lift the barrier. It's me, going to see village head Chen. Hearing the voice, the old man came out and, upon seeing Zhao, quickly bowed. Zhao helped him up, and they hurriedly lifted the barrier. The group entered but hadn't walked far when an old man appeared, carrying a gong, and stood at the foot of the mountain, striking it. Wu looked puzzled, not understanding what was happening, while the guards tightened their grips on their weapons. Magistrate Zhao awkwardly said, "Don't be nervous. He's probably just announcing my arrival to the villagers." After a few short and long strikes, the group still didn't know what it meant. After 3 rounds, the old man heard another gong sound from the village, put down his instrument, returned to his small house, poured himself a cup of tea, and relaxed, leaving the newcomers staring in surprise. Zhao seemed unfazed by it all. Lord Huang waved his fan, signaling to move on. Once through the gate, the low mountain was filled with trees, very mixed with various kinds. The fields below were full of crops, clearly newly planted. Zhao introduced, "This is the second crop of rice." To the left was a small path, paved with bricks and stones, suitable for carriages, with bamboo planted about a meter wide on both sides. "Lord Huang, if you go in here, you'll reach the post station. Let's go in and take a look."
Sure.
A few people walked inside. The bamboo on both sides was lush, creating a sense of winding paths leading to quiet places. Wildflowers and grasses occasionally peeked through the cracks in the stones, making the scene quite elegant, and Mrs. Huang smiled. After walking about 50 meters, a spacious open area appeared, large enough for about 10 carriages. On the left was a small courtyard, and directly ahead was a moon gate. County Magistrate Zhao introduced, "This is where the official staff stay." Through the moon gate ahead, there are 6 small courtyards, each with several rooms, a kitchen and a restroom.
Oh.
County Magistrate Zhao continued, "The inn and the official post were built by local masons from Lianshan village. I only visited during the initial construction. However, Village Chief Chen mentioned at the county office that those wealthy guests have their own servants and the villagers won't serve them. It's better not to offend anyone, so the village prepared the place, and the guests arranged their own staff. Meals can be bought from the village. If you don't cook, you can ask the management and they will help. I also agreed that when guests check in, someone will be sent from the county to assist." That's quite thoughtful. Just as everyone was about to leave, a bullock cart turned in from outside, pulling a cart loaded with various furniture. A young man led the bull while holding a whip, and another young man followed, supporting the furniture on the cart. When the bullock cart entered, the 2 young men were surprised to see people here. Just as they were about to shout, they seemed to think better of it, stopped the cart, and politely asked, "May I ask where the guests are from?" The young man behind also stepped forward to join the one in front. Upon closer inspection, they resembled each other somewhat, both of similar height, one in a gray short shirt and the other in a blue short shirt, both dressed in simple, coarse cloth typical of farmers. County Magistrate Zhao turned around and stepped forward, saying, "Eldest and second sons of the Qin family, I brought people here." Seeing this, the 2 hurriedly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, County Magistrate." "No need for formalities. County Magistrate, what brings you here?" Village Chief Chen is waiting at the village entrance for a distinguished guest to check into the inn. "Ahem, no particular reason. I just came to take a look. It seems the renovations are quite complete."
Sir, not yet.
With these pieces of furniture, only 2 small courtyards can accommodate guests. At this moment, Mr. Huang said, "Gentlemen, could you show us the small courtyard?" The 2 young men, unsure of Mr. Huang's identity and seeing he was accompanied by women, politely bowed again and looked at County Magistrate Zhao. The County Magistrate Zhao smiled wryly and said to the 2 men, "This is Lord Huang from the capital. Today, I'm accompanying him to find you, Village Chief Chen. Can you show us the small courtyard? I haven't had a chance to visit since you finished building it." The slightly shorter young man took out a key from his sleeve and said, "Sir, please follow me." He headed straight for the moon gate, while the other young man drove the ox cart to the other side to park. These 2 young men were Chen Dage and Chen Urge, who were currently moving the furniture they had made into the courtyard. If it were Uncle Chin San and Uncle Chin Si introducing the house, they would have done a much better job, but Chen Dage and Chen Urge were a bit less skilled. However, it didn't matter much. They were simple farmers. Chun Urge led everyone through the moon gate and opened the first courtyard on the left, saying, "This courtyard has 7 rooms, 1 main hall, 2 main bedrooms, 2 side rooms, 1 storage room, and 1 kitchen. It's a small courtyard." Once inside, everyone saw that the courtyard had a brick and stone floor, with the osmanthus tree planted in the center. On the right side, there was a well, and on the left side were 2 side rooms, while the kitchen and storage room were on the right. The main hall and 2 main bedrooms connected through a corridor, with a tree planted in each corner. Chun Urge introduced this osmanthus tree in the middle, and the 2 trees in front are pomelo and persimmon trees from our village. The 2 trees at the back are maple trees. Over there is a clothesline that has just been set up. It can comfortably accommodate 4 to 6 people. Lord Huang looked closely. He hadn't forgotten the information he received. Although the courtyard was nicely arranged, it wasn't particularly stunning. The layout of the main hall was standard, and while the furniture was arranged, there were no decorations. Chun Urge added, "We don't have any ancient books or antiques here. We are just farmers and don't know what the gentlemen like to see. We bought a few paintings but didn't dare to hang them up. We can't prepare flowers and plants right now since no one is living here." The main bedroom was also small, being a single room. On the left side by the window was a writing desk, with an empty bookshelf against the wall behind it. On the desk, against the wall, was an empty display stand. Next to the bookshelf was another window, and in the center was a tall tea table, likely for tea utensils. There were also 2 low tables. Next to that was a large wardrobe, followed by a wooden bed, which had a small window at the foot and another low table beneath it. County Magistrate Zhao asked, "What are these low tables for?" "They are for placing some flowers and plants, as well as mosquito-repelling herbs. But since no one is living here yet, we haven't set them up. It would be too much trouble to maintain them until someone moves in." Chun Urge opened the bathroom door and said, "This is the toilet and bathroom. The hot water is still heated in the kitchen, and the water for flushing needs to be fetched. It's just that once someone moves in, no one else is allowed inside." Mr. Huang asked, "Why is that?" "We are just farmers and don't know how to serve people. If we break something valuable or lose anything, we can't explain it. So once someone moves in, the room is set up and the keys are handed over, the villagers won't come in anymore. The guests can ask for anything they need outside. All the yards here are the same." "Not quite. The first 2 are small yards, while the one next to it has 15 rooms and 3 small yards. Across the way, there are 2 yards with 9 rooms and 1 yard with 11 rooms and 2 small yards. Last time, the officials from the agricultural department could stay in that yard with 11 rooms. 1 yard would be enough." "Anyone can stay at your official inn?" "Not really. This is under the orders of County Magistrate Zhao." County Magistrate Zhao felt shocked and said, "Why didn't you in the village head tell me about this?" Chun Urge scratched his head and replied, "He might have forgotten. Chun the village head has too many things to handle and sometimes misses a few details." "Please don't be upset, sir." County Magistrate Zhao. Madame Huang laughed at the back. Madame Huang said, "Young man, can you take us to see the small yard with the 15 rooms?" "I can, but the furniture in the ladies' area isn't arranged yet. It's an empty yard." "That's fine. I'm just curious and want to take a look." "All right, please follow me." The group went to the side, and Chun Urge searched for the key and opened the door. This area was a bit larger. Upon entering, there was a row of floor tiles. On each side of the main room, there was a sweet osmanthus tree. To the left of the entrance was a small room, clearly meant for a doorman. Next to it was a camphor tree, and on the right was a separate kitchen and firewood room. Further in was a moon gate, with 2 moon gates facing each other. On one side there were 4 rooms, each forming a small yard. One small yard had a persimmon tree, and the other had a pomelo tree. Chun Urge said, "The 2 larger rooms are inside, and the 2 smaller ones are on the sides. The yards on both sides are the same. This main yard has 2 main halls, 2 side rooms, 1 doorman's room, and 1 kitchen and firewood room." "Young man, what was the design idea behind this? It's different from a typical yard." Chun Urge scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. "Madam, when the village was built, we didn't think too much about it. There are many rules for wealthy families, and we didn't understand, so we built several types of houses and planned to arrange them based on the situation later. As everyone left the courtyard, Chen cupped his hands and said, "Sir, Madam Huang, I won't keep you any longer. My brother and I still need to move in the furniture." He then remembered something and added, "Sir, when my brother and I left, Village Chief Chen was waiting at the village entrance." County Magistrate Zhao waved his hand and was about to leave when a shout came from the bamboo path. "Hey, Chen, are you talking bad about me again? Just wait until I tell your father to teach you a lesson." Chen replied angrily, "Village Chief, stop making things up. When did I say anything bad about you? The county magistrate is here, so please don't slander me." At that moment, a thin, energetic old man entered from the path. To be honest, this old man was not much younger than Uncle Chen, but he looked several years older due to his worries. As the village chief's wife said, he was always concerned about everything. Chen Xiaowan agreed. This old man truly cared deeply for the village, a dedication she had rarely seen in her life. Sir Zhao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you come this way? Madam is here too. These are distinguished guests." County Magistrate Zhao stepped forward to introduce everyone but Mr. Huang cupped his hands and said, "My name is Huang, and I come from the capital. I heard that Lianshan village has some special fruit trees, and I would like to ask for a favor. Could I buy some to take back without replanting?" Village Chief Chen was taken aback and paused, forgetting about formalities. He looked at Mr. Huang and then at County Magistrate Zhao, pointing to the sky and saying, "This weather." Mr. Huang also paused, then regained his composure and replied, "As for the timing of replanting, it should be suitable." Understanding the intention, Village Chief Chen responded cheerfully, "Mr. Huang, please don't take offense. Our village has already transplanted quite a few of these fruit trees last year and this year. However, the trees that have been moved will take several years to bear fruit. We can't be sure of the time. Are you planning to use them for personal use or for business?"
What do you mean by that?
Mr. Huang, since you came with County Magistrate Zhao, I'll be honest. It takes about 10 years for these fruit trees to grow and bear fruit. The fastest we can cultivate them in our village is 5 to 7 years, and the first fruits won't be plentiful, plus they vary in taste. Our village has fruit trees that are 20 or 30 years old. If you are just using them for yourself. If you are starting a business, you might end up losing money. Mr. Huang. County Magistrate Zhao intervened, saying, "Village Chief Chen, Mr. Huang is a family friend of mine and has come here out of interest in the fresh things in Chen Village. For my sake, you can't let Mr. Huang leave empty-handed." He added quietly, "Don't fool around. This is an important client." Village Chief Chen replied somewhat indignantly, "The old man is very honest. What new things could there be in this village that you don't already know about, Lord Zhao?" Magistrate Zhao gritted his teeth and said quietly, "First, take us into the village to have a look, then we can check out those fruit orchards." Village Chief Chen pointed to the sky. "Are you sure you want to go now? There's nothing to eat in the mountains. Then arrange something for us. We'll look around the village first, and after eating, we can head up the mountain." "All right, just wait a moment." He then walked outside. Magistrate Zhao pulled him aside and said quietly, "Why are you in such a hurry? Have someone prepare something nice and plentiful." He discreetly slipped him a silver coin. "Come with us to explore the village." Village Chief Chen looked around and saw Brother Chen and Brother Chen too moving furniture. He called out, "Chen, go run an errand and have your aunt prepare some food for our guests." Brother Chen too, carrying furniture, grinned and said, "Village Chief, do you think I can get back faster than you? Go on, you rascal." Then he turned to Magistrate Zhao, "Don't send your people on an errand." Magistrate Zhao grumbled, "You know how to instruct the villagers, right? My people will be more useful." Village Chief Chen chuckled awkwardly. "It's just that the villagers are too honest. They've been tricked too many times." Then he turned away and said to Mr. Huang, "Mr. Huang, the two ladies came with the old man. Lianshan village used to be a poor place. Not to say we went hungry 3 times a day, but it was common to eat only once a day." Their conversation wasn't quiet, and since they weren't far away, Mrs. Huang and her maid smiled at his words. The county magistrate's wife, who understood village chief Chen's character, wanted to laugh but didn't dare, as it was her husband who was embarrassed. Ever since Lianshan village became successful, her husband had been on a path of embarrassment. As they passed by Magistrate Zhao, she gently tugged at his sleeve. They needed to be careful with these important guests. A group of people slowly entered the bamboo forest path. Chun Urge said to Chen Dage, "Big brother, who is this Lord Huang? Even Lord Zhao is being very careful around him." Carrying furniture, Chen Dage replied, "He's a nobleman from the capital." After walking a few steps, he paused and told Chen Urge, "Urge, don't unload yet. Take a detour to the half-mountain bay and tell Shaoan." Chen Urge stopped as well and asked, "Why?" "I just heard Lord Zhao say that Lord Huang is here for those new species."
Ah.
How could Lord Zhao say that? He put down the small cabinet from his shoulder and turned to leave. After taking a couple steps, he added, "Big brother, I can't move as fast as they can. There's only one road back to the village, and they will definitely see us." Chen Dage thought for a moment and said, "Then let's hurry. Village Chief Chen probably won't easily take people to Half Mountain Bay." Chen Urge picked up the small cabinet again and said, "Then let's hurry." Coincidentally, a team of light cavalry also entered Qingping County today and then scattered in different directions. 2 people went to the county office with a notice, but it's unclear what the gatekeeper said. The person tucked the notice into their clothes and said, "Thank you. We won't disturb you any longer, we'll leave." Village Chief Chun led a group of people, sharing stories about how they used to struggle to have enough to eat and wear, just managing to survive. He lamented the difficulties of marriage in the village, saying that in the past, few wanted to marry into the village due to poverty. Young men could only marry around the age of 20, and it was hard for daughters to find good homes, facing tough lives and bullying from their in-laws. County Magistrate Zhao listened with gritted teeth, while others were intrigued. Madame Huang asked, "Do you also take care of the daughters who are married off?" Village Chief Chen patted his chest proudly, saying, "Of course. You don't know, madam. In the past, we were poor and didn't dare to intervene for fear that the daughters would have it worse with their in-laws. One woman in our village almost starved herself because she felt her daughter was having a hard time and didn't want to add to her troubles."
How do you manage that now?
The maternal family can't interfere with the in-laws' matters, right? If we don't interfere, we just tell the daughters that as long as it's not their fault, if life becomes unbearable, they can come back home. The village will take them in, provide housing and work, and as long as they're not lazy, they won't go hungry.
This.
The crowd exchanged glances. Are there many girls in the village who have divorced? Village chieftain smiled and said, "It's not too much. If we say this, the girls will have better lives. Those people are really afraid of us now. They worry that our village girls might leave, so they have to show us some respect. They are hoping to gain some benefits from us. Is the village chief giving these girls something good in return?" "Of course. The support during festivals is more than before. We just haven't arranged other things yet, mainly because we don't know what those people's characters are like." He scratched his head, looking quite troubled. Old Master Huang said, "Village Chief Chen, now even the mountain village can help others become prosperous." Prosperous is a strong word. It's just that life is a bit better now. The emperor doesn't know what he's thinking, letting our village manage the planting within a 50-mile radius. Isn't that a good thing? Not necessarily. We have to think about them first. If our village gets rich while they're starving, it doesn't look good. We have to care for others too. If we didn't have to worry about them, life would be much easier. County Magistrate Zhao ground his teeth. The county magistrate's wife wiped non-existent sweat, and Mrs. Huang smiled while holding her handkerchief. Wu Yong looked at Village Chief Chen several times, while Old Master Huang appeared to be deep in thought. Mrs. Huang asked again, "I heard the emperor gave many rewards at that time." "Yes, he gave a lot of silver, and the village used that silver to build these houses you see. But with so many people, the money wasn't enough for all the houses, and the money from selling fruit that year was all used up too. I heard you also repaired the riverbank." "That's right. You see this river? We had to fix it. That year, we almost lost everything due to flooding. I was worried about how many people might starve. A girl in the village suggested we plant a second crop of rice, as the worst outcome would be not getting anything at all. The elders discussed it and agreed. A few pounds of seed wouldn't be enough to eat, but if we took the risk, even if the harvest was small, it would prevent starvation. Surprisingly, it turned out to be a great harvest. That year, I will take you to see the fruit trees planted by the village elders on the back mountain. The fruits are ready to eat now. Truly, our ancestors blessed us, and the heavens have shown mercy. Our lives in Lianshan village have improved, but we haven't finished planting yet, and the silver hasn't arrived. The emperor somehow found out and ordered us to manage the planting within a 50-mile radius. The riverbank was originally only planned to be repaired for our village section, so we could plant 2 crops the next year. But in the end, we had to repair the whole thing. Thankfully, Lord Zhao and the 17 surrounding villages helped us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have managed. That year, there was no place to stay in the village. During the new year, we had to make do with a meal in the threshing yard. On the 6th day of the first month, we set up an altar to ask for permission to start construction. It was hard, really hard. It was tough, too tough. He wiped away his tears as he spoke. Honestly, this year is a bit better. The house is decent enough to live in, and we don't have to be stingy with food anymore. We can eat our fill. The boys can finally marry properly, and the girls don't have to suffer in their in-laws' homes anymore. I heard you are planning to build a temple and repair the roads. Village Chief Chen glared at County Magistrate Zhao. This matter had not been announced publicly yet. Lord Huang, we are just farmers. As the saying goes, don't forget the well when drinking water. Now that life is better, we want to show our gratitude to heaven. As for repairing the roads, I'm not afraid to admit that we are really poor. Why do people ride horses and sit in carriages? It's because in a past life, they built bridges and roads. Why do they wear silk and satin? It's because they helped the needy in a past life. Why do they have food and clothing? It's because they shared with the poor in a past life. We just want to bring some good fortune to the village so that the children can have a better life and not suffer like we did in previous years. Do you have enough money for that? How could we possibly have enough? Of course, it's not enough. We have to wait for this year's harvest to sell before we have any money. I think your village's fruit is priced too high.
Well,
Lord Huang, you are mistaken. We didn't set the price for the fruit. Please take a look at our riverbank. You can see where we used to have lunch. People would come here to eat in this pavilion. All right, let's set it up there. We'll go take a look. Okay, I'll arrange it. Lord Zhao, you too. County Magistrate Zhao waved his hand, and Village Chief Chen bowed and turned to leave. On the way, he muttered about who these people were. Lord Huang asked County Magistrate Zhao, "Is what Village Chief Chen said true?" County Magistrate Zhao replied, "It is true. There's no need for formalities here. What you just said is good enough for our friendship."
yes.
Just then, this scene was seen by brothers Chinda and Chinair, who were returning to the village. A group of people walked down the stone path towards a river. County Magistrate Zhao was still saying, the riverbank at Lianshan village took a lot of effort to build. Not only that, but 17 villages within a 50-mile radius participated, all bringing their own food. Many of the stones and materials were carried from the mountains by the villagers themselves, so the expenses were much lower than expected. Lord Huang nodded and said it wasn't easy. I was surprised when I saw your report back then. Just wait. Do you know who is leading all of this? County Magistrate Zhao looked a bit confused. Lord Huang glanced at him and said, "You're quite clever, but if Lianshan village wants to keep this from you, you wouldn't know anything about it. Do you know that everything in their village is related to a woman named Chen Shaoan?" Lady Huang said to the county magistrate's wife, "Madam Zhao, could you accompany me to the riverbank? I think I saw some fruit on the trees over there. Your Majesty, this." Not only that, do you remember last year when a pair of twin girls were taken from your county? I remember, they were from the Qin family in Lianshan village. Yes, this woman chased them all the way to the northwest. Last year's shocking case in the northwest is also related to her and the twin girls.
Ah.
I have been holding back on this case. Jiang Yiyan is still in Liangzhou to see if those people have any backup plans. As for you, I am not unwilling to reward you. Dajiang has a shortage of species, and I want to protect what Lianshan village can provide. I am not too sure about others. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I said no need for formalities. Now that I am in disguise, there's no need to focus on those formalities. Although they are just simple villagers, Tingji, what they are doing is not foolish. I know how much silver they earned and how much they shared. Besides building the village, most of it was used to repair the riverbank and roads. Yes, Your Majesty. The villagers of Lianshan village may not understand the rules and can be a bit reckless. If there are any misunderstandings when we enter the village, please don't hold it against me or the lady. Lord Huang shot him a glance and said, Is it too late to mention this now? County Magistrate Zhao stiffened, feeling wronged. He had mentioned it when he left in the morning. Don't worry, both I and the Empress will not hold it against you. I have some tolerance, and they are loyal subjects of Dajiang. I am not a tyrant. Do you know they have planted something called peanuts? They say they can harvest them in July. I came here for this.
Ah.
I did not know. No matter how the officials discussed by the river, two riders quickly passed through the gate and headed straight for the village. Qin Shaowan was very happy today. She had gone to the peanut field by the pond in the morning, dug up some peanuts, and felt that in a day or two, they would be ready to harvest. She imagined the delicious flavors of boiled salted peanuts, stir-fried peanut sprouts, fried peanuts, and spicy peanuts, which made her mouth water. She also picked a few melons from the field, though she was hesitant to eat them since the seeds were precious, and she wondered if she could improve them. Looking at the sunflowers in the backyard that resembled plants from a game, she felt hopeful about her life. With a big smile on her face, she watered the flowers and plants, humming to herself, To save Li Lang, I leave my home. Who knew I would top the Imperial list, wearing a red robe, with a flower hat. How fresh it is. Suddenly, she heard someone behind her say, Who is Li Lang? Qin Shaowan paused, wondering if she had misheard that voice. Shaking her head, she continued watering. With a loud clatter, the watering can fell to the ground. She turned around in surprise to see a young man standing in the yard, unshaven and looking worn out, yet smiling. It wasn't Yezheng, it was him. Qin Shaowan rubbed her eyes, thinking it was an illusion. Yezheng found her expression amusing and stepped forward to take her hand, saying, Stop rubbing your eyes. It's me. Qin Shaowan was stunned for several seconds before reacting. Why are you back now? Did you win the battle? Are you going back? Yezheng pulled her into his embrace, resting his head on her shoulder, and asked, You still haven't told me. Who is Li Lang? Qin Shaowan laughed and patted his waist, guess. Realizing she was teasing, he tightened his hold and said, All right. Qin Shaowan, you said you would wait for me. We've only been apart for half a year, and you already have someone else. Qin Shaowan's smile grew wider, if I remember correctly. Didn't someone say his last name is Li too? Then she felt a light pinch at her waist, but it didn't hurt. Is the Li Lang you're talking about me?
Guess.
Qin Urge, who came to deliver the news, arrived at the door and saw two strong horses outside, their coats shining brightly. He found it strange. As he entered the courtyard, he noticed a large man in black sitting under the eaves, while Dan Shaw stood beside him. Ji Yi was just coming out of the kitchen with a plate of sliced fruit. Who are you, and why are you here? Dan Shaw, where's Shaowan? Dan Shaw looked troubled. She didn't know what was happening. Just moments ago, two men had knocked on the door. Madame Su opened it and asked her to serve while she went to the kitchen, telling Ji Yi and Rui not to go to the backyard. She heard the young man ask, Where is Madame? Madame Su replied, In the backyard. The large man tapped a rhythm on the table and asked, And who are you? Madame Su hurried out of the kitchen and softly said to Qin Urge, Sir, Madame's husband has returned. Qin Urge was stunned and said, Xiaozheng is back. His face broke into a big smile. Really? Where is he? Madame Su looked towards the main room. With Madame in the backyard. Qin Urge quickly took a few steps forward, then stopped at the door, turned around and ran outside. I'll go tell my parents. But after a few steps, He stopped and stared at the large man. Did you come back with my brother-in-law? This house can't fit everyone. Why don't you come with me to freshen up and rest? The large man was puzzled and looked around the house, not understanding how such a big courtyard couldn't accommodate him. His gaze landed on Madame Su, who nodded in agreement. This was unusual. Surely Xiaojing wouldn't have to sleep outside. In the backyard, the two were completely unaware of what was happening in the front. Chen Xiaowan asked, "Why are you back now?" "I had some matters to handle here. I brought the team over to check on you." "When are you leaving?"
Niezheng paused.
"We have to leave by the day after tomorrow at the latest." "And the earliest?" "We'll leave at dawn tomorrow." "You really just came back to take a look?" He had traveled for over 10 days just for this brief visit. "You're not planning to go out again, are you?" Niezheng didn't answer. Instead, he reached out and ruffled her hair. "Seeing this courtyard, I truly believe you can live well here. But why has the village changed so much? If I didn't recognize some of the land I passed, I would think I took a wrong turn." Chen Xiaowan smiled happily but didn't respond to his comment. At that moment, Dan Shaw asked at the back door, "Madam."
"Sir."
"The water is ready." Niezheng pointed at her. "This is." "I just saw 2 children. Where did they come from?" Chen Xiaowan smiled at Dan Shaw and said, "Go fetch some water." Then she turned to him and said, "Aren't you tired? Why so many questions? Go wash up. Your clothes are all dusty." Niezheng replied, "You dislike me." When Chen Xiaowan handed him some clothes, she felt a bit guilty because she hadn't made him any clothes in years. In her mind, she thought he wouldn't come back, and making clothes would waste both materials and feelings. The only good thing was that last year, after Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ye returned, Aunt Chen personally made him 2 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes, or else she wouldn't be able to explain her negligence. There were still 2 old outfits left, but Auntie wouldn't let her throw them away. It didn't make sense for everyone to wear new fine clothes while he wore rough fabric. He was still petty and held grudges. He would definitely bring this up. But now, she didn't know what was happening. She didn't actually dislike him. She had been living quite freely on her own, and his presence didn't seem to change much. Looking at the clothes and the backyard, it would be good for him to return. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to talk to him. When she brought the clothes inside, Niezheng was staring at the star map in a daze. "This was made for me by my 4th uncle. Isn't it beautiful?" "Yes, I didn't expect your 4th uncle to have this talent." "Of course, my uncles are quite capable." "This is." Chen Xiaowan felt a bit embarrassed. He probably still didn't know how to use the toilet. After some explanation, he asked, "Did you do all this? How do you know it's me and not someone else?" Niezheng looked at her as if she were silly. He had seen the drawings before. She casually ruffled his hair and said, "You should wash your hair too. Use this." She handed him a piece of soap. "I'm going to cook." "They can't cook." Chen Xiaowan shrugged. "That was a mistake. None of them can cook." "I can't just let you have porridge." Niezheng laughed. "Make more. Uncle Zhong came back with me. He has been thinking about the meat you braised all the way." Chen Xiaowan paused. She was starting to dislike that word. "I gave you the recipe, didn't I?" "I didn't give it to them." As Chen Xiaowan was busy in the kitchen, the Chen family was in a bit of a frenzy. Uncle Chen was about to rush to Banshan Bay, but Aunt Chen stopped him and arranged for the strong man, Uncle Zhong, to freshen up and personally deliver some clothes. However, his eyes kept wandering outside, which made Aunt Chen laugh. Even Aunt Chen couldn't hide the smile at the corners of her eyes. When Chen Urge led Uncle Zhong home, many people saw them. It was unusual to see someone in military uniform walking in the village, and the crowd began to whisper among themselves. Village Chief Chen arrived quickly. Upon learning that Xiaozheng had returned, he exclaimed, "Good to be back. Good to be back." He almost forgot about the matter with County Magistrate Zhao and hurried home, feeling exhausted from the day's events. Soon, the news of Niezheng's return quietly spread throughout the village. The young men were eager to go find him, but their family stopped them. Didn't they see that the Qin family was all at home? Chen Xiaowan had already prepared the meal and sent Dan Sha and Ji Yi to buy some meat and ribs from Chen the butcher. She remembered Niezheng mentioning braised bones and asked them to check if there were any offal. If so, to buy some, and if not, to get some pig's head and trotters instead. However, after an hour of waiting, Niezheng still hadn't come out. After some hesitation, she went to the bathroom. To her surprise, he hadn't locked the door and was lying in the bathtub, fast asleep. He must have been very tired. She was about to call someone when she noticed his shoulders and arms were covered in various wounds. Her expression darkened as she gently woke him up. Niezheng was a bit dazed at first, but when he saw her, he smiled and reached out to pull her closer. Chen Xiaowan stepped back and said, "It's time to eat," then headed to the kitchen. Lunch was set in the main room, and Mrs. Su, along with Dan Xia and Ji Yi, were eating at a small table in the kitchen. Chen Xiaowan didn't stop them. Niezheng had rushed back and left in a hurry, so it didn't matter much if they were familiar with each other. When Niezheng finally came out, his hair was still wet and messy. He looked thinner and taller in his casual clothes than when Chen Xiaowan last saw him, but she didn't want to ask about it. Chen Xiaowan served him a bowl of porridge, saying, "Drink some porridge first." Uncle Zhong and Uncle Chen entered together from outside. "What delicious food has Xiaozheng's wife made?"
I'm starving.
Uncle Zhong exclaimed. Niezheng immediately stood up to greet him, saying, "Uncle." Uncle Chen helped him up, smiling through his tears. "Good to have you back. You've lost weight. Why are you so thin?" Chen Xiaowan said, Uncle Zhong, please sit down and eat while we talk." She also made a bowl of porridge for Uncle Zhong, saying, "Uncle Zhong, you must have eaten dry food on the way. Drink this porridge to settle your stomach. There are steamed buns and rice too. I'll cook a big meal for you tonight." "Great, great. Your cooking is the best, Xiaozheng's wife. I've been craving that meat you made in the Northwest for a long time. We have everything. Uncle Zhong has already sent someone to buy it, so there will be food tomorrow morning."
"Thank you, Xiaozheng's wife."
On the other side, Uncle Chen and Niezheng were deep in conversation, and Chen Xiaowan found it hard to join in. Once Uncle Zhong started eating, he focused solely on the food. Chen Xiaowan looked over and went to the kitchen to cut up 2 plates of freshly picked melons. Watching the others chat, she didn't feel like listening, so she called Rui and decided to dig up some peanuts in advance. He was just too thin. The military uniform didn't show it, but once he changed into casual clothes, it was even more obvious. He looked almost like skin and bones. Frowning slightly, she felt a pang of sympathy. He was one of the most lovable people, even though he had some bad intentions toward her. Still, he wasn't truly bad and had given her everything he could. She really had no reason to hold any resentment. The grudges from the Northwest were something she had fully experienced. Never mind, one step at a time. She felt quite at ease. Why overthink? Love and family were once luxuries she never expected. Now, she had the Qin family, which was enough for her, and she was the one benefiting from it. As for love, she never expected it, so there was nothing to lose or look forward to. While digging for peanuts, Rui asked her, "Wife, are you unhappy?" Snapped back to reality, Chen Xiaowan replied, "No, I was just thinking." "Are you happy today, Rui?"
"Happy."
"That's good. You must grow up happily, Ziyi." "Okay, I'll grow up with you, wife." Chen Xiaowan smiled, good. A small bamboo basket was filled with only 6 or 7 peanut plants, since most were still tender and needed a couple more days. Chen Xiaowan thought about boiling some salty peanuts, but they couldn't be stored for long, just a snack. When she returned to the courtyard, Dansha and Zi were already back. Dansha looked a bit shy and said, "Wife." The lady of the house took the offal, saying she would wash it and bring it back. Chen Xiaowan was taken aback, but quickly understood. The Chen family was attentive to her needs. She handed the basket to Dansha and said, "Please wash this. Add some salt and boil it. Just pick out the bad ones and discard them." "Yes." In the main room, only Niezheng was left. "Where are Uncle and Uncle Zhong?" Uncle took Uncle Zhong back. "Uncle Zhong needs to rest for a while. You haven't slept for a few days, have you?" "Just 2 days, it's not too bad." Chen Xiaowan didn't know what to say. She couldn't blame them. Niezheng reached out to pull her closer. "I just went over there, and I saw you haven't eaten much. I had a bun and a bowl of soup. Nyezheng looked at her. Really, it's too hot to eat much. Don't sleep. You just woke up. I'm not going to sleep. It's a bit hot, and I need to go to the county office. Is it about military matters?
Yes.
I'll go first. Wait for me to come back for dinner.
Okay.
Wife, are you going to find the county magistrate? Little Z, who was cleaning the bowls, asked. Yes, I'm going to take care of some business. Little Z, go play. I'll handle this. No, wife, I can help. But, wife, the county magistrate is in the village. Chen Xiaowan was surprised and asked her, the county magistrate is in the village? Yes, Aunt Hua mentioned it when we bought meat. She said the village chief bought a lot of meat, and the county magistrate brought officials from the capital to the village and set up a meal by the riverside pavilion. Chen Xiaowan patted her head. Little Z is really capable. She turned to Nyezheng. I'll go with you to find Uncle and let him take us to the county magistrate. Nyezheng glanced at Little Z and said, No need. I'll go directly to the village chief and let him take me. He looked at her and said, I'll be back soon. With that, he stood up. Chen Xiaowan pulled him back. Wait a bit, those people are probably still eating. It's fine. I'll go to the village chief's house. That old man will definitely want to chat for a while, and if I go late, it will delay things. With that, he took a long stride and left. Chen Xiaowan and Z went to the kitchen to clean the dishes and marinate the meat for dinner. Looking at her hands covered in spices and seeing Su Nyang working on some sewing in the kitchen, she asked, Do you think I should bring that girl who can cook over to help? Su Nyang glanced at her and said, You should have done that earlier. Chen Xiaowan actually didn't want to. If it weren't for the crowd, she would prefer to live independently and not become a cook. Meanwhile, at the village chief's house, the old man didn't come out. He sent his youngest son to deliver food while he rested in a rocking chair. Seeing Nyezheng come in, he immediately got up and said, Zheng, you're back. You're not leaving again, right? Why have you become so thin? Are you not getting enough to eat? He continued, It's okay, let that girl Xiaowan take good care of you. Village chief, I heard that the county magistrate has come to Lianshan village. Can you take me to meet him? In the riverside pavilion, Mr. Huang, Mrs. Huang, and the county magistrate and his wife were enjoying a meal of 5 dishes and soup sent by the village chief's family. The village chief's wife's cooking wasn't the best, but it was acceptable. They were just filling their stomachs, eating and chatting casually, when a secret guard suddenly appeared by the river and hurriedly spoke to Wu Yong. Wu Yong had been glancing at Mr. Huang several times. Mr. Huang said, Just say what you need to. Sir, Chen Xiaowan's husband, Nyezheng, has returned. Mr. Huang put down his chopsticks and asked, When did this happen? About half an hour ago. He is looking for village chief Chen, saying he has something to discuss with Lord Zhao. Do you know what it is? I don't know. Mr. Huang picked up his chopsticks again and said, Then you should meet him later. County Magistrate Zhao put down his chopsticks and cupped his hands, saying yes. After a moment he added, I wonder what kind of person Nyezheng is. He is the youngest son of General Li from the northwest.
Ah.
There's no need to be alarmed. Lianshan village probably doesn't know his identity yet, so you don't need to reveal it. Understood. But he started to sweat. Have village chief Chen prepare a small courtyard for us. We will stay here for a few days. We won't go up the mountain today.
Yes.
But the official inn isn't repaired yet. Mr. Huang looked at him.
Yes.
From the pavilion they could see 2 people coming from the village entrance, one old and one young. Mr. Huang looked at them, glared at the young man, waved his fan, and said to his wife, Dear, accompany me for a walk over there. Yes, my lord. As Nyezheng walked, he admired the lush green mountains and waters, noting how strong the rice seedlings looked. There were also many pavilions and benches along the way, and the flowers and trees were well cared for, completely different from when he was there. He asked village chief Chen, Village chief, I've only been gone for 2 years. Why has the village changed so much? I barely recognize it. Village chief Chen trembled slightly, hesitating to respond. After thinking for a long time, he said, Well, you should ask your wife when you get home. She knows everything about the village. Nyezheng nodded without further thought. He asked again, Village chief, What's going on with all the brick houses in the village? And why are the rice plants in the field so small? Did they plant a second crop? Village Chief Chen looked at him for a while and cautiously asked, Kid, didn't Xiaowan go to the northwest to find you last year? Why didn't she tell you anything? Niezheng recalled how close Xiaowan had come to death, how she cried while looking at him, and all the various things that happened afterward. He replied, honestly, there were too many things in the northwest and I didn't have time to talk much. Village Chief Chen looked at him and then said, Kid, how old are you? Aren't you planning to have children? The kids in the village your age are already taking care of younger ones. Niezheng felt a lump in his throat. He knew he was in the wrong and regretted it deeply, but now it was too late to say anything. He wasn't sure if the side effects of that medicine were still there, so maybe he should see a doctor later. Just thinking about Xiaowan made him feel sour and regretful, but he couldn't change things. Then he heard Village Chief Chen ask him, Kid, I heard you don't want to have children. Is there a way to just decide not to want them? Tell me, there used to be many children born in the village who couldn't be raised. Niezheng felt his head buzzing. He quickly said, Village Chief, let's meet with a county magistrate first. I still have military duties. Military duties? Are you leaving? Village Chief Chen turned and walked back toward the village. Niezheng hurriedly grabbed him and said, Village Chief, I don't know the county magistrate well. This is a big deal. The old man doesn't care about big or small matters. If you're leaving, I'll just assume you didn't come back. Go on, take care of your own business. I'll talk to Zwaping later and have him find a good match for Xiaowan. You don't need to come back. Niezheng said, Village Chief, please don't say that. I'm fine. How could Xiaowan find someone else? Why not? There are many who have divorced. Niezheng insisted, no. Village Chief, please don't say that. I won't divorce Xiaowan. Village Chief Chen's eyes narrowed into slits. I'm telling you, there are many young men interested in Xiaowan now. Meanwhile, County Magistrate Zhao was watching the two argue on the road from the pavilion, waiting for them to come over. Lord Huang was also sitting in the shade by the river, fanning himself and watching the water flow. Niezheng felt that the old man was as stubborn as a child and was trying to stir up trouble between him and Xiaowan. Gritting his teeth, he said, if you really won't take me, I'll go back and tell my aunt that you want me to divorce Xiaowan. With that, he turned and walked back toward the village. The main issue was that he didn't recognize County Magistrate Zhao. He should have let Uncle Zhong follow him. Then, Village Chief Chen tried to pull him back, while a few people by the river and others in the village watched the two kids tugging at each other on the stone path. Finally, they reached County Magistrate Zhao, and Village Chief Chen awkwardly smiled, saying, Sir, have you finished your meal? He looked around and asked, Where is Lord Huang? County Magistrate Zhao, maintaining his authority, asked, What is it? Lord Huang went for a stroll by the river. Very well, the scenery by the river is nice and the weather isn't too hot today. He then pushed Niezheng forward and said, This is a young man from our village who just returned from serving in the northwest. He has important matters to report to you, sir. The two of them didn't look like they were there to formally report anything. They seemed more like they were trying to use connections. Niezheng stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, I am here to see County Magistrate Zhao Tingji. That is me. Do you have an official seal or proof? Village Chief Chen said, You. Niezheng looked at Village Chief Chen, his eyes clearly saying it was none of his business, urging him to leave. Village Chief Chen, frustrated, wanted to take off his shoes but suddenly seemed to think of something, his eyes darting around before he turned to leave. County Magistrate Zhao then spoke, Village Chief Chen, can the official spare a small courtyard? Lord Huang wishes to stay in the village for a few days. Village Chief Chen turned back and said, But it's not ready yet. It's fine. Just tidy up the furniture a bit. It should be enough for Lord Huang and his companions to stay. Village Chief Chen, who usually wouldn't agree so easily, surprisingly agreed quickly today. All right, I'll arrange something for now. If it doesn't work, you can let them stay at the inn in the county. County Magistrate Zhao muttered two words through clenched teeth. Well said. Village Chief Chen hurried off, but instead of heading home, he went toward Uncle Chen's house. Niezheng gritted his teeth, while County Magistrate Zhao felt a bit more balanced. knowing he wasn't the only one being taken advantage of. What brings you here? Since you're from the Northwest Army, why are you here? Niezheng flashed a token in his hand, and County Magistrate Zhao's eyes widened. He quickly pulled out an official seal from his sleeve. After Niezheng left, Chen Xiaowan went to the vegetable garden to dig up sweet potatoes. She wasn't sure how they had grown. Both he and Uncle Zhong had lost a lot of weight. Now that he was back, could it be that the Northwest Army was short on food? But as an ignorant village girl, she couldn't ask. It was already July. Could anything still be planted in the Northwest? Was it possible that there were already some of these growing there that she could take advantage of? And what about the chestnuts and pine nuts on the mountain? Niezheng returned quickly. While she was still digging, he came back and watched her in the backyard, thinking she seemed like a different person. He remembered that he used to water the vegetable garden while she only carried the bucket and said, "The garden needs watering." "What are you planting?"
Look.
Chen Xiaowan dug up a small sweet potato and smiled. "Sweet potatoes, planted from the seeds you gave me." Niezheng was confused. "I didn't give you any seeds."
Of course you did.
"They were in a beautiful box with some stones. I thought they were something special, but this is all I got." "You were so stingy. Just one seed? Now I don't know whether to plant it or not, and I was worried it would die. Luckily, it survived." Niezheng listened to her ramble, looking at the vegetable garden and said, "Are you sure you remember correctly?" Chen Xiaowan rolled her eyes and pointed to a stone. "That stone is right there. How could I forget?" Niezheng looked at the familiar stone in the garden, puzzled. Did she even know what it was? Chen Xiaowan placed the sweet potatoes she dug up into a basket and picked a few peppers, feeling heartbroken. These were all seeds she had prepared. Next year, there would be so many fewer peppers. Niezheng gently grabbed her hand as she was picking peppers and whispered, "Do you know what those are?" "Of course." "Then why throw them in the garden?" "I'm not throwing them here. I'm throwing them over there. If I hit a few stones, that would be strange. By the way, did you finish your task?"
Niezheng replied, "Igit."
That was fast. "Yeah, as long as the message got through. Do you want to take a nap?" Niezheng looked at the sky, and Chen Xiaowan understood. She went inside and handed the basket to Ji Yi, saying, "Little Ji Yi, put this in the kitchen." Then she moved the rocking chair to the porch and said, "You can sleep here. It's cool with the breeze." "Are you really that unwilling to talk to me? By the way, why has the village changed so much?" "The village chief asked me to find out." "Stop talking nonsense. I can see you haven't slept for days. I'm just being kind and letting you rest." With that, she firmly pushed him onto the rocking chair. "Go to sleep. We'll talk when you wake up." Niezheng reached out to smooth her hair away from her forehead. This woman really knew everything. The rocking chair gently swayed, and the person inside quickly fell asleep with their eyes closed. Chen Xiaowan sighed quietly. Traveling through time really meant that things couldn't stay peaceful forever. Her calm life was about to face some waves. Watching the sleeping person, Chen Xiaowan went straight to the kitchen. Just as she reached the front yard, her aunt brought over some cleaned pig offal. Seeing her, she smiled and said, "Xiaozheng is back." "Where is he?" "He's asleep. He was tired from the journey." Good, good. Let him sleep. I've cleaned this for you, washed it many times. Make sure to cook him some good food. I heard from your uncle and the village chief that he has lost a lot of weight." "Yes, Aunt, please sit for a moment." "I won't sit. The village chief is at home chatting with your uncle. I need to go back and keep an eye on things." "What can the village chief say?" "Uncle won't listen to him. I made some salted peanuts. You can take some back with you." Her aunt looked at her several times and said, "Girl, listen to me. Now that Xiaozheng is back, you should live well with him. Don't have any messy thoughts." "Aunt, what nonsense are you talking about? My life is good. How could I have any messy thoughts?" "That's good. That's good. I'm heading back now. You can keep the peanuts for yourselves. Didn't you say you can harvest in a couple of days?"
"No need to send them." With that, she left.
Chen Xiaowan looked at the large bowl of offal and frowned. She couldn't let the Qin family down. So, for the entire afternoon, Chen Xiaowan stayed in the kitchen, accompanied by Su, Dan Sha, Xiaozhi, and Ruei. However, none of them spoke much, and all afternoon, the ladies wore worried expressions. Meanwhile, after Zhao County Magistrate finished talking with Nie Zheng, he hurried to meet Lord Huang. Then, the group returned to the county town, reminding someone to tell the village chief not to forget to prepare a courtyard. When Nie Zheng woke up, it was almost dark. As he opened his eyes, he caught a whiff of a delicious aroma, the smell of braised meat, followed by Uncle Zhong's voice. Xiao Zheng's wife, your braised meat is still the best. These peanuts are delicious, and this. A smile appeared on Nie Zheng's face as he got up and noticed a thin blanket that had slipped off him. It was made of 2 layers of fine cotton, just right for the season. The mountain breeze blew in, and the spring water in the courtyard flowed cheerfully. He didn't want to return to the northwest anymore. On a square table in the front yard, there was already a feast laid out. Uncle Zhong, who loved to eat, had oil all over his mouth and called out to him, Xiao Zheng, come quickly. Your wife made a lot of delicious food. Nie Zheng glanced at the kitchen, then sat down at the table and said, Uncle Zhong, could you please run an errand tomorrow? We will leave early the day after. Uncle Zhong choked on a piece of pork he had just swallowed, coughing for a while before saying, leaving the day after? Aren't you going to stay a few more days? If we stay longer, the soldiers over there will be in more danger. Uncle Zhong's expression darkened, and he stuffed more meat into his mouth, saying, Got it. I'll handle it tomorrow. Try this peanut. Just now, Madame Su told me that your wife discovered it. It's delicious. Chen Xiaowan looked out from the kitchen and said to Dansha, serve the dishes. Remove all the meat and fruits.
Yes.
Then Uncle Zhong started to complain loudly. Hey, hey, hey. Xiao Zheng's wife, don't take it away. My meat, my meat. Xiao Zheng's wife, are you feeding rabbits? Why is it all vegetarian? Stop eating meat and have some vegetables. You all are traveling, and it's important to eat well and rest. Right now, your bodies are tired and your stomachs are weak. You shouldn't eat too much heavy meat.
Who says that?
My body, Uncle Zhong said, thumping his chest. Then eat until you're half full first, and then bring out the meat. That meat was stewed in a pot. There's plenty to eat. Today, the half-mountain bay was lively, with lots of delicious food, but Dansha was not very happy, and neither were Xiao Zi and Xiao Rui. Usually, after dinner, their mother would sit with them in the courtyard to cool off, enjoying fruits, sipping drinks, and sometimes singing or telling stories. The young ladies and young masters would come to play as well. Today, when their father returned, their mother went back to the house early. Madame Su also helped Zi and Rui wash up early so they could rest sooner, and none of the young ladies or young masters came. What was so good about their father coming home? Their mother, tired from a long day, didn't even take a nap. It was much more comfortable for them. In the main room, Nie Zheng was looking at the layout of the house. This house was built after he left, and he had only seen the blueprints back then. Now, seeing the actual structure, he felt it was even better than the drawings, very spacious and simple. He also looked at the courtyard and found it well-kept and convenient for living. The furniture clearly shows the craftsmanship of Uncle Chen, with careful attention to the polished edges. On the workshop table, there are various fabrics, some cut and some not, along with shoe samples and embroidery designs. The study table holds the 4 treasures of the study, indicating that it is often used. The warm room is very clean, with a small table displaying mosquito-repelling plants, which are grown in both the front and backyards. Life here looks much better than when he was around. Thinking back to when he said he was leaving, Chen Xiaowan's first request was to build a house. She must have had a tough time during those 3 years. But he knew nothing about it. People are strange creatures. When in a crowd, they may go with the flow, but in the quiet of the night, alone, they think a lot. Nie Zheng is feeling this way now, with his thoughts racing. He faces the fact that Chen Xiaowan is doing much better without him than when they were together. As he stepped outside, he saw Chen Xiaowan walking toward the backyard. "Where are you going?" he asked. "I'm just going to dry my hair," she replied. Nie Zheng naturally took the cloth from her hand, and they sat in the backyard, chatting casually while he helped twist her hair, sometimes gently and sometimes firmly. Chen Xiaowan could sense the man's inner unease without looking back.
She wondered if she should ask him something.
After thinking for a while, she asked, "What do you do at the military camp at night?" His hand paused as he heard his deep voice reply, "When there are no missions, we practice. If we're not practicing, we should be training or discussing matters at this time." "That sounds tough. Do you know what I do every night?" "What do you do?" "Just wait," Chen Xiaowan said with a smile as she got up. Soon, she brought over a round table with fruits, peanuts, and snacks, and even moved out a rocking chair.
"Take this and relax.
This wine is from last year. There isn't much left, and the new batch isn't ready yet." They both lay back in the rocking chairs. Chen Xiaowan took a bite of fruit and a sip of wine, saying, "I do this every night, enjoying a little wine and snacks, chatting with Mrs. Su and the others." Time goes by quickly. When Mrs. Su wasn't around before, Xiao Zhen and Xiao Qi often came to keep me company. "You don't need to worry about me. I can live very well." Niezheng took a sip of wine, feeling an overwhelming bitterness. I believe you. And this chair is comfortable, right?" Uncle and Uncle Fu made it together. Now, almost every household in the village has one or two. Especially the older gentlemen really like them. Those chairs in the village are really popular. The older women sometimes even fight for a spot, which is quite amusing. Yeah, this time coming back is very different from when I was here before. I never expected that the whole village still has brick houses. The village chief asked me to come back and find out what happened. Find out for me? Yes, won't you tell me? How about I take you to see tomorrow? Are you busy? Sure, let's go see tomorrow. That night, both had their own thoughts but felt very harmonious. The next morning, when Chen Xiaowan woke up, Niezheng was in the main room talking to Su Nyang. She couldn't hear what they were saying through the door and walls. She got up directly. There was too much to do today. Niezheng opened the door and said, "It's still early. You can sleep a little longer." Chen Xiaowan shook her head and hurried her actions. "I can't sleep anymore. There's so much to do today." Niezheng pulled her closer and said, "What do you need to do? I can help." Chen Xiaowan wanted to laugh. Men are like that, and women are too easily soft-hearted. She didn't quite understand her own feelings. "You have to join in. Why do you want to run away?" Niezheng smiled. "I'm not running." Once outside, Xiaowan called out to Ji. "Yi, go to the big master's house and ask Sister Xiaozhen to come over and make us lunch." Ji's face turned red, and so did Su Nyang and Dansha behind her. Among so many of them, only the lady could cook, and that was. Chen Xiaowan patted the little girl's head and said, "Go on. It's fine. Just help Sister Xiaozhen a bit." Then she told Dansha and Su Nyang, "You two take Rue E and help me gather 2 baskets of peanuts. Sort them out. The older ones should be dried." Niezheng watched her, and Chen Xiaowan smiled at him, taking his hand and saying, "Come with me." In the backyard, Chen Xiaowan showed him the sweet potatoes. This is a sweet potato. It can grow in poor soil and yield up to 1,000 pounds per acre. This whole patch is planted with the sweet potato you gave me. Since you're back, take some to the northwest and find a reliable family to plant them. Also, remember these leaves. There should be wild ones over there. When you have time, you can look for them or ask the locals to help. Niezheng tightened his grip on her hand and said, "You know." "What do you know?" Chen Xiaowan looked into his eyes. Niezheng pulled her into his embrace. "Xiaowan, thank you. The Northwest has been hit hard by sandstorms this year, and there really is a shortage of food and water." Chen Xiaowan smiled. "What are you thanking me for? This is just a temporary solution. They also need to grow these things themselves, and eating them will be a matter for next year. This year they have to find their own way." That morning, Chen Xiaowan showed him the new plants she had grown and explained how to eat them. She even let him taste some of the melons, saying they were grown from seeds she collected on her trip back from the Northwest. Lunch was made by Xiao Zhen, and they ate quickly. She also let Niezheng try the taste of raw and cooked sweet potatoes and peanuts. After that, they went up the mountain, where Chen Xiaowan took him to see the grapefruit and persimmon orchards, although the fruits were not ready to eat yet. She also showed him the chestnut grove, but nothing was ripe there either. They smashed a few to look inside, and even checked a squirrel's nest, but there wasn't much to find at that time. The little squirrel got upset and started throwing things at her, which made Qin Shaoan quite annoyed. She realized that this little squirrel only bothered her, while others ran away quickly, making Niezheng laugh. In the end, he caught the squirrel and let her give it a gentle squeeze before releasing it. However, she felt it was worth it as Niezheng learned about hazelnut and pine trees. On the way back, they picked some wild grapes and dug up a few yams. With her limited abilities, that was all she could do. But when they returned to Banshan Bay, the yard was full of people. Relatives from 3 families had come, including Grandpa Wu and Uncle Fu, as well as the village head and his wife. In the kitchen, several ants were busy. They greeted the 2 of them and then continued with their work. Niezheng was soon surrounded by people of all ages, with Xiaoba clinging to him and refusing to let go. Qin Shaoan saw an opportunity and slipped away. Niezheng watched the woman leave without looking back, feeling both amused and helpless as he had to keep chatting with the Qin family. That night, Banshan Bay was especially lively, but it wasn't quite enough fun. During dinner, Qin Shaoan said, "Don't let anyone get drunk. I won't allow it." Everyone laughed, and Uncle Qin and Auntie Qin smiled widely. Later that night, Niezheng held her close and said, "Wife, you are wonderful. Why would it be bad if I weren't a wife? A wife is even better." They had no more words that night. The next morning, just before dawn, Niezheng led a horse out of the yard, where Uncle Zhong and Mrs. Su were waiting. Mrs. Su handed him a large package and said, "This is prepared by your wife. Major, please be careful on your journey. This is food for the road." When they reached the village entrance, the elders from the Qin family were also waiting. Niezheng glanced at Uncle Zhong, who scratched his head. Niezheng sincerely thanked them and took the packages one by one, repeatedly asking them to take care of Qin Shaoan. Ji Yi and Ru Yi stood at the hillside, scratching their heads as they told Qin Shaoan, "Dear, he has left. Okay, let's go eat." That afternoon, she happily walked around the village's peanut fields and then excitedly announced that they could start harvesting. When Mr. Huang came back, there were not many people in the village. Those who were not busy had gone to watch the excitement. Mr. Huang, along with his wife and County Magistrate Zhao, squeezed their way into the peanut field, where only women were digging for peanuts. "What is going on here?" No one replied. Mr. Huang. "County Magistrate Zhao, what are you all doing?" "Sir, how did you come? Let me call the village chief for you." "What are you doing?" "We're digging for peanuts."
Peanuts.
"Yes. It's a long story, but wait for the village chief to explain. Here, try some of this." A villager eagerly handed over a handful of boiled peanuts. County Magistrate Zhao held it in his hand. "How do you eat this?" "Just watch." The enthusiastic villager kindly demonstrated. "It's delicious." "Then why are you all just standing here? Why aren't you digging too?" The village chief said we, a bunch of rough men, would ruin the peanuts if we dug. "Then what are you doing here?" "We're waiting for them to finish digging so we can carry them to the threshing ground to dry and see how much we have. Next year, we can plant our own." "How much did you plant this year?" "This year we had fewer seeds, so we didn't plant much, about an acre. And we had to fight the squirrels for the food. It wasn't easy." Mr. Huang and County Magistrate Zhao exchanged glances with their wives. Mr. Huang took a peanut from County Magistrate Zhao, imitating the villager, cracked it open, and ate it, while his wife and Wu Yong tried to stop him, but he just waved his hand. With so many people, the harvest went quickly, and by noon, all the peanuts were laid out on the threshing ground. The villagers were excited, and the hardworking women cooked 2 more pots of tender salted peanuts to share with everyone. Village Chief Chun happily said, "We've harvested the peanuts today, and the yield is quite good. The tender ones and those with sprouts can all be eaten. Later, we'll cook them for the kids when they get home from school. We won't divide them too much. In the evening, we'll weigh how many pounds we have. They will weigh less once dried. Regardless of the amount, these are the seeds for next year. You all need to follow the old rules and register when you go back." Mr. Huang finally understood why everyone returning said that the village was filled with simple-minded people. They had been in the village for half a day, and the village chief, Mr. Chin, hadn't even glanced at them. Looking back at Magistrate Zhao's helpless expression, it was clear. Once everything was arranged, the old man hurried over and said, "Forgive me. Forgive me. I got a bit too excited and neglected Mr. Zhao and Mr. Huang. Please don't hold it against me. Sir, I have arranged the courtyard you wanted. Please follow me." As he spoke, he started walking ahead. Mr. Huang asked, "What's going on with the peanuts?" Village Chief Chen smiled, his face full of wrinkles, and said, "This is quite a story. Please walk slowly, and let me tell you. Last winter, the village girls were bored and went up the mountain to play. They encountered a squirrel that, for some reason, started throwing nuts at them, hitting one girl and making her bleed. She got angry and chased after the squirrel, throwing things back. In her anger, she dug up the squirrel's nest, thinking that if the squirrel could eat it, so could she. In the end, she found peanuts, chestnuts, hazelnuts, and pine nuts, which she recognized and knew how to plant. Then our whole village dug up every squirrel nest we could find, and we ended up with about 10 pounds of peanut seeds, which we planted this year. Everyone found this quite strange." Mr. Huang said, "So the chestnuts your village sold last year also came from that squirrel's nest?" "Not exactly. Those were found later in the mountains. That forest is similar to the nut grove, but ripens later than the ones outside. Otherwise, they would have been gone already. Our village worked hard to clear it out, and we had to ask Mr. Zhao to send people to help deal with the wild boars." "Village Chief, besides these, what other fresh items do you have?" Village Chief Chen paused for a moment and then said, "I don't really know. The young people like to run around in the fields and mountains. They only come to tell me when they find something good. If they don't say anything, I wouldn't know what's out there." Everyone was surprised. Magistrate Zhao felt a bit better knowing he wasn't the only one who was unaware. He just learned things a bit later. Mr. Huang asked again, "How do the young people in your village know so much about food and how to plan it?" Village Chief Chen fell silent for a moment and said, "There used to be a talented scholar in our village. He was good-looking, kind-hearted, and wrote well. His teachers always said he would surely make a name for himself. However, during the county exam, something happened and he returned without participating. After coming back, he fell ill and passed away a few years later. That girl is his only daughter, raised by him since she was little. It's not surprising that she is knowledgeable and clever. He taught many of the village boys when they were young, so it's normal for them to know a little about various things." Mr. Huang's heart raced, and he wanted to ask more questions, but it was clear that Village Chief Chen did not want to share more. They arrived at the official inn, and Village Chief Chen personally unlocked the door, saying, "This is the largest courtyard. The Chen brothers brought the furniture over these past few days. I had some villagers tidy it up. Please take a look. There's also a small courtyard next door that can be used." As they entered, it was the same courtyard they had seen before, now noticeably cleaned up. There were several potted pomegranate trees with fruit on them. Other flowers and plants were arranged nicely, and the bed curtains were hung up. Although made of ordinary fabric, the colors were clean and elegant, which Mrs. Huang nodded at. "The two small courtyards have also been arranged, but we simple folks in the mountains can't get anything fancy. It's all just ordinary items, though they are clean, so please don't mind. The kitchen has some pots, bowls, and firewood. If you wish to cook, I can have someone bring fresh vegetables and meat over shortly. If you prefer not to cook, I can also send over some prepared food." Mrs. Huang glanced at her maid, who then stepped outside. Mrs. Huang said, "There's no need to trouble the village chief. I will have my maid go with you shortly to buy some fresh vegetables." Village Chief Chen bowed and replied, "Thank you, madam. At this time of year, the fruits on the mountain aren't ripe yet, otherwise I could send some for you to taste." He then turned to County Magistrate Zhao and said, "Sir, this is the person guarding the gate." County Magistrate Zhao felt frustrated and wanted to silence Village Chief Chen. What a great opportunity this was. Others would beg for such a chance, but this old man didn't even want to send someone to guard the gate. Zhao was almost ready to speak up, saying, "I will make the arrangements." "All right, the old man thanks you, sir," Village Chief Chen replied. As they were leaving, he remembered to hand the key to the other courtyard to County Magistrate Zhao, saying, "Sir, if you're tired, you can rest in the small courtyard next door." Zhao, County Magistrate. Madame Huang found the village chief, Chen, quite interesting. He seemed clever yet confused, and while he appeared foolish, he had some cleverness too. She asked Zhao, County Magistrate, "Is the village chief Chen always like this?" He replied, "Madam, the village chief Chen means no harm and is not disrespectful. He just cares deeply for Lianshan village and gets too busy to think about anything else." Everyone laughed at this. Chen Xiaowan raked the peanuts drying in the yard and then left them, telling Dan Sha, "Collect them when the sun goes down. You all can eat tonight. I won't eat, so don't call me." She was exhausted after these past few days. After a quick wash, she went to bed, still thinking about what her second brother said about Lord Huang. She hoped he wasn't the one she thought he was. She worried that it might be because of these new foods that she was feeling this way. She was too impatient. Just because there was meat, it didn't mean she could eat grass instead. Never mind, she thought. She would deal with it after waking up. Tomorrow, she needed to keep an eye on the younger ones. After that rascal Niezheng left, she wondered if there would be any follow-up. Regardless, she had given them a chance and a connection. If there was fate, it would resolve her past regrets. She wished this life would be free of debts and loves, living freely. Also, she needed to go to the capital to buy a couple of maids who could cook snacks and meals. The ones she had now were all masters. And she needed to check on the people Ji mentioned. There were so many things to do. Moreover, this house was already too small, and she hadn't even drawn her plans yet. She drifted off to sleep, dreaming of peaceful times. In her dream, a young general in a white bamboo robe was reading a book but playfully hit a girl general on the head with it. The girl general, dressed in fiery red, was drooling in her sleep and, when awakened, rubbed her eyes and asked, "Who just hit me?" "Maybe you were dozing off," suggested the boy general. The girl general touched her head and stared at him, saying, "The one who hit me is a little dog." The boy general grinned and shook the book in his hand. "Ah, I knew it was you who did it." The two of them were playfully arguing, and in her dream, Chen Xiaowan couldn't help but smile. Such days were much better than fighting and killing. Just as she was thinking this, the two of them turned to look at her. Chen Xiaowan was startled awake, smiled with her eyes closed, and gently touched her belly, wondering if she would have such connections and blessings in this life. Then she fell back asleep. Chen Xiaowan was sleeping soundly, while outside, Su Nyangzi and Dan Sha were in a dilemma. They looked at the leftover food and meat, unsure of how to handle it. They didn't want to waste it in the heat. After discussing for a while, they decided to hang some of the meat in the well and saved some good pieces to send to Grandfather Jixiang and Uncle Chen's family. The rest, they heated up and shared a meal among 4 people, most of which ended up in Ji Yi and Ru Yi's stomachs. Dan Sha asked Su Nyangzi, "Should I learn to cook?" Su Nyangzi, holding her needle and thread, replied, "Yes, you should learn. Not just you, we all need to learn a bit. We can't let one person do all the cooking." Dan Sha felt a bit guilty and said, "It's all my fault." "It's not your fault. You haven't been here long, and you didn't know the master would return at this time. Don't worry. Once Nyangzi has rested, everything will be arranged. It's just that she doesn't like too many people around." Dan Sha felt a bit anxious about Ji Yi and Ru Yi's feelings. Meanwhile, in Lianshan village, the children were on break because their teacher had decided to follow Qin village chief's advice and prepare for another exam, which would take some time for studying. The teacher hired by County Magistrate Zhao wouldn't arrive until next month. Village Chief Qin waved his hand and announced that cultural lessons would be paused for now, but they needed to continue with their specialized training. So, the boys were on break, while the girls continued their classes. The next day, when old Master Huang came out of the inn, fanning himself, he saw the children of Lianshan village running around, bringing life to the quiet village. Old Master Huang asked, "What's going on here?" With County Magistrate Zhao absent, Wu Yong had to pull a child aside and ask, "Kid, where are you going?" The child looked at him seriously, pulled his sleeve away, and ran off towards the area with the most kids. The others exchanged glances, wondering if all the people in Lianshan village were this spirited. They heard a group of children shouting, "I won! I won! Whoever wins, come get a net. Everyone else, hurry up. Here. Here. I made a line. I won. Rock, paper, scissors. Paper."
Haha.
Old Master Huang waved his fan and walked over. In the middle, he saw two children around 11 or 12 years old, holding a fishing net, their hands tucked in with bamboo poles. Waiting for the children playing the game to determine the winner would get a tool, and the loser would get a bamboo pole. Mr. Huang noticed that he didn't understand the game the children were playing, so he wanted to ask. He heard one child in a blue outfit say, "One who takes the fish net will be in charge of catching. The one with the scoop will bring the fish up, and the one with the bamboo pole will guide. Everyone, watch the water level carefully. Those without tools should keep an eye on the people. Let's go." A group of children walked towards the riverbank, not heading to the main river, but to the water channel. "There shouldn't be any big fish. It's fine." Mr. Huang saw the child directing everyone and asked, "Little brother, where are you going?" The child looked up and replied, "Where do you come from?" Everyone was surprised, and Mr. Huang smiled. "I come from the city, beyond the mountains." "Are you looking for the village chief?" "I already visited yesterday, so I'm not looking now." "Then please feel free. I'm taking the others to catch fish." With that, he waved his hand and led the group of children away. Mr. Huang was taken aback. He had asked a pointless question. He watched the children and thought, "Let's go see." After all, he had never seen children catch fish like this before. Little Five directed the group, assigning a few people to each water channel. As the fishnet was pulled tight, those with bamboo poles began to paddle in the water, while those with scoops watched the surface. Soon, someone caught a fish in the scoop, and cheers erupted. The onlookers were surprised. It seemed the fish were easy to catch. Then a child shouted, Little Five, there are eels and loaches. Do you want them?" "Yes, but be careful not to step on the seedlings. The village chief will scold us." "We didn't bring shovels, so if we can't catch anything, it's fine." But for the children, this was the best kind of fun. They weren't going to give up easily. Not stepping on the seedlings was no big deal. They had experience in these matters. Then they heard, "Little Six, can we start now? Is everyone ready?" "Ready." The responses were mixed, some excited, some scared, and some worried. Heaven and earth, the universe. One child continued, "The sun and moon change. The stars align. Seasons come and go, autumn harvests and winter stores. Leap years complete the cycle. Music adjusts the sun. Clouds rise to bring rain. Bring rain. Clouds rise to bring rain. Dew turns to frost." Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang and the magistrate Zhao were both taken aback. What was going on? After they finished reciting the text, Xiao was still there checking who got the lines right and who got them wrong. Magistrate Zhao pulled Xiao Lu aside and asked, "Xiao Lu, what are you all doing here?" Xiao Lu cupped his hands and replied, "Greetings, sir. We are catching fish." Magistrate Zhao responded, "I heard you reciting a text. Why are you doing that here?" Xiao Lu scratched his head and said, "The village chief told us we shouldn't be illiterate. The teacher listens to the village chief and is going to test for scholars, so we have a break and are learning by ourselves." Magistrate Zhao was surprised and asked, "So you all?" "Yeah, they are all from the same class and haven't learned before. They are afraid of forgetting, so we are just practicing." He smiled and cupped his hands before running off. The children exchanged their tools and continued fishing. Magistrate Zhao said to Mr. Huang, "Shall we go find village chief Chen and see what's happening up the mountain?" Mr. Huang waved his fan and replied, "The important matters come first." The group walked toward the village, and they could still hear the children's voices. At the beginning, humans are inherently good. People are similar, but habits differ. One child's voice said, "It's okay not to be able to write, but you must be able to recognize. How terrible it would be not to know where you are, not even knowing if you're entering a shop to eat or to stay. You could be sold and still help count money." Mr. Huang asked, "Are these children?" "They are all from Lianshan village." They built a school in the village where both boys and girls study. They learn skills starting at 10 and, at 12, they can choose whether to continue or not, depending on their families. Mr. Huang thought about the letter he received and asked, "Is there just one teacher?" The teacher for boys is separate from the teacher for girls. Right now, the boys' teacher is preparing for the county exam, so they have a break. Those two children just now are. Oh, they're all from the Chen family. The one in blue directing is Xiao Wu, named Chen Sherdong, and the one I just called is Xiao Lu, named Chen Shigui. These two kids are quite organized. Not only in this village, but last year they spent some time in the county, and the children there also listened to them. Mr. Huang raised his eyebrows. They are that impressive? They are smart, but quite mischievous. In the county, their older sister often had to go find them with a stick. It has caused quite a bit of worry. Mr. Huang's mind was elsewhere as he glanced back at a group of children happily catching fish and reciting their lessons. When Chen Xiaowan woke up, it was already late morning. She felt refreshed, and when Dan Shaw brought her breakfast, she bit into a steamed bun and asked, "Who made this?" Dan Shaw shyly replied, "I kneaded the dough, and Madame Sue steamed it." Chen Xiaowan thought about whether she could bring these two along to learn about making dough when the village school taught it. However, she worried that the village ladies might want to send their own daughters instead. It was better to let Xiaojin and Xiaoqi teach them. After sipping some porridge, Dan Shaw continued, "Young Master Wu said this morning that they are going fishing today and asked if they could have fried fish for dinner. Did you tell him to wash them well first?" "I did." Young Master Wu promised to bring them over clean. Hearing this made Chen Xiaowan crave some crispy meat. Fried dough sticks and dumplings were also good. "I'll make a big pot of mung bean soup, and we won't have dinner tonight. I'll fry some snacks instead." "Okay. Madam, can I watch you cook tonight?" "Sure. Why do you ask? I want to learn." "If you want to learn, go ahead. There's nothing wrong with it. Farm dishes are simple." "Yes, I'll learn whatever you make." Chen Xiaowan understood what she meant and smiled, saying, "It's fine. Don't overthink it. In a few days, we can buy 2 cooks in the city." Then she remembered that her room was getting too crowded. After finishing her meal, she returned to her study to start drawing plans, but figuring out how to build and how many rooms was a challenge. She was truly busy, unable to relax. When she did, she always found something to do, keeping herself and others occupied. In the afternoon, Chen Xiaowu and Chen Xiaolu came in carrying a large bucket of freshly cleaned fish, shouting, "Sister, we washed the fish. Just put them down. I'll be right there. There's mung bean soup in the kitchen. Each of you can have a bowl first." "Thank you, sister." The two happily entered the kitchen, their muddy clothes overlooked. As the sun began to set, Village Chief Chen, Mr. Huang, and County Magistrate Zhao walked down from the mountains towards the village. At the pond by the hillside, a group of children was gathered around a pavilion, each holding a bowl of food. As I got closer, I saw that the table was filled with fried dough sticks, dumplings, crispy meat, fried small fish, and a pot of mung bean soup. Mr. Huang joked, "This food looks great." The children were happily eating and ignored him. Village Chief Chen said, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, your big sister made you some delicious food again." Xiao Wu wiped his oily mouth and replied, "Village Chief, it's not free. The small fish were caught by us today. Tomorrow, we will go up the mountain to pick wild grapes for our big sister. We promised to fill 3 big baskets. Still picking? That little hill is already cleared of wild grapes by her. Anyway, no one wants them. They're too sour to eat. Village Chief, you all wait." Xiao Lu. Things seemed to be heading in an unexpected direction, but at that moment no one knew. The 2 children quickly filled 2 baskets with small fish, fried dough sticks, and crispy meat, and the portions were quite generous. They handed the baskets to a few people, saying, "Don't bother with the mung bean soup. You can have Annie cook some when you get home." Village Chief Chen accepted the baskets eagerly. The food made by Xiaowan was always delicious. As for whether it was appropriate, that wasn't something he needed to worry about. In a village, it was just a matter of sharing food from one house to another, so it wasn't a big deal. However, the others were a bit unsure about whether to accept or not, and in the end, Wu Yong took them. Mr. Huang asked Xiaolu, I heard the village chief call you that. Are your parents okay with you giving away so much food? They're fine. Our big sister said this is what we earned with our own labor, so we can decide. Mr. Huang pointed to the group of children behind them and asked, what about them? They're fine too. The responses were mixed, but the tone was full of satisfaction, with no sign of reluctance. Xiaowu added, after eating, we pack our leftovers to take home. Really? Mr. Huang was surprised. You can take home what you haven't finished? Yes. Village Chief Chen was pleased and happily explained to a few people that the children's game rewarded those who worked hard, studied well, and played well. He then asked Xiaowu, what was your reward today? If we win a game of chess, we get 3 extra small fish. For every pair we make, we get 1 small fish. Oh, you all are playing for big rewards today. Today there are many little fish. Village Chief, if you don't go back soon, the dried fish won't taste good. All right, I'm going back. This child. The next day, Mr. Huang and his wife entered the village early in the morning. At the threshing ground, a group of children were practicing. Not only were there the kids who caught fish yesterday, but also a few girls. Among them were some pairs of twins, and surprisingly, a young girl was teaching them. Just by looking at her skills, Mr. Huang could tell she was not very experienced. After a short while, the girls walked towards a small alley, while the boys picked up the baskets on the ground and headed towards the hillside bay. The girl teaching stayed at the threshing ground, waiting. Soon, a girl around 16 or 17 came out of a house, wearing a light green top and a green skirt, with a fragrant autumn-colored belt around her waist, looking quite fresh. She was also carrying 2 baskets. Seeing someone come out, the teaching girl happily ran over, put one of the baskets on her back, and asked, Are you going, Mei-Lian? I'm going to class. We can go together. What is your sister doing at home? I don't know. When I left, my mother hadn't gotten up yet. Then let's hurry. The sun will get stronger soon. Yes. They had only taken a few steps when a woman quickly came out of the house, holding 2 sun hats, and said, You are both young ladies now. How can you be so careless? Don't you know to wear a sun hat in this heat? The girl smiled and took the hats, and then the 2 continued towards the hillside bay. What are you 2 doing? Village Chief Chen appeared from behind with a bowl in hand. Wu Yong said, Village Chief Chen, whose daughter is this? She looks so neat. Village Chief Chen squinted and replied, Are you trying to propose to someone? I'm telling you, that's not going to happen. Mrs. Huang laughed. So this girl is already promised to someone, or is she not getting married? Village Chief Chen took a couple of sips of porridge and said, No, she just won't marry an ordinary person. Mr. Huang became curious. Oh, who does she want to marry then? Village Chief Chen rolled his eyes and said, Well, no one really, just that an ordinary farmer doesn't match her. Mrs. Huang asked, What do you mean by that, Village Chief? Village Chief Chen replied, There's nothing to discuss. You shouldn't set your sights on this girl. Not only does her family disagree, but I also don't agree. Mr. Huang said, Can the village chief make decisions for her family? Not really, but a few words can still be heard. By the way, Mr. Huang, aren't you going to buy some saplings? Yesterday we looked at it. How much do you want? Prepare a price, and let the old man see if he can arrange it. About the girls in our village, don't get any ideas. Those tall, wealthy families won't accept our village girls, and they won't let them become concubines. Which family would dare let their daughter become a concubine? I would drive them out of the village. As he spoke, he cursed and walked away. Mr. Huang nodded, and Wu Yong chased after him, saying, Village chief, we still want to go up the mountain today. Can someone take us there? Wait a moment. Chen Xiaowan was biting her pen, sketching the plans for the new garden at Half Mountain Bay. She wasn't sure how many rooms to add or if there would be more people. The arrangements were uncertain. She had revised the plans several times, but the key was that if they built a house, they would also need to work on the land they had cultivated. There were still crops growing. She stretched and walked to the yard to check on the sunflowers. The petals were starting to fall, and the leaves were turning yellow. She picked 2 seeds and tasted them. They were a bit sweet. This year, she should be able to enjoy some sunflower seeds. She decided to grab a sickle from the tool shed, cut 2 sunflowers, and set them out to dry in the sun. She also cut a smaller one, removed the seeds, and planned to try eating them raw. Looking at the chili peppers in the vegetable garden, she thought this year would focus on collecting seeds. What to eat could be decided later. She moved a rocking chair to the porch and lay back, thinking that life passes by quickly and enjoying a carefree day is worth it. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Xiao Wu was directing his friends as they ran around picking grapes, repeatedly saying, "Make sure to pick the clean ones." Xiao Zhen and Dan Xia, who arrived later, went straight to the creek where the best grapes were, planning to pick some for snacks. The grapes they picked earlier had all been sold by Sange, so they hadn't eaten many themselves. The small mountain was peaceful, with children running around gathering wild fruits. In Mr. Huang's eyes, this was a picture of a happy and prosperous life for the common people. He felt quite satisfied, but thinking about the people in Dajiang, he worried that such a life of being well-fed and content might only be found in the mountain village. Xiao Wu, Mr. Huang waved. "What are you doing with those fruits?" Now Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu were clever and hard to get information from, but Chen Xiaowan didn't hide the fact that they were making wild grape wine. Not only did they drink it themselves, but they also served it to guests. So, in their memories, this was not as important as the unfamiliar plants in Chen Xiaowan's yard and those few grapevines. Naturally, they replied, "Making wine. My sister makes delicious fruit wine with these." Mr. Huang's mind was blown, and Mrs. Huang and Wu Yong were shocked. Mrs. Huang exclaimed, "You make wine with these fruits?" "Yes. Otherwise, why would we pick this if it doesn't taste good?" "But isn't the court against brewing and selling alcohol privately?" "We're not selling. My sister brews it for herself. She loves to drink." "Don't worry, ma'am. My sister said we can't do anything against the law. We're all good citizens." Xiao Wu spoke lightly, but Mr. Huang and the others felt uneasy, realizing how much they didn't know about the village. Were the people he sent really useless? Meanwhile, a few hidden guards felt anxious too. If their master pursued this, they could be in trouble. They couldn't investigate what Chen Xiaowan drank every night. Even Lord Xiongwei couldn't manage her garden. Mr. Huang asked Xiao Wu, "Does your sister still have that wine she brewed?" Xiao Wu tightened his eyes and said, "Mr. Huang, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. My sister said she finished last year's brew a while ago, and this year's isn't ready yet. Besides, we don't sell wine." He then went to pick grapes. Mr. Huang stopped him and asked Xiao Wu, "Do you know how much fresh food your village has?" "Not much fresh food. Everyone has the same." He turned and walked away. A friend asked Xiao Wu, "What are they doing?" "I'm not sure." Mr. Huang looked at the children in the distance and said, "We need to find Chen Xiaowan. If we keep digging like this, we won't have enough time." Mrs. Huang said, "I'll wander around the village these days. Have Mrs. Zhao accompany you. It's better with someone familiar. The adults and children in this village are very clever. They won't say a word." "Yes, ma'am. When I buy meat and vegetables in the village, those people really don't say a word. I even asked about Chen Xiaowan, and the butcher just glanced at me, while his wife gave me a cold look. What about the 2 girls who came with those kids? Why haven't we seen them all day? This mountain isn't small. They are probably picking fruit somewhere. Wu Yong, you don't need to stay with me these days. Let's split up. I don't believe we can't find out anything in this little village." In reality, they were overthinking. The villagers truly didn't know much. Chen Xiaowan rarely went out, and her interactions were just small talk about daily life. It was normal for the villagers not to know what she had at home. There are many children, and it won't take long for each of them to fill a basket with wild grapes. Just a little while later, they started looking for rabbit holes and other fruits. A group of kids was chattering happily, and they picked a lot of raspberries, wrapping them in leaves. As they wandered and picked in the mountains, Mrs. Huang felt tempted to join in, but she knew it wouldn't be useful to take them home since they couldn't eat them. "Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, are you here?" "Third sister, we are here. We're getting ready to head down the mountain. Are you all set?" Xiao Wu looked back at his happy friends and said, "Third sister, we want to play a bit longer." "Okay, but don't stay out too late. The sun is really strong, so be careful. Can you two ladies take us down the mountain? It's too hot. Xiaoxin looked at Mrs. Huang and smiled. Then, let's go together. At the pavilion by the pond halfway down the mountain, Qin Xiaowan set out tea and snacks, placing buns, dumplings, mung bean soup, and chrysanthemum tea around for the children who helped her pick grapes. She didn't pay them, but it was nice to offer some treats and drinks. The villagers wouldn't complain. A few years ago, they would have been very grateful, as having one less child to feed saved a lot of food. Now that conditions had improved, families could afford to care for their children, so it wasn't a big deal. Children raised in the mountains usually went home at night, and during the day, adults didn't pay much attention to them. Especially after Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu started looking after the group, adults only needed to check in at night or ask where they had gone. The relaxed adults sometimes joined in the fun when they saw the children playing, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Qin Xiaowan sat in the pavilion, waiting for the group of kids to come down. When Xiaojin and Mrs. Huang arrived, they saw a young woman with a graceful face, a wooden hairpin in her hair, and a blue dress with white trim, quietly sitting in the pavilion and gently fanning herself. She looked very serene. Big sister. Madam. Qin Xiaowan looked up and smiled at the four of them. You finally made it down. It's late, but it's not too hot. It is hot. Who are these two? Big sister. This is Mrs. Huang, the wife of Lord Zhao. Hello, Mrs. Huang, I am Qin Xiaowan. Mrs. Huang was surprised. This was the famous Qin Xiaowan. Would you like some tea? I prepared plenty for the kids on the mountain. Madame Huang came to her senses and said, Thank you, Mrs. Qin. It's better to follow your wishes. You two can put down the basket first. Dan Shaw casually placed the basket back in a yard, then went to wash her hands by the pond and directly asked Mrs. Su for some mung bean soup. Xiao Shen followed her. Qin Xiaowan and Madame Huang then sat down in the pavilion. Soon, Ji Yi and Ru Yi brought mung bean soup for Madame Huang and her maid. It's hot outside. Drinking some mung bean soup will help cool you down. Mrs. Chun is very thoughtful. Madame Huang signaled for her maid to take it and said, This is my maid, Dong Hui. Hello, Mrs. Chun, said Dong Hui. Hello, Miss Dong Hui. Madame Huang came from the bustling capital. Have you been comfortable in Lianshan village these past few days? You know, the village is small and there aren't many outsiders, so it's easy to know. Lord Zhao often visits but rarely brings outsiders. Our families are connected. The master heard that Lianshan village has many fresh foods, so he was curious and wanted to see. Since Lord Zhao is here, I asked him to introduce us. Did you find anything appealing? Madame Huang shook her head and said, Village Chief Qin mentioned that the fruit trees have been growing for decades before they bear fruit. If we buy some to plant, the master said he might not even get to eat them. I wanted to bring back some fresh fruit, but they aren't ripe yet. We came at the wrong time. Qin Xiaowan smiled. Actually, it doesn't have to be that late. It just takes some effort to take care of them. If you nurture them well, you can start eating from them in 7 or 8 years. Madame Huang said, It depends on what the master thinks, but it's different from what we initially expected. It takes 10 years to grow trees and 100 years to raise people. Good things don't happen overnight. The trees in our village were planted decades ago, yet the village still faced hunger for many years. Only 2 years ago could we finally eat the fruit, and now every household has brick houses. Mrs. Chun, that makes sense, but it does take a long time. I've heard that a family needs at least 3 generations of hard work to thrive, and they must avoid mistakes to succeed. Planting trees is probably similar. Madame Huang fell silent, surprised by Qin Xiaowan's straightforward and pointed remarks. However, she felt she couldn't say much more, as it wouldn't suit her status. After thinking for a moment, she said, It seems you really hope we can buy some trees to plant. Madam, this fruit tree has already been planted in many places in Qingping County. In a few years, the price of this fruit won't be so high. It's just that in our great Ginger dynasty, we don't really care if other places have it. They say that a strong country makes for a wealthy people. If the common folks have more food to eat, life should be a bit better, right? A strong country, wealthy people. Madame Huang repeated, as if she had heard something remarkable. After a moment, she said, What Chen said is very true, but our great Ginger dynasty has always had expensive food, and with the frequent natural disasters in recent years, I heard my husband say that the national treasury is empty. How can we have a strong country and wealthy people? Chen Xiaowan smiled while fanning herself and said to Xiaozhen, please help me wash some fruit and bring over some boiled peanuts. Okay. Xiaozhen quickly gathered some freshly picked grapes and boiled salted peanuts. She knew these were important, though she wasn't sure why her sister wanted them. Still, she smartly prepared a small plate, just enough to taste. Chen Xiaowan smiled and said to Madame Huang, try some. Madame Huang hesitated, but Chen Xiaowan took two to taste. One was salty and the other sweet, and they tasted quite good. If they had these in the past, it would have been like a feast, but now they simply didn't have the means to enjoy such things. Madame Huang carefully ate 2 peanuts, recalling that she had eaten some when they dug peanuts in Lianshan village a few days ago. Looking at the fresh grapes, she realized she rarely got to enjoy such fruits. Although she had enough to eat, they weren't this fresh. After tasting 2, her eyes lit up as she looked at Chen Xiaowan and asked, where did these delicious things come from? Chen Xiaowan called out, Ji, help me pick a sunflower. Chen Xiaowan skillfully opened the sunflower Ji brought and scooped out some seeds, offering them to Madame Huang, saying, try these. Madame Huang had fewer reservations now and took a seed to crack open. It seemed cracking seeds was a natural skill for humans. Madame Huang cracked them expertly, smiling as she enjoyed them. Chen Xiaowan set some seeds on the stone table and handed the rest to Madame Huang, saying, if you like them, take some home. But they're still raw, so don't eat too many. Madame Huang was surprised. Can these be cooked? Roasted in autumn and winter, they taste amazing. They make the best snacks for the new year and winter. But I don't have many here as I need to save some seeds, so there isn't much to eat. Madame likes it. We can make arrangements next autumn and winter. The village should be able to sell some by then. Mrs. Huang looked at the sunflower plate in her hand and then at the ring of sunflowers by the pond. She thought they were wildflowers, but they turned out to be food. Mrs. Chen, this food is truly surprising. Nature provides many things that can be eaten. I disagree with what Madame said about ginger being rare. Perhaps there are just too many things that people don't know are edible, so they rarely plant them. The sunflower seeds were brought by a woman from the northwest. She secretly planted them for over 10 years, but was afraid to grow too many because people around her said they were flowers and toxic. She only dared to eat a little when she was extremely hungry, fearing both starvation and poisoning. But Madam, the various herbs the doctor gives us are also toxic. Yet we use them to treat illnesses. If something has even a little poison, it shouldn't be eaten. Mrs. Huang suddenly found this very reasonable. What should she do? Why hasn't the master come down yet? She forced a smile and said, Mrs. Chin, you have a point. Xiaozhen also took a sunflower plate and said, Sister, this can be eaten. Let's try it, but don't take too much from my plate. I need to save some seeds. Otherwise, the village chief will come crying to me. Xiaozhen laughed. Then I must hide it well. I can't let him see it. But sister, when will you harvest this? I can help. In a few days. Please ask uncle if it will rain soon. I need to harvest a few days in advance and let it dry for 2 days. All right, sister, I'll head back now. I need to wash up. I'm all sweaty from the mountain climb. Go ahead. In the afternoon, keep an eye on Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu during their nap. Don't let them run wild. Got it. Xiaozhen took a sunflower plate and went home. Chen Xiaowan looked at the path down the mountain, wondering why those boys hadn't returned yet. She had so much to share. Little did she know a similar conversation was happening on the mountain. Mr. Huang sat on a stone by the creek and asked, Xiao Wu, why do those kids listen to you? Xiao Wu pouted and replied, why wouldn't they listen to me? You're not an official. You're just a farmer's child. Why do they all listen to you? Xiao Wu rolled his eyes and said, I can teach them fun games, give them tasty food, and help them earn coins. With fun, food, and money to be made, it would be silly for them not to listen to me. Mr. Huang choked a bit. You give them fun, good food, and a chance to earn money. Of course. We play chess, learn words, go up the mountain to catch birds and fish in the water. It's all fun. Plus, when we catch birds and fish, not only does my sister cook for us, but we can also take some home or sell them to traders for coins. So, what's wrong with that? Woo Young asked, don't the adults at their homes mind? I help take care of their kids. What could they say? Then why do you do it? Because it's fun. Mr. Huang asked again, Xiaowu, have you thought about the fact that if they listen to you, it's your responsibility? In the future, you will have to share all the good food, fun, and useful things. The young boy continued to splash in the creek and replied, a single chopstick is easy to break, but a bunch of chopsticks is hard to break. I play with them, and when they play with me, we are together. If they don't want to play with me, that's their choice. They are their own people. Why should I be responsible for them? They take care of themselves and I take care of myself. His words were a bit complex. Mr. Huang listened for a while before saying, would you not want to play with them anymore? I would. If they are troublesome, disobedient, gossip behind our backs, betray us, or bully others. Mr. Huang asked, then what about those? I wouldn't do that. But my sister says to adapt to the situation, unite all possible forces, protect ourselves, and protect those we need to protect. Mr. Huang suppressed his feelings and continued to ask, what if he still can't do it? The young boy glanced at Mr. Huang and said, weigh the pros and cons, and decide quickly. After a moment, he added, actually, it's not necessary. We farmers have just this little land and these fruit trees on the mountain. There isn't anything too big going on. My sister told us that an individual's strength is limited, and a village's strength is also limited, but the strength of a city or a country is very great. If the common people want to live well, the country must be strong. So, if the village's fruit trees, two-season rice, and fresh food are wanted by other villages, we will share the seeds. Mr. Huang, do you also want seeds? You can just ask the village chief directly. He will arrange it. If only our Lian Mountain village has these, and people in other places can't eat well or stay warm, that's not a good thing. Mr. Huang, I need to go down the mountain now. On the way down the mountain, Mr. Huang continued to ask Xiaowu, Xiaowu, your fruits and saplings from Lianshan village are not cheap at all. Xiaowu rolled his eyes and replied, they are rare items. If they were too cheap, people would think we are fools. That would make it easier for them to take advantage of us. Besides, if they are a bit more expensive, people will learn to appreciate them. Mr. Huang glanced at Wu Yong, who immediately lowered his head. Mr. Huang asked again, Xiaowu, have you ever thought about leaving Lianshan village to see the outside world? I will go when I grow up. Right now, I am still too young and need to learn skills first. What do you like? I like practicing martial arts, but my sister insists that I should also study. She says I can't be illiterate. Mr. Huang. In the pavilion, Chen Xiaowan and Madame Huang stood up as a group of people approached. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu ran forward, sister. Chen Xiaowan patted their heads. Did my fruits get damaged? Put them in the yard. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu stiffened, feeling uneasy about the fruits on their backs. Forcing a smile, they stepped back toward the yard, casting a fierce glare at Mr. Huang. If it weren't for his many questions, they wouldn't have forgotten that the fruits should not be shaken. Chen Xiaowan ignored them, letting them fuss around, knowing she would deal with it later. Madame Huang smiled and introduced, this is my husband and our servant, Wu Yong. This is Miss Chen Xiaowan. Chen Xiaowan performed a respectful gesture. I have heard of Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang returned the gesture. I have long heard of Mrs. Chen's name. She is quite talented. Chen Xiaowan. I just spoke with your younger brother Xiaowu for a bit. Mrs. Chen is great at teaching children. Chen Xiaowan turned her gaze to the young boy who was picking wild grapes. She smiled and said, a village woman is making Mr. Huang laugh. Unity can bring together all strengths, and not everyone can express that like a village woman. Mrs. Chen is being modest. Chen Xiaowan. However, no one noticed that Lady Su had quietly entered the yard from the pavilion. After some polite exchanges and testing each other, Chen Xiaowan showcased her identity as a scholar's daughter. Finally, Madame Huang left with Mr. Huang, holding a large plate of sunflower seeds. Chen Xiaowan watched the departing figures, pondering about the pale-faced servant, who seemed similar to Eunuch Lu. She wondered if she was right about the story's plot and its characters. Am I still myself? The fan in my hand was waving faster and faster. I watched the happy little ones in the pavilion, along with a group of children, and then looked at Lianshan village, thinking that I didn't go looking for them. They came to me. I didn't want this. But Lianshan village needed to have the strength to protect itself, while I just wanted a peaceful life. After waking up from a nap, Chen Xiaowan waved her fan and took Dansha to the village chief's house, while Dansha carried the sunflower head she had cut in the morning. Chen Xiaowan thought she was quite clever to pass the blame. She also planned to visit Wang Lizi and Cui Yufang to discuss how the little woman was quite frightened, but she heard that the village would handle it, and she felt reassured. In the evening, Uncle Chen came to Banshan Bay and asked, "Can't you be a bit quieter every day?" The village chief has gone to discuss things with the clan elders and the 5 main families again. Chen Xiaowan was eating spicy shredded pork and smiled as she served Uncle Chen a bowl of rice, saying, "Uncle, sit down and try this dish." Uncle Chen turned red from the spice but still ate 2 big bowls of rice, while Chen Xiaowan watched him with a grin. After a moment, Uncle Chen pointed at her, unable to find words. Then Chen Xiaowan comforted him and took him to see the chili field. "Uncle, this is all I have for now. I saved some seeds to plant more in the next few days, and we should be able to harvest in October. I haven't mentioned this to the village chief yet. I'm still deciding whether to keep it for ourselves or sell it. Selling it might be difficult, and it's not easy to preserve. Let's not sell it for now. You can have Annie and the other ants plant some too, and we'll eat it ourselves first. We need to save more seeds." Chen Xiaowan laughed and teased Uncle Chen. "Uncle, those marinated meats would taste even better with this flavor, but there's just not enough right now. I still haven't found some varieties." Uncle Chen looked at her and said, "Every day, I don't know how you come across so many strange things." Chen Xiaowan smiled. Ji Yi brought over some watermelons, and Chen Xiaowan cheerfully said, "Uncle, try this too. It's a seed from the northwest, but there are too many seeds in it. Your plants have mostly borne fruit now. You didn't ask me before, but now you can tell me about them. Should we invite 3rd uncle, 4th uncle, 5th grandpa, and the village chief along with the clan elders?" Uncle Chen finished the watermelon in his hand and said, "You go finish your meal, and I'll call the others." That evening, the vegetable field in Banshan Bay was filled with people, and the elders were chanting for their ancestors' blessings. Uncle Wu looked at Chen Xiaowan and said, "Xiaowan, you've really made a big deal this time. The village might not be able to handle it." Chen Xiaowan laughed. "Don't worry. We still have Magistrate Zhao." Uncle Wu chuckled and pointed at her, "You girl." Then, with tears in his eyes, he lifted his head several times before managing to hold back his emotions. The Qin family had finally endured hardship and found happiness. Meanwhile, Magistrate Zhao was pacing in his room, feeling anxious. He had been staying in Lianshan village for a few days, where the villagers were unruly and lacked manners. He said to Madame Zhao, "Dear, I need to find someone to teach the villagers proper etiquette. I just feel like they might cause trouble, and I can't relax." Madame Zhao sighed. Etiquette is usually taught by a scholar, while young girls learn from a governess. "What kind of person do you need to hire?" Magistrate Zhao felt a headache coming on. Seeing his distress, Madame Zhao suggested, "How about I go stay in Lianshan village tomorrow? I'll return after those 2 leave." Magistrate Zhao bowed to her, saying, "Thank you, my dear." Madame Zhao thought for a moment and said, "I'll bring Chinchara with me." "That won't do, dear. We can't reveal the identities of those 2. Madame Zhao. Meanwhile, in the village office of Lianshan, Mr. Huang, Mrs. Huang Wuyong, and a secret guard were discussing today's events. On the table was the sunflower seed plate that Mrs. Huang had brought back, but only a small amount of seeds remained. "A strong nation leads to a prosperous people." Chen Xiaowan really said that. "Yes, sir." She also mentioned that a family needs 3 generations of effort to succeed without mistakes. She said the fruit trees in the village have been planted for decades, and Lianshan village has been poor for many years. Once the fruit is ready to eat, every household will have brick houses. That was the gist of it. "Mr. Huang, Today, I spoke with that kid named Xiao Wu and found out he's not simple. He actually understands the ways of leadership. The others. If Chen Xiaowan knew about this, she would surely scoff. The ways of leadership are just about people seeking profit. It's human nature to seek what benefits oneself and brings comfort. The world is bustling for profit, and people are always weighing their interests. It's just how human hearts change. She doesn't want to get too involved in the world's causes and effects, nor does she want to change anything. She hasn't taught the children too much. Otherwise, with her years of hard work and the children's talents, they could still take a chance. But what would that chance bring? Life is short, and she has no desire for fame or fortune. Compared to power and wealth, she prefers freedom and living as she wishes. Her dream is to relax, a reward for her years of hard work. Moreover, children from farming families need to have their own abilities to succeed. In such a difficult age, especially in ancient times with many noble families, she is not willing to force things or ruin anyone's future. If the children have the ambition, she will support them. If not, she hopes they can live peacefully like her. The effort she puts into food is mainly for her own comfort, and secondly, to help the Qin family and the villagers of Lianshan live better. The benefits to the common people are just a ripple effect. She never thought too much about it. As for now, the cards have been dealt, and she must take them back. She has crossed over, not seeking wealth or fame, but she cannot afford to be a pawn. The Qin family has given her a kind of selfless love she has never experienced, and Lianshan village has provided her a place to settle. It is only natural for her to give back a little. As for Niezheng, now that she is here, she might as well participate in the game. As long as she can exit whenever she wants, everything else is just an experience, so it doesn't matter. The reason for her arrival will reveal itself in time. The next day, when County Magistrate Zhao and his wife left the county office, they were greeted by Village Chief Chen, who cheerfully said, "Sir Zhao, come visit our village. There's something good to see." Magistrate Zhao felt a sudden jolt. Lianshan village was up to something again. He had to maintain his authority and asked, "What good thing?" "Ah, you must have seen it, sir. It's the big flower from our village, yellow and a bit like the sun." "Yes, like the sun. The seeds in the flower are even edible and quite tasty." "Ah, I'll take you to see it. Next year, our village will be able to plant a lot, haha." Zhao County Magistrate and Madam Zhao exchanged glances. How should one describe this? Lianshan village always brings surprises, especially with that person still. "Ha, madam, you will definitely like it too. It's beautiful and delicious, haha." Village Chief Qin couldn't hide his excitement. That girl Xiaowan's vegetable garden is a treasure, filled with so many fresh things. This will surely astonish the Zhao County Magistrate. That girl is really smart. The Zhao County Magistrate felt a bit overwhelmed and directly helped his wife onto the carriage. He also called for the clerk and the assistant. With new crops emerging, he couldn't be the only one to know. That person's identity couldn't be revealed yet. After all, he had been a governor for over 10 years, and being the county magistrate of Qingping County has been the most exhausting. As the carriage clattered along the stone road, people automatically stepped aside. The Zhao County Magistrate lifted the curtain to look at the street and the citizens, lost in thought, recalling his experiences since taking office in Qingping County. By all accounts, he had made significant contributions and could be recorded in history. In Lianshan village, Chen Xiaowan was leisurely eating breakfast at the table, thinking how wise the ancients were. If one has no worries, it is a good time in the world. She thought that if there was nothing to do, it would be even better. If it rains again, mushrooms should grow in the pine forest. Braised pork with pine mushrooms is also a delicious dish. She was truly working hard for a good meal. Today, she would hand over the crops from her garden, and she should be able to relax for quite a while. The small farmer was becoming a small landowner, and life was quite pleasant. However, the village and the county office would be busy for a while. She really was a great person. Perfect, Chen Xiaowan was very satisfied. The other villagers were waiting at village chief Chen's house. This matter might not be as big as the double crop rice, but it was certainly not a small issue. The double crop rice is significant, but it can't be sold for silver. However, peanuts and sunflower seeds can be sold directly for silver. The elders were worried that this would increase Lianshan village's annual income even more. With the pomelos, persimmons, dried persimmons, chestnuts, peanuts, and sunflower seeds from the mountain, the old men's hearts couldn't handle it. Uncle Chin kept rubbing his forehead, while Grandpa Wu gently patted his hand. As soon as the Zhao County magistrate and village chief Chin arrived, everyone surrounded them. Madame Zhao got off the carriage midway to visit the official post to find Madame Huang. One person hugged the county magistrate and headed towards Banshan Bay, not caring whether the weather was hot or not. For farmers, nothing was more important than their work in the fields. Xiao San and Xiao Zhen arrived at Banshan Bay first. Xiao San brought her freshly harvested honey, propolis, and beeswax. This was just made yesterday, sister. Please keep it. Chun Xiaowan smiled and said, "How many bees are you raising now? You bring me some every few days. Do you have enough for yourselves?" Of course. That old man is really into it now, and even Uncle C has joined in. We have more than 10 hives, and he hardly eats anything else at home now. These days, even Big Brother and Second Brother are thinking about raising a few hives. Chun Xiaowan and Xiao Zhen both laughed. Uncle Chen always works in bursts. He must enjoy something to the fullest. Then let's save it. This stuff won't spoil. It won't spoil, but we can't sell it openly. I wanted to let Chun Cheng and the others take some to the city to sell, but Dad said this honey is good. Selling it loose would be a loss. We should save it and later make some honey pomelo tea to sell. It might fetch a higher price. Sounds good. I'll help make it. Xiao Zhen raised her hand. Xiao Sen smiled and replied, "You won't be left out." He then asked Chin Xiaowan's sister, "Are you just going to hand over those things from your vegetable garden to the government? What else can I do? We can't protect it, and besides, whether it's Qingping County or Dajiang Dynasty, we can't let our village stand out alone. If we want to sell in the future, we need to follow the rules. But if we hand it over, does our village still have an advantage? Of course. At least we can harvest a few years earlier than other villages, allowing us to sell earlier. By the time others catch up, the prices will have dropped." Seeing Xiao San's unwilling expression, she continued, "Xiao San, if you were a government official and knew there was a place making a lot of money every year, what would you think and do? If you were from another village or place and heard about such a village, what would you think and do? And if you were part of the local gentry, what would you think and do? You can even consider if you were. What would you think and do? Xiao Zhen, you can think about it too." After a while, Xiao Sen said, "Sister, I just feel it's unfair to those people." Chun Xiaowan patted him and said, "What's unfair about it? When you're poor, you take care of yourself. When you're successful, you help others. It's just food. There's no need to hold back. Moreover, there is a good reputation." "A good reputation. Sister, what do you think?" "Sure." Chun Xiaowan whispered, "This is the best protection." The three exchanged smiles, understanding everything without words. County Magistrate Zhao and his group headed straight to the vegetable field, while Uncle Chen came in to call for Chin Xiaowan, as only she could clarify the matters there. Uncle Chen felt a headache coming on. None of his 6 children caused him as much worry as Chin Xiaowan did. He had tried every way to keep things hidden, but it was impossible to hide them now. As the group arrived at the vegetable field, they saw 2 young boys under the grapefruit tree, one holding a sunflower seed plate and munching away, seeds scattered all around. Village Chief Chin looked at the boys, unsure whether they were drinking or not. Uncle Chin called out under the pressure of the crowd, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu." The boys stood up and awkwardly bowed, trying to sneak away with the sunflower plate. Uncle Chin moved to grab their collars, but the boys had learned a few tricks from Xiongwei, and unless they wanted to be caught, Uncle Chin couldn't hold them. Grandpa Wu intervened, saying, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, go to your sister's house. We have important matters here." The boys respectfully replied, "Yes," and turned to head to Chin Xiaowan's courtyard, as they needed her help for tonight's stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. As Chun Xiaowan, and the others came out, they happened to run into the boys rushing forward. Uncle Chen said, "What are you two running around for?" The boys froze and stopped, dropping the sunflower plate. Uncle Chen gritted his teeth. Chen Xiaowan smiled, picked it up, and handed it to them, saying, "Take this and come with me." Xiao San and Xiao Zhen smiled and patted their heads, leading them to the vegetable field. Village Chief Chen was introducing the sunflower to County Magistrate Zhao. "Sir Zhao, this is the flower. The seeds in the middle can be eaten. You can try them. They can be roasted like peanuts and chestnuts. They make a great snack." Seeing Chen Xiaowan approach, he said, "Xiaowan, come and talk to County Magistrate Zhao." He added, "Sir Zhao, this is Chen Xiaowan. She is the one who planted all of this." "Nice to meet you, sir," Chen Xiaowan greeted the newcomers. County Magistrate Zhao examined the young woman before him. She wore a blue outfit with a matching skirt and belt, her features delicate, and a wooden hairpin was stylishly placed in her hair. Surprisingly, it was made of rosewood. This young woman was connected to everything new in the village, from the two-season rice to the fruit trees and chestnut trees. No need for formalities. "Thank you, sir." Chen Xiaowan stood up and said, "Sir, this flower is a sunflower. The seeds were brought back from the northwest, but they do not belong to the lady." She turned to Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, go call Aunt from Uncle Lizy's family. It is from Aunt Wang's family, passed down through generations. She plants some every year, and this year she gave these seeds as a thank you gift to the lady. Since the lady knows about them, she decided to try planting them. The flowers are yellow and face the sun. Once the petals and leaves wilt, they can be harvested. The seeds inside the flower head are a nice snack, but they won't fill you up. They are great for gatherings and parties. You need about 2 pounds of seeds for an acre, and you can harvest 500 to 600 pounds if the yield is high. When I planted them, I was just experimenting, so I didn't use a whole field. I scattered them randomly. Including those by the pond, there should only be about 200 plants here. If we save all the seeds this year and plant them in the village's open space tomorrow, we could have a large harvest. I was thinking it's July now. I wonder if we can plant another batch. I'm afraid they won't grow as well since they like the sun." The county magistrate listened, calculating in his mind. Some villagers couldn't hold back because Chen Xiaowan had mentioned that they could plant twice a year. Someone asked Xiaowan, "Can we really plant 2 seasons? Can you give me some seeds or sell me some seeds? I want to grow some for the kids."
Yes.
"Yes."
Xiaowan.
"Everyone, please be patient. This depends on the village chief's arrangements. Once we gather everything, some seeds will be given to the village chief to distribute." The county magistrate asked her, "Madam Chen, are you thinking?" "I wanted to ask Sir Zhao if he would like some seeds. If they are planted in other parts of Lianshan village, it could bring in a significant income for the farmers by the new year." Chen Xiaowan noticed Lord Huang and Lady Huang, followed by Lady Zhao, joining the crowd. With a smile, she said to Sir Zhao, "Sir, come take a look at this fruit. It's a type of melon that I call a watermelon." As she squatted down and tapped it, the sound was crisp, and she laughed, saying, "It should be ripe, little three." Little three stepped forward, picked the melon, and used a knife to cut it in half, revealing the red flesh and dark seeds inside. With a green striped rind, red flesh, and black seeds, these seeds are also edible. They taste sweet and are very refreshing, especially in summer. These seeds were also brought back from the northwest. I didn't know how to plant them the first time, but they grew well, although there are a lot of seeds.
"Sir, you can give it a try."
Xiao San and Xiao Zhen cut the melon into small pieces, each taking a bit to taste, and then directly gave the remaining half to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu hugged the melon and ran off quickly, while Xiao San shouted after him, "Make sure to save the seeds." "Sir, don't you think this is a really good fruit? If we sell it, we should get a good price for it." Zhao Deren felt torn inside, wondering how to handle and protect these things. Lianshan village had presented him with quite a challenge. Just then, he glanced over and saw Lord Huang nibbling on a small piece of watermelon. His mind went blank for a moment, and he said, "Brother Huang, you're here? Come take a look at this melon. You could plant some in your garden later." Everyone was stunned. Lady Zhao was shocked. thinking her husband was being too bold. Lord Huang was also taken aback, but didn't say anything, stepping forward a few paces. Lady Huang laughed from behind, finding the people of Qingping County and Lianshan Village amusing. Even this man couldn't resist. Chen Xiaowan was momentarily stunned, but then found it funny. This Zhao County magistrate was quite interesting. Chen Xiaowan introduced again. Lord Huang asked, "Do you know the yield?" Chen Xiaowan replied, "Honestly, I don't know. It's my first time planting, and I'm not sure if I did it right. I just got a small bag of seeds and was worried they wouldn't grow. If you're interested, I can provide some seeds for the agricultural officials to study. Our village chief can also arrange for some skilled farmers to try planting again next year." Lord Huang nodded. "Do you have many seeds?" Chen Xiaowan led everyone to the melon field, saying, "Everything is right here. There are about 30 melons, but I don't know how many seeds we can collect. We can divide them later." She bent down to pick a melon, sniffed it, and said, "I call this one a fragrant melon. It smells nice and tastes a bit sweet." The seeds were also brought back from the northwest, and there aren't many, just this small patch. The seeds inside are also usable. As she spoke, she handed the melon to Xiao San, who let everyone smell it before cutting it open for everyone to taste a small piece. Chen Xiaowan then bent down to pick a few different melons, saying, "I forgot the names of these seeds. They're not very tasty, but they can be eaten as snacks. Everyone can try them." Xiao San cut them open for everyone to taste. "As for the fruits, this is about all we have. Sir, how would you like to arrange this? I only have this much for now. First, I need to keep some seeds for myself to grow food," said Chen Village Chief. Village Chief Chen immediately shouted, "We should keep some for our village too." Zhao, the official, glanced at him and then looked at Lord Huang. Lord Huang thought for a moment and asked, "How long can these fruits last?" "I'm not sure, but since they are ripe, they probably won't last long. If we can use ice, they might last a bit longer," replied Chen. "These can only be planted next spring." Lord Huang waved his fan, showing some impatience. Chen Xiaowan glanced at Zhao County Magistrate and then looked at another piece of land, looking quite troubled. Zhao County Magistrate felt a jolt in his heart. There was more to discuss. "Is there something else, Chen?" Chen Xiaowan hesitated, walked toward that piece of land, and finally said, "Sir, I'm not sure if I should say this." Lord Huang encouraged her, "Go ahead, it's fine." Chen Xiaowan looked up, still feeling uneasy, and glanced at Zhao County Magistrate. Zhao County Magistrate also urged her, "It's all right, please speak." Chen Xiaowan began to dig in the ground beneath her feet, while Xiao Zhen handed her a small hoe. "Sir, I brought this back from the northwest. There was only one seed. I thought it was a fruit, so I kept it. I didn't expect it to sprout. I planted it like yam, not hoping it would survive, but it grew many leaves. I saw there was enough space, so I divided it, and it turned into this patch." Zhao County Magistrate, Lord Huang, and the villagers from Chun and Jiashan villages moved closer. "If this was a food crop, and it grew so easily, that would be amazing." Chen Xiaowan dug out a few sweet potatoes and said, "These are it. They grew quite a lot. A few days ago, my husband came back and I dug some out. They're sweet and can be steamed, boiled, or fried. They're quite filling." Zhao County Magistrate held the sweet potato for a long time and said to Lord Huang, "Brother Huang, this is a golden sweet potato. A few years ago, someone from the Hu people brought this as a tribute. It was very precious, and we didn't have it in our region." Lord Huang examined it closely with a serious expression. Chen Xiaowan couldn't hold back and said, "Lord Huang, you can eat this raw. It's also easy to grow." Xiao San stepped forward and cut a few sweet potatoes to share with everyone. Zhao County Magistrate was too late to stop him. Lord Huang looked at that patch of land and said, "This is a seed for a fruit." Chen Xiaowan nodded. He then asked, "Can we harvest these?" Chen Xiaowan nodded again. Zhao County Magistrate took the hoe, ready to start digging. Uncle Chen rushed over and said, "Sir, I will do it." Some eager villagers quickly ran home to get tools. Oh no! Something big was happening again. Our Lianshan village was about to prosper. There wasn't much land, and soon everything was dug up. Someone weighed the harvest and found it was 120 pounds. Chun Shaowan thought about how Nyezheng had taken nearly 30 pounds, plus what they had from their own garden, making it about 200 pounds in total, which was quite impressive. After taking care of the plants for so long, dividing them a few times and planting cuttings, she was very satisfied with the harvest. That evening, the county magistrate took most of the sweet potatoes, leaving her about 10 pounds. He didn't mention money, only that he would report it to the emperor. He also took some seeds of different melons and 2 large sunflower heads, instructing them to plant more and save seeds. He reminded them what to plant within a 50-mile radius, which left village chief Chen feeling quite frustrated. That night, Mr. Huang and Mrs. Huang returned to the county town, but how they arranged things was not mentioned. Chen Shaowan felt much more relaxed. Uncle Chen smiled at her and gently patted her head as they returned to the village together. It was strange that no one mentioned the day's events again. When they got home, even their wives were not informed. When Xiao Wu brought Cui Yufang, Uncle Chen was digging sweet potatoes. The county magistrate asked a few questions and inquired how many sunflowers she had planted. She replied that there were over 100. The magistrate then asked if she could sell some seeds to the county. She glanced at Chen Shaowan and nodded. The next day, Chen Shaowan and her family harvested all the sunflowers, leaving just a few. Meanwhile, the sunflowers from Cui Yufang's family were cut by people sent by the county magistrate, who took away 200 taels of silver and the sunflower heads. Cui Yufang, holding the silver, nervously approached Shaowan, who simply said, "You're being stingy." Cui Yufang quickly replied that it was quite a lot. She had only wanted 2 taels. Chen Shaowan looked at her for a moment and said, "Next time, ask the village chief for help with this." Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu practiced martial arts every day, while Chen Shaowan insisted they also study. They kept asking her to tell them stories. Life was lively and enjoyable. However, just a few days later, Mr. Huang and Mrs. Huang returned to Lianshan village to ask village chief Chen about buying some fruit trees. Village chief Chen readily agreed. Mr. Huang suddenly felt a childlike joy and let the kids, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, take him around the entire Lianshan village. They even went fishing together. Chen Shaowan, unable to watch, took out a fishing rod for them to use. The 2 adults and a group of kids had a great time. To what extent? Xiao Wu dared to wrap his arms around Mr. Huang's neck playfully and hugged Wu Yang's waist, refusing to let go. Then, Uncle Chen chased them with a bamboo stick, playfully scolding them. Xiao San occasionally joined in the fun and even brought 2 jars of honey. Mrs. Huang would visit the hillside bay and attended cooking classes for girls at the school, showing interest in the lessons. She praised Xiao Xiao and Xiaoya for being clever, making the 2 girls smile brightly. She also inquired about Xiao Zhen's family. Xiao Zhen blushed and said nothing was decided yet. Mrs. Huang squeezed her hand and sighed, unable to express everything she felt. She taught Xiao Qi how to make perfume, and Xiao Qi was so happy that she spun around in circles. Later, she secretly brought 2 jars of honey to Mrs. Huang, making her very joyful. The night before Mr. and Mrs. Huang left, County Magistrate Zhao and his wife came to have dinner at Chen Village's home. Chen Shaowan prepared a sweet potato dish for them, which Mr. Huang appreciated since it was made from new seeds. After dinner, Mr. Huang and others went to Uncle Chen's house and called for Uncle Chen Si, saying they had a mischievous child who liked Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu and wanted to take them in to keep them company. Uncle Chen firmly declined, thanking Mr. Huang for his kindness, saying that farmers' children don't know proper manners and might offend the noble family, and he didn't want to trouble young Master Huang. Mrs. Huang suggested that they could study together with a tutor at home, and they could even prepare for the Imperial exams, with all expenses covered. Mr. and Mrs. Zhao were anxious and secretly told Uncle Chen that Mr. Huang's family was well respected and that this was a rare opportunity. Uncle Chen and Uncle Chen Si exchanged glances and resolutely replied, "Thank you, Mr. Huang, for your kindness. We farmers don't expect much from them in the future. We just want them to be safe and happy by our side." The 2 brothers didn't know how to negotiate, One was being stubborn while the other quickly ran to the hillside bay. Xiaowu stood in front of Mr. Huang and asked, Mr. Huang, how old is your son? I have a little C and little Wu at home, about your age. Can I learn martial arts? There is a skilled person at home whose martial arts are well known in the community. Xiao Wu's eyes brightened. Then can I not go to school? Didn't you say you wanted to be both knowledgeable and skilled? Do you live in the capital? Yes, we live in the capital. Will your young master bully me? If he bullies you, just come to me, and I'll help you. But Xiao Wu, didn't you say you aren't afraid of being bullied? If I go, can I go out freely? As long as you tell me and Aunt Huang, you can. The young boy's eyes darted around. Lord Huang, Lady Huang, can I think about it by myself? The young boy stepped outside and ran into Qin Xiaowan and Xiaolu, who were hurrying over. The young boy pouted and called out, Sister. Qin Xiaowan didn't go inside, but led the two children to the other end of the threshing ground. She asked, Do you both want to go? Xiao Wu replied, I want to go, but I also don't want it. Xiao Lu thought for a moment and said, I'm the eldest son, so I can't go. Xiao Wu, why do you want to go? Sister, my older brothers learn carpentry, and my fourth brother is good at studying. I'm the only one who doesn't know anything, and I don't like studying. I'm growing up. Qin Xiaowan patted Xiao Wu's head and asked, Is there anything else? Sister, I want to go to the capital. My fourth brother will go there too. If I go first and get familiar with things, they won't be clueless when they arrive. Also, my fourth brother wants to find a good family for our third sister. But we're just a farming family. If I succeed, they won't have to worry, and no one will dare to bully our third sister. Even your brother-in-law won't bully you. As the young boy spoke, he seemed to strengthen his resolve and said, Sister, I want to go. Qin Xiaowan sighed and said, You really want to go? Going alone to an unfamiliar place has many rules. Xiao Wu, I'm worried that once you go, you won't be as free as you are now. Lord Huang said he has a very skilled martial arts teacher. I can learn from him. Qin Xiaowan then turned to Xiao Lu and asked, What about you, Xiao Lu? This is a great opportunity at Lord Huang's. Xiao Lu shook his head and said, Sister, I won't go. Xiao Xiu, Xiaoya, and Xiaoba are too young. He then looked at Xiao Wu and said, If Brother Wu goes, it's like I'm going too. We can support each other. Qin Xiaowan felt a headache coming on. It wasn't like she was sending them to rebel or anything.
Don't say silly things.
Turning to Xiao Wu, she said, Xiao Wu, if you really want to go, I won't stop you, but I have a few things you must remember.
Okay.
First, don't ask about things that don't concern you, and don't interfere in matters that aren't your business. Always act within your abilities. Your well-being is the most important. Second, practice your skills diligently. Be honest with Lord Huang. A sincere heart can move people. Try not to listen to others too much, and think carefully before acting. Third, don't share too much about family matters. Even though you come from a farming background, you are still a part of the larger community. There are different social standings, but we are all human. Stand tall and don't feel ashamed of your origins. It is the noble families that rely on the support of farmers. Fourth, control your temper. Don't try to persuade others to follow you. You should understand the dangers of forming cliques. Also, think carefully about the stories I've shared with you. Big sister, time is short, and I can't say much more. Prepare yourself. Xiao Wu, you're smart. If you listen and observe, you will understand in time. The three of them entered the house, and everyone looked over. Xiao Wu approached Lord Huang and said, Lord Huang, I want to go, but I'm not happy. Can you send me back? Lord Huang looked at the tearful young boy and replied, Of course. Xiao Wu then knelt in front of Uncle Qin and Annie Qin, saying, Mom and Dad, I want to go. I want to see the capital. My older brothers have skills, and my fourth brother studies well, but I don't know anything. Mom and Dad, I want to learn martial arts. I want to make something of myself. Annie Qin hugged him and cried, Xiao Wu, we just don't want you to suffer too much, which is why we haven't let you learn anything until now. But Mom, I've grown up. Uncle Qin glanced at Qin Xiaowan, who nodded slightly. Uncle Qin patted Xiao Wu's head and said, Xiao Wu, think carefully. Once you leave, it will be hard to see your parents again. Lord Huang added, "That won't be a problem. If he wants to come back, I will send someone to bring him. Besides, in a couple of years, when he's older, he can return on his own." Uncle Chun helped Annie Chen to her feet and said, "Lord Huang, Xiao Wu is my youngest son, my wife, and I only want him to live a safe and happy life. Now that you value him, we are very grateful. But I ask you, if he misbehaves, please send him back. We just hope for his safety." Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Zhao exchanged glances, feeling a bit of a headache. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Lord Huang, however, kindly looked at Chen Xiaowan and said, "Don't worry. You will be happy with this decision. I just heard that this boy has an older brother who is very good at studying. Yes, he is 17 this year and will take the local exam in October. That's great. Let these two brothers reunite in the capital. Maybe your whole family will come to the capital in the future." Mr. Huang turned back to Xiao Lu. "You are not coming with me."
Xiao Lu shook his head.
"You will regret your choice today." Xiao Lu replied, "As long as my parents are here, I won't travel far. I'm the eldest son, and my younger siblings are still small. You're a dutiful son. I will give you another chance in the future." Then, thinking of something, he said to Xiao Wu, "You are coming with me, not just because you are the youngest, right?" Xiao Wu nodded. Mr. Huang felt a headache and patted his head, saying, "You have one night. I will come to pick you up tomorrow morning." He then reassured Uncle Chen and Auntie Chen, "Don't worry, he will not be mistreated." Mrs. Huang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will take care of him too." She turned to Chen Xiaowan and said, "You are welcome to visit the capital anytime." Chen Xiaowan found it amusing. She thought if she wanted to invite someone to play, she should at least give an address. Just as she was about to speak, Mr. Zhao said, "It's getting late. We should go to the inn to rest for the night. You can prepare some things for the children to take with them tomorrow." Mrs. Zhao smiled at Chen Xiaowan and followed along. That night, the Chen family was very lively. Uncle Chen asked Xiao Lu several times, but Xiao Lu firmly shook his head and said he would not go. However, that night, Xiao Lu stayed in Xiao Wu's room. The two brothers had their own plans, and the Chen family understood, but children grow up and can't be controlled by their parents. Uncle Chen packed 2 large boxes of honey, with 40 jars in total, saying one box was for Mr. Huang and his wife, and the other box was for Xiao Wu to take as a favor. This made Xiao Wu tear up. Uncle Sen called him and Xiao Lu out, and the 3 of them returned late at night. Auntie Chen, with tears in her eyes, packed his things while saying to Xiao Zhen, "If Xiao Si comes back, there will probably be another scene." Xiao Zhen laughed through her tears and said, "He is about to take the local exam. He won't have the mood to cause trouble." The next morning, Chen Xiaowan quietly handed Xiao Wu a package, saying, "You can share the food with others, but the things inside cannot be shown to anyone. Keep your uncle's secret skills hidden for yourself." Jokingly, that was her hastily copied version of the 36 stratagems and some parts of the thick black theory. Then she stuffed a money pouch into his hands and said, "Hide this well. It's 1,000 taels. Isn't that too much, big sister? Hide it away and take it out when needed. I've prepared a few jars of grape wine for you, but it's not ready yet. By the time you arrive, it should be good enough to give as a gift. You don't need to hide it from Lord Huang. Big sister, you are so kind. Once you're on your own, you need to be careful." A group of people reached the village gate and watched the cart leave. Auntie cried out loud. No one in Lianshan village expected that such a small boy could one day dominate the entire court. Village Chief Chen watched the departing cart and turned to look at the Chen family's children beside him. He worried that none of them would stay in Lianshan village. His own boys needed to work harder. They couldn't be left behind. Inside the cart, Little Five lifted the curtain to look back until he could no longer see anyone. Lord Huang teased him. "Why are you so reluctant? Do you want me to take you back?" The young boy's eyes lit up and he said, "Really?" Lord Huang closed his eyes, not wanting to deal with him. He had worked hard to get him out. There was no way he would take him back. Lady Huang laughed and said, "Little Five, you will like the capital." Little Five turned around and opened a corner of the bag that Chen Xiaowan had given him. He took out a paper package and said, "Madam, try this. My big sister made it, and it's really delicious." She also gave me some of her new fruit wine, which is said to be good for beauty. I'll bring it to you when I arrive. She drinks it every day and looks better than before. Lady Huang smiled and said, "Really?" The young boy nodded vigorously and told Lady Huang about the food his big sister made, explaining its benefits and how tasty it was. Wu Yong, sitting outside the cart, thought that this would be quite lively in the palace in the future. In another cart, Lady Zhao asked, "Sir, why does the emperor insist on bringing little Five back to the capital? Is it really to find a companion for the prince?" County Magistrate Zhao replied, "The emperor has his reasons. His intentions are hard to guess. I know what you think. You believe that if they're looking for a companion for the prince, Yuer could also fit that role. But you are mistaken. Our Yuer is too innocent for the palace. Little Five may seem unassuming, but he has his own strengths."
Sir,
I'm speaking the truth. Don't think about things that shouldn't be considered. The emperor will likely reward us when he returns. Will you get a promotion? Not likely. The emperor is not comfortable moving anyone else here right now.
Oh.
So you will only remain a county magistrate. Not necessarily. If there are future promotions, the emperor will not forget. Don't go out and talk about it. If you don't believe me, just look at those people. Will their gifts this year be heavier? Sir, how did that Chen girl manage to get so much delicious new food? I'm not sure. After Li Yunjin delivered the items to the general at the northwest camp, he silently returned to his tent. This trip back was unexpected. Even the mountain village had changed. Xiaowan's life was much better than he had imagined. She really wasn't lying. She was living well. In her garden, she showed him all the fresh food, worried he might forget, and made him repeat everything. He didn't say anything, but it was as if she knew about their current difficulties. The Northwest Army was short on supplies, and this year there were severe winds and droughts, leading to a decrease in crops. The game on the mountain had also moved deeper into the woods, making their hunting less successful. Thinking about the fruit trees she mentioned, he quickly got up and dressed, eager to go out. The general entered and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the mountain to see if there's anything to eat." "Come back. I've sent someone already." "Xiao Zhong told me that you didn't say much on your way back. Did you have a fight with your wife?" "No, Xiaowan is doing well, better than when I was there. Now, every family in the village has brick houses. She built a nice courtyard, and besides Madame Su, she bought 3 maids, one knows some martial arts, and the other 2 are children around 8 or 9 years old, very strong and eat a lot. But she's also very good to me. Dad, I feel like Xiaowan doesn't need me anymore." The general rarely praised his son, saying, "You should be happy. She's living well, and your worries will lessen. When we win and return, you can take her to the capital, and everything will gradually improve." "Dad, I regret it." "Forget the past. Don't dwell on it. Get a good night's sleep. You've lost weight on this trip." Emperor Chongping came to Lianshan village in a hurry and left just as quickly. Meanwhile, Lord Xiongwei in the capital was constantly busy with orders coming in from the emperor, such as investigating certain people and matters and sending others to various locations. He felt that allowing the emperor to take a few secret guards out of the palace was a big mistake. Only when he received a message saying they were returning to the palace did he feel a bit relieved. The group of people guarding Lianshan village is quite capable. They haven't let any troublemakers in. Watching over that small village feels more exhausting than guarding a palace. It's okay. When the emperor returns, things will be clearer. In Lianshan village, Chen Xiaowan is sewing clothes, a deep blue men's outfit, which indeed belongs to Niezheng. After Xiao Wu left, her aunt felt empty and often came to chat with her. While bringing her clothes, she noticed there were no men's outfits left and learned that the last 2 sets had been taken by Niezheng. She was very upset and pulled her ear, insisting that she make clothes for Niezheng, saying, "Is this how a wife should behave? If Xiao Zheng suddenly comes back next time, you won't even have a clean outfit for him."
How can that be?
"You can't go home without a single set of clothes." That same day, she made her cut 2 sets of clothes for each season for Niezheng, ordering her to finish them in a month. Then she took the leftover fabric home, saying she wanted to make a few pairs of shoes for him. Seeing this, Soon Yang and Dan Shaw couldn't help but laugh. When she got home, her aunt complained to Uncle Chun, saying that the girl was becoming more careless. How would she manage with Xiaozheng in the future if she was so indifferent? They didn't even have a child to worry about. What would they do later? Uncle Chun scratched his head and smiled wryly. What can we do? They made their own choices. One wants to join the army, and the other is indifferent. Xiaozheng returned in such a hurry. Who knows what happened? When Xiaowan asked, she didn't know anything either. Don't worry about it. Let them handle it themselves. Her aunt then asked Uncle Chun, dear, since Xiaozheng stayed for 2 nights, do you think Xiaowan might be pregnant? A few days ago, I heard Xiaozhen say she has been very sleepy lately. Uncle Chun was taken aback. Really? That would be wonderful. If she is, I won't worry about whether Xiaozhen comes back or not. Her aunt scolded. You're talking nonsense. Uncle Chun replied angrily. How can he just leave his wife behind? He doesn't even write letters. If it weren't for Xiaowan's skills and our support, I don't know how they would manage. Dear, Xiaowan is good, but you shouldn't be too biased. If things aren't good for Xiaozheng, remember he left with a good amount of money. Even if Xiaowan doesn't earn money, she still worries about food and drink. You always blame me for spoiling Xiaowan. I think you spoil her even more. Uncle Chun scratched his head again. You make shoes for him, and make me 2 pairs too. I don't have enough shoes to wear. Her aunt called out to Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen, your father's shoes aren't enough. Make him 2 pairs. Xiaozhen quickly agreed, and Uncle Chun glared at her. That night, Chen Xiaowan learned everything that had happened. She touched her belly, feeling a bit regretful that it didn't work out, as her period had just started yesterday. It seemed her connection with Nie Zheng wasn't very deep after all. But no one could talk about it, so she continued sewing clothes for someone whose connection wasn't strong enough. Madame Su watched her actions and looked a bit disappointed. It was too bad. If the general could stay a few more days, it would be great. Madame Su didn't lack money, and life was easy. Raising a child would be just right. Little San was either with his father collecting honey or secretly picking grapes to sell. It was hard to bring outsiders into the village. Just little Lu, Xiaozhen, and Uncle Chin San and Uncle Chin Si were helping. No one took the money. It all went to support the people in the city, and that expense shouldn't fall on Xiaowan alone. Xiaozhen whispered to her third brother, Brother, take me to see. I haven't even met the person, and they're already raising someone. Little San flicked her forehead and said, Just be content. Big sister has arranged everything well for you. If it weren't inconvenient to bring so many people back to the village, you would already be a true young lady. Xiaozhen pouted. Is there such a poor young lady? Then you need to work hard and pick more grapes.
Xiaozhen.
Is there a young lady who works to support someone? The sunflowers planted in July were still less than a foot tall by August, and Chen Xiaowan worried they wouldn't grow well. She applied fertilizer several times, and the Chun family came to help. By August, Lianshan village got busy again. The persimmons were ripening, and the pomelos were ready too. The inn in Lianshan village opened for business, allowing merchants to pick up order numbers directly at the inn. On the same day, someone reported the quantities to the village, which prepared everything for trading in the open space in front of the gate. This made things easier, and the merchants were very happy with this trading method. Wang Chunsheng and the Han family also mixed in with the merchants and visited Lianshan village several times. Little San and Little Lu arranged several things. As for Chen Xiaowan, she hadn't even left the village. When Auntie Chen learned she wasn't pregnant, she brought unfinished shoes for her to make. She made shoes for Xiaozhen, while Xiaozhen made shoes for her father. Chen Xiaowan felt like she was the only one suffering in this situation. Madame Su laughed and said, It's okay, I'll make shoes for you. Dan Xia, holding the cut fabric, clumsily sewed shoes for Ji Yi and Rui. The result was that they each made an average of 2 pairs, while she barely managed to finish 1 pair. Auntie held the shoes and gave her some guidance. Chen Xiaowan kept reminding herself that this was Auntie, the one who always wished her well. Then she noticed that Uncle Chun and Uncle Si were not too busy. Once they handed over the plans for the small courtyard they were going to build, they returned to their shoemaking business. She couldn't do it all alone. Everyone needed to pitch in. Uncle Chen looked at the plans and called over Uncle San, Uncle Si, and Master Wang. They didn't need to divide the work. They just got started since they had been busy for the past 2 years. Chen Shaowan expanded the grape garden outside the yard and added 2 small gardens. One courtyard would be accessed from the woodshed, and the other from the back garden with the rockery. Each courtyard had 4 rooms, each with its own bathroom, but only 2 of the rooms had firewalls. The front yard was redesigned by Master Cheng, who brought in spring water for easy access, making it very convenient. Each courtyard would also have 2 trees planted, and with a corridor connecting them, Master Chui said it looked more like a small courtyard of a wealthy family. He even asked her if she wanted to renovate the front and backyards and add a main building to create a larger courtyard. She smiled and replied, "I don't have the ability to live in such a big courtyard yet. Master Cheng, please help me get this right first, and I'll build more in the future." Master Cheng smiled and nodded. Uncle Chen didn't know what was happening, but many people were called, and within half a month, the 2 small courtyards were completed. However, they didn't let outsiders handle the tiles. Only the Chen family did that. Chen Shaowan understood that they were trying to keep the grapevines hidden. She thought it wasn't necessary since the village didn't lack for such things. She could explain it if needed. But Uncle Chen and Uncle Si still went to the mountains and brought back a few grapevines, planting them alongside the others. They even found some land on the edges of the wasteland to create a grape garden. When they called the villagers for help, no one asked questions. Everyone in the village knew that she had the children picking the sour wild grapes from the hills for her. As for the wine, she had shared some, but not many people liked it, so she didn't give out much. No one in the village was jealous of things that weren't for sale. Master Cheng also carefully drew a waterway plan for her future courtyard expansion. Uncle Si and Master Wang discussed how to install the underground water pipes. Suddenly, Chen Shaowan felt a bit guilty, realizing she had been somewhat ungrateful. Taking advantage of her lingering guilt, she added more meat to the meal, making the men in the village quite happy. Now, even the people in the mountain village have some money, but there are still those who are used to being frugal and are reluctant to spend on food and drink. After all, going from not having enough to eat to being full is a big change. A few days after the house was built, it was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Chen Shaowan praised the efficiency of the 3 Chen brothers. They planned to go to the city and return before the festival, and this time all the Chen brothers wanted to go. This made things complicated. In the end, it was decided that the 3 Chen brothers, along with Xiao San, Xiao Lu, Xiao Wan, Xiao Zhen, and Su Nyangzi would go, while others could visit later. After all, the Chen family was now quite established in Lianshan village, and work still needed to be done there. Sister Chen and second sister Chen watched the departing carriage and then looked back at the 2 brothers busy making furniture. They felt a pang of bitterness, unsure of why they felt distant from the others. They had no ill intentions. From a human perspective, there was really nothing wrong. It's just that people's hearts tend to lean towards what benefits them and makes them comfortable. In the carriage, Xiaozhen asked Chen Shaowan's sister, "Do I really need so many people you found for me? You may not need them right away, but keep them for now. Besides, Meilian and Chi-Chi are not much younger than you." Xiaozhen pouted, "But I don't want to share the people you gave me." Su Nyangzi laughed, finding it rare to see Xiaozhen act so childishly. Chen Shaowan replied, "You need to be more ambitious. There aren't many people, just 4 girls. 2 will help with chores. 1 will definitely stay in the courtyard, and the last one can be given to you, but I'm not sure if you'll find her useful." Xiaozhen leaned her head on her shoulder. "Sister, why do we have to get married? I think living like you is just fine. I've been married before too." Xiaozhen. Su Nyangzi smiled. "Why don't you think about bringing someone back to the village to stay for a while?" Chen Shaowan sighed. "It's not that I don't want to bring someone back, but you've been living with me for a while. If I bring someone back, will they be able to adapt to life in a big house?" Su Nyangzi was taken aback. She didn't want to live that kind of life anymore. Living with Chen Shaowan was much more comfortable. Actually, she could manage it. There was no need to find someone else. Xiaozhen said, "You make it sound so scary. I'm thinking of telling 4th brother that I'll just marry someone from the village. Then go ahead and tell him. He will definitely agree, and will probably want to choose all the eligible young men in the village.
Xiao Zhen.
In another carriage, the three brothers were discussing. I wonder what kind of people the children have arranged. I don't know, but we'll find out when we go see. I'm just afraid Xiaowan will want to buy more people. Buy more? Yes, let her buy. The people in her courtyard can't cook. They only know how to make simple porridge. Xiaowan does all the cooking. Then let her buy. It's not right for a master to cook for the servants. Let her buy. The two girls, Ji and Ru eat a lot, and it's tiring for Xiaowan to cook alone. On the third day, two carriages stopped at the door. Steward Han opened the door to greet them. Uncle Chun-san felt that he recognized someone but couldn't remember from where. Uncle Chun-si reminded him of the village merchant, and Uncle Chun-san suddenly realized, then slapped Xiao-san on the back. You little rascal, this is your doing.
Xiao-san.
Steward Han led the group in, saying, Greetings to the master, Uncle San, Uncle Si, and to the eldest aunt, Miss San and Madam Su, as well as to the third and sixth masters. Everyone felt quite awkward. Xiaowan noticed that there was no sign outside, keeping things very low-key. As they entered the house, a group of maids and servants at the second door all greeted them. The three brothers of the Chen family were quite embarrassed. Xiao San quickly led everyone to the main hall. The others went into the inner courtyard, where Xiao Wan and Xiao Zhen took the main seats, and everyone greeted them one by one. At this moment, Xiao Wan learned that the manager they had bought was named Sun Shui, which was quite an unusual name, and she was not an ordinary person. Xiao Zhen named the four maids she received, saying that country girls wouldn't come up with good names, so she named them after the 24 solar terms. The one who could dress well was called Li Chun, the one who could manage accounts was called Li Xia, the one who could sew and tailor was called Li Qiu, and the one who could cook was called Li Dong. Madame Su nodded secretly, agreeing with this naming method. Xiaowan teased her. You have maids who can cook and make snacks, and I still have to cook for myself? Xiao Zhen leaned against her, saying, My big sister is the best. Xiaowan playfully tugged at her hair, saying, Tomorrow, let's go to the market and buy 2 maids who can cook and 2 who can do heavy work. Xiao Zhen happily replied, Okay. Xiaowan said to Sun Shui, I trust your judgment and knowledge, but since we are all country girls, we don't understand many rules. Later, I will set aside some silver for you to take the 4 of them and prepare some personal items for them, things a girl needs for marriage. They don't have to be expensive, just practical. Sun Shui bowed and replied, Yes. But looking at her, Madame Su reminded, Sun Shui also needs to change her name. Chun Xiaowan was surprised and said, Xuan Xue is like this. My sister hasn't been promised to anyone yet, so we don't know if you will need to bring a dowry. You can call her Xuan Xue or choose a name for yourself. Don't worry about the future. You won't lose out. Xuan Xue frowned and said, Then please, great aunt, give me a name. Chun Xiaowan looked at Madame Su and then at Xiaozhen. Madame Su said usually, when a servant comes to a new family, they need to change their name. Xiaozhen shook her head and said, Then big sister should choose a name. If you accompany me in the future, you won't need to change it again. Qin Xiaowan found naming quite challenging. After thinking for a long time, she said, How about Tanjiao? It means bright light that warms the heart. Yes, Tanjiao has met great aunt and third young lady. Chun Xiaowan really wasn't used to it. She was a bit confused about how her money had become great aunts. After thinking it over, she realized that all the contracts were with Xiao Si. What a loss! Those little ones would have to repay her. Looking at Xiaozhen, she seemed particularly youthful these days. She must have tasted the sweetness of being favored. Well, let her enjoy it for a few days. Then she would bring her back to reality. Xiaozhen took 4 people with her. She should be able to enjoy the life of a young lady for a couple of days. Madame Su followed her, as she still needed guidance at first, like establishing authority. It was a pity. They had to put on a brave face for now. Qin Xiaowan washed up and went straight to sleep. After 2 days on the carriage, she didn't feel well. The 3 elders of the Qin family were also not used to it. After finally sending everyone off, they expressed they wouldn't come again. Butler Han looked confused, while the third uncle seemed relaxed, ignoring the other two. The awkwardness only eased when Xiao Si returned. Father, third uncle, fourth uncle, and third brother, you all came. Looking around, he asked, is there anyone else? The eldest sister and Xiaozhen should be resting. The little ones ran off as soon as they entered the house. Everyone exchanged pleasantries. Seeing the brothers getting along well, the three elders of the Qin family instructed the servants to be at ease, feeling relieved. Of course, they couldn't expect too much from those who were of lower status. Besides, they had all been promoted to elders, so naturally, the family was under their authority. At dinner that evening, Butler Han prepared a lavish meal. When Xiaozhen walked out, dressed beautifully, the three elders of the Qin family lit up with excitement. Xiao Lu said, third sister is really pretty, even more than the eldest sister.
Chun Xiaowan.
Uncle Chen said to her, Xiaowan, you should dress like this too. I work in the village every day. I can't dress like this to do my chores. Xiaozhen plopped down and said, exactly. I spent an hour getting ready. If I have to dress like this all the time, I might as well marry someone from the village. Xiao Si stared at her. Xiaozhen smiled at him, and Xiao Si playfully flicked her on the forehead. Fourth brother, I'm not going to wait around for the right offer. Just wait a bit longer until my county exam is over. Chun Xiaowan said, you don't need to feel too much pressure. The county magistrate's wife has already asked Auntie about Xiaozhen's marriage. I know many people are watching to see if I can pass the exam this autumn. Uncle Chun felt a bit anxious. Xiao Si. Father, there's no need to worry. He continued, last time Lin Jimiao and Qian Hoan visited us, and there's also someone named Li Qixiao whom you haven't met, all of whom are interested in Xiaozhen. I had to refuse them because I need to focus on my studies. Chun Xiaowan said, you should use the opportunities you have. Don't worry, eldest sister. I'm doing well.
Okay.
Dinner was very pleasant. As the head of the family, the master, and the young ladies didn't have to do housework. With no chores, it felt light and easy. This small courtyard welcomed so many guests for the first time, so the servants were quite busy. If they didn't show their best side now, what would happen when the guests left? In the evening, Xiao San and Xiao Si entered the inner courtyard and saw Xiao Wan and Xiao Zhen waiting in the main room. Xiao Si bowed to Qin Xiaowan and said, eldest sister, thank you. If it weren't for your help, I might have faced some difficulties. What happened? Xiao Si didn't hide anything. There are a few sons from noble families at the academy who have been bothering me and were planning to set me up during the county exam. But I turned the tables on them, and now the teacher has asked them to reflect on their actions. Chun Xiaowan asked, what are you planning to do next? There's a saying, a thief can only steal for so long. Eventually, they will be caught. I'm not going to be an easy target. You're right. We need to rely on Uncle Chuanqing's group. You should buy 2 strong bodyguards who can protect you. Uncle Chuanqing's people can help gather information, but others might not be reliable. But, eldest sister, why would strong fighters want to work as servants? Xiao San, in a few days, accompany me to Zhuxi town. Well, big sister. Z told me he has 2 brothers who are very strong. Their grandmother didn't like their parents and kicked them out, selling the 2 sisters. They eat a lot, so life is tough. Big sister, why are you only telling me this now? Is it because the house isn't built yet, and there's nowhere to live? Big sister, do you think this place is too small, or that our houses in the village aren't big enough? Chun Xiaowan. Third sister, did you tell him? Tell him what? Fifth brother. Then the third sister turned pale. But big sister, why should I be the one to say what you all agreed on? The fourth sister also looked worried. What's wrong with fifth brother? Third brother. What's wrong with fifth brother? Ask big sister. Big sister. Oh. Fifth brother went to the capital. He went by himself? He's so young. How could he? No, he went with a Mr. Huang, who is close to the county magistrate. They said they wanted to find a companion for the children at home. They really like fifth brother and promised to find him a master to practice martial arts. Fifth brother wanted to go, so he went. The fourth sister turned pale and walked outside. How can this be good? Who looks for companions for their children? No, I have to bring him back. What do you mean, looking for companions? The fourth sister turned around, looking at Chen Xiaowan. Big sister, what do you think? Chen Xiaowan nodded. The fourth sister looked even paler. Do our parents know? They don't know. The third sister said, What are you talking about? Who is Mr. Huang? The fourth sister looked at her third brother. You don't know either. Then she looked at her big sister. Big sister, how do you know? I guessed, but I shouldn't be wrong. Don't worry, fifth brother will be fine. When fifth brother left, he told me, I hope you won't be alone in the future, and I don't want Xiaojin to suffer, so I want to achieve something. After saying this, Chen Xiaowan stood up and patted the fourth sister. Your brother might even surpass you. The fourth sister murmured, Big sister, I won't let him be alone either. All right, you two talk slowly. Xiaojin and I will go back and sleep. Xiaojin asked her, Big sister. Chen Xiaowan whispered 2 words in her ear. Don't tell anyone. Xiaojin's face turned pale, and she nodded numbly. That night, the 3 young members of the Chen family couldn't sleep. Chen Xiaowan slept very well. Sharing the pressure with others helped her relax. The 3 elders also slept soundly. As for the youngest, with fifth brother gone, he had to take on many responsibilities himself. It was tiring, but the results were great. In the Imperial study far away in the capital, Little Five said to the emperor in his dragon robe, So you are the emperor, the Longthing emperor of the great Jiang dynasty. The Longthing emperor replied, Why do I not seem like one? Little Five looked down at his new clothes and said, No, it feels like a dream. He continued, Then the lady is Consort De, one of my 4 consorts.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
I understand now. I should call her Consort De, not just lady. The Longthing emperor. Aren't you curious why I brought you here? Weren't you going to have me accompany your son? Where is he? Don't worry, get familiar with the rules here first. You can meet him later. Then I don't want to. Will you send me back to Lianshan village? Kid, aim higher. Don't think about going home all the time. Then who is my martial arts teacher? He has arrived. Turn around and look. Wow, Lord Xiong. This child will be under your guidance. It's natural for a teacher to take on a student.
Yes.
Then, Your Majesty. I hear they all call you that. Can I still come to see you? Of course. After the young boy left, the Longthing emperor seemed to realize that this little rascal hadn't bowed to him. He comforted himself, thinking, It's fine. He just arrived, and the rules will take time to learn. Meanwhile, the young boy following Lord Xiong thought to himself, Did my sister already know that the Lord is the emperor? I can't ask or say anything. But can Lord Xiong really teach well? He caught me when I tried to sneak onto my sister's roof. I can't make that mistake again. Little did he know that Lord Xiong was also feeling troubled, thinking that this mischievous boy was not easy to teach, especially since he had some embarrassing secrets about him. Just looking at the prince's attire on the boy made him feel overwhelmed. He decided to throw the boy into the courtyard to ask Eunuch Wu. After thinking for a long time, Eunuch Wu said, At that time, the emperor mentioned bringing Little Five and Little Six to raise them together with the prince. He didn't say anything else. Lord Xiong wanted to draw his sword. What about Little Six? That kid is out of luck. He insists he is the eldest son at home and refuses to come. As soon as they returned to the courtyard, they heard Xiao Wu calling, Master, are you back? I heard a sound. This is the new grape wine my sister brought for me. I know you like it, so I brought this jar for you. Our tough-hearted bear pushed his sword back behind him. Inside, the young boy was still distributing gifts. Grandpa Lu likes sweets, so I brought him 2 jars of honey. Master, please help me give these to him. These 2 jars are for you, and this one is for Lord Gao, and Bear's hand rested on the boy's head, and the boy looked up at him with a big smile. Meanwhile, in Xingyin Mansion, the next morning, Chen Xiaowan received attentive care from Tan Zhao. No wonder so many people enjoy being served. It feels really nice. But she didn't like the lack of privacy. Xiaojin came over, looking a bit awkward, likely feeling the same way. She said, if you're not used to it and don't like it, just tell them to step back and you can do things yourself. Xiaozhen nodded. Xiao Sen yawned and asked, Sister, what else do you need to do? Let me know so I can arrange it. What about Xiao Si? He just went to sleep at dawn. Let him rest a bit longer. We're going to eat. I'll take Xiaozhen out for a stroll. When he wakes up, you can come find us, and then we'll go to the dentist. Uncle Da said that housekeeper Han and the others might not be used to it. Let Uncle Chunqing accompany them. Yes, I've already spoken to Uncle Chunqing. What about Xiao Lu? He's next door with those boys. Be careful.
Got it, sister.
When they went out, it was Chen Xiaowan, Xiao Zhen, Madame Su, and Tan Zhao. After thinking for a long time, Xiaozhen decided not to bring 4 people. She still hadn't found the feeling of being the eldest daughter. The capital was indeed much more prosperous than Qingping County. They walked slowly, not intending to do anything in particular. Chen Xiaowan just wanted Xiaozhen to explore and see more of the world. So they took their time, spending a long while in each shop. They asked many questions, but bought little. However, Tan Zhao knew a lot about fabrics, jewelry, and jade, which made the shopkeepers treat them with respect. By the time Xiao San and Xiao Si found them, it was almost noon. The tooth merchant's wife smiled widely upon seeing them, her eyes sparkling. These ladies were big customers, having made a significant purchase last time. Madam, you're back.
What are you looking to buy this time?
2 cooks and 2 hardworking maids. After thinking about it, a whole family would be good too. Xiao San asked Sister, why do you need a whole family? I can't always rely on you to drive me around when I go out. And now that you are older, there are more matters to attend to. Just a moment, I will make arrangements, the woman said as she walked away. Sister, I think we should first visit Zhu Shi town before coming here, Chen Xiaowan said. Let's take a look first. If we find something suitable, we will buy it. If not, that's fine, she replied. Okay. Soon, the woman returned with 7 or 8 people. Chen Xiaowan looked at Mrs. Su, who glanced at Tan Zhao. Tan Zhao stepped forward and said, please tell us if you have family, your situation, and what dishes or snacks you can prepare. After a round of selection, neither Tan Zhao nor Chen Xiaowan was satisfied, so they tried again. After 3 rounds, the woman approached awkwardly and said, Madam, these are the only people here who can cook. The others are not skilled. Chen Xiaowan stood up, ready to leave. The main purpose of her visit was to hire a cook, and the others were not as important. The woman spoke up, Madam, there are still 2 people here, but they are related to a crime. A mother and daughter. Their cooking caused an incident that led to a man's death and the son being exiled. They were sold and ended up here. Many people are afraid to hire them. Bring them to meet us. Yes. In the end, Chen Xiaowan bought the 2. The woman was 37 years old, and the girl was 13. The man had died, and the son was exiled. Chen Xiaowan thought her small courtyard was turning into a shelter, with 2 strong young girls, one who disliked men, and now a 13-year-old girl. After arranging for the new hires to be taken back, they continued shopping. By the end of the afternoon, they had gathered more items and even ran into Xiao Si's classmate, a tall, slender boy named Wu Xingnian. They greeted each other and left, but the boy blushed as he watched Xiaozhen's figure. Xiao Si needed to prepare for exams, and after a day of shopping, the 3 elders were worried about home. Chen Xiaowan wanted Xiao San to stay with Xiaozhen in the city for a few more days, but Xiaozhen refused, saying she wasn't ready and wasn't used to it yet. The next day, the Qin family set off back to Lianshan village, while Tan Zhao stayed behind to prepare some necessary items for Xiaozhen. The carriage now included Huinyang and Qingmai, which were their original names. Chen Xiaowan, who was not good at naming, immediately said there was no need to change them. The 2 were very grateful, as it was rare for someone to keep their name after being moved from a noble family to a servant. Huinyang asked her, is food important? Is she not afraid of them? Chen Xiaowan replied, no one would risk their family's lives to harm others. The 2 of them cried together and knelt down to bow, saying, Madam, we will work hard. Chen Xiaowan, feeling troubled by the title, asked Su Nyangzi if it could be changed. Su Nyangzi smiled and said, just call me Madam. Chen Xiaowan sighed, Unsure of what status Niezheng held now, Madam was not a title to be used lightly. When they arrived at Zhuyang town, Xiao San took Qin Shaoan on a detour directly to Zhuxi town. After some inquiries, they finally learned about Luojia village from Ji. In the valley, Xiao San said, "Sister, this place is much more remote than our village. It must be over 50 miles away." Qin Shaoan shot him a glance. "How would I know?" Qin Shaoan continued to ask around, "Where is Luo Shisheng's home?" Ji Yi had mentioned that was his uncle's name. They found a family of 4 in a dilapidated house, a man with badly injured legs, a woman with a blank expression, and a pair of very thin twin brothers.
A pot was cooking yam.
Qin Shaoan asked, "Is this Luo Shisheng's family?" The man propped himself up and asked, "Who are you?" "We are here on behalf of Luo Duo and Luo Xiao. They said your family is very strong, and I am looking for strong people." The man widened his eyes. "Impossible. My mother sold me. How could you be looking for us?" "That's right, I bought them. Today I also want to buy you. Are you willing?" The woman shouted, "Fraud. We won't sell ourselves. We won't be servants." Qin Shaoan said, Duo told me you're good people. She wants to help you, so you won't have to live this hard life anymore." The woman replied, "We won't sell ourselves. Sell. I will sell myself." "Madam, what do you think?" "I am Duoduo's aunt." An elderly woman with gray hair rushed in, carrying yams that had just been dug up. Qin Shaoan asked, "How old are you?"
"What do you mean by that?"
"I don't understand, but I am 47 years old." "Madam, how much do you think I am worth? If you pay, I will sell myself to help my nephew get treatment for his legs."
Auntie.
"This isn't right. All of you, be quiet. Don't ruin my good fortune. If you take the money to treat his legs, I can go see Duo again. There's nothing better than this."
"Aunt."
"How can I take your money?" "Don't listen to them, my health is good. I can run, jump, carry, and lift. Don't forget to mention my brothers. They are strong too, not just you. You little girl, after living a good life, you've forgotten about your aunt. Let me tell you, our family is strong. It's no secret. The twins in our family are strong too. One is just fine, like a normal person. I was also born a twin, but the other one didn't survive. So I'm the only one left." Shisheng and Duoshao's father, Shusheng, is also a twin, so he is strong too. But we are strong and we eat a lot. Never mind, just take care of Duoshaosho. Don't worry about us. I will go dig for yams." Saying this, she quickly dumped all the yams from the basket and ran off, showing energy that didn't seem like that of a 47-year-old woman. Even a 20-year-old couldn't keep up. Qin Shaoan nodded at the third person, who then shouted as they left, "Aunt, don't run. Take it slow, we will buy." The old woman rushed back and said, "Really? I can eat a lot. How much money will you give me?" Qin Shaoan asked, "How much money do you need for his leg treatment?" The man, with tears in his eyes, replied, "No need. My leg is broken. It can't be fixed." The third person asked, "Have you seen a doctor?" The village doctor said, "My leg is broken and can't be treated." Qin Shaoan didn't want to ask further and said, "I will buy all 5 of you. You and your wife, along with this aunt, will live in Lianshan village. Your 2 children will stay with my 2 younger brothers in the city, and I will make sure you have enough to eat every day. I will give you 500 coins a month, 5 taels for selling yourselves, and I will also help with your leg. You have 15 minutes to think about it and decide if you want to come with me." With that, she turned and left. The old woman chased after her, saying, "Sell. I want to sell myself." Then the woman asked, "Are you from Lianshan village in Zhuyang town?" The third person replied, "Yes." The old woman urged from behind, "Hurry up and agree." "Silly, just agree." Once outside, the third person asked, "Sister, do you think they will agree?"
"Guess."
"Are they really that strong?" "You can ask them in a bit." When a young man came out carrying the man, the third person asked, "Wait, we need strong people. Let me see how strong you really are." An old woman hurriedly found a stone, weighing about 100 pounds, and lifted it up.
"Xiao San."
Qin Shaoan. Another young man pulled a brick from the broken eaves and split it in half. Xiao San was satisfied. In Chen Xiaowan's time, there were always young boys with wild imaginations. Xiao San drove a cart to take a few people to the barrier at Lianshan village, letting Chen Xiaowan and 2 women enter the village while he continued to the county with his grandfather to check on his leg. They had already visited 2 clinics along the way, but the doctors said it was too late and advised them to go to the county. What could Chen Xiaowan do? What could Xiao San do? Once the elder sister said something, he couldn't take it back and could only do his best. Ji Yi and Ru Yi saw people at the pavilion in the middle of the mountain and ran over, crashing into the 2 women's arms, crying loudly. Uncle Chen asked her, "Did you bring them back?" "Where's Xiao San?" "I brought them back, but Luo Shishing's leg is broken, and Xiao San took him to the county to see a doctor." "All right, then you should rest early. I'll go with your 3rd uncle later." "No need, uncle. Xiao San can handle it. Be sincere, Xiaowan. It's fine for me to go with your 3rd uncle, and it's also for those 2 kids." Chen Xiaowan. When Chen Xiaowan returned to the pavilion in the middle of the mountain, Su Nyangzi had already arranged the rooms. Su Nyangzi stayed in the back courtyard, with each person having their own room. Ji Yi and Ru Yi shared a room. Hui Nyang and her daughter stayed in a room in the front courtyard, closer to the kitchen. Chen Xiaowan thought about her small kitchen in the back courtyard, which ended up being of no use. Hui Nyang smiled and said, "Don't worry, my lady, it can still be used." The old woman's name was Luo Xiaochao. Chen Xiaowan decided to call her Aunt Luo from now on, and Aunt Luo happily agreed. However, when it came to room assignments, Aunt Luo insisted on staying with Shi Yi and Ru Yi, and the 2 girls nodded eagerly.
Chen Xiaowan.
Luo Shishing's wife was called Aunt Luo as well, and she chose a room facing the small courtyard door in the front yard. Aunt Luo's sister-in-law brought 2 sets of clothes, and Aunt Luo was so happy that she thanked her repeatedly, saying she hadn't worn such nice clothes in years. Aunt Luo's clothes were brought by Chen Xi's wife, Hui Nyang's clothes were from Su Nyangzi, and Qing Mai's clothes were from Xiao Qi. Chen Xiaowan thought it was great. She didn't have to worry about it at all, as Su Nyangzi took on the responsibilities of managing everything. Chen Xiaowan asked, "But you're not a servant." Su Nyangzi replied, "Doing a little work helps cover the rent and food expenses." Chen Xiaowan. She had completely forgotten that she had been taking care of this person all along. Just looking at that slightly brighter smile, Chen Xiaowan seriously suspected that this person had a craving for power. After taking a bath, Chen Xiaowan fell asleep on her bed. In her dream, the young general and the girl general were pretending to be sad while composing new verses, which made Chen Xiaowan laugh. The next day, Chen Xiaosan and Uncle Chen returned from Qingping County with people. The injured Luo Shishing was sent to her, preparing to take his 2 brothers, Luo Lin and Luo Sun, back home. Chen Xiaowan stopped them and said, "Let's celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival together as a family, and then you can take them to the city later." Xiao San wanted to check out the new small courtyard and agreed. The new courtyard was indeed very comfortable to live in. In the afternoon, Uncle Chen brought her a cart full of various fabrics, saying, "I thought you might need more fabric since you have more people now, so I brought some for you." Madame Su smiled behind him. Chen Xiaowan said, "Each person should have 2 outfits for autumn and winter." Aunt Luo was so happy that she bowed to her, exclaiming that this was a great deal. It made everyone in the courtyard laugh. Chen Xiaowan was also happy. It was like having an old joy-bringer around. Even Grandpa and Grandma Wu, who came to visit, were entertained, and soon Grandma Wu and Aunt Luo became friendly, as friendships among the elderly can form quickly. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Banshan Bay was especially lively because the Qin family had all come. Hui Nyang and Qing Mai showcased their cooking skills, and Xiao Jing insisted on learning, which made everyone laugh. Xiao Si also returned, having traveled all night. The young man had a big smile on his face, sitting among everyone, feeling very satisfied listening to their cheerful conversations. The next day, he took Luo Lin and Luo Sun with him, saying that his 3rd brother was too tired and needed to rest for a few days before going. Chen Xiaowan was completely free now, with nothing to do. Ji Yi and Ru Yi often came to ask her what they should do. Chun Shaowan also wanted to ask, "What should I do?" Aunt Luo and Aunt Luo were competing to do chores, and they even argued over it. Huinyang and Qing Mai said they could manage the vegetable garden together. While Luo Shisheng was recovering, he could also weave many baskets and winnowing trays for her, which made Uncle Zuofu come to take a look. Later, Grandma Wu mentioned that Uncle Zuofu went home and didn't speak for a long time, saying that his skills were not as good as others. Dansha had a hard time with cooking and accounting, but was now focused on learning tailoring and embroidery from Madame Su. To her surprise, she was doing quite well, which made her jump for joy. Ji Yi and Ru Yi decided to let Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ye play, but since the two little ones had to go to school, most of the time, Dansha had them practicing martial arts. Sunyang taught them to recognize characters. Aunt Luo was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. Chun Shaowan waved her fan, thinking that all the noise in the room had nothing to do with her. She wanted her peace and quiet back. Thanks to Chun Shaowan's good influence, even the families in the mountain village who could afford to buy servants started doing so. However, those who bought servants actually put them to work, while the villagers took on other tasks. It was nothing like the lively atmosphere in Chun Shaowan's home. Aunt Luo was still shouting about going fruit picking, and Xiao San asked, "Aunt Luo, if you go, what will I do?" Aunt Luo replied, "Xiao San, just take a break." During the autumn harvest, Aunt Luo ran ahead with a bundle of rice stalks, followed by Ji Yi and Ru Yi, each carrying a bundle. They made the strong men of the village look weak in comparison. Village Chief Chun watched with delight, nearly clapping his hands, and kept asking Chun Xiao where she found these people. Chun Shaowan waved her fan and pointed up, saying, "Maybe they fell from the sky." Chun Xiaoro and Zhao Hansheng originally planned to come back to help with the harvest, but ended up spending the whole day eating melons before returning home. They were still upset about Xiao Wu leaving without saying goodbye, which made them shed a few tears. Chun Shaowan observed that there was still some sibling affection there. If anything happened, they might get into a fight. She touched her wrist, noticing she had gained a little weight, and it felt thicker. Meanwhile, in the capital, all the officials knew about a young boy in the Imperial study, dressed in royal attire, who dared to act mischievously in front of Emperor Chongping. The emperor, smiling, let Xiongwei take him away. This boy even kicked at the cold-faced Yan Luo without hesitation, and Xiongdarin pointed out that his kick was off and lacked power. The officials reported that this was against the rules, but Emperor Chongping casually replied, "It's just a child being silly. There's no need to take it seriously." Some wondered if he might be a lost prince, and the deaf Fei summoned him to have a lavish lunch with Princess Yongchun. She said, "Xiao Wu, you need to eat more, otherwise your mother will worry." Xiao Wu, the fifth prince of the palace, was 11 years old and clearly not lost. Lord Si Qian and Lord Yu Huai, who had been in Lianshan village for several days, were astonished to see Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu even ran up to give each of them a jar of honey. Emperor Chongping chuckled and said, "Xiao Wu, you are the first to bribe an official in front of me." Life was simple yet chaotic. Chun Shaowan had gained some weight, as her life had become too comfortable and relaxed. After the autumn harvest, Xiao San took Xiao Zhen and Sun Yang to the city because Xiao Si was about to take the county exam. The family was worried about him. Uncle Chen and Auntie Chen were concerned that the pressure might be too much for the child, and they had to make a big decision not to go. When Xiao San set off, they had half a cart of fruit, along with the food and honey pomelo tea that Chen Xiaowan had prepared, plus some honey from Xiao San. There was barely enough room for Xiao Zhen and Sun Yang to sit. After that, Chen Xiaowan's days became even more boring. In Lianshan village, they were busy selling fruit to make persimmons, gathering chestnuts, and digging for yams. So, she spent her days with Huinyang and Qing Mai figuring out how to make these things taste better. She often made a few comments that would wake the two of them up, and they would spend the whole day in the kitchen. Since Chen Xiaowan was the only one in charge, they usually didn't make a lot. If they made too much, she would give some to her family, earning their goodwill. The clever little Qi and little Jing even brought her a lot of wild chrysanthemums picked by the village children. Chen Xiaowan weighed them and planned to give the kids some coins. But little Jing grabbed her hand and said, "No coins. Big sister, please give us some snacks instead." Little Chi laughed beside her. Chun Shaoan patted their heads and said, "You two clever ones, each of you can have 2 yam cakes." With their cheers, Chun Shaoan wondered if she was paying her little workers too little. Looking at her slightly thicker waist, she thought about taking Dan Shaw and Aunt Luo to the deep mountains, hoping to find something good. But seeing the villagers busy with their work, she decided against it. She was just a small farmer girl, and it was enough for her to take care of herself. In September, there was a good harvest, and by October, the granaries were full. The people of Lianshan village were busy in an orderly manner, and the inn outside the village was bustling with visitors. The freshly roasted chestnuts and homemade yam cakes were always in demand, and there were already over a dozen people working in the kitchen and serving. The businesses in the nearby city of Qingping also improved significantly, and farmers from surrounding counties were selling chestnuts and yams. Business was indeed thriving, and prices were quite high. Due to limited purchases in Lianshan village, people naturally wanted to take more when they saw them on the road. Some clever merchants even went directly to certain villages to place orders and buy goods. However, this didn't matter. The people of Lianshan village were generous and committed to shared prosperity. As a result, the lives of the people in the entire county and surrounding areas improved greatly. Village Chief Chen, along with officials from Zhao County and nearby counties, toured the inn and everything in Lianshan village. Everyone was smiling and nodding in approval, feeling very pleased. With the people's lives improving, the officials were also enjoying better times. Several letters of commendation were sent to Emperor Chongping, who was eagerly awaiting them. Although he hadn't had a good discussion about people's livelihoods with Qin Shaoan in Lianshan village, it was fine. He had many informants. Some were already living in the village and participating in daily activities. Indeed, it was the teacher from the school invited by County Magistrate Zhao, so it was right to encourage the wealthy to help the less fortunate. Emperor Chongping felt reassured. This year, peanuts and sunflower seeds had not yet been sold, but he hoped they would do better next year. There weren't many sweet potatoes coming from Lianshan village, but someone had seen them before. His people searched and found some. He decided to send more to Lianshan village, while the rest would be planted in the Imperial fields. Once harvested, they would be sent as seeds to various counties, ensuring that the people would not go hungry. That was wonderful. Looking at the young man below who was fidgeting while writing, Emperor Chongping thought it was time to give the rewards without delay. He couldn't be stingy. As for matters with the Li family and the palace, that was a separate issue. As long as it benefited the great Jiang dynasty, he was willing to be accommodating. If necessary, there was always the saying about settling scores after autumn. Besides, the people of Lianshan village probably knew nothing about it. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Chongping issued several imperial edicts. Wu Yong looked at the edicts with a heavy heart and said, "Your Majesty, is this reward too much?" Emperor Chongping raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's the matter?" Wu Yong was speechless for a moment and finally said, "Isn't a reward supposed to be discussed in court? What is there to discuss? Listening to their complaints, it's just a bunch of rules. Or, do you think the people of Lianshan village don't deserve a reward? I wouldn't dare to say that. They should be rewarded. All right, have Lu Yu deliver the decree."
Yes.
"But, Your Majesty, as an emperor, you shouldn't act on a whim without consulting your ministers. That's not a big deal. However, over in Lianshan village, there are no legitimate grounds for this, and those powerful families may not acknowledge this merit." Wu Baobao felt troubled, looking at the carefree emperor, not daring to speak up. So, on the last day of October, Lu Yu arrived at Lianshan village with a grand procession, accompanied not only by the decree team, but also by officials from Xingyun Prefecture, Qingping County, and nearby areas. Lu Yu was quite bold. He liked Lianshan village and the little boy from the palace. After hearing Wu Gonggong's hint, he acted with authority along the way, but he had to explain to the officials they encountered about how wise the emperor was, how generous his grace was, and how the rewards were for the people of Dajiang who had contributed. Thus, many curious onlookers followed along. Chen Xiaowan was unaware of this matter. That day, she was discussing the exam questions with her younger brother, who had just returned from his exam. Her older sister, concerned for her brother, was discussing this year's exam topic, worrying about the world before oneself. Don't ask why they needed Chen Xiaowan for this discussion. It was related to the limited fruit sales earlier. At that time, Chen Xiaowan had told the village chief that selling slowly would allow the nearby farmers to sell their goods over a longer period, avoiding a rush, and they could sell at a better price, earning more money for the new year. When the village chief and the elders heard this, they thought it was a good thing for the people.
Great.
After all, Lianshan village wasn't short on money, so they weren't worried. If necessary, they could send the children to sell in the capital, which wouldn't be too much trouble. When someone complained to County Magistrate Zhao about Lianshan village taking advantage of merchants, the village chief felt very wronged and explained the situation. Magistrate Zhao's eyes lit up, and he patted the village chief on the shoulder, saying, "Well done. I'll help you deal with those who don't appreciate it." This led to the surrounding officials investigating Lianshan village. In this world, news travels fast. Soon, the common people knew about it. Word spread quickly, and Lianshan village gained a great reputation. Even the merchants who were limited in sales had to admit Lianshan village is righteous. So, after finishing his exam, Xiaoxi didn't attend the poetry meeting, didn't socialize, and didn't take his twin sister out to see the world. Instead, he pulled Xiao Sen back to find their older sister. Before they could discuss much, a villager shouted loudly, "Hurry, Xiao Wan. The Imperial decree has arrived. Quickly go to the threshing ground to receive it." After saying that, he ran off, heading to inform the people on the mountain. Chen Xiaowan and the others came out confused. The threshing ground was already crowded with people. They exchanged glances and headed out to the village, with Dan Shaw and the others hurriedly following them since this was an important matter they couldn't miss. Chen Xiaowan quickly found Uncle Chen and the others and asked what was happening, but they all shook their heads, saying they didn't know. Chen Xiaowan counted on her fingers, thinking that the stingy emperor should have given rewards earlier. Why was he giving them now, at such an odd time? She looked at the eunuch Lu in the center of the crowd, who smiled back at her. Then she glanced at the surrounding officials, realizing that as long as they weren't causing trouble, it was fine. After waiting for about an hour, everyone finally gathered, mainly because those picking fruit from the mountain needed some time to come down. Village Chief Chen trembled as he said to Eunuch Lu, "Eunuch, everyone is here." He felt anxious, remembering the last imperial decree they received. Cold sweat began to form. Eunuch Lu reassured him, "Oh, my good village chief, don't be afraid. This is a good thing." Hearing this, the officials became even more attentive. Soon, Lu Yu unfolded the decree and announced, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor declares, today, the villagers of Lianshan village in Qingping County have cultivated 2 seasons of rice, pomelos, persimmons, and chestnuts, and discovered yam, peanuts, and sunflowers as food sources. They have generously shared their knowledge, demonstrating kindness and benefiting the people of our dynasty. Therefore, we hereby designate Lianshan village as a prosperous place, allowing them to wear silk and permitting each household to have 6 servants. The village chief of Lianshan is appointed as a county gentleman. We hope you continue to benefit your neighbors and the greater community. This is an imperial command." At this, village chief Chen nearly fainted, gasping for breath. Oh my! This truly felt like a blessing from his ancestors. The officials exchanged glances. The title of prosperous place and county gentleman didn't seem too significant compared to the achievements, but the allowance to wear silk and have 6 servants was a grand favor from the emperor, indicating that the people of Lianshan were no ordinary commoners. The villagers showed visible surprise and joy, but before they could cheer, Eunuch Lu pulled out another decree, and everyone quickly knelt down. County Magistrate of Qingping, Zhao Tingji, receives the imperial decree. Magistrate Zhao hurriedly stepped forward and knelt again. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, Zhao Tingji, County Magistrate of Qingping, has made great contributions to education. The villagers of Lianshan have provided excellent ginger produce, benefiting our land. Zhao Tingji is hereby granted the title of County Earl, and it is hoped that he'll continue to promote virtue and work with Lianshan village to bring prosperity to the neighbors, to Qingping County, and to the ginger industry. Thus it is decreed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. This decree is quite standard and indicates that Zhao Tingji will not be promoted for now. The title of County Earl is a reward. While everyone was still reacting, they heard, Chen Xiaowan of Lianshan village receives the decree. Chen Xiaowan looked around, confused, unable to understand why she was being called. Her uncle nudged her, but she remained still. Her cousins also tried to get her to move, but she didn't budge. Seeing everyone looking at her, Uncle Chen gave her a gentle nudge. Chen Xiaowan came to her senses and looked at Magistrate Zhao, who waved her forward. She then glanced at Eunuch Liu, who was smiling broadly. Reluctantly, she took a few steps forward and knelt, mimicking Magistrate Zhao. Chen Xiaowan receives the decree. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, Chen Xiaowan, a villager of Lianshan, is talented and virtuous, with keen insight and the ability to discover new food varieties and planting methods. She has taught the villagers widely, bringing blessings to Lianshan and serving as a model for women. She is hereby granted the title of 4th-rank County Princess, and it is hoped she will continue to benefit the ginger farmers of Lianshan. Thus it is decreed. All rewards will be delivered with the decree. Reward the village chief of Lianshan with a set of official robes, a golden rui, 200 taels of gold, 200 taels of silver, and 8 bolts of fine silk, along with the salary of the village chief. Reward County Magistrate Zhao Tingji with a set of official robes, a golden and jade rui, 300 taels of gold, 500 taels of silver, and 12 bolts of fine silk, along with the salary of the county magistrate and county earl. Reward Chen Xiaowan, 4th-rank county princess, with a set of official robes, a golden rui, a jade rui, 500 taels of gold, 1,000 taels of silver, 12 pieces of jewelry, and 12 bolts of fine silk, along with the salary of a 4th-rank county princess. From the Empress Dowager's rewards, reward Chen Xiaowan with 10 pieces of jewelry, 10 bolts of fine silk, and for the Chen family women, who are admired for their virtues and beauty, each will receive a pair of white jade bracelets and a pair of pearl hairpins. Chen Xiuxiu and Chen Yu will each receive a golden necklace and a red agate beaded necklace. Receive the decree and express gratitude. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Empress Dowager. After a long and tiring journey, the villagers of Lianshan held a grand feast. The villagers were very skilled and didn't need to be reminded. It was a celebration for the whole village, after all. As for the title given to village chief Chen, that was expected and no one disagreed. Without the village chief, many families wouldn't have made it to this day. Chen Xiaowan also received a title, which was fine. If it weren't for her second season rice not growing, many might have gone hungry that winter. If the fruits on the mountain hadn't been discovered, they wouldn't have made persimmons. Although they couldn't say it openly, the villagers knew the truth. There were still peanuts, sunflowers, and various melons. Lianshan village was thriving. It was well-deserved, and the emperor was wise. As for County Magistrate Zhao, who cared about him? He benefited from Lianshan village's glory and received a title, which wasn't bad. The officials were busy chatting with County Magistrate Zhao and village chief Chen. Chen Xiaowan exchanged greetings, but that was all, as there were differences between men and women. It was better to let the ladies socialize later. Chen Xiaowan, however, spotted Eunuch Liu and asked, "How is Xiao Wu doing?" Eunuch Liu smiled broadly. "Don't worry, Your Grace. He has won the Emperor's favor." He continued, "Your Grace is wise. How did you come to know the Emperor?" Chen Xiaowan rolled her eyes. "When you leave, remember to take some honey pomelo tea." "Of course, Your Grace. Please prepare plenty for me." "No problem. Just help me look after Xiao Wu." "Don't worry. We also like Xiao Wu. Don't get any bad ideas." "Oh, we are honest people, not like those who are unreliable. Besides, the Emperor is wise." The officials watching this scene thought Eunuch Liu and Chen Xiaowan were very close, which made them speculate and feel they had risen in status. As for Uncle Chen and the others, they were busy helping the villagers. It was a grand occasion, so they celebrated first and would learn more later. When Qin Shaoan returned to Hanshan Bay, Madame Su and others were already waiting at the door. "We greet your grace." Qin Shaoan was startled and waved her hand. "You can go now." But at that moment, no one listened to her. Madame Su said while walking before, "Your grace disliked being called Madam, but now you don't have to worry about that. The Emperor has granted you a favor, saving me from trouble." Qin Shaoan rolled her eyes. She was even more troubled now. She waved her hand again. "Everyone, go back to work. You can go to the village for the feast. I need some quiet time." "All right, the water is already boiling. Would your grace like to take a bath?" The people of Banshan Bay are really happy. They thought they were following a simple farmer girl, which was already good enough, but little did they know she was a potential big opportunity. Being a fourth-rank noble is something to be even happier about. Aunt Luo was so excited she wanted to do a somersault, but Aunt Luo kept advising her, "Aunt, it's great that you're happy, but don't do anything dangerous. It's a joyful occasion. Let's not make it chaotic." In the end, Luo Shisheng spoke up, "Aunt, please don't act recklessly. Madame Chun might not be pleased." Aunt Luo slapped him lightly and said, "It's a noble lady, a fourth-rank noble. A fourth-rank noble is even higher than a county magistrate." "Haha, haha. I'm so clever. I made the right choice in this deal. Otherwise, you little ones." "Humph." She slapped Luo Shisheng again, who winced and said, "Aunt, that hurts." Aunt Luo looked at his leg, and then at where she had hit him, turned away in disgust, and left. She needed to clean that area again to make sure the noble lady was comfortable. Qin Shaoan submerged herself in the bath, feeling a bit confused about how she ended up in this situation. A fourth-rank noble is quite significant, especially for her. In this era, women typically depend on men, but what about her? She had been married, even if that scoundrel Li Yunjin used a fake name. Now that the Imperial decree has come down, it's strange, making her feel like a widow or someone who has never been married. Her memories were hazy, and there were many unclear parts, but for now, the only good thing was that she didn't have to keep track of buying people anymore. She had made a name for herself. Were Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ya really favored by the noble lady? It probably wasn't that simple. Lost in thought, she fell asleep, dreaming of a young general and a girl general smiling at her. She thought that shouldn't be a bad thing. In her days, she heard Su Nyangzi knocking at the door. Noble lady, are you all right? Are you done?" "I'm fine, I'll be out soon." "Then noble lady, please hurry out. You've been in there too long." When Qin Shaoan finally came out, Su Nyangzi handed her a piece of clothing to put on. Qin Shaoan waved her hand and said, "I won't wear it. I'll just rest for a bit. You all go ahead and be busy." She felt like she was surrounded by clouds and mist. The next day, Qin Shaoan woke up, looking at the sunlight and the blue sky, thinking she might as well make the best of it and take each day as it comes. She hadn't done anything wrong. After having breakfast, she waved her fan and went to Uncle Chen's house. Everyone in the Chen family was waiting, but when they saw her, they didn't know whether to greet her or not. Qin Shaoan quickly took a few steps and said, No. Please don't greet me. Are you trying to shorten my life or make me never visit again?" Auntie Chen patted her and said, "You're already a noble lady. How can you still talk nonsense?" "If I don't talk nonsense, Annie, you wouldn't even be ready for me to enter the house." Everyone laughed. "Uncle, auntie, third uncle, fourth uncle, third aunt, fourth aunt. We are family, so no need for formalities. Just be the same as before in the village." Uncle Chin stretched his neck to look outside and asked, "Why are you the only one here? Where are the other girls?" "Oh, don't worry about them. They are working at home. You girl, now that you can officially bring servants, why aren't you bringing any? What's the rush? There's nothing to bring in this village, and I'm not doing anything. Besides, we have plenty of time ahead." This back and forth eased the tense hearts of the Chin family. Auntie Chin quickly asked Shaoan, "Why does my little Xiao and little Ya have more things?" "It's nothing. Auntie, it must be a reward from the emperor for the matters in Liangzhou." But since it concerns a woman's reputation, it was given through the hands of Lady Da. Shawan, are you saying
This.
a woman's reputation can be significant or not? For little Xiao and Lilia, it's not a big deal. They have merits. There will always be some who criticize, so the emperor, not wanting to announce the rewards publicly, gave them through Lady Da. If anyone speaks ill in the future, Auntie can use this reward to respond. The wish is for everything to go smoothly. Annie Chin said with tears in her eyes, "That's good, good, good. I was worried about this, but now I don't have to." Little Xiao and Lilia came over for a hug, and Qin Shaoan patted their heads and said, "Are you happy? If anyone says anything about you, you can stand up for yourselves." Lilia said, "Then big sister, I want to learn martial arts and fight back hard." "All right, let Dan Sha and your sixth brother teach you." Auntie Chen asked again, "What about the rewards for Xiao Zhan and the others?" "Probably, because Lady Da likes them. Just take them."
But
"We haven't even seen Lady Da." "Auntie, it's great to receive these rewards to wear and adorn yourself. Why worry so much? It's just that it doesn't feel secure in my heart. There's nothing to worry about. You haven't stolen or done anything bad. You do good deeds in the village, farm honestly, and take care of your children. What is there to be concerned about?" Aunt Chen said, "Xiao Wan, Aunt San still feels uneasy. Actually, starting from the second month of rice planting, everyone in Lianshan village knows what the Qin family is doing. The emperor should be aware that Xiao Xiao and Xiaoya have done remarkable things in Liangzhou. The emperor hasn't rewarded them yet, probably because they are women or we are commoners, so he hesitates to issue a decree. This opportunity might allow for a single reward. And I, as a county lady, probably have some connection to the events in Liangzhou." "Big sister, what happened in Liangzhou?" "The two scoundrels, Huang Erxing and Huang Sanqing, took people to a place that specializes in selling people outside the borders. Xiao Xiao and Xiaoya dropped many beads along the way, and we followed the beads to find the people, while also destroying that group and rescuing hundreds." "Big sister." Chen Xiaosan turned pale. Chen Xiaowan waved her fan and said, "It's fine, I was following them. I just didn't have the strength to chase after them to rescue anyone. Later, brother-in-law found us." Xiao Xiao and Xiaoya nodded in agreement. "That's good, as long as you found them," Annie said, hugging the two girls with tears in her eyes. Uncle Chen continued, "That's all that happened, nothing else. There should be sweet potatoes too. They are filling and have a high yield. If the emperor could send someone to find more seeds, along with the second crop of rice, we shouldn't have to worry about food shortages in the future. Besides, I've found quite a bit already, so a reward from the emperor is deserved." "You mischievous girl, talking nonsense again." "Not at all. Our emperor has keen insight and will surely reward us." Chen Xiaowan, half serious, half joking, managed to comfort the Qin family. Faced with such sudden wealth, after a brief moment of happiness, the family felt more fear and worry. Now that they understood the situation, they felt a bit more at ease. Even though they knew Qin Xiaowan's words weren't entirely true, they also recognized that this child, despite her reckless ways, had some sense, which eased their minds. Then, Qin Xiaowan, along with Uncle Chen and Uncle San and Uncle Si, visited Grandpa Wu again. The old man was in good spirits, practicing martial arts in the yard, saying he wanted to take better care of his health, seeing that the Qin children were all thriving. He wanted to pay respects to Qin Xiaowan, who smiled and said, "If you pay your respects, the blessings of the Qin family children will be halved. We can't accept that." Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu pointed at her and said, "You mischievous girl, talking nonsense." The same words were repeated again. Compared to the three brothers of a Qin family, Grandpa Wu was even happier, saying, "You deserve the most credit for the village's success. The villagers should be grateful to you. Now the emperor is paying close attention, which is very good." In the afternoon, officials staying at the inn came to Lianshan village. Village Chief Chen and the elders welcomed them, and Grandpa Wu energetically joined them. The three brothers of the Qin family couldn't avoid it either. Originally, the villagers were happy and planned to take the day off work, but they rolled up their sleeves and went to work because village chief Chen announced they needed to prepare some local specialties for the officials. Then Uncle Fu, Luo Shisheng from Chen Xiaowan's family, and others skilled in basket weaving were called to make baskets. Chen Xiaowan went to Uncle Chen's house to get a batch of jars and bottles and returned to ask Huanyang and Qingmai to make honey pomelo tea. Chen Xiaosan and Chen Xiaoxi helped her organize the stock. Eldest brother Chen and second brother Chen went to help roast chestnuts, while Chen Xiaowan stared at the peanuts and sunflowers for a long time. Village Chief Chen led Elder Lu over and leaned in, saying, "Oh dear, you must not think about these seeds. There are only a few left." Chen Xiaowan grabbed a handful of raw sunflower seeds and offered them to Elder Lu, saying, "Try these. Next year, I'll bring you some roasted ones to taste." Village Chief Chen patted his chest, exclaiming, "You scared me." Elder Lu cracked open the seeds and said, "Delicious, fragrant, and sweet." The sunflower seeds harvested this autumn were not as good as those from July due to the colder weather. They were smaller and had more empty shells, so Village Chief Chen was quite worried about this batch of seeds. As for the peanuts, villagers discussed going back to the squirrels' area this winter to trade chestnuts for small items. Chen Xiaowan surprisingly agreed with this plan. The village men also formed a team to search deep in the mountains, but were disappointed not to find any wild peanuts. Chen Xiaosand cleverly called Village Chief Chen away, allowing Chen Xiaowan and Xiaoxi to ask about Xiaowu. Elder Lu humorously reassured them, saying, "Don't worry, Xiaowu is doing well. The emperor likes him and often keeps him in the study. Lord Xiong is teaching him martial arts, and he's making great progress. As for his studies, you both know that Xiaowu doesn't like writing. He often pesters the Grand Tutor for stories, and if they aren't good, he doesn't want to listen. The Grand Tutor is quite worried about it. Also, the Empress often invites him to chat, and he is familiar with the princess." Two people asked if they could send a letter to Xiaowu. Lu Gonggong quietly said, "Young Master C is preparing for the Imperial examination, so it's better not to. The Emperor doesn't like people guessing his intentions." Chen Xiaowan understood. The Emperor's identity in Lianshan village had not been revealed, so they were unaware. She exchanged a glance with young Master C and nodded. Accompanied by Lu Gonggong, they walked around the vegetable garden, but there was nothing left. In the end, Lu Gonggong returned to the post station with a bag of candied chestnuts. The other items had already been arranged and secretly placed in Lu Gonggong's carriage. The next day, Lu Gonggong's returning convoy included 3 more carriages. Inside were 2 boxes of 8 jars of honey pomelo tea, 1 box of 8 jars of peak honey, 2 boxes of 8 jars of grape wine, 4 boxes of persimmon cakes, 4 sacks of raw chestnuts with a roasting method included, and 2 carriages of pomelos. Additionally, there were 2 jars of peak honey and 4 jars of peak honey pomelo tea, just for Lu Gonggong, along with some candied chestnuts and persimmon cakes. Village Chief Chen quietly asked Lu Gonggong if he wanted to ride a cow, as he had everything prepared. Lu Gonggong was so excited, he almost jumped up, raising his hand to say yes, but then he pouted and said, "No, this time we are representing the emperor and are part of the ceremonial team. We can't embarrass the emperor, so I won't ride a cow." He then told Village Chief Chen, next time. Village Chief Chen smiled and replied, next time. This time, the gifts from Lianshan village were quite generous. Each visitor received a gift basket containing 1 pomelo, a box of 10 persimmon cakes, and a bag of 1 pound of candied chestnuts. The ceremonial team that came with Lu Gonggong received 2 pomelos, 2 boxes of 10 persimmon cakes, 2 bags of 1 pound of candied chestnuts, and a small jar of honey pomelo tea. When Lu Gonggong received the gift list, he tugged at Village Chief Chen's sleeve and jumped with joy. As they were leaving, he quietly told Xiao San, "Don't worry, I'll take care of Xiaowu." The officials' gift baskets contained 4 pomelos, 2 boxes of 10 persimmon cakes, 2 bags of 1 pound of candied chestnuts, and a small jar of honey pomelo tea. When presented to County Magistrate Zhao, he immediately bowed and expressed that it was too much. The hidden guards watching this felt quite wronged. They endured harsh weather day and night, receiving nothing but reprimands from Lord Xiong and complaints from the emperor. They wrote a letter to Lord Xiong to express their grievances. Lord Xiong directly handed the letter to Emperor Chongping, who read it in silence. He then called out to Xiao Wu, "Come here, Xiao Wu." "Your Majesty, what is it?" "I want to ask you. You have a pair of brothers who work hard every day, watching others enjoy good food and drinks, feeling very envious.
They complain to you about it.
What should you do?" "My brothers, why do they have to work so hard?" "Because they have a mission to protect others." "Why do they need to protect others?" "Because they are people of merit." "Don't the people being protected know?" "No, they don't." "That's too sad." "Then let those who know reward them. Or they can be rewarded after completing their mission. Those who endure hardships become great people. They can protect those of merit, which means they are good people, and good people will be rewarded." "What if they die? What if they don't come back?" "Then I will take care of their families. We are all connected. Their worries are my worries." "What if they have no family?" Little Five scratched his head and said, "I will find someone who knows them and make sure they eat well, drink well, and have fun every day, so they are always happy." Emperor Chongping and Xiongwei just watched him. "Your Majesty, it would make me very sad if the protectors died." Emperor Chongping waved to Xiongwei and said, "Go take care of it." After sending off the officials, village chief Chen held a grand ceremony, which was very solemn, and everyone in the village participated. This time, Chen Xiaowan couldn't be a quail and stood in the front row. Grandpa Wu looked at her with a smile. The Qin family did not join the villagers in honoring their ancestors. They were waiting for the results of Xiao Xi's examination. They waited until the 8th day of the 11th month when Qin Shiyang, the 4th son of the Qin family, ranked 3rd in the provincial exam and earned the title of Jiren, allowing him to participate in the Imperial exam next year. This was a legitimate title earned by the Qin family. Uncle Qin San, Uncle Qin Si, Qin Xiaowan, and other clan members bought firecrackers and set them off for most of the day. Even the villagers joined in, and the sound of firecrackers filled the air. The Qin family honored their ancestors amidst the noise, with Uncle Qin crying and Grandpa Wu shedding tears as well, while other family members had tears in their eyes. They had waited too long for this day. Chen Xiaowan understood well. Although she was a real county lady, others saw her success as luck or clever tricks, which made her feel a bit insecure. The Qin family was also filled with worry. But Xiao Xi's title was a solid recognition of his abilities, without any doubt. It was like seeing a rainbow after the rain, representing hope and a new beginning. The 17-year-old scholar, though still a bit inexperienced, handled the guests who came to congratulate him with grace alongside Uncle Qin. With a smile and a scholarly air, he displayed the charm of a young gentleman in every gesture. This time, the Qin family did not host a lavish banquet and declined the village chief's suggestion. After Qin Xiaowan's recent prominence, the family prepared appropriate gifts and monetary rewards for the villagers. When the news reached the capital, Emperor Chongping paused, glancing at the young man writing below. He thought, "The Qin children are impressive." The Empress Dowager then asked, "Little Five, I heard you have a 4th brother.
How old is he now?"
"Your Majesty, my 4th brother and my 3rd sister are twins. They will turn 18 after the new year." My 4th brother should have taken the provincial exam by now.
I wonder if he passed."
"Your Majesty, could you please inquire about it?" Emperor Chongping looked at the letter in his hand and tossed it to him, saying, "He passed, ranking 3rd. The young boy picked it up and exclaimed, "Ah, my 4th brother passed. He is now a scholar. I'm so happy. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, let me treat you to drinks today." With that, he dropped his pen and ran off. The officials outside the hall remarked, "He really isn't a prince." The Empress Dowager held the letter and said, "A 17-year-old scholar is quite impressive. I wonder if he will participate in the Imperial examination next year." Emperor Chongping frowned and replied, 17 is a bit young. In 3 more years, he will only be 20. The Empress Dowager looked at him, clearly displeased. Emperor Chongping smiled. "I know what you're thinking, but there's no need to rush." Meanwhile, far in the northwest, the general held the letter. looking at his son lying on the arena. He folded the letter and tucked it away. After countless battles, a warrior returns home after 10 years, leaving a little hope for this youngest son, so he has a better chance of surviving on the battlefield. In Lianshan village, Shaoxi sent off the last wave of guests and went directly to the hillside bay, lying in a rocking chair with his eyes closed. "What are you doing lying here? Aren't you afraid of getting cold?" "Big sister, I'm worried." "Worried about what?" "Worried that I can't move forward and can't return." Chen Xiaowan understood. The young man was feeling lost. "What's stopping you? As long as you stay true to your heart and have faith, you can keep moving forward." "Big sister, don't be afraid. Stay calm. I'm here for you. As long as I'm alive, you have nothing to worry about." "Big sister, don't joke around." "Shaoxi, do you know how many treasures there are on our back mountain, Dalian Mountain?" The older sister doesn't go up the mountain often. "Older sister, think about yourself. Think about Xiao Wu, Xiao Zhen, big brother, second brother, Xiao San, and our uncles. Then think about yourself. The future path will appear. There's nothing too big. You just need to do your best." "Okay, older sister, I will think carefully. Can I come to your place during the day?"
Why?
"There are too many people here." "Aren't you planning to go to the capital?" "Not for now. Before the exam, the teacher told me that more studying wouldn't help. I need to understand things myself." The teacher also said that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles, and encouraged me to go out and explore. He suggested that if I take the exam in 3 years, I will surely make the list. "But older sister, I want to try." Yes, the teacher's advice is reasonable. Winter is too cold for traveling. In spring, let Xiao San accompany you to go out. "But older sister, I have an exam in April. What's the rush? If it doesn't work out, you still have 3 years. After the new year, you can go. I will ask Uncle Wang, and also invite Jixiang and Xiaogua. Bring Xiao Lu along and your third brother, as well as the Luo brothers and Uncle Chunqing. You can choose 2 more useful people from him. You all can take your time to explore on the way to the capital. Listen and observe. You need to understand the ways and thoughts of ordinary people. You are smart, and your thoughts and learning are often noble, but the world is not all the same." "Older sister,
But
I will bring Xiao Zhen and Steward Han to the capital in March to help you. It won't interfere with your exam." "Older sister, you are also going to the capital." "Yes, Eunuch Lu hinted that I should go to the capital to thank the emperor. I think it would be good to see the capital, and maybe find some new seeds."
Zheng Xiaoxi.
Chen Xiaowan doesn't know yet that since she returned from the northwest collecting seeds and grew food, Emperor Chongping has ordered the collection of all new seeds to be given to the Ministry of Agriculture for planting, and requires a complete growth process to be documented. Mr. Su and the people from the Ministry of Agriculture are quite troubled by those seeds. However, since mid-November, the weather has been getting colder. Mrs. Su said that without a fire, they couldn't hold the needle. They're making clothes for her using the newly gifted fabric and the silk they just bought. They said that future clothes should match her status. She felt it was a bit expensive. Wearing soft cotton clothes was comfortable and cheap, so she wouldn't feel bad if they got dirty or damaged. Aunt Chen shot her a sharp look and said, "I was hoping that by being around you, Chi-Chi and Jingjing could become a bit more refined, but you only want to wear simple clothes."
Chen Xiaowan.
At Shanshan Bay, the firewood was stacked high, and the house was always crowded. Z and Rui finally found work, moving firewood in and out every day. In the study, there were a few younger ones, with the 4th child always watching and trying to bring people in, thinking of teaching the 8th child. Uncle Chen refused because he was worried it would affect his exams, so he turned his attention to the 7th child, who looked quite miserable every day. In the warm room were a few little ones, while in the workshop were those who worked quickly, mostly making clothes that she designed. The weather grew colder each day, and if it weren't for the cold, everyone would be wearing thick clothes. Village Chief Chen came in, breathing out clouds of steam, wearing a heavy coat. Even though it wasn't too cold in the village now, every household had at least 1 or 2 firewood stacks, which was something Village Chief Chen insisted on. He said that the weather isn't warm every year, and having extra protection is wise. He never wanted to see anyone freeze or starve again. The elders nodded in agreement, remembering the years when the village struggled for food and warmth. The door was opened by Aunt Luo, who was strong and felt uncomfortable if she didn't move around. Recently, she had been lifting and carrying things in the kitchen with Huanyang and still felt restless.
Shawan.
Where's the county lord? Just wait for me to call her. Madame Su opened the door to the main room and said, "Village chief, please come in. It's too cold outside."
Shawan, I mean.
The county lord. It was clear that Village Chief Chen was still getting used to the change in titles. Village Chief, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Shawan like before. There's no need for so many formalities in this village. If you're not used to it, I'm even less so. She shot a glare at Madame Su, who seemed to want to bring the formalities of the big house here, but she had never lived in luxury.
Well.
Shawan, it's just that it's so cold. I'm worried about those trees on the mountain. They can't freeze. Chen Shawan thought for a moment. She knew several ways to protect against frost, but she wasn't sure if she should do that for the trees. She remembered that it wasn't the first time it had been this cold. Village chief, has the village ever protected those trees from frost before? I don't really remember. Village chief Chen shook his head and sighed. Back then, you were too young to remember. It wasn't always cold in the mountain village. It would get cold every few years without any pattern. Sometimes it would be 3 years, sometimes 5, and there were even 2 consecutive cold years. At that time, the villagers were struggling to eat and stay warm. They didn't have time to worry about the trees. Many people and trees froze to death. When a person died, they were buried, and when a tree died, it was used for firewood in the spring. Xiao Wan, we can't let that happen now. If those trees freeze, the village will have a tough time next year. Don't worry too much, village chief. Those trees have survived for many years. They are not so easily frozen. Thinking about the matters in the edict, she sighed. Under the king's rule, one must bow down, along with the people within a 50-mile radius. Village chief, wait for me. I'll go out with you. Dansha, hurry, the county princess is going out.
Coming.
By the time Chen Xiaowan bundled up like a little dumpling and stepped outside, Dan Sha was waiting at the door in a thick cloak, along with the little ones, Xiao San and Xiao Si, who were also dressed warmly. Chen Xiaowan asked, "What are you all doing?" "We're bored, so we're going out for a walk." Feeling restless, just going for a stroll.
All right.
She appreciated her brother's concern, and walking around the village wasn't a bad idea. As they headed out, Chen Xiaowan felt that her life had become too comfortable. The villagers were busy preparing for the new year. Some were drying blankets, and others were working in the fields and gardens. In contrast, she felt like she was hibernating. Life in the village has improved a lot. If you dress warmly, you can come out to work. In the past, we couldn't even wear thicker clothes. If we didn't gather enough firewood in the fall, the children would be cold hiding under the blankets, and the worst part was not having enough food. Chen Xiaowan didn't respond. She was feeling the change in temperature. The past 2 days had been relatively warm for winter, and the villagers seemed unfazed, treating it as normal. When she was building the firewall with Uncle Chen, she thought the cold winter was just how it was. She stretched out her hand. It felt dry and cold. It turned out that she had been the one who was not normal all along. As they greeted the villagers, they called out to the county princess and Xiaowan. They still hadn't gotten used to the change in status. After all, everyone had been the same for decades, and habits are hard to change. Moreover, with so many visits from County Magistrate Zhao, the villagers often forgot their status, only to remember the differences later. For Xiaowan, the change was likely even harder. Chen Xiaowan felt comfortable with this situation. Otherwise, she would be alone in Lianshan village, having nothing but responsibilities, which didn't seem worthwhile. When she reached Uncle Chen's house, she saw Aunt Chen bundled up warmly, along with 2 daughters-in-law, making sausages. Chen Ge and Chen Er were helping in the workshop, and even from a distance, she could hear the sound of wood being sawed. After greeting them, she continued to stroll around the village with village chief Chen, looking at the newly planted trees. She worried that these trees might not survive. There were also trees planted on the mountain road outside the village, which were newly planted and at high risk of freezing. They went to the back mountain, where the temperature in the valley was indeed a bit warmer, and the grapefruit and persimmon trees still had green leaves. They also checked on the chestnut trees, which seemed fine. They walked for several hours, and Qin Shaoan felt her feet getting heavy, a clear sign of not exercising enough. She sighed quietly, feeling disappointed in herself. She thought about ways to protect the trees from freezing, but she wasn't sure which methods would be best. Perhaps the village chief and the experienced villagers would know better. She spoke up, "Village chief, I know some methods to protect trees from freezing, like watering them before the ground freezes, wrapping them in straw, mounding soil around the roots, covering them, building windbreaks, spring watering, and letting snow accumulate at the base. But those methods need to be discussed with you and the experienced villagers."
Ah.
Village Chief Chin looked at her with hope, while the other two women looked at her curiously. She continued, "Watering before the ground freezes helps create a frost layer, keeping the root temperature stable and protecting the trees from cold. The second method is to wrap the trunk and some main branches with straw or grass to keep them warm. When wrapping, the grass tips should point up, and half should lie flat on the ground, starting from the base and wrapping up to the branching point. This should be removed after the last frost. The third method involves creating a mound of soil about 3 feet wide and 1.5 feet high around the tree's root neck after watering, to prevent frost damage and reduce soil moisture evaporation. The fourth method is to cover the base of the plants with grass, cloth, or leaves and then pack down about 1.5 feet of fine soil. This not only protects against frost but also keeps the branches moist and prevents them from drying out. Seedlings and vines can also use this method. The fifth method is to water promptly after thawing in spring to keep the soil moist, which can lower soil temperature and delay bud development and flowering, avoiding damage from late frosts. The sixth method is to surround the trees like they do in the valley. Chun Shaowan spoke lightly, but her words felt a bit awkward, clearly learned from a book. This actually made her more credible, even softening the skeptical looks from the younger siblings. After all, their older sister, who grew up with them, suddenly seemed to understand many things they did not. How could they not be suspicious? Xiao Si wrote down what Qin Shaowan said and handed it to village chief Qin, who took it and went off to work. Then he looked at Qin Shaowan and asked, "Sister, are you reading the same book as I am?
Do we use the same study?"
Qin Shaowan turned around and saw Xiao San looking at her with great interest. She searched the bookshelf and found a book titled Casual Talks, tossing it to them and saying, "No, the books you read I never look at. The books I read, you won't find." She then gracefully walked away to the kitchen to ask Queen Yang for something to eat. The two brothers exchanged glances and flipped through the book, recognizing the familiar characters. They couldn't quite describe their feelings. Xiao Si handed the book to Xiao San and then started searching the shelf like Qin Shaowan, flipping through the books one by one. Sure enough, they found a few books. The Way of Dealing with Affairs, The Dream of the Drunken Man, The Culinary Guide, and another one titled The Great Physician. Of course, Qin Shaowan's work was evident in The Way of Dealing with Affairs, which was a modified version about the weaknesses of human nature. It was impossible for her to recite it all from memory, so it had to be a modified version. Qin Shaowan's past personality might have been a bit stubborn. She could understand the reasons behind things, but she struggled with practical applications. This was also the reason she wanted to take it easy in this life, just going with the flow, even if she wasn't fully aware of it. Because she couldn't handle jobs that required high skills, she stayed away from them. The Dream of the Drunken Man was about the art of manipulation, which Qin Shaowan had renamed and modified. The Culinary Guide and Casual Talks were more random, mainly to satisfy Xiao Si, as she feared he might take things too seriously. The Great Physician was based on the 36 stratagems, which she modified the least, as she felt altering it too much would misinterpret the original meaning. Each book had a small note on it, copied by Chen Zuan, which she humorously blamed on him. The two brothers studied the books for a while, saying, "I didn't find this book, and you didn't either." The other replied, "I'm not in the study every day. Who knows where sister found it?" Qin Shaowan was well fed, preparing for winter, and didn't care about her brothers at all. The books were meant for them to read. She secretly writes every day like a mouse, needing to focus, or her hands won't cooperate, and her writing is as messy as Xiaojing's. Chun Shaowan feels that these hands have stories, but she can't remember them. After a few attempts to recall, she decides not to think about it anymore. Nothing is happier than enjoying a peaceful retirement. She originally wanted to raise a child, but it seems her body and Yezheng are not very reliable, so she thinks it's better to just take it one day at a time. She has no desire to remarry. Meeting someone new and getting married again seems too complicated. Dealing with in-laws can be troublesome, and she is quite content with her current situation. Xiao San and Xiao Si are in the study, studying books. Uncle Chun San and Uncle Chun Si come to her house to keep the grapevines warm, and Chun Shaowan watches them with a smile. She knows how to eat, but she isn't sure if the vines really need warmth. As they leave, Uncle Chun San knocks on the desk and tells them, "Your big sister's trees in the yard, the fruit trees outside, and Xiao San, the work of keeping the grapevines warm is up to you too." As for Xiao Si preparing for exams, Uncle Chun San thinks it's better for someone who reads casually to do some work to wake up their mind. However, Uncle Chun San is overthinking this. Aunt Luo loves to take on such tasks. Together with Aunt Luo, Luo Shisheng, and Jiru, they finish the work quickly, as they are strong and efficient. They only filled 2 mounds of soil, and Aunt Luo even complained that they were in the way. In the end, Xiao San and Xiao Si secretly went up the mountain to handle the grapevines themselves, as this area hasn't been shared with the village yet. The strong men in the village are struggling, as there are too many new trees to plant and all the fruit trees on the mountain need soil. They are working hard, and the winter atmosphere is still present. Aunt Luo is busy tying ropes, as these woods are precious. The mountain village relies on them. Because of this, Village Chief Chen went to find County Magistrate Zhao, and soon the whole county was busy. They had no choice. The losses would be too great, especially since Lianshan Village had spent money on this. If they didn't handle it, everything would die, and it would be difficult to get funding for Lianshan Village in the future. After all, Village Chief Chen has always said that the money in Lianshan Village didn't come from nowhere, and there are many places to use it. Now, every family in the village can't even afford 6 servants. The people listening could only remain silent. The money in Lianshan Village is no different from money blown by the wind, but there are indeed many places to use it. Not just in the village, but the county relies on it too. More importantly, the people of Lianshan Village really work hard. In this weather, everyone, young and old, is busy preparing the trees for warmth without even getting ready for the new year. In Lianshan Village, even the wealthy are working hard. They have nothing to say but to keep going, otherwise, they deserve to be poor. So, this winter, Qingping County is bustling with activity. The chestnuts from Lianshan Village are sold out, but those from Qingping County and nearby towns are still available. Merchants traveling from north to south are spreading the word about this, making it a popular topic. As a result, the county officials from nearby areas have come to see County Magistrate Zhao. They have no choice. The people in their counties are trying to settle in Qingping County. Their exact words were that settling in Lianshan Village is not possible, but nearby towns and villages are fine. If Lianshan Village can share a little, they won't starve or freeze. They will find a way to survive. The people are the foundation for these officials. Without the people, what will they do? Since County Magistrate Zhao was granted a title, he has enjoyed a few peaceful days. In his words, as long as Lianshan Village doesn't cause trouble, he can be a calm and steady official. However, if trouble arises in Lianshan Village, he has to run around. So, he is not too eager to meet Village Chief Chen, but he has no choice. Meeting with Chen is better. He usually brings good news for the country and the people. If it were someone else from Lianshan Village, it might be a serious issue. Facing the county officials, County Magistrate Zhao understands their concerns. He has been in their shoes, worried about the country and the people, but feeling helpless. So, he took the officials to see the activities happening around Qingping County, where people are busy working. One of the officials pointed at a man in a thin coat carrying soil. This He stammered for a while. Looking at the heavy coat on himself and the hard-working man, the officials seemed confused. Zhao teasingly said, "Can you guess what Lianshan village is doing now?" When County Magistrate Zhao brought the group of officials back to Lianshan village, they saw people working hard from the entrance. As they walked towards the inn, they noticed a closed sign on the door, and both the front and back gates were securely locked. Nearby trees were well tended, and the soil was piled high. In the distance, the mountains were crowded with people. As they walked further into the village, they saw the same scene, and a sharp-eyed child quickly called for the village chief. The chief, dressed in a heavy coat and exhaling white breath, looked like he had been outside for a long time. He rushed over and said, "Sir, what brings you here?" "Village Chief Chen, you know these gentlemen. They are the county magistrates from neighboring areas. They came to tell me that their people want to settle in your village and are asking for a solution. Otherwise, they won't survive this winter." The village chief, Chen, was puzzled for a long time and couldn't understand what it meant. He scratched his gray hair and asked, "Lord Zhao, you know our village doesn't accept outsiders." Lord Zhao replied, "Then think of a way. The people are struggling. This winter came too suddenly and too cold." After thinking for a while, Chen took out a key and said, "Please follow me." He opened a small courtyard in the official post station and asked an old man there to start a fire, smiling as he said, "My lord, this fire needs to burn slowly. It will be ready soon." After waiting for about half an hour, the temperature gradually rose. The officials gathered around to discuss. Finally, they concluded, addressing Lord Zhao and Chief Chen. "Lord Zhao, Chief Chen, this fire method is good, but most of our villagers live in mud houses. They can warm up during the day, but at night, they have no way to sleep, and many lack clothes and food to work." Suddenly, Chief Chen thought of the heated kong, a traditional bed he had discussed with Chen Xiaowan when building the courtyard. She had many ideas and even debated with Uncle Chen about whether to build one. In the end, she decided against it because she wasn't used to it. Could this be a solution for those people? Chief Chen said to the officials, "Please wait a moment. I really have a solution, but I need to call for some help." However, as he reached the door, he felt pain in his legs, realizing that going back and forth would take a long time. Seeing the hopeful faces of the officials, he called a child who was bundled up like a little bear, helping his father tie ropes around a small tree. After whispering in the child's ear, the child happily ran off. Chen rubbed his legs and said, Sorry, I'm getting old, and after running around all day, I'm really struggling." One official pointed at the child and asked, "Is he going to find?" "The county lord. The county lord has the blueprints." The officials began discussing whether to visit the county lord. Chief Chen rolled his eyes and took off his cloak, sitting down by the fire. Now, his rank was higher than these county officials, but he felt a bit annoyed that Zhao, with a fourth-rank title, was on the same level as Xiaowan. These people showed no sincerity. What would Xiaowan think of them? After waiting for a long time, a young boy in a black cloak braved the cold wind, looking even more refined. When village chief Chen saw someone, he immediately stood up and said, "Xiao Si, why are you here? Don't you have school?" "Don't worry, village chief. I'm just helping my sister with this matter, because she's tired. Also, my sister asked if you gentlemen have checked on how the villagers are preparing for winter. The weather is getting colder, and if it snows, will there be enough firewood? Are the houses sturdy enough? If people stay active, they won't feel the cold as much. You gentlemen could also have the villagers do some work. In addition to the fire walls and heated kong beds, fire basins and stoves are also commonly used. Remember to keep the windows slightly open at night to allow for some airflow. They must not be tightly shut, as that could be dangerous. Please keep that in mind." After saying a few words, he added, "Gentlemen village chief, I won't stay longer. The heating materials and the blueprints for the fire walls and pits are here. Master Wang and my uncle will be here shortly." He bowed and turned to leave, displaying a graceful demeanor. Then an adult asked, "Who is this?" "He is our village scholar. So young. What is his relationship with the county lady? Didn't you hear him just call her sister? Is he married? Does he have someone in mind?" "I have a little daughter. Village Chief Chen and County Magistrate Zhao rolled their eyes in unison. County Magistrate Zhao thought to himself that he was also envious of this young scholar from the Chen family, but unfortunately, his daughter was still too young, and the connections among the gentry were quite complicated. His wife even had her sights set on her niece, and he had to stop that idea, not wanting to let someone else benefit. This young man is handsome, and whether next year or 3 years from now, as long as he passes the exams, he will surely find a good match. Moreover, the news is accurate. The young man taken by the emperor was indeed dressed in royal attire in the study, and he is the younger brother of the scholar. He also found the Qin family's daughters appealing, but his wife was somewhat reluctant. He worried that they might not be able to secure a match and thought he should discuss it later. These young ladies seemed unlikely, but that Xiao Sen was a bit of an odd fit. He was a good lad. He wondered if there were any suitable matches among his nieces. Then he heard Village Chief Chen say, "Aren't you gentlemen here to discuss how to help the villagers get through the winter? Why are you gossiping?" There was nothing to be done. He was currently a 5th-rank baron, and the gentleman sat up straight, as if the earlier gossip had nothing to do with them. The blueprints were being passed around. Is there any difference between this fire pit and the firewall? They're the same. One is vertical and can only provide warmth, while the other is horizontal and can be slept on. Then why is this technique so far behind? Isn't there a big difference between something that can be used for sleeping and something that can't? Aren't you all worried about the people not being able to sleep at night? This can solve that problem. How many people can this accommodate, and does it use a lot of firewood? Village Chief Chen rolled his eyes and immediately called over Master Wang, who had just entered, saying, "Come, Master Wang, please explain this heated bed to the gentleman." Master Wang took a moment to realize that this was the heated bed design that Xiaowan had struggled with for a long time when building her courtyard. To be honest, he had only tried it out himself and had never actually taught anyone how to make it. He had built a firewall in the village at that time, and his wife was worried about the cold, so he made one for their home. Uncle Chen quietly found a place to sit and think. Surrounded by officials, he felt he had come this far, but he worried that little 6 had little hope of studying, while little 8 should at least have some success. Otherwise, he would be left alone to face the consequences. The technology for the heated bed spread quickly because Village Chief Chen provided 2 plans. One was for the county to fund it while Lianshan Village provided the technology, allowing craftsmen from various counties to learn for free, helping the people quickly build heated beds to stay warm. The other method was for Lianshan Village to teach the technology, charging each craftsman 5 silver coins to learn. When several county magistrates discussed this, Magistrate Zhao threw 200 silver coins to Village Chief Chen and said, "There are many places in Qingping County that struggle to get through the winter. This year's harvest is better, but people can only wear a few more layers of clothing. Village Chief Chen, please teach them all." The others, did they really need to discuss it further? Zhao was a high-ranking official. So Village Chief Chen selected a group of people, like his son Dashing, who was a mason, to learn how to make the heated beds and then provide technical guidance to the counties. Lianshan Village earned 1,000 silver coins, and Village Chief Chen gave Master Wang and Uncle Chen each 100 coins, while Chen Xiaowan received 200 coins, with the rest distributed fairly, making everyone happy. Chen Xiaowan directly praised Village Chief Chen, saying he was an excellent manager who never took advantage of others and always looked out for his people, and he was quite honest too. The old man was so pleased that he had more wrinkles from smiling. With cured meats like bacon, sausages, chicken, duck, goose, fish, and rabbit, as well as smoked meats, Huanyang, Aunt Luo, and others were busy. Madame Su and Dansha were still making her clothes and shoes. Chen Xiaowan walked from the front yard to the backyard, then back to the front yard again. She didn't go to the study because little 4 was inside, refusing to leave and asking 100 questions. As a result, when villagers brought gifts, they quietly left them at the door and knocked before leaving. It was impossible for them to enter. If they did, the gifts couldn't be delivered. The only comforting thing was that this year, the gifts were more varied and reliable, unlike last year when they were all meat. Uncle Chen even came to take a look. Last year, this girl had gotten upset But this year, as a county princess, she couldn't afford to be angry again. It might make the villagers think. It was better to avoid any trouble in the village. Uncle Chen looked around at the prepared items and nodded. He told Huinyang that those who sent gifts should just let him know later, and he would handle the return gifts. However, Huinyang said many people just left things at the door, and she didn't know who sent them. Uncle Chen turned back to her and said, "You can't get upset this year. You don't even have to do anything. If you don't want to keep the gifts, you can give them away. This year, there will probably be many people sending you New Year gifts. Just return them. You can't act like a child anymore. If you're too busy, let Xiao Zhen and Xiao Qi help. If that's not enough, Little Four can come out. He's been staying here and doesn't want to leave." Chen Xiaowan looked at her uncle, feeling like she had become free labor for the villagers. They brought gifts, hoping she would get upset again before the New Year to add more dishes to the New Year's Eve dinner. She felt wronged. Uncle Chen rubbed her head and left, sighing that the higher you stand, the greater the responsibility. After all, his little one was a county princess now, and these responsibilities had to be shouldered. Of course, the more gifts the villagers sent, the more they remembered her contributions. On the day of Laba, a carriage from the capital hurriedly arrived at Lianshan village, and it was fortunate that the village chief personally let it in. The people in the carriage said they were delivering New Year gifts for Chen Xiaowan. Chen Xiaowan was in the warm room with a group of children, drinking laba porridge made with rice, millet, red beans, green beans, red dates, peanuts, corn, and chestnuts. It was fragrant and smooth. While distributing laba porridge to the villagers, Dan Shaw joked that the village chief almost ate her peanuts when he saw them. Everyone laughed. The village chief was very protective of those seeds now. Every time he came, he wanted to move the seeds elsewhere, fearing that Chen Xiaowan would eat them all, especially since there were a few big eaters among them. When the village chief entered, he called out, "Xiaowan, someone sent you New Year gifts." "Oh no! My peanuts, how many did I lose today?" The children inside laughed. Chen Xiaowan came out and asked, "Who sent me New Year gifts?" A woman got off the carriage and greeted, "Greetings, Lady Wu. I hope you are well." Chen Xiaowan was surprised and recognized the strong man driving the carriage. He seemed familiar, as he had delivered New Year gifts last year. She glanced back at village chief Chen, who was discussing peanut seed preservation with Dan Shaw in the storeroom. She invited the visitors into the main room. When Mrs. Su came out and saw the guests, she worried about the mess in the house. She quietly spoke to Xiao Zhen, who then took the younger siblings away, making an excuse to take Xiaoxi with them. On the same day, Xiao San was called away by his father to help keep the bees warm. Uncle Chen had been very concerned about the bees lately and even prepared a special room with a heated wall. Chen Xiaowan didn't interfere. She let them handle it as she wasn't all-powerful. As she entered with the guests, a group was coming out, and they exchanged glances. "Bring 2 bowls of laba porridge." "Yes." "You two traveled a long way. Please drink some porridge before we talk." They thanked her and sat down to drink. After finishing, they respectfully called out, "Lady Wu. Which family do you belong to? Why do you call me Lady Wu?" "I remember my husband has no siblings or relatives." Their expressions were complicated, showing a mix of emotions. The coachman looked at Mrs. Su, and when the maid saw her, she exclaimed, "Yan Yue, is that you? Oh my, you're alive." Chen Xiaowan looked from one to the other, asking, "What is going on?" The coachman sensed something was wrong and immediately knelt, saying, "Lady Wu, please don't be angry. We are the family servants of the Li family from the capital. Your husband, Li Yunjin, was originally known as Niezheng, and he is our 5th master." "What Li family?" "The Li family of General Li from the Northwest." Chen Xiaowan felt stunned. "The commander of the Northwest, General Li?" "Yes, the 5th master is the youngest son of our general." Chen Xiaowan's hands trembled as she asked, "You remember coming last year. Why didn't you say anything?" "Lady Wu, I didn't speak because the old lady instructed us not to. She said that in marriage, honesty is essential, and the 5th master should tell you himself." Chen Xiaowan took a few deep breaths and asked, "Then why tell me this year?" "Lady Wu, the old lady said the 5th master would return this year, but She wasn't sure if anyone had informed you. If we don't tell you, it would be as if the entire Lee family is deceiving you, so we must be honest.
She said.
It's not that we won't take you back, but the situation in the capital is complicated. The general and the fifth master are away at war, and things are not good at home. The fifth master has let you down, so he must return victorious, personally inform you, and come to pick you up. Chun Shaowan felt her head buzzing. She turned to Madame Su and said, "He told me you were an old friend I could trust, and offer me a place to stay. Later, you told me to trust you, but now, Madame Su, I need to know who you really are." Madame Su knelt down and said, "Fifth Madam, neither the fifth master nor the general has hidden anything from you. I am Yenyu, also known as Madame Su. I told you I grew up in the capital as a servant from a noble family, but I was not born into it. I was bought into the household later. I followed Miss Lu since childhood. Miss Lu liked to name her maids after weapons, but the matriarch thought it was inappropriate and had them changed. Miss Lu came up with clever names. I am Yenyu, meaning the green dragon crescent blade. There's Zhuyu, meaning the purple mist bow, Zhanyu, meaning the frost blade, and Huayu, meaning the square heaven halberd." Madame Su continued, "However, during the family's difficult times, I was not by Miss Lu's side. Later, my family found me, and that's when I went through everything. I speak no lies. I am now free. When I encountered you and the fifth master in the northwest, the fifth master did not recognize me. It was only later, when the general arrived in Liangzhou, that the fifth master learned the truth. The general heard about my situation and asked the fifth master to arrange for me to follow you. The general said to ensure your safety and not to let me say much more." Chen Shaowan felt something was about to be revealed. Even gripping the armrest hurt her. She asked, "Did you go to the northwest to meet an old friend?" Tears began to fall from Madame Su's eyes. "Yes, to meet an old friend, Miss Lu. The others, they are all over there." "Where?"
Kasai.
Chen Shaowan. "Who is your Miss Lu to Li Yunjing?" "She is Aunt Lu." Miss Lu also has a twin brother who is also the sixth child, known as the sixth young master. "Who is the current general?" "He is the eldest brother of the sixth young master and Miss Lu. They love to wear white robes and red garments." "How do you know? How old were they when the incident happened, and how old was Li Yunjing?" 18. The fifth master was just under 10. "What happened back then?" The servant nodded and said, "Madam, please don't ask. The old lady instructed us to look forward. These matters do not concern you, and you don't need to know. Just focus on being safe and happy. The old lady knows that life in Lianshan village is good now. She is not well and cannot come to pick you up, so she said she would come personally when the master returns. Sending gifts for the new year is the general's instruction, organized by the old lady herself. The general's letter stated that no matter your status, since you married the master, you're part of the Li family. What others have, you should have too. As for the master situation, the general said that when he and the master return victorious, they will give you and the Qin family an explanation." Chen Shaowan felt a terrible headache and waved her hand, saying, "Take them away to rest. I don't want to be disturbed today." Dazed, she returned to her room without changing her clothes and fell asleep immediately. Dan Shaw came in, helped her out of her outer garments, covered her with a blanket, and added more firewood to the stove. She wanted to confront Madame Su about the accounts. After arranging the male servant, Madame Su went to settle the accounts with the maid. Dan Shaw reached the door but ultimately did not enter. Meanwhile, Chen Shaowan had already fallen into a dream. In her dream, a young general and a girl general were back in their white armor, hiding in a mountain hollow, covered in blood and looking serious. The girl general asked, "Brother, will we die here?" The young general patted her head, blood smearing on her hair, and said, "No, I will protect you and get us out." "Brother, I don't want you to die." "All right, then we will fight our way out together." Then Chen Shaowan woke up, tears streaming down her face. Many things she didn't understand before suddenly made sense, yet there were still many things she didn't understand. For example, in the northwest, They were wondering why Xiao Zheng hadn't arrived yet and decided to urge him. It turned out he was her nephew. She didn't understand how she entered her own dream and why they could still see her and bring her back. After waking up, she sat alone until dawn. She opened the cabinet and took out a box containing a jade pendant and a gold hairpin. Madame Su had said it was a good item and advised her to keep it safe. She took it out separately and also moved a small box from Yezheng in the northwest. She remembered it contained jewelry and hairpins that were clearly spoils of war. He had suggested that her third and fourth uncles could trade them for her, but she never needed money and had never thought of using them. She opened it and found an extra bag inside. Picking it up, she saw it contained a stack of silver notes and 2 hairpins, one made of red sandalwood and the other of green sandalwood. She took off the purple sandalwood pin from her hair and placed all 3 together. It was clear they were all crafted by the same person. The purple sandalwood pin was the simplest and coarsest, while the red sandalwood pin was the most delicate and intricate. Tears began to fall one by one as she counted the silver notes, 3,000 taels in total. She wanted to cry. It felt like a dream and a puzzle at the same time. Why was she here? When Li Yunzheng returned last time, he was nothing but skin and bones. What kind of life had he been living? The battlefield is merciless. Would he ever come back? When she was 9, her family faced a disaster. That year, she was 6, her father gave up on the provincial exam, and her mother had already passed away. Perhaps it was the same year that everything fell apart. Was it just a coincidence, or was there another reason? Wiping her tears, she took a bath and called for Dansha, asking about the New Year gifts that had been sent the day before. Dansha led her to the warm room and handed her a list of gifts, saying, "Your Grace, everything is here. From now on, instruct everyone to call me Madam. There are no Your Graces in the mountain village." Understood. Chen Xiaowan opened the gifts one by one. First, there was a jewelry box containing 4 different hairpins, made of gold, silver, and jade. Then she opened a set of gold headdresses, followed by sets made of gemstones and pearls. Another box contained a full set of silver ornaments. "Dansha, bring that maid to me." Of course. Soon, the maid arrived. "Fifth Madam, tell me about these New Year gifts."
Well,
It's not just the New Year gifts, it also includes your share from these past years. Share? Yes, Fifth Madam. You've been married to Fifth Master for 5 years. The Leaf family returned to the capital 2.5 years ago. After returning, each lady receives a monthly share of 20 taels, which totals 600 taels for you. Each season, there are 6 sets of clothing and 1 headdress, with 2 hair ornaments. The clothing and other items were converted to silver by the other ladies, totaling 100 taels per month, which adds up to 3,000 taels. However, the headdresses and a few hair ornaments are rare, so 4 sets were sent, and there are still 4 sets in the capital. 2 sets are still needed for you, and the elder lady said she would look for more good ones to save for you when you return to the capital. As she spoke, the maid reached into her clothing and pulled out a bag, handing it to Qin Xiaowan. "Fifth Madam, this is the betrothal gift. The elder lady said to give it to you first. Each lady in the Li family typically receives this amount upon marriage. As for the wedding gifts, the elder lady said to wait for Fifth Master to return, and he will provide you with more." As for the other elderly lady, she didn't know what the lady would need, so she picked some useful items from the farm and even added 500 taels. The box contains 500 taels of silver specially exchanged by the old master, saying that the 5th lady can arrange it as she wishes. The elder said the 5th lady should not feel burdened and should just do what makes her happy. The Qin family treats the 5th master well, so they asked the lady to prepare some gifts to send over. "Thank you, elder lady. What should I call you?" "I am Fong Rui, the top nanny in the household." "All right, Nanny Rui, you can go rest now. Let me think and prepare some return gifts for you to take back." "Yes, thank you, 5th lady." "Dansha, call for Lady Su."
yes.
Chen Xiaowan was going through the New Year gifts sent over, and there were no valuable items, just practical things that a farm family could use. She wondered if they didn't know she had been promoted to a 4th-rank county lady. Lady, you called for me. Come, take a look. Why are this year's New Year gifts so different from last year's? Lady Sue examined them. Lady, this year's gifts are a bit more valuable, but they are all ordinary items.
Why?
Do you remember the jade pendant and gold hairpin from last year?
Yes.
Those were tokens for the next family head and the matriarch. They could command the Li family servants and the Li family army outside.
Chun Shaoan.
How could such things be given to me? Lady Sue shook her head. I don't know, but I asked Feng Rui and Brother Liu yesterday.
Oh.
Brother Liu is the one who brought the New Year gifts. He used to be the general's page named Xing Liu. He said the household situation isn't very good and the elder lady's health isn't great, so they could only arrange what they could for you. This year things are a bit better, so they added these items. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Lady, about what aspects? If it's about the general's household, the general has instructed that you should not ask or speak about it until the fifth master returns to explain in person. As for other matters, I've been with you every day for over a year, and you know I have nothing to say. Last time, he came back, I heard you talking. Lady Sue smiled. The fifth master asked me how you were feeling each day, and if you were eating well. Madam, actually, fifth master doesn't really know my identity. At that time, he was still very young. He only knew that I was an elder from the general's residence, but I had already redeemed myself. The person I wanted to see in the northwest was also from the general's residence. He asked you to provide me with a place to stay, but he meant nothing else. That's what the general told him. Chun Shaoan. What about Jibwa and Jixiang? Jibwa's son should be from the Northwest Army. He might also be the personal guard of 6th Master or the old general. You would need to ask the general. I am not aware. All right, I understand. Arrange for some preserved goods to be sent back.
Yes.
Then Madam Sue handed over a piece of paper. What is this? My contract of servitude, so you can feel more at ease. Chun Shaoan smiled but did not take it. Have you really thought this through? Next, Chun Shaoan went to Uncle Chen's house and took a lot of pomelos, then went to Uncle Chen San's house for a box of honey, and also got a lot of persimmons from Uncle Chen Si's house. It wasn't that Chun Shaoan wasn't prepared. Mainly, when the county lord was sealed, she and the village had shared half of the village's expenses. At that time, there weren't many fruits, so she took quite a bit from her own home, and her stock was running low. She prepared a box of honey and honey pomelo tea, 10 boxes each of persimmon cakes and chestnut cakes, 2 baskets of preserved meats, a sack of chestnuts, and a sack of yams, along with a recipe. She also had several pomelos. Additionally, she prepared a jar of honey and honey pomelo tea for Xinglu and Granny Fengrui, a selection of pastries, 10 pounds of preserved meats, and 5 taels of silver. Then she let them go. As they left, she told them, just make sure the old lady takes care of her health. Don't worry about me, and there's no need to send more things. I'm doing very well. We'll talk about future matters when 5th Master returns. After that, she took a nap. This time, the silver the old lady sent her added up to 9,100 taels, 5,000 taels for the betrothal gift, 3,000 taels for 2.5 years of expenses converted into cash, 600 taels for the monthly allowance, and 500 taels as a supplement for the annual gift. Plus, there were the 3,000 taels that someone had secretly placed in her box last time. That made for over 10,000 taels in total. She really didn't lack money, but she had been very short of it in her past life. However, in the evening, Uncle Chen San came back, complaining, Chun Shaoan, you spendthrift. You've used up all my honey. What am I supposed to drink? Xiao San said you didn't drink it yourself. Who? That kid's words don't count. Then he went to her storage room and took a box of honey pomelo tea. Chun Shaoan waved her hand, saying it was fine. With 1 jar of honey and pomelo, she could make 3 or 4 jars of honey pomelo tea. They need to come up with a plan and find something else. Otherwise, with her speed of making honey, Uncle Chen really can't keep up. Loquat syrup can be made too, and next year they can use those wild fruits to make candied snacks. Wild grapes can be dried to make raisins. They should be less sour when dried. Just add sugar. Yes, let's do that next year. Little Chi likes it, so bring her along. Saying this, They went to the study to write down the recipe and prepare it in advance. 3 days later, Mrs. Su brought her contract of servitude, and Chen Xiaowan accepted it after thinking for a moment. She felt more at ease, and Mrs. Su felt reassured too. She changed her name to Su Yuan, and from now on, she would be called Yuan. To outsiders, she would still be referred to as Mrs. Su, as she was a servant, not a guest, and the manager of Banshan Bay. Uncle Chun and the others didn't say much when they found out. They just nodded. In their eyes, it was fine for their niece, who held a fourth-ranked title, to have a manager. Although they didn't understand the rules, they knew it wasn't against them. Little Jean, Little San, and Little C all fell silent and didn't ask further. They trusted their eldest sister's judgment. On the 15th day of the 12th month, the eldest grandson of Grandpa Wu, Shi-chung, was getting married. Chen Xiaowan bought several strings of firecrackers to set off and went early to congratulate Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu. When the groom went to fetch the bride, she returned home. It wasn't appropriate for her to be there when the bride's family arrived. Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu understood and personally sent her a lot of wedding pastries. As for the third son of Uncle Zhua, Shi, his engagement fell through for some reason, and Chen Xiaowan heard it caused quite a stir. She didn't ask too much, just said they would find someone else. Aunt Zhua nodded repeatedly. Even with the cold weather at the end of the year, there were many joyful events, with weddings happening one after another. Chen Xiaowan mostly just sent generous gifts and didn't attend in person. The villagers were familiar with her and knew she never liked visiting others' homes, especially now, so no one said anything. They just sent plenty of wedding pastries and dishes. Ji Yi and Ru Yi even said they had eaten enough. Aunt Luo remarked that they were unaware of their good fortune. Some people came to drink at the wedding and hinted at wanting to visit, but the host family directly refused. Moreover, some girls happened to meet Little San and Little C, and the two of them ended up staying at Banshan Bay. Eventually, Shi came to stay with them for 2 nights, saying his mother wanted him to go on more blind dates, but those girls were too annoying. Little Jean, Little Chi, and even Mei Lian were kept at home by Auntie, and they weren't allowed to attend the wedding feast. The host family felt quite awkward but had no choice. People have their own lives. With so many guests, they couldn't manage everything, and Banshan Bay didn't stop anyone. The 4-sided pavilion and the corner pavilion were filled with people. Uncle Chin Si looked at the road in Banshan Bay and discussed with Uncle Chinda. The land over there has only pine forests and the road, plus some small hills. The rest has been bought by Xiaowan. Why don't we just enclose it, expand the house, and buy some more servants to make their living space more comfortable? She has a high status, so we could get a housekeeper to avoid these annoying people. Uncle Chunda replied, she is of the 4th rank. I wonder if the court will allow her to build a house. They exchanged glances and decided to ask. Xiaowan doesn't worry about these matters, but they, as her uncles, still need to care. Every family loves their own niece. While everyone thought Lianshan village was a paradise and young men and women were trying to find ways to get in, the new year quietly approached. On the 20th day of the 12th month, Chen Xiaowan realized this was her 3rd new year here. Time flies. She had been living here for almost 3 years. Watching everyone busy in the kitchen, Chen Xiaowan thought that this year she wouldn't have to work in the kitchen. For the past few days, Hui Nyang and Aunt Zhu had been busy early every morning. Cooking various dishes was no challenge for the 2 skilled cooks. They prepared tofu, dumplings, and meatballs according to Hui Nyang's list, and they even used 2 small clay stoves because the main stove was too small. She wondered if she could eat all that food. It was quite expensive. Aunt Luo and Luo Shisheng cleaned the front and backyards thoroughly. Luo Shisheng also fed her spirited thin horse, which had gained some weight. Chen Xiaowan felt a bit frustrated looking at the horse. It seemed that everyone around her, including the horse and the pets, lived comfortably. After changing her name to Yu, and Mrs. Su and Dan Sha were happiest making clothes for her. Aunt Zhu would clean every day and then go to the village to chat with others. Now that Luo Shisheng's leg was better, he took care of the fruit trees in Chen Xiaowan's front and backyards. After Aunt Zhu finished washing clothes, she would check the vegetable garden and feed the chickens, ducks, geese, and pets. Chen Xiaowan stayed home, tidying up the yard again after Aunt Zhu left. Ji Yi and Ru Yi mostly spent their days at Uncle Chen Xi's house with Xiao Xiu and Xiaoya, not returning for lunch or dinner. Aunt Chen Xi was very pleased. Uncle Chen San came to discuss with Chen Xiaowan when they would go to the capital again, as he and Uncle Chen Xi wanted to buy 2 people to bring back. Chen Xiaowan looked at him, and he shyly said, "That kid Xiao San is busy with something. I want to bring back 2 people, one to help me with work in the village while I raise bees and make bricks, and another to assist your Aunt San, so she can have some free time. Your 4th uncle also said that the village is rotating work, which is better. There are more tasks in the village now. This year, we will also plant sunflowers and peanuts. We are busier than before, with no time to rest. 4th uncle, I heard from Xiao Qi that many new faces have come to the village. Did they all buy servants?" "Yes, now each family has the quota for 6 servants. Many people have bought them. Some have bought all 6, while others have bought 2 or 3, but most have not bought any yet. Are they all permanent contracts or temporary ones?" "I don't know. Most of them bought them in Qingping County, and some in the city." "Okay, I will visit around the 7th or 8th day of the new year."
Ah.
"That's so early." "Yes, after the new year, Xiao Si will go out and Xiao San and Xiao Lu will go with him, bringing along Xiao Gua and Ji Xiang. The family really needs help."
Ah.
Uncle Chun was surprised, his eyes wide open. "Isn't your uncle buying anyone?" "He said he won't buy anyone for now. You have already arranged for Xiao Si and Xiao Zhen, and Xiao Wu is not home. It's not urgent." Chen Xiaowan didn't mention it again, and said to Uncle Chen, "Uncle, will you accompany me to village Chief Chen's house? Is there something?"
"Yes."
"Uncle Luo, please watch the door." "Okay, my lady." Dan Sha also ran out of the kitchen and said, "My lady, I'll go with you." Chen Xiaowan nodded. The 3 entered the village, and the threshing ground was still lively, with children running around. Ji Xiang and Xiaogua saw her and came over to greet her, saying, "Hello, County Princess." Chen Xiaowan asked, "Do I need to give you red envelopes?" They both laughed and said, "Not today. We will give you one when we come to wish you a happy new year on the first day." Uncle Chen playfully clapped his hands and teased, "Little rascal." When they arrived, Village Chief Chen was in the yard playing with his little grandson, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Seeing her, he happily said, "Xiaowan is here." Desheng's wife and the village chief's wife came out to greet her warmly. They didn't bow, as it was Chen Xiaowan's request. She felt uncomfortable with so many people bowing every day. Chen Xiaowan smiled and greeted them back. "Xiaowan, is there something you need?" "Village chief, may I have a word with you?" "Yes, I heard that many families in the village have bought servants." "Yes, that's true." Desheng also mentioned buying 2 people to help with work after the new year. "The quota given by the emperor should not go to waste. Now we can also grow second-season rice, and as long as the fruit trees in the mountains are well cared for, we won't have to worry." Chen Xiaowan frowned and said, "Just now, my 3rd uncle also came to me, saying he wants to buy people. We plan to go to the city on the 7th or 8th day. Do you want to join us, village chief?" "That sounds good. I'll have Dashing go with you." "Village chief, have you thought about what kind of people to buy, and what work they will do? Are you looking for contracts for living or deceased individuals? There's so much to consider." "Yes, the village chief has many concerns. I've bought people twice before. In the city, there are official and private sellers. Both times, I bought from the official market, but there aren't many useful individuals. The servants and maids vary. Some are honest, while others are cunning. If the villagers don't understand this, they might not work well after buying them. If bad servants mistreat their masters, it wouldn't be surprising if the household is disturbed. Now, even the mountain village is a prime target. Usually, the men work outside, leaving only women and children at home. If we end up with dishonest ones, it wouldn't be safe. With 6 people per family, if we buy that many, it could total nearly 1,000 people. How many people does our village even have? When there are many people and not enough land, Plus, the fruit trees on the mountain may not be sufficient. When we built the houses, we didn't anticipate today's situation. We didn't plan for extra rooms for the workers, and there might not be enough space. Chun Shaowan spoke at length. If the villagers all change, it wouldn't align with her original intentions, and in the future, she wouldn't be able to help Lianshan village anymore. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to return. If strict rules aren't enforced, the peaceful life in Lianshan village won't last long. The prices of mountain fruits will drop, and other seeds will spread. If Lianshan village loses its advantage, it might not have another chance to lead. Myths and legends will naturally fade, and then it will become a target for ridicule. She could take all the Qin family members away, but it would be a shame to give up on a place she worked hard to create for retirement, especially with Qin village chief being a rare honest person dedicated to the villagers. Moreover, in any future situation, she would still have an indirect connection to it, and she couldn't escape the consequences. She had been pondering this matter since the Imperial decree of reward began. People often struggle to control things beyond their understanding. The villagers of Lianshan are farmers, barely literate. If they suddenly become wealthy without restraint, fortune and misfortune can be unpredictable. She is a county princess, but that's just an honorary title. In Lianshan village, her words don't carry the same weight as those of Qin village chief. Chun Shaowan spoke plainly, and Qin village chief was not oblivious. After all, there were so many unfamiliar faces, and not everyone was trustworthy, which increased his management challenges. He also knew that some families brought back young girls claiming to serve their elders, but who knows what their true intentions are? Chun village chief asked, "So, Shaowan, how should we solve this issue?" Chun Shaowan said, "When one suffers, all suffer. When one thrives, all thrive." County Magistrate Zhao received a title because of Lianshan village. As the local leader, if Lianshan village faces trouble, he won't escape it either. The village chief and the clan leaders have agreed on a plan. They decided that County Magistrate Zhao will handle the purchasing of people. The government has its channels, and he comes from a noble family and has been in office for many years. He thinks deeply and sees far. He will find a way. But Shaowan, what if those people place their own people in? With so many plans, there must be some mistakes. Not everything can go perfectly. We haven't kept this a secret. It has already spread, giving us an advantage. If the village chief loses this advantage, what will happen to Lianshan village? If the villagers do not cherish their blessings, they will bring disaster. County Magistrate Zhao is the one who can help us now. The expression on village chief Chen's face was very serious. Earlier, he held back some silver because he was worried about the villagers causing trouble. This year, thinking he could buy more, he decided to distribute a bit more silver, especially since they would need to plant more food next year. However, he forgot that Lianshan village has limited land. In the past 2 years, no one has bought land, and with more people and not enough land, they are all relying on the fruits from the mountains. Once other places start producing, the prices will definitely drop. This had been discussed long ago. For Lianshan village to survive, they must share knowledge with others. But this also limits the villagers' opportunities unless they continuously have fresh goods. But fresh goods are. Looking at the woman before him, he had watched her grow from a child to a bride. Nie Xiaozai already had military achievements, and she was a 4th-rank county princess. If she leaves or neglects Lianshan village, it would bring more trouble than good in the future. Village Chief Qin felt some anger towards the emperor for granting such a favor. Upon reflection, he realized he couldn't blame anyone. Once the villagers had money, it was only a matter of time before they would buy people. Without purchases, the village couldn't survive. Unless they stopped farming altogether, which would make them fruit farmers, that wouldn't work either. If the court doesn't intervene, they would be in even more trouble. The school had just been established, and it would take many years for anyone to succeed. Right now, they were relying on the woman in front of him and the newly appointed scholar, Xiao Si. Village Chief Chen's mind raced with thoughts. He was already content with his position as a county official. It was rare for farmers to rise in rank, and it was thanks to the person before him. He couldn't be foolish. Suddenly, Village Chief Chen realized that Lianshan village must not fall into chaos. He had to protect Lianshan village and maintain this favorable situation. After Chen Shaoan left, Chen Dasheng came out and said, "Father, this is serious." Well, Lianshan village is not a small village. It has over 150 households, each with its own concerns. Right now, things are calm because of the annual profit sharing, but people's greed is never satisfied. Look at those who usually slack off at work. Now they can afford so many servants, which might lead to chaos.
Thus saying,
You can't just focus on bricks and tiles. You need to manage village affairs too. Xiao, Wan, and the Qin family may not be able to stay in Lianshan village. It will be difficult then.
yes.
Father, I understand. On the way, Uncle Chen asked Chen Xiaowan, is it really that serious? Not necessarily, but the villagers need to be cautious. Outsiders shouldn't be able to do anything to Lianshan village. What we fear most is internal conflict among the villagers. Adding more people is the first step. If County Magistrate Zhao helps buy people, do we still need to buy from outside? Yes, buying from outside shows loyalty, while buying from within shows sincerity. All right, even though I, your uncle, don't understand much, I trust my niece's judgment. I saw the few young men you arranged for Xiao San. They are quite clever. Hee. After Chen Xiaowan finished speaking, she returned to Hanshan Bay. The village chief and Uncle Chen would handle the rest. She would just be a good luck charm. However, on the 23rd day of the 12th month, County Magistrate Zhao and his wife came to personally deliver New Year gifts and Chen Xiaowan's salary. This left Chen Xiaowan feeling a bit awkward. Although she was used to the magistrate's generosity, they were of the same rank, and he was still her superior. After exchanging greetings, they sat down. County Magistrate Zhao began, Your Grace, you may not know, but with our fourth-rank nobility, the emperor grants houses in the capital, the size at his discretion. But in the local area, it is up to the local authority to build. A four-courtyard residence is the standard. How to modify it is up to personal preference, as long as it doesn't exceed regulations. Each household can have 50 male and female servants and guards, which is the same for all at this rank, as long as it stays within limits. As for farmland and tenants in the mountains, they are not included. Chen Xiaowan finally understood why so many people were eager for titles and honors. The difference was too significant. Your Grace has always lived in Lianshan village, but if you have other ideas, you could settle in Qingping County. Chen Xiaowan paused for a moment and said, Thank you, Magistrate Zhao. I was born and raised here, and I never thought about living elsewhere. Since Qingping County is not far from here, I won't be settling down there. The county magistrate sighed. He understood the situation well. Although he hadn't spoken much, he had a connection with the emperor. He said, This residence of the county lady doesn't fully meet the regulations. It's fine for now, but it won't work in the long run. If the court investigates, I will be at fault too. Moreover, the emperor has arranged for 5 guards to come, and they are already on their way. The rest we can arrange ourselves. Chen Xiaowan was confused. On their way. Arrange ourselves. The county magistrate continued. Well, they should have arrived with the Imperial decree, but for some reason, they didn't come together. It's been 2 months late. County lady, when a new residence is opened, the emperor usually grants attendance, and there are quite a few. However, since you and I are from different backgrounds, I'm from a noble family, and you are from a farming family, the number is smaller this time. The emperor is being considerate. Otherwise, there would be too many people, and this house wouldn't be able to accommodate them. Chen Xiaowan smiled and said, Dan Xia, please invite village chief Chen. Then she turned to the county magistrate and said, Sir, I don't mind this. Whether I live alone or with a group, it doesn't matter. But there is an important matter I need your help with. The county magistrate was puzzled. What is it? Sir, last time the imperial decree stated that each household in Lianshan village could buy 6 servants. The villagers have already started purchasing, but they don't understand the process. They think buying people means they will just work, but the quality varies. If they buy carelessly, it could lead to problems. I will be living here too, and I really don't want to see such things happen. The county magistrate pondered. He had thought about this issue as well. If chaos broke out in Lianshan village, he would also be held responsible. However, he felt it was not his place to intervene unless the villagers requested it. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, I can arrange for the people, but since there are many, I might need to inform the higher authorities. He pointed upwards. Chen Shaowan smiled and nodded. When village chief Chen arrives, he will likely discuss this matter. The county magistrate nodded again and continued, now, about the county lady's residence. Chen Shaowan sighed and said, to be honest, I have put a lot of effort into this house. The 2 small courtyards next to it were only built a couple of months ago. The county magistrate and his wife laughed. The county magistrate said, after I finish discussing with village chief Chen, I will look around to see if we can designate a piece of land in Lianshan village. Chen Shaowan recalled that Uncle Chen had mentioned wanting to enclose all the land last time. She nodded. Zhao county magistrate and Madame Zhao laughed again. The county lady has quite an interesting personality and is not too formal. The magistrate then stood up and said, Madam, please keep the county lady company for a while. I will go find village chief Chen. Chen Shaowan did not insist on staying, as such matters likely required the elder's participation, which would be inconvenient for her. She nodded and stood up to see him off. This was indeed a case of good timing. Her lucky streak was truly working. She could secure her retirement place. Chen Shaowan and Madame Zhao chatted happily about the changes in Lianshan village, the magistrate's frustrations, village chief Chen's dedication and stubbornness, and the assistance Lianshan village provided to outsiders, as well as the changes in Qingping County. They even discussed the many styles of clothing and jewelry available now. Chen Shaowan laughed, saying, merchants have the keenest sense. They can spot where money can be made at a glance. Madame Zhao also chuckled, but merchants have a low status and are not well regarded by the scholars. Chen Shaowan sighed. Merchants travel north and south to sell goods, providing convenience and earning a modest living. Without these merchants, we wouldn't have northern furs or southern cotton and silk here. Not to mention the fruits and chestnuts from our village. Without them, it wouldn't be so easy to sell. Exactly. So many people outside are counting on your village's fruits. I've heard that some merchants are waiting here just for your harvest.
Really? I didn't know that.
It seems Lianshan village has done quite a bit for the people. Of course. I heard from the master that benefiting the community is a great achievement. Just then, Dan Shah entered and said, County lady, Madame Zhao, the magistrate asks you to step outside. The 2 exchanged glances and stood up to go outside, where village chief Chen, the elders, Uncle Wu, the 3 Chen brothers and others from the village were waiting. When the village chief saw them, he said, Shaowan, your uncle mentioned that you bought all the land from here to the small mountain. Can you enclose it? The villagers are used to walking to the small mountain. Enclosing it might not be good. Uncle Chen added, Shaowan, the magistrate said if you bought all this land, the village would also provide you with a piece of residential land. That area by the pine forest would be enough to build a large house, making the whole area yours. Chen Shaowan looked at the county magistrate. The county magistrate said, My lord, it's fine to enclose the area like this, since it's your land. However, this means that access will have to go through Lianshan village. Although there aren't many officials in Qingping County, there are still enough that will come to visit in the future. Chen Shaowan understood that it would be best to have a separate road for herself, so it wouldn't disturb the villagers or those visiting, and she wouldn't have to walk through the village. She replied, Then, sir, I will also buy the area by the pine forest and create a garden next to this small pond. We can set a gate at the village entrance that allows villagers to enter freely, but outsiders won't be able to come and go as they please. The yard will be enclosed on my side all the way to the foot of the mountain, and we can leave a path on the other side of the small hill. We can also build another road around the small hill for access, so it won't affect the villagers. What do you think, village chief? Village chief, Chen pondered for a moment. He had no objections to enclosing the rest, but he was concerned about not allowing villagers to access the small hill, especially since the chestnut grove needed to be accessed from there. At that moment, Xiao Sen bowed and said, Sir, village chief, I have a suggestion. My sister has bought this land, and it still has a lot of crops that will be given to the village as seeds in the future. There isn't much usable land left, and my sister doesn't want to change locations. I suggest we give half of the area from here to the small hill and the back mountain all the way to its foot. There are quite a few crops there too, so why not include all of it? We can build a road along the wall that leads directly to the chestnut grove, and paving it with stone will be cheaper. We can keep this road and connect it to the path on the other side of the small hill. We can put up a sign at the entrance so that those looking for my sister won't have to go through the village. The pavilion can remain open on all sides, allowing villagers to sit there. My sister can host guests and hold discussions outside without going indoors. Villagers can access the small hill directly from here or enter from the back mountain. This way, it will also be convenient for my sister to enter the village, and it will be easier for villagers to visit her. Everyone fell silent in thought. Uncle Chen looked on with admiration, and Chen Shaoan thought to herself, "Wow, this guy is even including that grape grove." The village chief and the elders exchanged glances, unsure of what to think, but surprisingly agreed. Chen Shaoan bet that Xiao San would start marking out areas next. Sure enough, Xiao San said, "Village chief, elders, how much silver do you think the pine forest is worth? Once we have that sorted, I will find someone to organize it." Village chief Chen replied, "Are you planning to cut down the trees?" "Not all of them, but we will need to clear some. Don't worry, we will select some trees for our use, and the rest will go to the village." Zhao County Magistrate said, "You don't need to worry about the land money. The county will allocate land for the county lord, so it will be fine as long as it's included. Just have Village Chief Chen report back, and we will send a red contract over together when the time comes." "Yes, sir." Chen Shaoan thought to herself that in the 3 years she had been here, she had built 3 houses. It seemed she was really tied to these houses. After a group discussion, Zhao County Magistrate also informed Village Chief Chen that the Emperor had arranged for 4 people for him as a reward from the county. Village Chief Chen was stunned for a moment before he responded, "Not sir."
Sir.
However, Zhao County Magistrate reassured the elders, saying, "Don't worry, elders. I will arrange for the people. Before the new year, I will bring them here, and the villagers can choose for themselves." The elders repeatedly thanked him. If Lianshan village couldn't unite, it would be better to let someone from above arrange for people to come in. After all, if Lianshan village fell into chaos, the first to suffer would be the villagers, followed by the village chief and Zhao County Magistrate. The one in charge would only bring disappointment to the people, as Lianshan village was seen as a vital part of the community. This was the sentiment of Xiao Si, the teacher from the school, and the final thought of several elders and the village chief. Thus, the matter was settled. Village Chief Chen planned to hold a meeting before the new year to discuss this with the elders and how to manage the people they would acquire. Uncle Chen participated in this discussion, as his situation was different. One was Xiaowan's title, and the other was Xiao Si's achievements. Both allowed them to acquire people and manage them, plus he had several brothers in the village, so he needed to be cautious. Uncle Chen was unusually attentive now. He understood that if Xiaowan did not leave Lianshan village, it would remain the foundation of the Qin family. If Xiaowan left, Xiao Si would also be outside, and the other children would not stay either. His brothers would always prioritize the children. As for the other brothers, they would not have any objections, but they had lived here for 3 generations. Their parents and second brother were buried here, and now the village was thriving. Unless absolutely necessary, his brothers did not want to leave. Therefore, Lianshan village could not fall into chaos. For the sake of their parents and brothers, and to ensure the children had roots and a backup plan, they needed to maintain stability. When Zhao County Magistrate and his wife left, they had already received many gifts in return, arranged by Qin Shaowan, the village chief, the elders, and the villagers. Zhao County Magistrate and his wife were surprised by the gifts. They had become deeply connected with Lianshan village. Their fortunes were intertwined, and even Qingping County was the same. That night, Magistrate Zhao handed over the letter to the secret guards of Qingping County. "You already know what happened today, so report it to the emperor." The people need to be in place by the first month, or we will delay the spring planting. In the following days, Xiao San was very busy with Uncle Chen, village head Chen, and the workers from the county's storage and workshop. Xiao Si focused on studying hard. Luo Shisheng followed closely, wanting to be aware of everything, as this might all become his responsibility in the future. Chen Xiaowan also unusually started sewing clothes for herself, the Qin family, and Xiaozhen. Madame N, Dan Xia, and Aunt Luo were tidying up the rooms to prepare for the 10 people sent by the emperor, unsure of when they would arrive. Ji Yi and Ru Yi officially moved to Uncle Chen's house, and the Luo family had no objections. Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen were very pleased, with Aunt Chen personally arranging a bright room for them, and the 2 children were happily bouncing around. On the 29th of the 12th month, after 2 more households brought back servants, village head Chen struck the gong, and the villagers of Lianshan skillfully moved the benches. Village head Chen shouted hoarsely, "Villagers, listen. The emperor's reward for our Lianshan village is a great blessing. Each household can have 6 servants. This is a reward for us farmers, showing that we are not ordinary commoners, but people who have contributed to the greater good. However, we must not forget our roots. We are farmers raised in the mud, and we barely know how to read. We don't understand these rules. I have heard that when buying people, there are both good and bad, some who know the rules and some who do not, and there are those who mistreat their masters and those who enable bad behavior, causing unrest in the household. We don't understand. We can't tell good from bad. The people we buy will live under the same roof as us. They will be family. They will work alongside us, go to the fields, pick fruit, and prepare fresh food. So, I asked Magistrate Zhao to help us select a group of people. Magistrate Zhao said he would arrange for people to come in the first month, and those of us who need help can choose. This way, everyone will have a clear understanding, and we can manage things together without causing unrest in our homes. Chen Xiaowan, along with several of the Qin family's younger members and a few scholars, stood in the pavilion wearing cloaks, listening. On the other side, the scholar invited by Magistrate Zhao stroked his beard, nodded, and left with his student. Chen Xiaowan asked Xiao Si what the scholar was like in terms of knowledge and character. Xiao Si said, "Knowledge and people are both wonderful. I've encountered them twice, and I can hear hints in their words. Later, you should ask for advice. There's no need to hide it." I was just thinking the same. The hidden guards exchanged glances in the trees, thinking, there are talented people in Lianshan village. None of them seem impressive individually, but together they can't be ignored. This opportunity is slipping away. The leader needs to step up. The villagers looked at each other, especially those who had followed the trend to buy people, feeling anxious about whether they made the right choice. If they had known the village would arrange things uniformly, they wouldn't have bought anyone in advance. Meanwhile, the newcomers in Qingping County heard the news and rushed to find County Magistrate Zhao, but he refused to meet anyone. When Emperor Chongping received the letter, he was also surprised. He hadn't thought much about it at the time. He only realized that the few people Chen Xiaowan used had fallen under Chen Xiaoxi's control and that the villagers would be rewarded for planting new crops next year. He didn't expect such a crisis. However, it was clever of him to think of Zhao Tingji. That was fortunate. He summoned Xiong Wei, and Wu Yong and Lu Yu said, "You 3 go choose people. Pick some honest and hardworking ones. Take as many as you can. Zhao Tingji will arrange the rest if needed." Understood. In such a place, they couldn't use the families of officials or those who were educated. They had to select honest and capable workers. Otherwise, Lianshan village might not hold together, and if trouble arose, their kindness could backfire, possibly causing the great Jiang dynasty to lose something important and its fortune. On New Year's Eve, Zhao Hanqing arrived in Lianshan village with 14 people, 7 men and 7 women, smiling as he knocked on village chief Chen's door and said, "County Lord, the people granted by the emperor have arrived. Here are the contracts." He then added, "The 4 behind me are for you, County Lord." For people came out, 2 men and 2 women, all middle-aged. Village chief Chen smiled and welcomed them in, but Zhao Hanqing said, "No need. I still have to deliver someone to my sister." He waved goodbye with a smile and left. In Mid-Mountain Bay, Chen Xiaowan looked at the beaming Zhao Hansheng and asked, "How are you and Xiaoro celebrating the New Year today?" "Don't worry, sister. Xiaoro is preparing at home. We have plenty of things." "Good. Here is the contract. This group of 5 includes 1 manager and 4 guards. The 5 maidservants don't have specific roles listed. You can arrange them as you see fit, sister. I won't stay longer. I need to greet my father-in-law and then return. Xiaoro is still waiting for me." "All right, go ahead. I had someone prepare some things for Xiaoro. Please take them back." "Thank you, big sister." Dan Shaw came out of the house carrying a bundle and a basket for him. "Yuan, please arrange for them to wash up. Let them come back for questioning when it's warmer."
Yes.
It was clear that someone had chosen these people carefully. There were 5 male servants, 2 older ones, 1 refined and clearly in charge, and the other quite hefty. There were 5 female servants, 2 young ones who looked about 16 or 17, 1 in her 20s with her hair styled, and 2 in their 30s. 1 person was more than enough for her. The 5 male servants were arranged in the front courtyard. The 2 older ones shared 1 room, while the 3 younger ones squeezed into another. The beds had been prepared in advance by County Magistrate Zhao, and there was enough space for them. As for the female servants, Qing Mai moved in with Dan Sha, while Nyang shared a room with the 1 in her 20s. The 2 young ones shared a room, and the 2 older ones shared another. Hui Nyang and Luo de Nyang lived together. The 2 small courtyards were quite crowded. These people were amazed by the prepared rooms, especially the bathroom and toilet. They had heard about the wonders of Lianshan but didn't know the servants were treated so well. The rooms even had a bathroom and toilet, which made them both curious and anxious. They were unsure about how well the new county lady would treat them. There were many rumors in the capital. Some had been chosen without connections, while those with connections had picked better places. Some simply wanted to escape the complexities of the capital and find a simpler life. The clothes on the bed were new, and there were needles and thread for them to alter the fit. But why was it so warm inside when it was so cold outside? Never mind, they would wash up first and wait to see their master for assignments. Knock, knock. "Can I come in? I'm Dan Shaw. The county lady sent me to teach you how to use the items inside." For good luck, Chen Xiaowan met with these people again before the New Year's Eve dinner. It was indeed well arranged, but after understanding their identities, she felt she didn't need so many people. She said, "I am just a farmer's daughter, without many rules or ambitions. Living freely in Lianshan village, eating what I want, and doing what I enjoy is my lifelong wish. My husband, Niezheng, is currently serving in the northwest and has military duties, so he won't be back for a while. In this house, I am the only master, and you won't have too much to do. Coming to this countryside, you have to work on the farm. It's impossible to live too comfortably, but it won't be too tiring either. I may not have many rules, but I can't stand betrayal or deceit. You are sent by the emperor, so I assume you have better manners and more knowledge than I do. You know what should and shouldn't be done, so keep that in mind for the future. Today is New Year's Eve. Soon we will have a reunion dinner, which is also to welcome you. After eating, you can rest. Tomorrow, each of you will take on your duties and get familiar with your roles. By the way, this village is different from the capital. As long as you don't cause trouble, you don't have to be overly formal. Understood? Then you can go. Head to the kitchen and let Hui Nyang prepare the New Year's Eve dinner." But no one moved.
Chen Xiaowan.
It was a Nyangzi who spoke. "Your Highness, it's time to assign names and arrange matters."
Chen Xiaowan.
Was she supposed to arrange things with her mind? Naming was a bit troublesome. She picked up the list of people's skills and looked at the 2 girls around 16 or 17. "You will be called Cheng Meng and Huai Lv. For now, follow Dan Sha." Then she turned to the woman in her 20s. "You will be called Yu Hua and follow Yuan."
Yes.
Next, she addressed the 2 women in their 30s. "Since you both have families, your names will include Rui Nyang and Shi Nyang. I don't have many tasks here, but there are many people to feed, and since you can cook, help Hui Nyang in the kitchen."
Yes.
Then she looked at the well-mannered man. You will be called Chen Yuan. You used to manage things, and I currently need someone for that. County Magistrate Zhao mentioned that I will need help with welcoming and sending off guests, so you will take charge of that. You will be called Chen Mu. I also have two others named Luo Lin and Luo Senator since you practice martial arts. I have a few younger siblings who want to learn some skills to strengthen themselves. If you are willing, please help teach them. You can manage your own time or work with Uncle Luo, who is very strong. You three will be named Chen Jian, Chen Dan, and Chen Hao. For now, follow Uncle Luo until the courtyard is rebuilt. Yes. Thank you, Your Highness. After finishing, Chen Shaowan looked at Anyangzi. Can we start the meal now?
I'm hungry.
Everyone smiled and politely bowed before heading off to make arrangements. Chen Shaowan sighed. This place isn't too big, but there are many people. She will have to support all of them. And there's no turning back. It would have been easier to raise a child instead. She hopes she won't end up working around the clock because of these people. Life can be so difficult sometimes. Time waits for no one. During the New Year's Eve dinner, there were 2 tables. One table had 8 men and 2 women, while the other table had Luo Lin and Luo Sin back, along with others, making a total of 20 people. When the women saw how much the Luo family could eat, they were quite surprised. After the meal, the big stone in the yard was a mess, and the new guard was amazed. The others helped clean the kitchen and tidy up the house. With so many people, the work was done quickly. Yuehua, Hui Green, and Cheng Meng stood behind her, and indeed, they were very orderly. Dan Hong was watching the stone lifting with the others. Chen Shaowan looked at the stars in the sky and suddenly missed her home in another world. She reached out, but only felt the cold wind.
She also thought of Niezheng.
I wonder how that man is doing in the northwest? Then, fittingly, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. It was snowing. Meanwhile, in the northwest, Niezheng was watching his comrades compete in strength, and he realized he didn't enjoy the battlefield. The past 10 years, roaming freely in the mountains was much better. Whenever he returned home, there would always be hot meals waiting for him.
Now,
the starry sky in the northwest was always exceptionally clear. This New Year's Eve, she spent it alone, yet still with the Qin family. On the first day of the new year, the entire village turned white, but the children's excitement was unmatched. Early in the morning, many children came to greet her at the half-mountain bay. Chen Shaowan, wearing a long coat, stood at the door playing with the kids, while Dan Sha and others distributed the prepared silver coins and copper coins to them. There were no peanuts or sunflower seeds, but there were pastries and candies. The children jumped around, wishing everyone a Happy New Year. County Lord, Happy New Year. Aunt Shaowan, Happy New Year. Sister Shaowan, Happy New Year. The newcomers watched as Chen Shaowan joined in the fun with the children. The loudest was Xiao Qi, while Xiao Lu had grown up now. He was dragged away by Xiao Jing, still shouting, Fifth sister, it's the first day of the new year. Chen Shaowan couldn't help but laugh, patting Xiao Lu's head, saying, Take them to play. Xiao Lu, now 13, nodded and waved his hand, leading the children away. Today, the village would be filled with their laughter. Chen Shaowan waved goodbye, and Yuan took her things and followed her out. Yuehua hesitated for a moment, but then joined her. She wanted to wish Grandpa and Grandma Wu a Happy New Year, but after last year's experience with Uncle Chen's family, she decided it was better to go tomorrow. The snow is quite deep. Stepping in it gets my shoes all wet. I remember the heavy rain from the first year I came here, and now the environment feels like it's in the sky. At Grandpa Wu's house, there are many people gathered. Clearly, the younger members of the Qin family have come over, and when they see her, they all greet her, saying, Big sister, Happy New Year. Grandpa Wu, Grandma Wu, I'm here to wish you a Happy New Year. I wish you health and happiness and peace every year. The elderly couple smiles widely and introduces her to their granddaughter-in-law, Shang Xiang, a lovely girl who shyly says, Big sister, Happy New Year. Chen Shaowan only brought gifts for the new year, with just 2 hairpins in her hair, one of which is a red sandalwood pin carved by Niezheng. An elder lady mentioned that it's fitting for the new year, so she decided to wear it. This created a bit of awkwardness when Yuehua secretly handed her a jade hairpin from behind, which is also simple and fitting for the occasion. Chen Xiaowan nodded at her and, smiling, placed the hairpin in Shang Xiang's hair, saying, "My lady is just starting her role and is quite poor. You can wear this for fun. Don't dislike it." Shang Xiang bowed and said, "Thank you, big sister. I wouldn't dare to dislike it." Xiao Zhen, standing nearby, teased, "Big sister just likes the new sister-in-law and didn't even give me a hairpin." This made everyone laugh. Grandma Wu hugged her and laughed. "You're even jealous of your new sister-in-law." Qin Shaowan replied, "I have wooden hairpins. Do you want one?" Xiao Zhen said, "Your wooden hairpins are all carved by brother-in-law. How could I take one?" This comment drew everyone's attention to the red sandalwood hairpin in her hair. Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu nodded at her, and everyone shared a knowing smile, making the earlier awkwardness disappear. Qin Shaowan sat for a while before leaving. Xiao Zhen quietly caught up with her and said, "Big sister, Xiao Si said that today, Stewart Han and Tan Zhao are coming to wish us a happy new year. They've been here for 2 or 3 days. They don't celebrate the new year here." "I don't know." Yesterday. It was the news brought by Luo Lin. Luo Lin, that little rascal, using my things and passing messages to the master. Xiao Zhen laughed. "Wasn't yesterday New Year's Eve?" Xiao Si was stopped by our mother when he tried to go out. "Then Xiao San knows too." "Yes, they are together." Chen Xiaowan felt a bit frustrated but also smiled, as it showed that Luo Lin and Luo Xin still knew who their master was. When they reached the halfway point at Shanwan, a carriage was already parked at the entrance. Xiao San and Xiao Si were welcoming the new arrival, Chen Yuan, and when they saw the few of them returning, they hurried over. "Big sister, you're back. You two didn't go to wish Grandpa Wu a Happy New Year?" "Early in the morning, I went out and made an excuse to leave. Otherwise, I couldn't get away," Xiao Si said with a smile. "Han Shan has met the county lady and Miss Jin. He wishes them a Happy New Year." Wang Chunqing has met the county lady and Miss Jin. He wishes them a Happy New Year. Tan Zhao has met the county lady and Miss Jin. He wishes them a Happy New Year. Li Chun has met the county lady and the young lady. He wishes them a Happy New Year. "Everyone please get up and come inside to talk. Manager Chun, please have someone organize the items." "Yes." Back in the main hall, Dan Sha and Huai Lu came over to help her and Xiao Zhen take off their cloaks. Cheng Meng brought tea and, after seating everyone, said, "Why are you here at this time? Where did you spend New Year's Eve yesterday?" "County lady, last night we were in Qingping County, staying at the Fu Lion. It got a bit late, and we were worried about disturbing you and the gentleman during New Year's Eve, so we asked someone from Lord Chun to send a message. We rushed here this morning to wish you a Happy New Year. You all worked hard on the way. You should have come yesterday. We could have had a reunion dinner together." The others arrived yesterday as well. Yuehua and Cheng Meng both bowed. Manager Han and the others returned the bow, smiling awkwardly. "Is there something you need to tell me? Did you have to rush over on the holiday?" Manager Han and Wang Chunqing exchanged glances, looking hesitant to speak. "Is it something you can't tell me, or is it something I shouldn't know?" At this, Xiao San, Xiao Si, Manager Han, and Wang Chunqing all stood up, insisting it wasn't the case. Wang Chunqing thought for a moment and said, "County lady, I'll be straightforward. Please don't be upset." "What would make me upset?" "Well, this winter has been particularly cold in Xingyun Mansion. Besides Qingping County, many people in other counties have frozen to death. The magistrates from those counties complained to Lord Tan, saying that your title is not legitimate, as there shouldn't be a woman suddenly elevated from commoner status. They also claimed that Lianshan village is not living up to its name and has not benefited the neighbors. They said the technology for heating was provided too late, which led to many deaths, and some local people have been stirred up." Xiao Sen slammed the table and said, "How outrageous. Are we wrong for producing people and technology in Lianshan village? What about those useless magistrates? Are they just a bunch of good-for-nothings?" Chen Xiaowan said to Cheng Meng, "Please pour me a glass of honey water." Then she turned to Wang Chunqing and said, "What does this have to do with me? The title was granted by the emperor, and whether it is legitimate or not, they should ask the emperor. If Lianshan village is not living up to its name, they should speak to the emperor and magistrate Zhao. What does it have to do with me? As for the firewall technology, that is a private technology of Lianshan village. I drew the blueprints and Master Wang, my fourth uncle and brother Dashing worked on it with me. I am willing to share it with others if I want to, but if I don't want to, that's my choice. Why should I have to give it to others? Don't pay attention to them. They say they will ask the emperor and county magistrate Zhao. Besides me, the only one in Lianshan village with a title is a county man, who only takes care of farming, not the people's livelihood or governance.
But.
No, bats punto. Don't worry about those common folks. Bad people will face their own consequences. Just keep an eye on the news. Notice how those people are acting, and write it down for me later. Don't get too involved. Understood. Is there anything else? Your Grace, Fourth Master, we received news that this year's disasters are severe. The people are hungry and cold, and many have frozen or starved to death. Several states are reporting bodies everywhere, and the situation is likely worse now. Before we set out, I heard that a high-ranking official petitioned to strengthen disaster relief, ensure spring planting, and delay the examination. This will affect Fourth Master's examination this year. I'm not worried. A few months' delay is fine as long as I can take the exam this year. But how could so many people die? Chun Shaowan added, that's normal. The second crop of rice probably hasn't been fully adopted yet. If people are hungry, they lack the strength to work, and without enough clothes or firewood, County Magistrate Zhao mentioned last time that he was most worried about people freezing to death at night. That's why the heated Kong is so popular. The firewall is more efficient with firewood.
Yes.
But what does that have to do with us? We have already handed over the methods for the firewall and heated Kong. Greed leads to trouble. We need to know about this early, but we don't have to worry. There are people in the official circles who will handle it. The Emperor is still wise. Thank you for making this trip. Is there anything else? Your Grace, both gentlemen, should we leave someone capable in the city? Otherwise, we won't be able to discern useful information when we receive news. It takes 2 days to reach Lianshan village. Xiao San turned to Xiao Si and said, you go. Didn't you say the young ladies in the village are always around you? You hardly go out anymore, always staying at Big Sister's place. And what about you? Now that the new year is over, Big Sister's courtyard is being built, so I need to stay. What do you need to do? Isn't my father and my third and fourth uncles around? My father can only rely on his work in the kiln. His mind is now focused on the bees.
Those bees are like his own children now.
You both stay here. After the new year, you take Xiao Lu over. Okay. You go. You still have some rules to finish, and you need to get familiar with the beginning of spring. Big Sister.
You.
I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. Soon, County Magistrate Zhao will probably come looking for me.
Well, fine.
I'll go. Don't worry, just write down everything if you're unsure, and have someone from Uncle Chunching send it back. All right. When will I go? You all came for a visit, so take a day off. Go back on the 3rd day of the new year. You should go on the 3rd, too. Take Xiao Lu. Or you can take the eldest brother or the second brother. Then I'll take Xiao Lu. Don't worry, Xiao Lu has improved a lot and is quite clever. If you're uncertain, you can definitely discuss it with him, said Xiao Si. Xiaozhen was very surprised and said, really? This little guy is so capable now. Miss Shun, don't worry. I have a group of boys who only listen to young Master Wu and young Master Lu now. My words don't carry much weight anymore, Wang Chunqing said. By the way, young Master Wu. He went to learn martial arts. Don't worry. If something comes up, he will find you, Qin Xiaowan said.
Yes.
Everything was arranged well, but on the 2nd day of the new year, Xiao Rou returned. The first thing she said was, County lady, I'm not eating the 13 steamed dishes today. Chun Xiaowan. She had brought food to share today, so she wouldn't be cooking for her. No one knew why, but the Qin family, who were supposed to return to their home today, didn't come back. Xiao Rou even asked, are my sisters-in-law waiting for me to return? Chun Dage snapped his fingers and said, why would we wait for you? You don't seem too happy. Xiao Rou pouted and nodded. Well, At least our family can have a proper meal together. But wait, Xiao isn't here. She pouted again. Today, Chen Xiaowan brought Chen Yuan, Yuehua, and Tan Zhao over mainly to get familiar with the place, since they would be living in the village. It would be important to know the Chen family's home. Chen Yuan was able to chat with the Chen brothers and the eldest and second brothers, Zhao Hansheng, which made Chen Xiaowan think it would save a lot of trouble in the future. Yuehua and Tan Zhao did not help in the kitchen. Instead, they followed the Chen sisters. Chen Xiaowan didn't give any orders, and the two younger ones acted like little adults, following their older brothers. The brothers seemed to be discussing something. Xiaoxiao and Xiaoya were running around with Xiaoqi and Xiaoba, having a great time despite the cold weather, and they were even sweating. Aunt Chun was busy helping the little ones cool down and change clothes by the stove, creating a lively atmosphere. Melian and Xiaoqi, along with Lilian and Xiaojing, were quietly chatting. Since starting school in the village, their conversations had become more private. Aunt Chun had gained some weight and looked fairer, always smiling. This year, she had made many clothes and shoes for Xiaoxiao and Xiaoya, which Aunt Chun accepted on Uncle Chen's suggestion. Chen Xiaowan was lost in thought when Xiaojing ran over and playfully tapped her face, laughing, "Auntie, it's fragrant." Chen Xiaowan hugged the little one and gave him a piece of candy, and he happily bounced away. Xiaoqing had her eyes on the silk ribbon on Xiao's dress and wouldn't let go, so Xiao had to take it off and give it to her. At lunchtime, Chen Xiaowan refused to sit at the head of the table and, like before, sat down directly. Uncle Chen didn't say anything. He felt that whether Chen Xiaowan was a county lady or had a title didn't matter, since she was still his niece. Uncle Chen Heir and Uncle Chen Sen also remained silent, allowing Xiaoxi to pour the wine, reasoning that he could still give orders now, but such chances would be rare in the future. Xiaoxi was at a loss, and the second sister chimed in, saying it was indeed a rare opportunity to have a scholar serve wine. She nudged Zhao Hansheng, who hurriedly grabbed a wine cup to pour. Turning to Chen Xiaowan, he said, "Sister, make sure to give me and Xiao more wine this year."
Why?
You only want wine and not children? This statement left everyone at the table stunned, and Xiao pinched her again. Aunt Chen asked, "What does that have to do with children?" "It's not much, just that I heard drinking too much wine can affect having children and that they might not be very bright." Then, the wine cups in front of Zhao Hansheng and Xiao disappeared. Chen Xiaowan calmly added, "And more, you can take it when you go back." Everyone stared at her. Xiao pinched her again, and she raised Xiao's hand, calling out Auntie. Aunt Chen nodded at them, saying, "How old are you two?" Amidst laughter and chatter, they finished their meal. Then, Dansha came to report that someone from the city had sent something, and Steward Han was figuring out how to respond. Chen Yuan quickly got up to take care of it, as it was now his and Yuan's responsibility. Chen Xiao asked her, "Sister, isn't it much easier to have someone to help you and take care of things? You can also hire a few people, it's not impossible." "Sister, please talk to her." I suggested buying 2 young girls and 2 older women to help with the chores. She wouldn't be so tired, and she wouldn't be alone when I'm not home. But she refuses, Zhao Hansheng added. "What's there to persuade? If she wants to work hard, let her," replied Chen Xiaowan. Then she felt a pinch at her waist. Xiao had pinched her again. She swatted her hand away and said, "Why worry about someone who doesn't enjoy life?" Zhao Hansheng said, "Sister, can you help me choose a few people?"
I'll pay.
The work from Lord Zhao is increasing, and she often stays home alone.
I'm wedded.
Chen Xiaowan glanced at Xiaojin and said, "You handle it." Xiaojin nodded and took her sister away. This scene was noticed by Chen Dajia and Chen Erji, who realized that the Chen family was changing. This year, they would also have servants, but they didn't know if they would be hired for help or for work. Being a daughter of the Chen family is truly fortunate. The Chen family values their daughters greatly. Early the next morning, Wang Chunxing and manager Han were loading things onto the cart, including 2 large barrels of grape wine, and they didn't even want the smaller barrels. Chen Xiaowan was speechless. Xiaojin and Xiao arrived together, with Xiaojin carrying a small bundle. After a while, Chen Dabo, his wife, and Chen Dage and Chen Erge also came over. Chen Xiaowan looked back and shook her head. Chen Sishu's family gathered around Xiaolu, and Xiao Xiao and Xiaoya chatted with him. Everyone watched as the two carts headed out of the mountain pass. Xiaoro and Zhao Hansheng were also going to the city, and it was obvious what they were doing. Xiaosen said, "Sister, you need to fix this courtyard quickly, and the road should be done faster too, so we won't have to go through the village. I'll leave that to you." "Okay, no problem." "Wait, why is it up to this kid? What are the three of us supposed to do?" Chen Sishu asked. "Don't you have to serve Lord Foam? Get lost, you little brat." "Xiao-san, tell your dad and Uncle Sishu about this, then get ready. You and Xiaoxi should set off too."
Ah.
"Those two little brats are leaving too? Where are they going?" Chen Xiaowan turned and went into the house, and the others followed her inside. After discussing everything, Chen Debo looked at Xiaosan and Xiaoxi and said, "Then go ahead. Just be careful when you're out. Also, you both are of the right age, so be especially cautious about relationships. The Chen family does not allow taking concubines. This has been a long-standing rule. No matter who you marry in the future, it is not allowed. If you really like someone, send someone back to tell us. We will find a way, but you must think carefully before making any decisions." Chen Xiaowan replied coolly, "Don't worry, uncle. They won't have that chance. There are too many people around." The older sister didn't give them any space, but the two of them truly weren't interested. They had heavy responsibilities. A wife is a lifelong partner and a support, so they're not in a hurry. However, when these words were spoken, Chen De-ge and Chen Er-ge did not look pleased. Their father had asked them the same thing before. Chen Xiaowan noticed, but said nothing. People's hearts can change, not always by choice, but due to circumstances and time. Moreover, Chen De-saw and Chen Er-saw are not bad. Every woman has her thoughts, and they do too. If these two were in an ordinary farming family, aside from Er-saw helping her family a bit, they could be considered virtuous. But now, the Chen family shares everything, which makes things seem a bit different. This is not a big issue and can be resolved. They will eventually separate. None of this is urgent. As changes grow, those who need to change will still change. It depends on how De-saw and Er-saw choose, to change with the Chen family or to hold on to their views. Regardless, with the abilities of De-ge and Er-ge, they will never have to worry about food and clothing. Even if Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen are reluctant, there's nothing they can do. Moreover, Chen Xiaowan thinks that not changing isn't bad. Someone needs to guard the mountain village. De-ge and Er-ge have no problem with that, and if she succeeds, it won't be a problem either. Time quickly passed to the Lantern Festival. During this time, Chen San led Uncle Chen, his father, and Uncle Si to explore the back mountain, carefully explaining what must be included and how to repair it. Uncle Chen listened again and patted his head, saying, "Good boy, you're brave. Aren't you afraid of village chief Chen coming after you?" Uncle San replied, "Good job, kid." Uncle Si just laughed. Chen San felt a bit shy and said, "But isn't it time for Uncle to step in?" Uncle Chen patted him, acknowledging it. Chen San added, "Uncle, if you need anything, you can find the new housekeeper, Chen Yuan. He's quite capable." The three Chen brothers exchanged glances, and Chen San could only scratch his head. His uncle must have contacted the eldest sister about something. To him, the servants are just outsiders. Xiao Si was in Chen Xiaowan's study helping her draw plans, making changes based on the current layout. If it could stay in place, it would, whether it was the yard or the trees. A lot of effort had gone into their original placement, with Master Wang and Master Cui visiting several times. There were also questions about whether to set up a barrier for the road outside and the road on Chen Xiaowan's side, as well as the planning for the front garden. Many fruit trees were planted by the pond, and some of them needed to be moved. On the 15th day of the first month, Chen Xiaowan asked everyone in the yard to visit Qingping County to familiarize themselves with the area. Chen Yuan readily took people there. On the 16th day, the two brothers, Xiao San and Xiao Si, packed their things and went to the government city under the watchful eyes of the family. They first went to the government city to gather people and check on Xiao Zhen before setting off. On the 20th day, Xiao Rou and Zhao Hanxing returned, saying they brought back 8 people from the provincial city, 2 maids, 2 pairs of mothers and sons, and a father and daughter. The selection was assisted by Tan Zhao and manager Wang Chunqing, with 1 pair of mothers and sons and 1 maid coming from Wang Chunqing's side. Chen Xiaowan asked if it was enough. She replied, I can manage with 1 person usually, but with so many now, it feels like I'm just feeding them for no reason. Yuan laughed, as the 3 sisters said the same thing. Xiao Rou then asked, eldest sister, when will construction start on this yard? After the new year. The county officials have visited twice already. She sighed, it's already spring, but why is the weather still so cold? Let's wait a few more days and see. Chen Xiaowan was also worried about this. If there were a national disaster, it wouldn't be good to be doing major construction here. Chen Yuan reassured her, it's fine, county lady. This is the court's regulation, and Qingping County hasn't suffered any disasters. We still have the capacity to help other places, thanks to your efforts and those of Lianshan village. Last time, when Han Shan and Wang Chunqing reported issues, no one from Qingping County came to inform them, likely because County Magistrate Zhao took responsibility for it. After all, Lianshan village's rewards were for planting, not for people's livelihoods, so these matters weren't their concern. So, Chen Xiaowan found herself quite idle, not knowing what to do. In the past, she had to cook and think about meals, but now she didn't need to. She had plenty of time, and even drinking casually didn't interest her anymore. Yuan suggested, why not draw some plans and design some convenient clothes? This reminded Chen Xiaowan of the jade hairpin Yu Hua had shown her, and she thought she should prepare some herself. She considered asking Nie Zheng to bring back some jade from the northwest, picking out some inconspicuous pieces for Chen Yuan to find someone to process. Chen Yuan held the jade and said, Your Highness, these small pieces of jade are not very valuable, but this whole piece is different. It's too rare. I'm not familiar with Qingping County, and I wouldn't want to cause you any trouble. Chen Xiaowan. Wehua looked through the items and said, Your Highness, these small pieces can be processed and given as gifts. As for the better quality ones, it would be a waste to give them away. If you want to reward someone, it would be better to buy something nice and practical. Chen Xiaowan then said to the group, You all discuss it. I don't have much money right now, and these small pieces were brought back from the northwest. We need to find a way to use them. The group, along with Qingmeng, discussed for a while, and then Chen Yuan took Yuehua and Yuan to the county town. That day, they returned with a pile of jade pendants, hairpins, and bracelets. As for the fabric, they no longer bought it outside. When they needed it, they went directly to Uncle Chen's dyeing workshop to place orders since they were now major customers. Chen Xiaowan began to sketch various clothing designs based on her memories from her past life. She also organized the fabric with a few people, discussing how to make things and what would be best. The small scraps of fabric were turned into various hairbands, flowers, and handkerchiefs, which were initially given out to the villagers. Later, Yuehua stopped this practice, saying that future rewards should be something special, so they should save them for later. Chen Xiaowan went along with them, as they were all free. Aunt Zhu joined the group making ribbons, busy and happy. On the 28th day of the first month, County Magistrate Zhao arrived in Lianshan village with a large group of people, including men, women, and children. Lianshan village became lively again, with 6 families present. Chen Xiaowan and her group watched the commotion from a pavilion with a small red clay stove. She leaned down and said something to Chen Yuan, who then went into the village to find Uncle Chen. Aunt Zhu was bustling around the village, enjoying the excitement. Village Chief Chen hurried over to find Chen Xiaowan, saying, Xiaowan, we've selected people, but there aren't enough houses for everyone. What should we do? Chen Xiaowan looked up, and Dan Sha entered the room with the designs that Xiao Si had prepared in advance. When Village Chief Chen opened them and pointed, he said, This is perfect. You prepared this ahead of time. Chen Xiaowan smiled and replied, Xiao Si drew it. I'm just keeping it safe. Village Chief Chen pointed at her and added, The village will need to expand quite a bit. Since the county officials are here, you should ask them if there are any willing to leave the village. Leaving the village is not possible. Not necessarily. One person's treasure can be another's poison. There are those who are willing to work or want to go out to seek fortune. Village Chief Chun had a serious expression. Then they've taken away the skills of Lianshan village as well. It's fine, Village Chief. Lianshan village doesn't have many skills left. Those who could do them have already taught outsiders, so it won't make much difference. Hearing this, Village Chief Chun felt relieved. There were some people in the village he didn't like, so it was a good opportunity to tidy things up. On the way down the mountain, Chen Xiaowan was still shouting, "Don't forget the household registration." Yuehua glanced several times and said, "Is it really okay for the county lady to do this?" Chen Xiaowan asked her, "What have I done?" "I just gave them a choice." Yuehua thought for a moment, bowed, stepped back, and continued to stand quietly. After watching the excitement for a while, Chen Xiaowan returned to the house, as it was quite cold outside. Chen Yuan came back and said that the 3 Chen elders had chosen people smoothly. The eldest elder selected a family of 4, which included 2 boys, and there was also a mother and daughter. The 3rd elder added a little maid for both Miss Qi and Miss Jing, who were both orphans, and also chose a family of 4 with 1 son and 1 daughter. The 4th elder also chose a family of 4, which included 1 son and 1 daughter. However, it was difficult to choose for Aunt Chen. One person brought 2 daughters to live, so the eldest elder decided to select 2 families of 3, with the 2 daughters following the 2 Miss Lians, while the 2 women stayed with Aunt Chen, and the 2 men would handle the village work and heavy chores at home. Chen Xiaowan nodded. Aunt Chen was a bit too soft-hearted, so this choice seemed quite good. In February, the weather gradually returned to normal, and the temperature rose. The willow trees began to bud, and the people of Lianshan village got busy. First, they had to untie the grass ropes from the trees. Village Chief Chen was so busy, he hardly had time to rest. Since they had hired people, there were many new faces working in the village. Chen Yuan and Chen Mu replaced Luo Shisheng and Aunt Zhu for several days, saying they needed to get familiar with the villagers. Aunt Zhu was reluctant, but when Chen Xiaowan mentioned wanting to eat the newly sprouted wild vegetables and bamboo shoots, Aunt Zhu agreed and took Xingmeng and Huigreen to dig for wild vegetables and bamboo shoots. There were simply too many people and too few tasks at Chen Xiaowan's place. Luo Shisheng was busy tending to the fruit trees in Chen Xiaowan's yard since the courtyard wall was under construction, leaving him with fewer tasks. After the county office workers visited 5 times, Chen Xiaowan, Uncle Chen, Master Wang, and Master Cui finalized all the construction plans. Then everyone got busy. Uncle Chen, along with Master Wang and the county office workers, was responsible for the entire project, while Uncle San was in charge of the courtyard wall. Of course, he was also responsible for things like the toilet. Uncle Si and Chen Gij, along with Chen Urge, were in charge of the later renovations and furniture. Chen Xiaowan's male servants were also put to work by them. Chen Dasheng could not come to her side this time, as he was in charge of the new housing project in the village. The 5 to 7 rooms built earlier were no longer enough, so the village decided to construct a new set of 10 to 15 rooms. Some of the original small courtyards were kept, while others were merged or reorganized. The village took care of everything, and the villagers just needed to work for their pay, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Village Chief Chen also fulfilled his promise to County Magistrate Zhao, paving the road from Lianshan village to the county town with stone slabs. He even paved the road in Zhuyang town, which made the people there very happy. They mentioned that they would provide the materials and do the paving themselves. The county office agreed and sent a few supervisors. The temple outside Lianshan village was also arranged for repairs by the county office, as the villagers lacked the skills. The abbot, a monk from the city, brought 6 young monks with him and mentioned to County Magistrate Zhao that he felt a connection to Lianshan village. He managed to stay in the still unfinished temple that night. The next morning, he visited Chen Xiaowan and said that her blessings were profound and could protect the area. However, she would need to face challenges ahead and should always show compassion to help others resolve their conflicts. He asked her to light incense on the day of the temple's inauguration. Chen Xiaowan didn't feel much about it, but her aunt couldn't stand it and immediately went home to get 100 taels of silver to gild the statue, hoping to ensure Chen Xiaowan's safety and good fortune. In the end, the three Qin brothers contributed 100 taels each. Qin Shaowan contributed 200 taels, and Uncle Wu gave 200 taels. That day, the abbot collected 2,000 taels from Lianshan village, which left Qin Shaowan feeling frustrated about how easily money was being gathered. It's worth noting that in recent years, the villagers had only received a few hundred taels each, and any excess was used for village construction. There wasn't much left over due to high expenses, so even 100 or several dozen taels was a significant amount for each family. Chun Dage and Chun Urge took care of all the furniture for the temple. The abbot said, "With such good intentions, you will surely find your way back from confusion, avoid misfortune, and enjoy a peaceful life."
Chun Shaowan.
The three sisters-in-law of the Qin family nodded in agreement. Chun Shaowan wasn't entirely dismissive of these beliefs, as her family worshipped Guanyin Bodhisattva. However, she felt that the money being collected was too easy. But her thoughts didn't matter. Her aunt and the other aunts believed it, so she felt compelled to spend money to ward off misfortune. From this one event, Qin Shaowan knew that the temple would surely thrive with incense offerings. Indeed, starting from the end of February, many people began to visit Lianshan village for spring outings. The area outside the village and the inns were bustling with activity, with no empty seats and a high turnover rate, and many reservations were made. The village women and children gathered wild vegetables from the small hills and fields, which the inns quickly prepared and served as fresh spring dishes. The men and older women were busy planting seeds and tending to the fields, with hundreds of visitors to manage. Qin Shaowan had arranged a schedule, clearly outlining who would work in the village, who would go up the mountain, and who would work in the fields each day. This helped her save on daily meal expenses, as these workers often found wild vegetables that others overlooked and occasionally caught rabbits or chickens. Huinyang and others experimented with ways to make the dishes more delicious. When they had extra, Aunt Lua would sell some to the inn and give the money to Huinyang to buy fresh meat. Chun Yuan kept the accounts organized. Qin Shaowan realized that taking care of people wasn't too difficult. They could support themselves and even help her in return. The village children often brought fish and wild vegetables, so she had Huinyang make vegetable pancakes and fry small fish to provide extra meals for the kids at school. Everything felt harmonious and peaceful. When the peach blossoms bloomed, more and more visitors came to the village. Village Chief Chen worried about potential issues and made 2 trips to ask County Magistrate Zhao to send some people to patrol. However, this only attracted more visitors, as young people from nearby villages began to see this place as a romantic meeting spot, with dedicated ox carts coming and going. The temple was still under construction and hadn't been consecrated yet, but the wish tree was already adorned with red ribbons, leaving many speechless. Chun Shaowan suggested that the village women make embroidered handkerchiefs, scented pouches, and sweet soups like red bean and green bean soup to sell. Before she could finish her thought, Qing Mai and Cheng Meng's eyes lit up. Once village chief Chen left, they pulled out many winter-made crafts, such as nets, hairpins, and handkerchiefs, claiming they were for her to reward people. Qin Shaowan asked, "Aren't these meant for me to reward others? There aren't many visitors for the county lord, and we can make more. If we let these sit too long, they'll look old and unattractive. It's better to sell them for money," they replied, looking at her with anticipation. She felt a bit overwhelmed. However, it didn't take long for her to feel frustrated, as some people of status and their families from the county would come to visit her while enjoying the spring outings. Some of these people bring along 1 or 2 handsome young men, while others bring 2 pretty young ladies. The conversation often shifts to the Qin family, which still has a few unmarried young men and women.
Chun Shaowan.
After 2 days, Qin Xiao, feeling quite troubled, returned to her family home with 2 people. Qin Shaowan suggested that she should go to the capital to keep company with Xiao Zhen, as there was still no definite news about whether Xiao Si could take the exam in April. If there was news, she should set off. Although she had arranged for others to take care of things, she still felt uneasy not being there herself. The only updates she received were about the government's plans for post-disaster reconstruction and spring planting. After thinking it over, Qin Xiao nodded and took a carriage to the capital the next day. Chun Shaowan took out peanut seeds, sunflower seeds, sweet potato seeds, chili seeds, and various melon seeds for planting. Since her land was currently under construction and the whole yard was being redesigned, it was not convenient for planting. The three Chun brothers and their uncle each offered an acre of land for cultivation. Chun Shaowan changed into work clothes and personally went to the fields. She taught her aunts and the village women how to plant, and even fifth grandma joined in, saying that farmers should learn about gardening. Chun Shaowan laughed, thinking that it wasn't just about gardening, it was about the women's vegetable plots. She felt incredibly lucky, as everything was coming to her without much effort, almost like a dream. She just hoped the dream would last a little longer. There weren't many sweet potato seeds, and the three Chun brothers and the village chief said that with these new crops, they could skip rice planting this year. Chun Shaowan said, "We don't need prime land. Any little corners will do. As long as the seedlings grow well, we can plant them." All the chili seeds were sown, using 2 acres. Once they sprouted, they would be distributed among the family's vegetable plots, while sweet potatoes and melons could be planted here. Peanuts were planted diligently over about 10 acres, mainly because they hadn't eaten last year's harvest and the villagers had saved some seeds. With the village's planting, there would be about 20 acres this year. Chun Shaowan cleverly planted sunflowers not in formal fields but in sunny corners of the village, along the edges of fields, and even on a small hillside. Since it was a scenic spot, it needed to look good year-round. However, maintaining it would take some time. Village Chief Chun said it was no problem. He would handle it. Aunt Zhu secretly planted a piece of land at the edge of the mountain. Fruits and vegetables take up a lot of land, but Uncle Chun and Village Head Chun each set aside 2 acres to grow them, which should be enough if everything sprouts. However, in mid-March, 6 people from the agricultural department came again, led by Si Qian, to observe the planting and growth of these crops. They also brought a pile of seeds for Chun Shaowan, saying they were collected by the emperor's people. Half of them stayed in the royal farm in the capital, and the other half were given to her. Chun Shaowan stared at the seeds, feeling confused. She didn't have even an acre of land to farm. Her strength was in recognition, not in farming, and hard work was never her strong suit. "Sir, look at Lianshan village. There isn't enough land to grow these things," she said. Si Qian frowned and sought advice from County Magistrate Zhao and Village Head Chun. He knew very well that Lianshan village really didn't have much land, but the emperor believed that Lianshan village could grow the crops he wanted. Magistrate Zhao was troubled. His office needed people, Lianshan village needed people, and the supervisors from various places needed people too. Si Qian was easy to talk to and was familiar with the villagers. "You don't need to send anyone from your side. We just need a place to stay, and we don't need meals either. Isn't there an outside Lianshan village? Just have them send us a meal." Magistrate Zhao looked at him, speechless. "You probably haven't checked that in. How about this? I really don't have anyone left. You all brought your own helpers, so arrange it yourselves. I can send 2 women to cook for you." After discussing the land in Lianshan village, they decided to use half of it, with a subsidy of 2 taels of silver per acre, calculated at 4 taels for 2 harvests a year. Village Head Chun asked, "Who plants and who collects? Who provides the seeds? Isn't there an outside Lianshan village? Just have them send us a meal." Magistrate Zhao looked at him, speechless. "What's the arrangement?" "It's all owned by the Chun family, including a few acres from the elder. The seeds are provided by the Jun, who taught planting techniques, and the villagers help manage the land. The harvest is split 50-50, and later the village will either buy seeds or each family will buy their own." Si Qian then asked, "Can we divide it this way too?" "The remaining seeds can be taken back by the court at 40%, with 10% left for Lianshan village." "And what about the Jun? Shouldn't they be compensated for breeding, nurturing, and teaching?" Village Head Chun replied. Si Qian thought for a moment and said, "The Jun holds a title granted by the court. They can't just take a salary without doing anything." Zhao County Magistrate, ahem. But Village Chief Chun was someone who fiercely protected his own. "Then please, sir, let the emperor revoke the title. I don't want this either." The title given by the emperor was a reward for the previous harvests of rice, fruit trees, yams, and peanuts. Now we have to help the court with farming. How is that fair? This is your agricultural department's responsibility. What does the minister intend by passing the agricultural department's duties to our county lord? If something goes wrong, who'll take the blame? Besides, the law states that the county lord needs to farm, but the imperial decree does not mention that. You are bullying us. Then he turned and walked away. Si Qian looked at Zhao County Magistrate, his eyes full of pleading, and he seemed to lose his spirit. Zhao County Magistrate said, "Village Chief Chen is right. Which law states that receiving a title means you must serve the court for free. And it's a female title, not an official position. It's inappropriate to impose your agricultural department's responsibilities on the county lord. Does His Majesty know? Does Minister Su know?" Si Qian scratched his head, feeling quite dejected, and his energy seemed to fade. Zhao County Magistrate continued, "The new species found in Lianshan village, including the February rice, were discovered by them voluntarily. They didn't ask the court for help or even our county's help. By the time they informed us, the work was already done, essentially a gift to the court. On the contrary, the people of Qingping County and the surrounding areas have enough to eat this winter thanks to Lianshan village. As time goes on and their contributions spread, Lianshan village's importance will only grow. This is a benefit for generations. To make someone a county lord, a county man, the court is being quite stingy. At least an additional title should be added. You are not a reckless person. What is happening in the court?" Si Qian sat down forcefully. "We are both from noble families, so we should understand the implications. The emperor's decree to grant titles was made without going through the court discussions. After the news spread, important officials repeatedly submitted memorials to criticize it, saying it was against the rules and that no woman should receive a title without her husband. They also claimed that Lianshan village made a fortune of 1,000,000 taels over the years without paying taxes. Last winter, they taught people how to build stoves and charged for it, showing no concern for the people's lives. How unreasonable! I think those who disrespect the elderly and are just empty vessels are the ones who truly disregard the people's lives." Zhao County Magistrate slammed the table. "You and Governor Tan, along with several county magistrates, submitted the memorial." Zhao County Magistrate. "Little Wu is favored by the emperor in the palace, and the Empress Dowager likes him very much. She often calls him to the palace to keep her company, and what's more, he wears the prince's regular attire. I know about Little Wu. The emperor originally wanted to bring both Little Wu and Little Lu back to the palace, saying they would be raised together as companions. But Little Lu didn't want to go, and Little Wu was eager to learn martial arts, so he went. That kid is now being personally taught by Xiong Wei." Zhao County Magistrate was taken aback. "He has such an opportunity. Not only that, when we were in Lianshan village, Xiong Wei was already teaching him."
Ah, yes.
Now all the blame in the court is directed at the Ministry of Agriculture. Lord Su and Lord Yu have been sent to the royal estate outside the capital and cannot leave unless it's urgent. This time, Lord Su was supposed to personally lead the spring planting in Lianshan village, but now it's just me who has come. But shifting all the responsibility onto Duke Chen isn't right. The Duke shouldn't have to work for the Ministry of Agriculture for free. Brother Tingji, I know this isn't right, but the Ministry of Agriculture is in a tough spot. Although the emperor hasn't scolded us harshly, the ministers are clearly blaming us. Regardless, you shouldn't involve the Duke in this matter. The Duke is straightforward and dislikes conflict and trouble. She will be upset. This won't solve the problem and may make things worse. I just wanted the Ministry of Agriculture to have it a bit easier and to let the Duke prove herself, to silence the gossip in the court." Zhao County Magistrate looked at him and said, "If the Duke proves herself, it will only make your ministry look less capable. Besides, the Duke doesn't need to prove herself. The Emperor is very clear about this and has seen it with his own eyes." Seen it with his own eyes. That's impossible. Zhao County Magistrate stared at him. Si Qian was stunned for a moment and stammered. Then, "Brother Tingji, what should I do now?" And both the C family and my in-laws are opposing the Duke's exaggeration along with the ministers. Zhao County Magistrate waved his sleeve. Exaggeration. A group of hypocrites sitting high in the temple. He looked at him and said, "Your C family is confused. The whole court is wasting time targeting a woman. They should think about the spring exams instead." What about the spring exams? It's already this late, and no notice has been sent to the provinces. Are they really going to delay it? Si Qian shook his head and said, "When I left the capital, those people were still suggesting a delay." What's the reason? The severe winter disasters last year require recovery time, and the treasury is empty. The Empress Dowager is ill. Zhao County Magistrate slammed his hand on the table, looking furious. There are still those in the court targeting Lianshan village.
Just those people.
The faction of Minister Cui and Lord Zheng's group, plus our family and my in-laws. Zhao County Magistrate was shocked and stunned. More than half of the court. Yes, otherwise I wouldn't be so anxious. In the past, Lord Su would help speak up, but now. The two fell silent for a moment. Zhao County Magistrate said, "It's still early. Let's go visit the county princess. If it involves her, she should know. Besides, your seeds are still an issue, but you can't ask her to work for you for free. She holds a higher rank than you." Si Qian sighed. He looked at the sky and said, "If we go now, you won't be able to return. Then I won't come back. I'll stay at the inn for the night. Shuhai, go tell the lady that I'm going to Lianshan village and won't return if it gets too late." Understood. In Lianshan village, Chen Shaowan was sorting the seeds while listening to village chief Chen complain about the people from the agricultural department being ungrateful and shameless, saying, "Shaowan, don't help those small-minded people. Just give me the seeds, and I'll return them."
Who cares about them?
Chen Shaowan laughed and said, "Village chief, don't be upset. This small matter isn't worth it." Not worth it? Shaowan, this is still a small matter. What would be a big deal then? Village chief, it's just sorting seeds. I'm almost done. It's not a big deal that's worth you getting so angry. Village chief Chen paused, took a couple of steps forward, and said, "You're done." You mean? I'm just sorting the seeds for them. I can't plant them myself, and I don't have land. They aren't vegetables. I can still keep busy.
Ha ha ha.
Village chief, Chen laughed. Those guys are really something. I used to think Lord C was a good person, but it turns out he's not what I thought. Shaking his head, he happily left for Lianshan village. Lianshan village was, of course, the biggest, but there wouldn't be any good food or drink this time since they didn't have an imperial decree. Our Lord C didn't know yet that he was currently in a carriage to Lianshan village with County Magistrate Zhao. Village Chief Chen didn't do much. He just highlighted a few key points about today's events, and naturally, some attentive people took notes. Chen Shaowan packed the sorted seeds into bags. There were actually quite a few good things, including a bag of millet seeds and several bags of melon seeds. Although she couldn't tell which type of melon they were, she recognized the seeds. There was also a bag that seemed to be tomato seeds, which she planned to plant and see what grew. Thinking about sweet pickled tomatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and tomato noodle soup made her mouth water. Such common foods were surprisingly rare in the Great Ginger Dynasty. It made her wonder if it was due to nature or the course of history. When Si Qian and County Magistrate Zhao entered the village, Si Qian remarked, "In less than 2 years, the changes have been so significant." Yes, the changes are remarkable. As the local officials, sometimes we find it hard to believe, almost like a dream, Zhao replied. That's why those people are jealous, but they can't do anything about it. Humph. The people of Lianshan village don't have much money. Village Chief Chen is a clever man. His family only gets a few hundred taels a year, and most of the money has gone into building these. Those people are probably overthinking it. How could that be? Why not? All the money spent outside has gone through the county office. Si Qian was surprised and asked, "So, what about your Zhao family?" They didn't benefit from it. So they're naturally unhappy. And besides, Lianshan village really doesn't have that much money. Their goods may be expensive, but there's only so much to go around. To help the other villagers, they limit how much they can sell each day. You know those saplings were also shared with others. Last year's crops, they didn't even eat. They saved all the seeds. They just planted them this year. Si Qian fell silent for a long time before saying, Brother Ting, for the first time, I truly understand the meaning of punishing with words and actions without using a sword. And I feel it deeply for the first time. When County Magistrate Zhao and Sir Si entered, Chen Xiaowan had just finished sorting the seeds and washed her hands. The two men saw a young woman in a simple cloth dress standing gracefully in the courtyard. She smiled and turned to look at them, her hair held up with a wooden hairpin that, upon closer inspection, was made of rosewood. Lord Zhao and Lord Si are here. I just finished sorting these seeds, and you can start planting now, she said. The two men looked confused. The seeds were sorted. Sir Si pointed at the seeds on the ground and said, Sorted. Yes, they're categorized. These should be vegetable seeds, but I'm not sure what kind, she replied. These are melon seeds. We'll have to see what kind of melon they produce when planted, but the weather is good for planting now, she continued. This should be sorghum seeds, which can be used to make a sweet treat, she added. Sir Si and County Magistrate Zhao were surprised. You can make sweets? Yes, and this one should also be a type of seed that has a high yield and looks beautiful. It needs to be planted separately. The two exchanged glances, and Sir Si couldn't help but ask, How do you know all this, miss? Chen Xiaowan sighed and said, Dan Shaw, please bring the book to the two gentlemen. Please take a look and return it to me. My father didn't leave much behind. County Magistrate Zhao looked at it and said, The recipe of mountains and rivers. Yes, take the seeds with you and return the book after you finish reading it. They exchanged another glance, suppressing their emotions. The words they had prepared and the formalities of the court suddenly felt difficult to express. The woman before them was independent and unaware of court matters, living in the mountains, dressed simply, and had harmed no one. Every new discovery she made was beneficial for the future. They felt they shouldn't speak further. Both men closed their mouths, bowed respectfully, and took a few bags of seeds before leaving. Chen Xiaowan then instructed, Qing Mai, it's time for lunch. I'm hungry. Yes, miss, coming right up. Chen Xiaowan thought to herself, the affairs of the court don't concern me, so why should I worry? Isn't it nice to live freely in the mountains? Why are there so many bothersome matters? But then she thought about the Qin family and frowned again. Looking at the people in the courtyard, she realized they were all her responsibility. She was becoming more involved in this world, and she needed to come up with a plan. In the city, Xiaozhen was instructing people to pack up and prepare to return to Lianshan village, saying, Second sister, you are really too careless. Mother will definitely scold you. Don't say anything, and don't rush back. Let's wait a while. No, this is not a small matter. If Mother finds out, she will scold me too. It's all because of you, big sister. She asked me to come. Why are you blaming big sister? Why don't you take responsibility for yourself? I don't have any experience. Big sister doesn't have experience either, but your body is your own. Don't you feel anything? Xiao Rou felt very guilty. She had just arrived in the city not long ago and had discovered she was pregnant. Xiao Zhen was busy arranging everything and was quite upset. This younger sister had changed a lot in just 2 months, already showing the demeanor of a young lady. She looked at Tan Zhao and Lady Han, who were both busy and had played important roles. Big sister's efforts were not in vain. She had chosen well. But Xiaozhen was already 18. Who would she choose to marry? Xiao Rou lost herself in thought, not wanting to look at her sister's expression. Her heart felt increasingly uneasy. In the capital, Emperor Chongping was reading the report from his secret guard, which detailed everything arranged in Lianshan village. That village was truly self-sufficient and had never asked the court for anything. On the contrary, it had helped the court and the surrounding people a lot. After the season, those resources would spread throughout the great Zhong dynasty within 10 years, and the food supply would not be lacking. However, the people in the court were too greedy. Thinking of this, he looked at the young warrior practicing outside. Xiao Wu, get ready. Come with me to see the Empress Dowager. Xiao Wu was surprised and replied, Your Majesty, Why should I go see the Empress Dowager? Emperor Chongping looked at him and said, the Empress Dowager is ill. You help me cheer her up. If she is happy, she will recover faster. Xiao Wu. Shouldn't this task be done by her grandchildren or the princes? He was just a farmer's son, and wearing royal clothing didn't make him a prince. Was the emperor confused? But since the emperor had spoken, he couldn't refuse. On the way, he thought about how he used to cheer up his grandmother, but he couldn't quite remember. His grandmother only needed Big Sister to cheer her up. 3 days later, an imperial decree was issued stating that the Empress Dowager was seriously ill, and the emperor, being filial, was neglecting court affairs. The spring examination was postponed, and a new date would be decided after court discussions. The scholars who had arrived in the capital were frustrated and wanted to complain, but they had no way to do so. They were angry but could do nothing. If they criticized the emperor, it would be seen as disrespectful. As a result, the gathering of scholars became more frequent, with lively discussions and various opinions, some expressing dissatisfaction while others showed support. There were also those who generalized based on limited information. Meanwhile, the emperor's spies became busier. The officials in the court quieted down a bit. With the emperor taking a step back, they temporarily stopped bringing up the woman from Lianshan village. In a certain place, Xiao Si and Xiao San received news and exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions. No matter what, they needed to return to Lianshan village. When County Magistrate Zhao received the news, he had just finished copying the recipe book with Si Qian. They had been working together during the day to arrange for planting and copying at night. County Magistrate Zhao had stayed in Lianshan village for several nights and was quite busy, also needing to handle matters in Qingping County. It created a feeling that village head Chen was living quite well. For the land requisitioned from Lianshan village, there was a subsidy of 2 taels of silver per mu each season. The farmers helped manage it and received 20% of the harvest, while the county lord also took 20%, leaving the court with 60%. Seeing that Xiao Wan had no objections, Chen agreed, but he thought to himself that the girl was too easy to persuade. He even made a special trip to find Uncle Chen. As for the farmers who didn't want to work, he still wanted their share of the new crops. Si Qian was at a loss. The chef assigned by Magistrate Zhao was either unable to buy fresh vegetables in Lianshan village or was selling them at inflated prices, 25 won per jin before, now 40 won per jin.
The chef.
Such small matters were not significant. It was just a matter of spending a bit more silver. However, it clearly indicated to Si Qian that Lianshan village was dissatisfied with him and the agricultural department. When Chen Xiaowan learned about this, it was during a trip to buy meat. She paused for a moment, then smiled and asked Dan Xia to find Xiao Qi. She instructed Xiao Qi to relay a message to Butcher Chen, which also spread among the village children. Only then did the officials, including Lord Si and the agricultural department, feel that life was getting better. When Xiao Zhen and Xiao Rou returned with Xiao Lu, they encountered Lin Jimao, a classmate of Xiao Si, at the city gate. Xiao Zhen greeted him and helped Xiao Rou onto the carriage before following her in. Lin Jimao watched the 2 carriages go a long way before turning back to say something to his servant. 3 days later, when Aunt saw her 2 daughters getting out of the car, she felt a bit worried and didn't send anyone to pick them up. Xiaowen didn't mention that they were coming back either. Only Xiaozhen approached her mother with a big smile and whispered a few words, which made Aunt smile widely. Then she took her 2 daughters inside the house. As for Xiaolu, he jumped off the carriage and ran home. After being away for 2 months, he missed his parents and sisters. This time, Xiao brought back 2 people. Xiaozhen told Han and Li Chuan not to get off the carriage. This was something Xiaozhen had arranged beforehand. If she brought more people back, the 2 sisters-in-law would have to arrange for someone to take care of them, which would complicate things. This arrangement worked well. Although there were a few servants at home, they were busy with their work. The 2 boys helped their older brothers, and the 2 men assisted their father with village tasks. The women helped their mother, and the younger girls took care of Xiaojing and Xiaoqing. The older sisters-in-law had nothing to complain about. The key point was that the 4th brother hadn't become an official yet, so the Qin family needed to keep a low profile. Sisters-in-law Chen and Chen looked at their returning sisters, still dressed in simple clothes, and felt a bit relieved that there wasn't much change. They had always thought that Xiaozhen had gone to the capital to enjoy life, so as long as there wasn't much difference, it was fine. Aunt was very happy to see Xiaoro. Then she grabbed Xiaoro's ear and scolded her. "You silly girl, running around while pregnant. How can you be so reckless? Luckily, you didn't ride a horse." "I have to find Dr. Yu to take a look," Xiaoro replied. She then instructed Lu kill 3 chickens to make soup, and hurriedly walked out. Xiaoro rubbed her ear, while Xiaozhen shrugged her shoulders, knowing her mother would react this way. In the evening, Chen Xiaowan also found out and brought Huilf to dinner, cheerfully congratulating Xiaoro. "Now things are great. You and Han Sheng are becoming parents. Soon there will be little ones running around, and we'll have a big family." Xiaoro blushed and said, "You're saying that, but you're still several years older than me." Chen Xiaowan, without blushing, shrugged and said, "Now that I'm expecting, it's a bigger deal."
Xiaoro.
"By the way, does Han Sheng know yet?"
Xiaoro.
Then Aunt pointed at the two of them and said, "You two better not tell anyone else. You both make it hard for me to relax every day." The two of them, Aunt Chen and Aunt Chen, laughed. Aunt 3 said, "In a couple of days, her uncle is going to the county to build a kiln. Let him know." Xiao Rou said, "No need. He knows where it is." Who replied, "No matter where he is, he will eventually come home. Besides, there are still people at your house." Xiao Rou turned to Xiao Wan and said, "Sister, I will stay at your place for a few days."
"Don't.
They are building houses all around there. It's not suitable for a pregnant woman to stay there. You should just stay at home." Xiaowan raised her chin and shrugged her shoulders, saying, "It's not that I don't allow it, but you have to deal with the consequences." Xiao Rou felt down. Her mother wouldn't easily let her return to the county now. During dinner, Aunt Chen said, "Song's daughter-in-law, Bai's daughter-in-law, Jing and Qing are already 4 or 5 years old. You should hurry and have children while you are young. It's easier to recover." Sister Chen replied, "Aunt, we are busy right now, and there's no one to help." Sister Chen too added, "Aunt, there's too much work now. Let's talk about it when there's less to do." Aunt Chen frowned and said, "Eat, eat, eat. Don't worry so much. Having children is a blessing. Whether you have them depends on your fortune." Sister Chen said, "Mother is right. Whether you have children depends on luck." The younger sister has been married for 6 years and is now a county lady, so she must have good fortune. The future little lord might even inherit a title. Sister Chen too asked, "Sister, can a county lady's title be inherited?" Everyone. Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan finished a piece of chicken and said, "Whether a county lady's title can be inherited depends on the emperor. If the emperor says it can, then it can. There's really no need to worry too much. In Qingping County, besides County Magistrate Zhao, I am the highest. Even though this position is high, it's not easy. I need someone to accompany me when I go out. My residence is rules, and there are many regulations for work. There are already over 10 people in my house, and it's still not enough. County Magistrate Zhao keeps asking me to add more people, but I can't. The house is too small, and there's no place to stay. We can only build more houses for now. Sister, I actually envy you. You have no worries, don't have to support a family, and don't have to worry about the servants. Little Jing and little Qing have Pei to take care of them, spending their days embroidering flowers, making new clothes, and chatting with the villagers. Life is good. As for me, I'm getting busier and busier." Everyone. Uncle Chen added another piece of chicken to her plate and said, "Eat. In your yard, you are the only master, so you need to establish rules. If things get chaotic, it will be hard to manage. You should meet just anyone in the village. It's easy to talk now, but it won't be later." Uncle said, "Yu En and Yu Hua have been saying the same thing. I just keep thinking about our hometown. Once these rules are set, people will drift apart. It's better to let them be a little confused." Then she said to Xiao Rou, "You stay at home, and when it's almost time for the baby, your mother and Xiaozhen will accompany you back. After the month, you can return."
Okay, thank you, Dad.
But Chun Er-saw said, Dad, our third sister is already 18. We should talk about her marriage. My family. Chun Er-ga slammed his chopsticks on the table and said, Dad, Mom, Xiaojun, don't listen to her nonsense. Xiaojun is my sister, and her marriage should depend on her own wishes. Chun De-sa replied, Er-ga, this girl is grown up. How can she not get married? My sister, my parents, and my older brother are willing to support her, so what's the problem? Chun De-ga picked up some chicken for Xiaojun and said, Don't listen to your sister-in-law's nonsense. Your second brother is right. It should be your choice. Auntie Chen angrily said, So what if she's 18? Xiao Wan and Xiao Ro got married when they were 18 too. When you two married into our family, one was 18 and the other 19 and we didn't mind. Why do you now look down on your sister-in-law for being older? Uncle Chin put down his chopsticks and said, Eldest and second, if you have any thoughts, I can separate you. You both have skills and the fruit trees in the village, so you won't have to worry about living. Chun De-ga and Chun Er-ga felt very uncomfortable about this.
Dad, what are you saying?
As long as our parents are here, we won't split up. Our third sister, fourth brother, and fifth brother haven't started families yet. How can we separate? Eldest brother's wife, second brother's wife, what do you think? Chun Xiaowan didn't listen to how the Chen family talked. She took Huai Lu and left. It was already getting late, and now Xiaojun was also feeling overwhelmed. Was it that uncle and auntie were too biased towards her, or was it that as good times came, the younger members of the Chen family became more outstanding, making them feel inferior? She understood this feeling. Throughout history, many people can share hardships but not wealth. It all comes down to interests and worries. Before it got dark, Chen Xiaowan decided to visit fifth aunt. There were some things about uncle's family that she couldn't say, but the elders could. If they wanted to live together as a family, auntie's current attitude couldn't be about treating everyone equally. Splitting the family would hurt the eldest and second brothers. The most troubled by family unrest would be uncle and auntie. Xiaojun's current thoughts might not hold steady. By the time they returned to Banshanbei, the moon was high in the sky. Grandma Wu patted her shoulder and said, Good child, don't think too much. Just live your life well and let them stir things up. It's not your concern. The next day, Xiaojun accompanied Xiao Ro to the county town, where they ran into Butler Han, who was busy with work, leaving Tan Zhao and Li Chun behind. Brother Chen smashed a lot of things, scaring Xiao Qing and Xiao Jing, who cried loudly. Grandma Wu came over to call Auntie De away. When Auntie Zhu returned, Chen Xiaowan only responded with a sound and continued cutting the clothes in her hands. The clothes belonged to Niezheng, and she thought that if he hadn't left that sum of money to build this house, her life would be much harder. Uncle and Auntie De could only help her so much. The Qin family had more than just her as a child. She suddenly understood why the former Chen Xiaowan had such a personality. That personality was safer and easier. As women grow up, whether in the past or in today's traditional society, once they reach marriageable age, they often lose their home. They can't return to their family, and their in-laws may not accept them. This version of Chen Xiaowan is already quite fortunate. Everyone wants to be valued, to gain more, and to feel secure. However, in this process, they often overlook others, leading to mutual exploitation and harm, resulting in both sides suffering. Regarding Xiao Lu's inquiry, Chen Xiaowan thought she was an outsider and didn't want to get too involved in the consequences, but she couldn't let go of the Qin family. Xiao Lu said, My sister, how could I let them not have a family? They can be without in-laws, and when Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ye grow up, if they don't want to marry, they don't have to. He hugged her arm and said, Sister, if your husband treats you badly when he comes back, you can divorce him, and I'll take care of you. Ah! Chen Xiaowan laughed and pointed at his nose, saying, All right. But you have to wait until you grow up to say that. No need to grow up, I've already discussed it with Brother Wu. The young boy looked nervous. This is the benefit of not having much education. If it were Xiao Si, he definitely wouldn't say such things. Chen Xiaowan smiled and said, Okay, but your sister is a county lady now. Seeing the young boy's disappointed face, She continued, however, if your brother-in-law treats me badly, I can still divorce him. Meanwhile, far away in the northwest, Li Yunzheng was on the battlefield, sneezing 3 times in a row. Uncle Zhong asked him, "Are you alright?" "Xiao Zheng, we can't afford any mistakes in this battle." Li Yunzhen shook his head, thinking about Qin Xiaowan's face, realizing it has been almost 3 years. Seeing the satisfied smile on the young boy's face, Qin Xiaowan felt even happier. "Qin Xiaowan, are you fortunate or unfortunate?" On the 3rd day, Aunt went to the county to visit Xiaorou, mainly because she was worried about her daughter, who was only 2 months pregnant. On the 4th day, Sister Qin left Xiao Jinger and returned to her family. On the 5th day, Sister Qin Er said her family sent a message asking her to return home, so she took Xiao Jinger and left. Qin Xiaowan went down for a while, asked Aunt Lu to cook for the elders, and with Peia taking care of Xiao Jinger, she returned to Hanzhan Bay. Grandma Wu came by and said, "Your sister-in-law probably wants to split the family so she can buy 6 servants and be in charge. Your second sister-in-law might be thinking the same. If your second brother earns money, she won't have to give it away. It must be her family's idea. They don't know that Xiao Si is already a scholar and has the right to buy servants. The uncle's family currently has a few servants and isn't restricted." Grandma Wu paused and said, "Well, this isn't the first time this has happened. I used to think it was because of me, but now it seems it's not." "You silly girl, what are you talking about? How is this related to you? Your aunt always wants to treat her daughter-in-law like a daughter, remembering how your grandmother treated her well. She wants to do the same, but life gets better, and when money comes in, thoughts change. Now that life is better, they want to have servants. Your uncle and aunt come from a farming background and can't escape that. Plus, Xiao Si still needs to take exams, and Xiao Zhen is supposed to marry into a good family. The family's finances aren't plentiful. They say you've already contributed enough. You've provided fabric for clothes every season for the past few years. Xiao Wan, there's one more thing Grandma wants to tell you. You need to be careful." "Yes, Grandma Wu, go ahead." "There are rumors in the village that you disagree with the village chief giving all the money to the villagers, only distributing a few hundred taels each year, while the rest goes to donations and the county." Qin Xiaowan scoffed. "Ha, Grandma Wu, who told you that? Do you think I have the power to decide for the village and the elders, or that all that money would fall into my hands?" After Grandma Wu left, Qin Xiaowan instructed Qin Yuan, "From now on, if the village head comes to find me, just say that I, as a woman, cannot get involved in village matters. I will no longer take care of village affairs. Besides the relatives from the Qin family and Magistrate Zhao, I will not meet anyone else. Set up the rules for a 4th-rank official for me."
Yes.
She wanted to see how far Lianshan village could go. If there were any problems, they needed to be completely resolved. 10 days later, Xiao San and Xiao Si returned. Before coming back to Lianshan village, they visited Xiaorou and naturally met Xiao Zhen and Auntie. Upon hearing the news, they didn't say much. After returning to Lianshan village, Xiao San went directly with his father to handle the honey business. Xiao Si spent his days at Banshanwan, sharing stories from the journey and discussing insights, as well as hearing about the government's movements and rumors. He also studied a few books. When he found out that the books were borrowed by Magistrate Zhao and Si Qian, he specifically went to retrieve them, saying, "My second uncle left this little memory behind. I don't believe you two didn't copy them. You should return them to me." This left the 2 adults quite speechless. Finally, Qin Xiaowan asked him, "Aren't you worried about how chaotic things are at home right now?" Xiao Si, lying on a cool chair, replied, "What's there to worry about? If my older brother and second brother don't understand, they can think about it some more. Big sister, the way they are acting is also because of their own indulgence. They may not have bad intentions, but they have never recognized the situation or themselves. They can't want everything and still claim they have nothing." He sat up and continued, "When they were young, they were the oldest and our grandparents and second uncles spoiled them the most. They received all the good things, but they couldn't continue their studies. It was only my second uncle, despite being ill, who helped me and my third brother. Father taught them all his skills and never thought to teach me and Xiaowu. Big sister, you don't know. The year I took the entrance exam, our parents were extremely worried. What if I didn't pass? They couldn't teach me the skills anymore, and what would I do in the future? Mother even thought about not letting me learn hunting from my brother-in-law. Father said I couldn't carry heavy things or go hunting because it was too dangerous. He insisted on supporting my education until I was 18. Mother said she would sew more handkerchiefs with Xiao Zhen to help with expenses. That year, my older brother and second brother were already married. Xiao Wu is growing up and doesn't want to study anymore. He prefers martial arts. Father asked at the escort agency in the county twice, but Xiao Wu is too young, and our parents are reluctant to let him go. Later, thanks to you, big sister, our family situation improved. Mom and Dad thought that since Xiao Wu is the youngest, they could let him take it easy and weren't in a hurry to plan his future. How do you know all this? Xiao Si rolled his eyes and said, how could I not know? Sometimes Mom talks to Xiao Zhen, and Dad discusses things with Uncle San and Uncle Si. Even if they don't say it directly to me, I'm not foolish. Mom and Dad haven't wronged them, and neither have we. Since big sister and second sister came into the family, Mom treated them like daughters. The only one she didn't overlook was you. Second sister and Xiao Zhen were behind. In those years, when Mom was working in the fields, it was mostly Xiao Zhen doing the housework. Big sister and second sister did very little. Sometimes, Xiao Wu couldn't stand it and complained to me. But I'm just the younger brother-in-law. What can I say? I can only help out when I come back, but housework isn't my strong suit. I can only work in the fields. This time, when the family is buying help, big sister and second sister want to get a few maids, saying that many families in the village are getting them for their children. But Mom and Dad are thinking about the work in the fields and the fresh things you bring from the mountains, so they disagreed. Mom also doesn't like having too many maids at home, especially since I'm not married yet and big brother and second brother are still young. They worry it might disrupt the family. Besides, the maids are meant for unmarried daughters, not for daughters-in-law.
Who said that?
Mom said so when we visited second sister. Let them buy maids. Shouldn't Xiao Zhen get one? Even though you arranged it, it's still under your name, and you're the one supporting her. With someone to help at home who will do the work in the fields. It's not right for men to work hard outside while women do nothing at home. Mom says it doesn't look good, and it's not a sign of a prosperous family. Besides, it's not yet time when everyone needs help. Mom doesn't even have anyone to help her. I heard that since they started buying help, the two of them have been unhappy. Big sister. Luckily, you arranged someone for me. Big brother and second brother each have a boy at home, but no one thought about arranging a scholar for me. After all, I'm also a respected person outside. Stop talking nonsense. Uncle and Aunt didn't arrange anyone for you because they knew I had already arranged it.
They didn't want to worry about it.
So it's still you, big sister, thinking ahead. By the way, why didn't you arrange for big brother and second brother? I did arrange it.
Who said I didn't?
It's just that it's not needed in this village. Being too prominent can attract trouble. In the future, when we go out, there will naturally be someone to accompany us. Huh, big sister, you really are not biased. I'm not biased at all. As Chunda Ge and Chen Erge quietly left through the door, Chen Yuan came over to report, Your Highness, the fourth master and the second master have left. The two exchanged glances and Xiao Si said, Sister, can you be a little more biased towards me? Give Chen Yuan to me. Chen Xiaowan replied, When did this courtyard become a civ? He belongs to the emperor. You should ask the emperor for him.
Chen Yuan.
My poor brother-in-law, if he doesn't come back soon, will his wife still want him? Are you looking for a beating? No, I just want to read.
Chen Yuan.
Spring is the season when flowers bloom. With the help of Chen San Shu and Chen Si Shu, they have raised over 50 bee colonies, and Chen Si Shu has nearly 20. Every couple of days, they come to show off to Chen Xiaowan. In a good mood, Xiao Si helped for a couple of days but got stung several times and returned complaining of pain. Xiao San said, You should stop. You're not cut out for work. Focus on your studies and pass the Imperial exam to serve the court. This easygoing life isn't for you. Xiao Si replied, Third brother, I remember you got stung the first time you and sister went to find bees too. But I didn't complain.
Xiaoxi.
All right, who among you will come with me to check on how the new crops are growing? Have they sprouted yet? A group of 7 walked along the small path in the fields, checking everywhere. Yu Hua, Yuan, Cheng Meng, and Huai Lv also followed. This was after Chen Xiaowan mentioned establishing the rules for the 4th rank, which Chun Yuan requested, stating it was already quite reduced. If they traveled far, they should bring at least 15 to 50 people. Chen Xiaowan. The peanuts and sunflowers are sprouting well, and the melons and tomatoes planted by the agricultural officials have also begun to sprout. The agricultural officials are very responsible, busy in the fields every day. Village Chief Chen saw her from a distance and ran over. She knew that there had been conflicts in the village due to servant issues, with some families arguing, and one even took in a maid who now cried and threatened to harm herself. The man said that taking her in was the same as doing the same work for others. It made no difference. Xiaowan, you finally came out. What is it, village chief? Xiaowan, the village. Village chief, please don't say anything more. People are already saying that I manage village affairs and that they won't get any money. I can't take on any more responsibility. Right now, I just want to see how these new crops are sprouting. That's the agricultural official's job. Xiaowan, you can't do this. Village chief, I advise you not to get involved in the village's household matters. If it rains, it rains. If someone wants to marry, they will marry. The more you interfere, the more mistakes will happen. You're a county man, and if you meddle too much, people will say you're using your power to bully others. Village Chief Chen scratched his head and said, Really, I shouldn't interfere? I won't, and my sisters-in-law are still at their parents' home. Look, I'm not getting involved. Village Chief Chen. This girl is quite tough. Everyone in the village knows about the Chen family's situation. Xiao Rou's pregnancy should be a happy event, but it turned into chaos over a meal. Chen Da and Chen Er didn't go to pick anyone up. They just kept working on carpentry every day. Uncle Chen and 2 others were busy either in the fields or on the mountain. At home, a maid was cooking with her daughter, and Chen Xiaowan brought down a few dishes every day. Aunt and Xiao Zhen returned before the Qingming festival. Qingming is a big event every year, and Aunt had to take charge, especially since it was her family. She couldn't be at fault. Xiao Zhen, being an unmarried member of the Chen family, had no fault either. More importantly, Zhao Hanxing returned, overjoyed, and spun Xiao Rou around several times, while Aunt hurriedly patted him, saying, Slow down, slow down. It hasn't even been 3 months yet. Moreover, Magistrate Zhao, feeling sorry for him at his age and being a first-time father, promised not to send him away until the baby was born. That's why Aunt and Xiaozhen felt reassured to come back. The first thing they did upon returning was to go to Half Mountain Bay and check on Chen Xiaowan. After confirming she hadn't lost weight and was fine, they felt relieved and went back to manage things. Xiaozhen said from behind, Elder sister, Mother has been most worried about you these days. She feels that since she's not in the village, she's afraid you might be bullied. Second sister said, You're already a county lady. How could anyone bully you? Mother said you're too shy. If you can't put aside your pride, you might get bullied. Chen Xiaowan held back her emotions and said, You seem to be doing well lately. Your whole demeanor has changed. Xiaozhen pouted and said, Elder sister, you don't know how strict Tanjiao was when teaching me the rules. I couldn't be lazy at all. I had to keep my posture. Yet mother and elder sister both say it's good. Chen Xiaowan laughed. What about the 2 of them? At second sister's place, mother said Tanjiao is good and should also teach second sister the rules. However, second sister is quite eager to learn. She said she used to feel nervous every time she met the county magistrate's wife, but after the incidents with Xiao Xiao and Xiaoya, she let go of her worries. Still, not knowing the rules could lead to embarrassment. Chen Xiaowan gently patted her head and said, It's my fault for not considering her when I thought she was getting married. Second sister won't blame you. She thinks that since she can't help the family, it's better not to cause trouble or embarrassment in the future. Chen Xiaowan wondered if this was what family ties meant. Xiaoro thought about not causing any trouble for the family, just like the older sisters. On Qingming Festival, Chen Xiaowan solemnly burned paper offerings and incense for the elders of the Qin family, as well as for her parents in this body. The aunt felt something and shared stories from her youth with them for the whole afternoon. That night, while sleeping, Chen Xiaowan dreamed of a young couple. The man was handsome and calm, while the woman was gentle and graceful. They approached her and said, "Wanwan, my child, I'm sorry. You must take care of yourself." After that, she couldn't hear anything else. She saw the woman looking extremely anxious, while the man gently patted her shoulder, filled with concern. When she woke up, she felt dizzy and had a headache, as if she had forgotten something important. In April, the weather was getting warmer and more visitors came to the mountain village, wearing lighter and more beautiful clothes. On the 8th day of the Bathing Buddha festival, Chen Xiaowan took the daughters of the Qin family, dressed in their finest, to participate in the opening ceremony at Lianshan Temple. She lit incense and donated 500 taels of silver. Her hands trembled as she donated, as she didn't even have that much in her courtyard in the city. However, the abbot said she carried heavy burdens from past lives and needed to donate to relieve them, and only great merits could help her. Chen Xiaowan was skeptical, but thinking of the dream from Qingming, she donated, hoping that spending money would avert disaster. The abbot even recited a scripture for her and advised her to offer incense to the Guanyin statue at home every day. Chen Xiaowan asked him, "What disaster do I have?" The abbot replied, "Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. The county lord has a unique fate and is protected by others. As long as you do good deeds, you will accumulate great merit, and in the future, you can achieve fulfillment and great blessings in this life." Chen Xiaowan felt a bit confused, but when she heard unique fate, she wondered if what the abbot said was true. It had been a long time since she dreamed of the young general and the young female general. Chen Xiaowan spent half a day at the temple, exploring inside and out, and found it quite nice. She chatted with County Magistrate Zhao and Madame Zhao before returning to Lianshan village with the Qin girls. After that, the village became even livelier. Chen Xiaowan thought about whether to add 2 more shops next to the inn, but she realized that turning Lianshan village into a commercial street would certainly have an impact. Considering the recent events in the village, she decided to put that thought aside for now. On the 10th day, several horse-drawn carriages arrived outside Lianshan village, looking for Qin Shiyang. Xiao Si was at the halfway bay, and Qin Urge, not understanding the situation, welcomed them in. By the time Xiao Si returned, the guests had already taken their seats. Among them was Lin Jimao, a classmate of Xiao Si, who had come with a simple purpose, to propose to Xiaozhen. The visitors included Lin Jimao's grandmother, Lady Lin, a matchmaker from the city named Yuan, and his own servant. Chen Xiao Si frowned and remained silent, while the other members of the Qin family also dared not speak. Soon, Chen's uncles and grandfathers arrived. After all, the many boxes tied with red ribbons being unloaded from the 3 carriages could not be ignored, and Xiaozhen was the only eligible daughter in the Qin family. Although Lianshan village was busy, many people still gathered to watch, and those working in the fields occasionally looked up to see what was happening. Lin Jimao cupped his hands and said to Qin Xiao Si, "Brother Manhwa, I sincerely wish to marry your sister. I was fond of her since our first meeting, but I feel unworthy of you, so I hesitated to ask for her hand. Now that I have become a scholar, I hope to try my luck in the spring examination next year. I dare to come today, and hope you will agree. I promise to cherish and love your sister." Chen Xiao Si frowned and replied, "Brother Jian, the spring examination is approaching. Why not wait until after it to discuss marriage?" "Brother Guanhua, to be honest, I intended to propose after the spring examination, but it has been postponed this year. My age is advancing, and I fear that your sister may be taken by someone else. That's why I came here with my grandmother to show my seriousness. I hope you will consider my sincere intentions and agree." Lady Lin then spoke to Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen, saying, "My grandson has always had high standards. He has asked me several times about this, but his mother has never agreed. She believes he should wait for the right one. I see him losing sleep over this, so I thought it best to come here with a matchmaker to avoid being too abrupt. This was clearly a determined effort. Chen Xiaoxi's expression grew even more serious as he said, Brother Jian, I know your family is prominent, far beyond our farming family. You are an only son, with many expectations. My third sister is my twin. She is not just anyone. Moreover, a farming girl is simple and has not learned many customs or etiquette. I fear she may not meet the expectations of your family, and I worry you may not be able to protect her. Lin Jimao was startled and said to Xiaoxi, Brother Guanhua, my elders are kind. Lady Lin interrupted, Xiaozhen's brother, may I call you that? Our family has a long history of literature and poetry. Although we have had some remarkable individuals, times have changed. Now, we only care that the couple loves each other. There are no strict rules anymore. You can rest assured. I will personally take care of your sister and ensure she faces no hardships. Chen Xiaoxi replied respectfully to Lady Lin, the Qin family does not take concubines, and neither does the son-in-law. Lady Lin was taken aback, her expression tightening at his words. However, Lin Jimao happily said, That's fine. If I marry your sister, I will not take a concubine. Lin Jimao answered cheerfully, while Lady Lin seemed a bit displeased but couldn't say much at that moment. Chen Xiaoxi observed this and said to both Lin Jimao and Lady Lin, How about we write this into the marriage contract? That's fine. Not acceptable. Lin Jimao and Lady Lin gave different answers. Chen Xiaoxi looked at Lin Jimao and said, If it's not acceptable, then forget it. My sister wasn't planning to get engaged at this time anyway. Lin Jimao turned to Lady Lin and said, Grandmother, Jianji, you are the last in the Lin family line. What will happen if you have no children? Grandmother, I will only marry Xiaozhen. The Lin family will end with me. This sounded a bit childish, but Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen, along with the Chen family, felt relieved. It was their first time seeing Xiaoxi discuss matters so seriously, which was quite different from his usual self.
You.
Do as you wish. Lady Lin sighed in resignation. At that moment, Chen Xiaoxi noticed Xiaozhen appearing at the hidden door, giving him a nod. Chen Xiaoxi felt a bit annoyed, puffing up his cheeks, but then composed himself. This matter must be handled. She was his twin sister, not just anyone. Lin Jimao said to Chen Xiaoxi, Brother Guanhua, we can write it in the marriage contract. Chen Xiaoxi added, Lady Lin, Brother Jian, there is one more thing I need to clarify, so we avoid future misunderstandings. It should also be written in the marriage contract, and I need Lady Lin's consent. Lady Lin was taken aback. But Lin Jimao respectfully said, Brother Guanhua, please speak. Jianji will agree to anything. Lady Lin thought, this grandson cannot be accepted. Just now, Lady Lin also mentioned that Jianji is the only son in several generations. My Chen family is not unreasonable. If one day there are conflicts between the couple and my sister has no biological son, if the Lin family wishes to take a concubine, please allow my third sister to return home. If there is a daughter, I hope she can leave the Lin family with my sister, and the Lin family should not stop her. The Lin family must not mistreat or punish my third sister. If my sister does something wrong, the Lin family can come to me to discuss it. The Chen family has its own way of teaching, and Jianji knows my character. Moreover, my eldest sister is a noble lady granted the title by the emperor, and she has been given a governess and nurse by the emperor. Upon hearing this, Lady Lin regained her composure. Although the Qin family is a farming family, having a noble lady granted by the emperor is rare. It seems that the rules of the Qin family are not too bad. Since they had already agreed not to take concubines, this point was not an issue, and she nodded. Lin Jimao thought for a moment and nodded, saying, Brother Guanhua, I won't give you this opportunity. Chen Xiaoxi smiled and said, Wait, I will ask my third sister. If she disagrees, what I just said doesn't count. Everyone else. Chen Xiaoxi went directly to the backyard, and Xiaozhen hurriedly followed him. In the main hall, everyone looked at each other, and Uncle Wu along with Uncle Chen San and Uncle Chen Si began to ask questions in turn. Lin Jimao felt anxious as he answered everyone's inquiries. In the yard, Chen Xiaoxi asked Xiao Zhen, "Do you agree?" "I agree. Right now, I can't find anyone better. Besides, I think he may not be as smart as fourth brother. In the future, he will have to respect me a bit. Today, fourth brother proposed these conditions and he accepted them, so he must have some sincerity." Tan Zhao says that a man's sincerity is rare and can easily change. As long as he treats me well, I will treat him well. If he has ulterior motives, I'm not foolish. I can still live my life with sincerity.
Xiao Zhen.
This is about marriage. Fourth brother, you agreed to him. People like our parents and the Chen family are rare. Even my eldest sister said it's hard to find such a match. She and her husband are still separated. Fourth brother, trust me, as long as I don't seek true sincerity, I can live well with anyone I marry. I haven't been idle these past 2 years.
Xiaoxi.
Who told you he isn't as smart as I am? Xiao Zhen laughed. Your names. You are Guanhua, and he is Jianji. Then Xiao Si laughed too. Promise me, don't let yourself suffer in silence. I won't be afraid. I have an older sister who is a noble lady and a very clever older brother. What do I have to worry about? And little five still. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Si returned to the main hall and said to Uncle Chen, Aunt Chen, and the Chen family, Mom, Dad, Uncle Wu, Uncle San, Xiao Zhen has agreed. Everyone was very happy. Lin Jimao also expressed his gratitude with a bow, saying, Brother Guanhua, thank you for the agreement. I will treat your sister well. Xiao Si replied, the engagement is set, and we can arrange the formal betrothal, but the wedding will have to wait until after our exams next year. The old lady Lin agreed with this, and soon the matchmaker got busy. Gifts wrapped in red silk were brought into the house, and the Chen family set off firecrackers. Everyone in the village knew that Xiao Zhen was engaged to a wealthy family, and there were many gifts. Xiao Zhen changed into a new outfit and came out to greet everyone, wearing a finely made cotton dress. Her hair was simply styled, but she wore a jade bracelet given by the noble lady. Old Lady Lin nodded in approval and tried to take off one of her own bracelets, only to notice the bracelet on Xiao Zhen's wrist. This is. Xiao Zhen shyly smiled and said, This is a gift from the noble lady. All the girls in the Chen family have one. Old Lady Lin was surprised and took off her largest ruby hairpin, saying, This ruby hairpin has been passed down from my family. I will give it to you now. She then pinned it in Xiao Zhen's hair. Thank you, old lady. Old Lady Lin noticed that although Xiao Zhen's clothing was simple, her demeanor was confident and her words were gracious, which made her nod in approval. After chatting for a while, Old Lady Lin said, Since this is my first visit, I would like to pay my respects to the noble lady. Could you kindly introduce me? Xiao Zhen smiled and replied, There's no need for formality, old lady. I'm afraid my sister might be worried. Her courtyard is still under renovation, and she hasn't received guests in a long time. Is that appropriate? Xiao Zhen then said, Pei Yi, could you please ask my sister if she can receive guests?
Yes.
Before the incense finished burning, Chen Xiaowan arrived uninvited, saying, Why did you let my sister agree to marry? The Chen family members all bowed in unison, saying, We greet the noble lady. Old Lady Lin and Lin Jimao noticed the young woman's gentle appearance, dressed in simple cloth clothes, with 2 hairpins in her hair. Old Lady Lin recognized the quality of the wood used for the hairpins, knowing they were valuable. They also saw that she was followed by 4 exceptional maidservants and 2 young men who stood very straight. They stood up and bowed, saying, The Lin family from Xingyin Mansion greets the noble lady. Lady Lin, please take a seat. There are no formalities here, so you don't need to be too polite. Lady Lin replied, Thank you, County Lord. Uncle Chen stood up to let her sit in the main seat, and she said without hesitation, Xiao Si, bring me the marriage contract. I heard we are already at the engagement stage. Then she turned to Xiao Zhen and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't we say to take our time in choosing? You should have told me first so I could ask around. This made Lin Jimiao sweat. After reading, Chen Xiaowan said to Lady Lin and Lin Jimiao, We must have all the proper rituals and gifts. Lady Lin and Lin Jimiao both agreed. Unfortunately, the Lin family, does not have any officials above the 6th rank in the court. Although they claim to be a prominent family, it's uncertain who really holds the higher status. It's no wonder the Qin family was so assertive earlier. This county lord seems impressive and is not just from an ordinary farming family. Chen Xiaowan continued to ask questions, then hugged Auntie and said, "Auntie, I won't stay longer. Huinyang made me some delicious food today, and I want to go back and try it." Little 6 and Little 7 shouted from behind, "Sister, take me with you." Lady Lin and Lin Jimiao were surprised, but did not see the Qin family trying to stop them. Annie said, "These kids just love to be around her. Now that she is a county lord, there are more rules and she goes out less, but the kids still want to be with her." Lady Lin and Lin Jimiao spent 2 days in Lianshan village. Xiao Zhen and Xiao Si also accompanied them to Lianshan Temple, but did not stay at the Qin family home since they had many servants and there wasn't enough space. Uncle Chen rented a small courtyard at an inn, which pleased Lady Lin. Once the guests left, Xiao Zhen and Xiao Si went straight to the half-mountain bay, where Xiao San was already waiting. He immediately said, "You are too hasty. I sent someone to investigate in the capital, but they haven't returned yet." Xiao Si replied, "I already had someone check. They want to promote Jian, but no one is willing to support him. Those old connections are no longer useful. They are interested in my future and my sister's status as a county lord." "Then why did you agree so easily?" Xiao Zhen said, "It's fine, third brother. I agreed because I see he doesn't have the same abilities as my fourth brother, so he should respect me for that." "Xiao San." Xiao Si shrugged and said, "Don't worry, I will always protect her." "Should I still investigate?" "Yes, of course, we need to investigate." Xiao Wan asked Xiao Zhen, "Are you willing? What's there to be upset about? I'm just a farmer's daughter, and living in a wealthy family isn't about true feelings. Tan talked to me a lot, and I've read many books. I even went to meet the county magistrate's wife with my sister in the county town. Magistrate Xiao has 2 concubines. I understand now. People in wealthy families need to know how to live their own lives. They shouldn't worry about others. Plus, my fourth brother has prepared a backup plan for me, so I'm not worried about my future." The 2 brothers. Chen Xiaowan said, "I'm glad you understand." The brothers exchanged glances. They realized the root of the issue. The 3rd brother said, "When we marry, it won't be like this, right? You think it's that simple? This is how wealthy families raise their daughters. They prioritize benefits over love. Don't get caught up in romantic fantasies. In life, true feelings should be reciprocated. If you take a concubine and act recklessly, how can you expect a girl to be devoted to you? Don't you think that's unfair? Daughters from wealthy families only need to keep their true feelings to live a rich and comfortable life. Why complicate things? What about the husband?" Chen Xiaowan thought for a moment and said, "A husband is like a business partner, part of a mutual benefit." The brothers. The 4th brother asked reluctantly, "What about you and my sister's husband?" Chen Xiaowan considered and replied, "Your brother-in-law has given me a lot of silver. He probably has all his wealth with me." "Is he sincere?" Chen Xiaowan seriously thought for a moment and said, "I don't know. What if he doesn't come back or wants to marry someone else? Then we would part ways. What if he returns? If he returns and can live well, he can have a meal with me. If there are too many issues, we would still part ways." The brothers. "Sister, didn't you say true feelings should be reciprocated?" "That's true. But sometimes true feelings don't lead to true feelings in return. So you both need to remember, don't get attached to pretty girls who run off with someone else, or you'll end up heartbroken, and I won't help you." "Sister, your brother-in-law treats you well. How can you say he's not sincere? Remember, true feelings are easy to gain and easy to lose. People's hearts change and can't be controlled. It might seem sincere now, but if something more important comes along, that sincerity can fade away. Your brother-in-law treats me well and hasn't mistreated me, but when he left, he did so with the determination to not return, and at that moment, he also abandoned me. I understand him. Letting him go is my true feeling for him. But if he doesn't come back, I won't be too sad. I still have my own life to live." For a moment, I couldn't understand, and Qin Xiaowan felt confused. She couldn't say that Niezheng had deceived her into marriage. She clapped her hands and said, "Whether it's sincere or not doesn't matter. Sincerity can't be eaten. What's important is knowing what kind of life you want to live. Once you are clear about your desires, you can manage your life well. Even if it can't be perfect, it won't be too bad. If you really can't get what you want, remember to step back in time. Life won't be too hard then." Yuan, Yuehua, and the servants from Half Mountain Bay listened to the siblings' conversation and fell into thought. Chen's principal was secretly thinking, the princess's words have resolved the obsessions of many lovesick people, but how can the human heart be controlled? The princess and the lord must have been hurt too. After the engagement of Xiaozhen stirred up a lot of discussion in Lianshan village, it quieted down again. Everyone has their own life to live. The villagers were busy, and this year there were many new crops to plant. However, village chief Chen had lost quite a bit of hair. Since hiring servants, there have been many troubles in Lianshan village, and several families have already had issues with their maids. One family is even planning to take a concubine, as village chief Chen had previously stated that Lianshan village cannot have concubines, so they can only marry a wife. Village chief Chen wanted to curse. Sister-in-law Chen and second sister-in-law Chen had not returned, and no one from the Chen family mentioned going to pick them up. Eldest brother Chen and second brother Chen were still busy with carpentry work every day, along with two young boys. Xiaozhen had received many things prepared for her by Tan Zhao and others in the capital, so she had very little left to prepare. She spent her days following Qin Xiaowan, looking at various seedlings. Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen had a matter on their minds, and their smiles had increased a bit. However, they sighed when looking at eldest brother Chen and second brother Chen. Little C was thinking about whether to go to the academy or study abroad. He had stayed in the village long enough this time. Little San was either helping his father with beekeeping or watching Qin Xiaowan's courtyard, which was a bit concerning. But Qin Xiaowan knew he was worried about the grapes. He had earned quite a bit from selling them through Wang Chunsheng, and the price was higher. Naturally, he was genuinely looking after her courtyard. Qin Xiaowan sat in the courtyard. After the rain, the sun shone again, making the small courtyard even more serene and elegant. Looking at her carefully arranged home, she felt truly happy. This kind of life has fewer worries. Thinking about it, she had been here for 3 years, and Niezheng had also been gone for 3 whole years. According to their agreement, that guy's letter should have arrived by now. But the person in the northwest said he wouldn't divorce. General Li's youngest son and the queen's biological brother. This is the news Wang Chunsheng recently learned. This identity was probably the reason he decided to part ways. But what was the reason for staying together? In the northwest, he saved himself, and Xiao Xiao and Xiaoya were already enough for him. He even provided himself with silver and wealth. She is not greedy. She is satisfied with this separation fee. Last year, when he returned, she had thought about having a child, but it didn't happen. She chose a life of peace and simplicity over wealth and luxury. She cannot play the games of court politics or palace intrigue, and she doesn't want to. She admits she lacks that ability. Yet, the Li family in the capital has sent generous gifts for 2 consecutive years, including monthly allowances and betrothal gifts. Lost in thought, she fell asleep, dreaming of the long-lost young general and young female general looking at her with reproach. Just as they were about to speak, someone reported, "General, we can't hold it down any longer." The two hurried away, and she recognized the man and woman as her original parents, who glanced at her and said, "We'll go help too."
Okay. She.
After waking up, Qin Xiaowan felt quite melancholic for a while. She realized that what the monk said resonated with her. What is it about her? The young general and the young female general were fighting, so why were they suppressing something, along with her original parents? Qin Xiaowan looked at the small turtle under the rockery, deep in thought. She felt she should seek answers about why she came here and what lay ahead. If things were bad, she didn't want to drag the Qin family or Lianshan village into it. Everything today was hard-earned, and although some people were not good, even very bad, it had nothing to do with her. She didn't want to be involved in such causes and effects. She got up and lit 3 sticks of incense for Guanyin Bodhisattva, sincerely praying for a while. Then she called you and walked to Lianshan Temple, where she knelt in the main hall and respectfully bowed several times to find the monk. The monk was meditating and chanting sincerely. As Chun Shaowan arrived, the monk opened his eyes and joined his palms, saying, "Your Highness."
Master.
"Your Highness, you have come to seek answers." Master seems to know the cause and effect. "I do not know, but I see that your Highness has deep blessings, yet is entangled with grievances, and is protected by golden light. Thus, I made this calculation. County Magistrate Zhao told me that the Master said you are destined to be connected with Lianshan village, which is why you are here. Regarding fate, I believe the County Lord has a deeper understanding. I have a connection with Lianshan village, and I am here because of that connection. My situation may bring trouble in the future, which could affect Lianshan village. The blessings and misfortunes of the County Lord depend entirely on your intentions." Blessings and misfortunes. Yes, blessings and misfortunes can lead to fulfilled wishes. It all depends on your thoughts. Why is there such a significant connection? I don't know, but it seems related to the fate of the Great Ginger Kingdom. The fate of the kingdom. Chun Shaowan was confused. She asked the monk, "Do I have this ability?" "Amitabha, everyone is connected to their homeland. The County Lord may also be part of this connection. How much time do I have left?" Your arrival was guided by fate. Chun Shaowan didn't know how she descended the mountain. Yuan was also puzzled by her emotions. "County Lord, isn't what the Master said good?" "No, the Master said it was guided by fate." On the way back to Hanshan Bay, she looked at the lush seedlings and felt a mix of emotions. Everything was not easy. Each plant was carefully planted, filled with hope by the villagers. The agricultural officials saw them as salvation, and the emperor pointed to these species to strengthen the kingdom and enrich the people. But in the face of royal power struggles, what did all this mean? The way of heaven truly plays a clever game. She obtained all this effortlessly, but who knew there was such a big pit ahead? As an outsider, her life or death didn't matter, but she couldn't let her beloved Qin family be affected. Lianshan village, as a place of survival, must not suffer. She needed to think of a way to leave a glimmer of hope for the Qin family and Lianshan village. She couldn't ignore the troubles of Lianshan village, though it was frustrating. This place would be best as a paradise, but a paradise holds no value in royal power. How could she ensure Lianshan village remained at the forefront of the Great Ginger dynasty, making those in power hesitate or providing an escape opportunity? She needed to think carefully. She truly couldn't understand how an ordinary person like her was connected to the fate of the kingdom. Those associated with those 2 words rarely had good outcomes. Oh dear. She had suddenly taken on something huge, something that turned her already not-so-smart mind upside down. The only relief was that her concerns weren't too many. 100 ways to avoid looking foolish flashed through her mind. She was indeed imaginative. She picked a dogtail grass and waved it around. Don't ask her why. She just wants to relax. If you give her an impossible task, what does she expect to do? She's not a saint or a savior. They had promised her a peaceful life of farming, but suddenly the difficulty jumped from easy mode to survival mode. If someone wants to play this game, let them. Why should she suffer? She doesn't want to. She thought about many things, but couldn't say a word. Thinking of the Qin family, she sighed and decided to come up with a way to help them. Waving the dogtail grass, she returned to the hillside bay. "Huinyang, I'm hungry. If there are any good dishes lately, please make some variety." She found joy in life again, ready to enjoy it while she could. Lying in the rocking chair, she continued to reflect on her past memories and the events of the last 3 years. Without a doubt, her arrival here must be related to Li Yunjin. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep dreaming of his aunt and uncle who saved her life. But what does that have to do with her parents? A poor scholar from a remote village, a sickly woman, and a young general guarding the border have no connection. What does it have to do with a little girl like her? It's all about fate and consequences, which feels unfair. She's just a lazy person waiting to live off others. Holding the dogtail grass in her mouth, she had no thoughts of changing her fate. Your Grace, it's time to eat. Why are you biting that? Is your tooth bothering you? Let my mother make something for you to chew on. Get up and eat. Weren't you just saying you were hungry? Chun Shaowan. That's something only babies do. She's just passing the time. But she could only grumble silently, feeling a bit melancholic. In the afternoon, she wandered around her new courtyard, watching the busy workers and the gradually completed space. The connecting corridors looked quite nice. She thought about making some changes to her little yard, turning the vegetable garden into a flower garden, while the vegetable patch moved to the back corner of the yard. The livestock had also been moved there, and the grapevines were climbing all over the trellis. Her fourth uncle suggested making a large grape arbor, which would be a beautiful sight and provide sweet grapes to eat. As for the wild grapes, her fourth uncle said to put them in a corner at the foot of the mountain. She felt a bit reluctant. She had just begun to enjoy this laid-back life. Really, maybe she should enjoy herself first, and then prepare for the future. Just giving the Qin family and Lianshan village a safeguard would be enough. She could take it easy. Once she understood everything, life became easier. She casually helped pull some wild vegetables with Qing Mai that hadn't been cleaned up yet. Afterward, she planned to have Huinyang cook an egg, then return to the small courtyard where Xiao Si was already waiting with a smile. Seeing her return, he cheerfully said, "Sister, I'm getting ready to go back to the academy. The teacher said we can go out to study and discuss the teachings. I also want to go back and practice with my classmates." "All right, go ahead." Chen Xiaowan was not surprised. It was already impressive that he had stayed for so long. It was better for him to go out and build his future, so she hoped he wouldn't be held back by her. "Sister, you're not going to keep me here. What's there to keep? You're not a young lady. A young man should seek his fortune." "Sister, you didn't say that last time. You said, when parents are alive, don't travel far." That was Xiao Lu who said that. In early May, Xiao Si took Luo's son to the capital city. After staying at the academy for a while, the teacher would take them on a study trip to visit famous landmarks and beautiful landscapes. Xiao San stayed behind to help with family matters, mainly two things: continuing to help his father with beekeeping and keeping an eye on Chen Xiaowan's courtyard. Chen Xiaowan also had two tasks. One was to tend to the new crops, transplanting, fertilizing, and pruning. The other was to take Xinmu, Luo Lin, and Yuan into the mountains to look for new species. Don't ask her why she was working so hard. It was because she had a conscience. She basically believed the monk's words, but since things hadn't happened yet, life had to go on. She couldn't change fate, so she could only prepare for the worst. She hoped to find a couple of things in the mountains that could protect the Qin family and Lianshan village. It was a necessary task. If her time bomb of karma exploded, it would be disastrous. She had quietly crossed over and hoped to leave without a trace when the time came. However, after several trips to the mountains, she only found a patch of wild peanuts being dug up by squirrels, 2 pepper trees, and nothing else she recognized as new species. On the other hand, village chief Chen happily brought people to gather the wild peanuts. She collected a lot of pepper leaves to dry for seasoning and dug up a few small saplings to take back and plant in her courtyard. Life still had to be lived well. Chen Mu also recognized a few types of flowers that were said to be rare, and Chen Xiaowan waved her hand and had those dug up as well. Although there was always a threat hanging over her, Chen Xiaowan's life was quite enjoyable overall. Huanyang and Qingmai were good cooks, and with Chen Xiaowan's wide experience, they made a variety of delicious dishes. Not only did the servants in the courtyard, like Chen Yuan and Chen Mu, benefit, but so did the villagers. The local children had a good relationship with the Qin family, and they would gather fresh wild vegetables and fruits from the fields, bringing them to Chen Xiaowan. She would give them some praise and let Huanyang and the others prepare snacks like pastries, buns, and candied fruits. They kept some for themselves and shared the rest with the children, making the adults happy as well. However, unfortunate events still occurred. One day, a woman from a family in the village jumped into a well, causing quite a stir. Aunt Chen and Aunt San brought the children to her, repeatedly warning her not to get involved and mentioning that Chindebo said not to respond to any requests. During this time, Qin Shaowen had not been paying much attention to village matters. Although she felt she should care, it seemed that the village had been deterred by her earlier actions and had not come to see her. She was enjoying her life too much to think about it. When Aunt San came to pick up the children the next evening, she didn't even enter the house, saying she was worried about being unclean. She called out to Qin Yuan from a distance to bring the children out. The next day, the woman's family accused the household of being ungrateful and having an affair with a maid, leading to the death of his wife. They demanded justice from the county magistrate to punish the culprit. Magistrate Zhao took the case from Lianshan village seriously. He personally brought people to investigate the scene. Although they didn't find much during questioning, they discovered many injuries on the body of the woman who had jumped into the well, including whip marks and numerous small wounds. After observing the family, Magistrate Zhao took the accused back to the county office, along with the village head and some relatives from the accused family. Once they left, Aunt Zhu returned to describe the scene to her. Qin Shaowen realized the situation was more serious than she had thought. Although Lianshan village had been busy in recent years, there had been no deaths except for a major flood and plague. Some elderly villagers had improved with better living conditions. Aunt and the others did not come back up. It seemed that these bad things were better kept from her. She just needed to be happy. However, this situation had a big impact because the number of visitors to the sunflower fields outside Lianshan village did not decrease with the warming weather. In fact, it increased. So, the news spread even faster. 3 days later, the people from Lianshan village returned with news. The county magistrate found out that the family had bought a maid to serve the elderly. However, the maid had originally been a concubine in a wealthy household. Seeing that life in Lianshan village was good and not too tiring, she became interested in the farmer. The charms of a maid from a rich family were far beyond what a farmer's wife could offer, and soon the man was captivated. With a new love in his heart, he no longer valued his first wife. The woman became upset, but no matter how angry or unwilling she was, she could only make a fuss. The maid, like a flower, easily won the man's and his mother's hearts, making the first wife feel even more neglected, leading to arguments and fights. Now that they had servants, the man and his mother had more time and thoughts, and they cared less for the 2 children the woman had given birth to. Seeing that she had no way out and that her children were not living well, the woman jumped into a well. Her family cried out for justice, demanding that the county magistrate punish those responsible. The magistrate ruled that the man was unfaithful and cruel, listening to sweet words and causing his wife to take her own life. He was not worthy of enjoying the blessings of the village, and was fined 50 taels of silver and ordered to move from Lianshan village to Langshan village, losing all village benefits. The man collapsed upon hearing this. The magistrate also ruled against the man's mother for being unkind and not distinguishing right from wrong, leading to the same punishment of moving to Langshan village and losing benefits. The old woman pleaded not to be punished. The maid was judged for being malicious and seducing her master, leading to the mistress's death. She was sentenced to be sold as a slave in a harsh land in the northwest. As for the woman's 2 children, they were taken by her family. The magistrate decided that the unclaimed share of the man from Lianshan village would be given to the children as support. The village had agreed. The woman's family asked if her brother could move to Lianshan village to care for the children as they grew up. The magistrate's face darkened. Their father is unworthy, their grandmother is unkind, and their mother took her own life. This county has shown mercy by allowing you to receive the unclaimed silver for their support. Do not take advantage of this kindness. The village chieftain said, from now on, only the families from Lianshan village can settle here. Others must have permission from the county. Yes, thank you, sir, Chen replied quickly, feeling relieved and happy to be rid of the burden. County Magistrate Zhao regretted his hasty words, worrying about the consequences. The incident of the woman jumping into the well in Lianshan village had a significant impact. Although she died by her own hand, not by murder, Magistrate Zhao punished the man and his mother by forcing them to leave the village, stripping them of their benefits. Many thought the punishment was too harsh. However, Zhao stated, Lianshan village is a blessed place granted by the emperor. Those who can drive their wives to such despair do not deserve to live here. This silenced many critics. It made the villagers realize that living in Lianshan village did not guarantee a carefree life. They remembered the hard times when they struggled to make ends meet. Soon, several families sold their maidservants and became more discreet. They were not foolish, with Magistrate Zhao personally overseeing the village's population records. Making a mistake could lead to being expelled, and returning would be impossible. 3 days later, Sister Chen and Sister Chen were sent back by their family. Uncle Chen was not home. The sisters felt awkward, and Aunt Chen noticed their fine clothes had turned into coarse fabric, but said nothing. She took the little girl, who was sunburned, and bathed her, giving her new clothes. The girls in the Chen family were precious. Sister Chen couldn't help but cry. Little Zhen brought Little Jing out, and Sister Chen rushed over, but Little Jing told Little Zhen he wanted to play with Uncle Qi, leaving Sister Chen with mixed feelings. When Uncle Chen returned that night, he said nothing, acting as if nothing had happened. Li Chuan entered Uncle Chen's house, attending to Little Zhen. She was already engaged, and now in Lianshan village, she felt comfortable being alone. Tan returned to the city, where she had 3 more young girls and many little ones to take care of. The inn in Lianshan village had built 3 new shops, one selling various snacks, another selling tea and children's toys like kites, and the last selling embroidered handkerchiefs and hairpins made by Qin Shaowan and a few others. The management was a joint effort between Lianshan village and the county office, with profits split 40-60 in favor of the county. All the items were purchased with cash in Lianshan village, so the women and young wives there became busier. Some merchants, seeing beautiful hairpins and headbands, directly took the goods outside to sell. By the end of the month, the profits surprised County Magistrate Zhao. They were even higher than those from a shop in the capital. The people of Lianshan village were not surprised by this. They joked that everything there was now expensive, but the quality of what they were making was just average. As long as there were buyers, it was fine. They focused on selling more at lower prices. As for some hairpins from the county princess, Miss Jingmeng said they were originally meant as gifts, but after making too many, they decided to sell some. The villagers liked them and learned to make a few styles. Chen Shaowan reminded them that while earning some pocket money was good, they should also make some unique items for her. She didn't want to see the things she gifted everywhere on the streets, as that would be embarrassing. This made everyone laugh, and they agreed. In June, the farming season was busy, and Lianshan village was doing better than in previous years. They planted fewer rice crops, but many new species were maturing. The chili peppers were harvested repeatedly, and Lord C loved them so much that he was breaking out in pimples from eating too many. Chen Shaowan warned him, Lord C, if you keep eating those, not only will next season's seeds be affected, but your face won't improve either. Dr. Yu chimed in from behind. Shaowan is right. Those are hot foods and can cause issues. You need to eat less. As for the half-grown sugarcane, Qin Shaowan said it needed more time to grow, and explained how to process it into sugar. The villagers had grown melons, sweet potatoes, and peanuts last year, and the experienced farmers were better at it than she was, so she didn't worry about that. The sunflowers were thriving this year, thanks to the villagers' careful attention. The flower heads were large and full. Many artists set up stalls outside the village to paint or sell their artwork. Village Chief Chen was happily watching all of this. Business in Jiang town had improved significantly, and the prices of cheap bamboo crafts had risen as well due to increased demand. However, Lianshan village did not allow random stalls to set up. Otherwise, there would be more stalls than people. In mid-June, Xiao Si wrote a letter. He rarely wrote, usually just returning in person. He mentioned that the emperor had scheduled the Imperial examination from March 8th to March 16th next year. He planned to wander around with his teachers for a while before returning to the academy to study, aiming to arrive in the capital by early February. Lin Jimao's family planned to head to the capital in July to make arrangements and asked her older sister if she wanted to visit the capital for fun. After reading the letter, Chen Shaowan simply replied, no. She had already asked Wang Chunqing's people to look into things earlier this year and arranged for a place to stay during the exams. There was really nothing to prepare in advance. She could just go after the new year. As for what Lin Jimao had found out, there was nothing more to learn. At most, she could let Xiaozhen go to the capital a bit earlier to gain more understanding. However, less than 3 days later, County Magistrate Zhao brought news that the emperor wanted her to enter the palace for a meeting on the Qianqiu festival. Chen Xiaowan asked County Magistrate Zhao why the Qianqiu festival and not the Mid-Autumn festival. County Magistrate Zhao replied helplessly, "The Mid-Autumn festival is a family gathering. The emperor is frugal and considerate of the officials, so there are usually no large palace banquets on this day. Only the empress and princes enjoy it together. The Qianqiu festival is not held every year. It depends on the situation. This year, the Empress Dowager is well, and there have been good news from the northwest, with new crops thriving everywhere. The emperor is very pleased and agreed to hold it. Are you going, County Magistrate? I have to go. Village Chief Chen will accompany me. We need to present various new crops and seeds together with the Ministry of Agriculture. Then why do I need to go so early? I don't know. The emperor's decree states this, so perhaps someone in the palace wants to see you." When Village Chief Chen said this, he hinted at something. County Magistrate Zhao added, "My wife also needs to return to the capital to keep the county princess company. It will be convenient for her to come back with me." So everyone in Shanshan Bay got busy. Yuan, Yuehua, and a few maids helped her pack. This was her first trip out since becoming the county princess, and it was to meet the emperor. Chen Yuan arranged for Chen Mu to accompany her, along with a few maids, as it would be inappropriate to go without a proper entourage. Chen Xiaowan found it troublesome. Uncle Chen and others had come several times, worried about her. In the end, they decided that Xiao San should go with her. Her courtyard was not ready yet, and they needed to keep an eye on the new crops on the mountain, so they couldn't go with her. Chen Xiaowan thought for a moment and said, "Let's bring Xiao Lu too. And take Xiao Qi and Mei Lian along. They should see the world in the capital. The others are too young, so they won't come." She also replied to Xiao Si, saying she would enter the palace for the meeting, along with County Magistrate Zhao's wife, and mentioned that she would first stop at the capital before meeting the Lin family. That guy was not at Xingyin Mansion now. He was wandering around with the academy people next door. After busy preparations for several days, Chen Xiaowan called Uncle Chen to the vineyard to discuss the stones. Uncle Chen looked at her several times and then used the stones to build a small hill in the vineyard, even digging a shallow pit below to keep a few fish. Chen Xiaowan thought there were already several small ponds in the yard for fish. She originally planned to make a quick trip with some cash, but that night, she had a dream about her parents counting her dowry, which startled her awake. On June 25th, the Qin family contributed all their carts. They packed 2 carts with their belongings. One cart contained Chen Xiaowan's clothes, formal dresses, everyday wear, and the ceremonial outfits for receiving guests, along with the hairpieces and jewelry sent by the Li family from the capital, since she had nothing of her own. The other cart held items for the travelers and some everyday necessities. A third cart was filled with honey prepared by Uncle Chen, the grape wine she made, some preserves made from wild fruits, and some freshly harvested peanuts and sunflower seeds that the Qin family had gathered early to bring for her. Before leaving, she taught the method of making grape wine to her 3 sisters-in-law, so they could make some while she was away. Chen Xiaosan handed over his grapes to his father and Shihu, knowing they were worth money. Chen Shihu promised to take good care of everything. 3 more carts were for people. After several discussions, they decided to take Huanyang and Qingmai, as there would be many people to feed, and one person couldn't manage alone. They also needed to bring 5 people from Yuan, as Chen Xiaowan would be unfamiliar with the capital and would need guidance. Chen Yuan and Chen Mu were essential to have along for support and protection on the journey. Luo Shisheng was also included. Xiaosan took along Luolin, and Xiaozhen took Lichuan. Xiaoqi and Meilian would not bring their maids. Uncle Chen said if they met better ones, they could buy 2 more. Once they reached the capital, they would bring Tan Zhao along, and they would see about the others later. Chun Shaoan calculated that with so many people, they would at least need a small courtyard, and she wasn't sure if they would all fit. As they left, the large courtyard was left with Aunt Luo, Auntie Luo, and Xinyang and Ruanyang. Aunt Luo was teary-eyed but knew her age made long journeys difficult, even though she was strong. Worried, Auntie Luo discussed with the sisters-in-law, and that night, she moved into the guest room at Qin Xiaowan's Shanshan Bay with Uncle Chun. Since the courtyard was still under construction, it was wise for them to keep an eye on things, especially since they didn't have young children to worry about. Brother Chun and Brother Chun looked at each other, unable to find the right words. Sister-in-law Chun and sister-in-law Chun also felt empty inside. The villagers of Lianshan watched the departing carriage, some envious, some confused, and some jealous. Si Qian patted village chief Chun on the shoulder and said, "In August, we will also go to the capital." Village chief Chun was left speechless, wondering who this was and where they were going. When the carriage reached the north gate of Qingping County, Madame Zhao's convoy was already waiting, with over 10 carriages filled with people and goods. Chun Shaowan must have a big misunderstanding about this era. Chun Yuan was right. She really had no status. But she quickly accepted it. As a farmer's daughter, what status did she need? It was normal for there to be few people. Having many would be unusual. With nearly 20 carriages, they headed north. Madame Zhao's experienced people were in front managing everything, while Qin Shaowan followed behind. They planned to stay at Xingyin Mansion for a day or two to gather some supplies. Madame Zhao knew that the Lin family was also going to the capital and thought about finding some new toys for her nieces and nephews, so she agreed. However, she reminded Qin Shaowan, the news about the emperor's longevity should have reached the capital by now. The Lin family is likely going to the capital for this reason too. Qin Shaowan understood. This was a hint for her. She nodded gratefully, sighing at the complexities of wealthy families. Madame Zhao's two young maids liked her very much. They had been playing well with Xiao Qi and Mei Lian these past few days. Madame Zhao didn't stop them and watched happily, wearing the little gifts Qin Shaowan had given her. Seeing that Madame Zhao liked them, Qin Shaowan directly gifted her a small box, making Madame Zhao so happy that she hugged her and said it solved a big problem for her. She never knew what to give her little nieces when returning to the capital, but now it was perfect. Qin Shaowan smiled. It's nothing special. The girls are just skilled and creative. Don't mind if they're a bit rough. Madame Zhao was thrilled and repeatedly said no, no. In families like ours, who doesn't have maids doing these things? It's not like we can make them ourselves. But these designs are really nice. They look great. Just what I wanted. Qin Shaowan thought that if she ran out of money in the capital, she could sell her designs for a high price. Looking at the maids chatting nearby, she decided to give them some more decorations. It was a pleasant decision to sell more designs and take a break from farming for a while. In the city, Rosen came to deliver the news early, and Tan Zhao and the others began to get busy. Tan Zhao was going, and Li Chun followed Miss Shen, while Li Dong was with her. Wang Chunxing approached and said, "Madam Tan, just follow the county lord. I will bring people behind you and enter the capital before the county lord." Tan Zhao bowed and replied, "All right." Rosen added, "Uncle Wang, Steward Han, the county lord has instructed that Uncle Wang and Madam Tan go directly to the capital. First, rent a courtyard with 2 or 3 entrances. It doesn't need to be in a prime location, just somewhere quiet and suitable for living. She will return after attending the emperor's birthday celebration and won't stay long. 4th master will participate in next year's spring examination, and Miss Zhen may stay longer. Madam Tan can bring everyone, including Miss Malian and Miss Qi. 3rd master and 6th master will follow. Madam Tan can go ahead and buy some basic servants. We won't need many maids since the county lord's people will accompany her. Uncle Wang, please bring the gentleman along, and as before, split into 2 residences. Steward Han, you will have to work a bit harder. When there is news about the gentleman and the county lord, you will need to be busy. All right, old Han, I will take the gentleman's people with me and leave most of the rest for you. If there is any news, send someone promptly. You know how to deliver it." "Sure, just advise the county lord a bit." Those people have been criticizing her, and we don't know if her trip to the capital will be a blessing or a curse. What's there to fear? As long as fourth master can pass the exam next year, they will have nothing to say. Han Shan remained silent. He was knowledgeable in the marketplace, but still didn't understand the court well. He then said to Tan Zhao, "When you see the county lord, you should speak more. It's her first time in the capital, and she may not know much about it. I will prepare a list of what I know for you later. Don't hold back on what you know. Though we are now in two households, we serve the same master. If one suffers, we all suffer. If one thrives, we all thrive. I've heard of your skills, so don't keep anything to yourself. I don't want to be sold to another household again. In this Xingyun mansion, I won't let anything major happen. As for Miss Zhen from the Lin family, she hasn't entered yet, so we still need to see the attitudes of the county lord and Miss Zhen. I understand. The county lord is not someone without sincerity towards the mansion. As long as nothing unexpected happens in the capital, there won't be any major issues." The group rented two small courtyards at an inn near the gate of Xingyun Mansion. Everyone could tell they were just passing through. Wang Chunqing and Tan Zhao hurriedly met in the dark and left early. Chen Xiaowan and Madame Zhao were shopping in the city and picked up quite a few things. Chen Xiaowan bought some fabric scraps, and the maids in the cart got busy, which amazed Madame Zhao. Two of Madame Zhao's young maids decided to stay in their carriage and wouldn't leave, leaving Madame Zhao both amused and helpless. On the first day of July, an auspicious day for outings, the Lin family's procession slowly appeared outside the city gate of Xingyun, with a total of 20 carts, each filled to the brim. When old Madame Lin, along with her daughter-in-law He and Madame Zhao, greeted everyone, she explained that some old friends lived far away, and they had less contact. This time, they needed to socialize more in the capital and mentioned that she would send invitations to the county lord and Madame Zhao, hoping they wouldn't mind and would definitely come. Chen Xiaowan politely agreed, and Madame Zhao readily accepted as well. However, Madame He looked at Xiao Zhen with a scrutinizing gaze. Though she spoke very politely and praised Xiao Zhen, the bracelet she gave her was quite ordinary and could be considered cheap. After receiving it, Xiao Zhen glanced at the jade bracelet on Madame He's granddaughter's wrist, exchanged polite greetings, and then took a seat. Once everyone left, Madame Zhao looked at Xiao Zhen and then at Chen Xiaowan. Chen Xiaowan said to Xiao Zhen, "It's not too late to have second thoughts now." Xiao Zhen smiled and replied, "It's just a bracelet. I'll wear the pair that Empress Defei gave me in the future." Madame Zhao understood their thoughts and said, "This Madame He from the Lin family is from the He clan in Bowen County. They have a long history of education and strict traditions, and for 100 years, they have been quite prosperous. However, in the last 20 to 30 years, they haven't had any high-ranking officials in the court, which has led to their decline. Still, there are many in the family who have served, so they can be considered a gentry family, with a higher status than the Lin family. I've heard that gentry families often marry up. Why did they marry into the Lin family? 20 years ago, the Lin family was not as it is today. At that time, they had a third-rank official serving in the Ministry of Rights in the capital, but after some trouble, they returned to their old home in Xingyun. Madame Zhao knows a lot about this." Madame Zhao smiled and said, "I've been exposed to this since I was young. From the time I learned to read, I had to understand the family trees and relationships between the gentry and officials, as well as the hidden dangers behind them. I was always worried about making mistakes when going out and bringing shame to the family. Don't laugh at me, but the past few years in Qingping County have been the easiest days of my life. There weren't so many banquets or calculations to make. Life was quite peaceful. However, I did worry that my husband's slow promotion would affect our children's future careers and marriages." She smiled and said, "Thanks to you all from Lianshan village, I don't have to worry. Even though we are far from the capital, my lord is just a county magistrate, but that's enough for me. Who doesn't want to live happily? Who likes those who wear masks, smile on the outside, but stab you in the back while pretending to be friendly? Xiao Zhen, the rules of the Lin family are strict. You and your sister are used to being free, so be careful. When you go to the capital, let your sister buy you 2 helpful maids. It will be beneficial later." Xiaojun stood up and bowed, saying, "Thank you, madam. I will remember." Madame Zhao then said to Qin Shaoan, "When you go to the capital, be cautious. If those people find out who you are too soon, you might not have peace. I may not be able to pay attention to you for a few days, but once I finish my business, I will come to find you." She whispered, "I am from a noble family, the legitimate youngest daughter. My husband is the second son of the Zhao family's third branch. If you need anything, come find me." Qin Shaoan also stood and bowed, realizing that she had known about Zhao County Magistrate's distinguished background all along. Then she heard Madame Zhao say, "I didn't mention this before because it wasn't necessary in Qingping County, and you didn't socialize. Now I tell you because the capital is complicated. You and my husband from Lianshan village share the same fate. If one suffers, both suffer, and if one thrives, both thrive." Qin Shaoan. Then someone outside reported, "Madam, everything is ready. Shall we depart?" Madame Zhao stood up and said, "I will head back first." She told the two young girls, "You should come back and play tomorrow." The two girls understood and stood to say goodbye. The convoy quickly set off, with nearly 40 carriages and over 100 people. Qin Shaoan gazed at the winding line and fell into thought. Xiaojun called out, "Elder sister, don't worry, we will face whatever comes our way." Malian and Xiaoqi also called elder sister. "It's fine, just be yourselves. We are farmers. We don't steal or rob. We work hard and don't harm others or plot against them. We are good people, much cleaner than those hypocritical nobles and high-ranking families. You don't need to feel inferior." Xiaojun said, "Elder sister, Madame Zhao is saying this now. I am of the same rank as Zhao County Magistrate. Madame Zhao, being a noble daughter, naturally has some pride. She said one thing correctly. My fate is tied to Magistrate Zhao and Lianshan village in Qingping County. So, she won't harm us. It wouldn't benefit her. This is a reminder for us, and it also tells us that the capital is full of twists and turns, so we must be careful and not think ill of her. I am straightforward and don't have any hidden agendas, so there's no need to worry too much. You all, just be yourselves, enjoy yourselves, and have fun. After all, we shouldn't waste our time in the capital. We need to make the most of it."
The group laughed.
"Just be cautious and don't let anyone easily take advantage of you. Don't worry, we have our big sister to look out for us."
"Yes."
After that, several of them leaned in and called out, "Big sister." Xiaojun added, "Big sister, didn't Steward Han send a relationship map of the families in the capital? I want to take a look." Qin Shaoan. "You can all look at it, but don't take it too seriously. It might be useful, or it might not. I just want to enjoy a peaceful life in Lianshan village. I have no ambitions. We're here to have fun, not to." Xiaojun waved her hand and said, "Big sister, don't worry. It's good for us to understand a bit." Malian and Xiaoqi nodded in agreement. Qin Shaoan never realized that these girls were so focused on their future. This was quite surprising. Her younger sister, the delicate one, shouldn't turn into a strong woman with a commanding presence. She needed to think of a way. She preferred to play the fool and outsmart others. The journey from Xingyun Mansion to the capital normally takes about half a month, but with so many people, especially the elderly, women, and children, it inevitably takes longer. Fortunately, they find inns to stay in every day, so it isn't too exhausting. Qin Shaoan felt that the journey had made her more delicate, both mentally and physically. They had been traveling for about 10 days, and Qin thought they still had nearly half the distance to cover. Qin nodded, secretly complaining that in her previous life, it would have only taken 4 or 5 hours, but now it was going to take over 20 days. After a light meal, she took a few younger sisters upstairs to rest. Sitting in the carriage had made her back and waist ache terribly. Xiaoqi was in the best condition, and Qin laughed at her small size, teasing that she had no waist, which made the little girl puff up her cheeks in annoyance, though she still had to cling to her and act cute. After some laughter and play, they settled down. Dan Xia and a few others were still working on their crafts, but just as they lay down, a commotion came from outside. Huai Lu opened the window and looked out, saying, "It's the princess. They are sending her off." sending off the bride. Chen Xiaowan had never seen this before. As she stood up and looked out the window, a few younger ones squeezed in beside her. They just caught sight of the bride in her red and green wedding dress, covered with a veil, being helped down from the carriage and into the inn. The carriages behind were all decorated with red silk, stretching far into the distance. Chen Xiaowan smiled and patted the heads of the younger ones, saying, "With a phoenix crown and bright attire, the bride shines with beauty." The drums and gongs welcome the bride, spreading joy and good wishes. "I wonder if you will have this blessing in the future." Malian whispered, "I don't want that. Rich families have too many troubles. I just want to marry in Lianshan village and live a simple, happy life, close to my mother, Sister Lillian, and aunt." She patted her head, saying, "You never know. It's not up to you." Xiaozhen said, "I wonder whose family it is. Just the dowry is almost as much as our whole caravan. It doesn't matter whose family it is, but you all need to sleep, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow. I want to sleep with my sister. Either way, it's fine. You're picky about where to sleep? It's okay to sleep a bit later. We can sleep on the carriage anyway. Are you not afraid of getting dizzy? Why worry? I've never been fully awake." Knock, knock, knock. "Are you asleep, Your Highness?" It was Xiao Madam's maid, Miaohuan, who opened the door. Miaohuan entered and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, the wedding procession has arrived at the inn. The red and white celebrations are starting. Madam asked me to inform you that tomorrow we will leave half an hour later." Chen Xiaowan smiled. "That's great."
I was worried about that.
Miaohuan bowed again and asked, "Should I go inform the Lin family, or will you send someone?" Xiaozhen said, "I'll go." Yuehua added, "I'll accompany Miss Zhen." Miaohuan bowed again. "Then I will take my leave." Chen Xiaowan told Xiaozhen, "Also, let Xiao Sanchen Yuan and the others know." "Okay." The next morning, when Chen Xiaowan got up, the wedding vehicles were already lined up downstairs. She watched the bride get into the carriage before slowly coming down. Zhao Madam was waiting and smiled. "I thought you would be a bit late. I went to bed early yesterday. I just came down after seeing the bride get into the carriage." She then asked Zhao Madam, "Madam, does the bride have to dress like this for the long journey?" Zhao Madam laughed, "Not at all. It's only necessary to wear the bridal attire when passing through towns to announce the wedding and remind people to respect the occasion. The bride may not even have her hair done perfectly today. They need to settle down at their destination and only dress up on the wedding day. On the way, they can dress casually. That's the idea." Wow, I was shocked. I thought if the bride dressed like that every day, she would be exhausted from riding in the carriage. Someone nearby said, "With over 20 carts of dowry, she'd be willing to endure anything." Another added, "There must be at least 108 bearers." That's hard to say. It depends on whether they are real bearers or just for show. Big families have many rules and traditions. Someone shouted, "You country folks, stop talking nonsense. This is the marriage of the princess of Xinghe from the Xing'an Wangfu. It can't be for show."
Ah.
The princess of Xinghe from the Xing'an Wang. Isn't she the granddaughter of General Su? Oh no, I just let that slip. My bad. General Su from the southwest. That's a family of loyal heroes. Chen Xiaowan and Madame Zhao listened to the discussions as they sat down for breakfast, then slowly got into the carriage. Madame Zhao naturally shared a carriage with Chen Xiaowan, and Xiaozhen followed. Malian and Xiaoqi took Madame Zhao's 2 daughters in another carriage. It was a peaceful scene, but as soon as the carriage moved, Madame Zhao began. General Su was a great general guarding the southwest. 22 years ago, all the men in his family died in battle. The old general later succumbed to his injuries. After handling the family's funeral, Mrs. Su also fell ill and passed away, leaving behind a daughter, Su Yayun, who is a few years older than me. I met her once when I was young. She was a popular choice for the crown princess, very beautiful. After the incident, the crown princess became General Li's daughter, Li Qianhe, who is now the empress. There was a hint of something strange in Madame Zhao's eyes as she spoke. The late emperor granted Su Yayun the title of Princess Yanfu and arranged her marriage to the heir of Xing'an Wang. The current empress, who was then the Queen Dowager, personally handled the wedding arrangements. However, 2 years later, news reached the capital that Princess Yanfu had fallen ill after giving birth and passed away, leaving behind a little girl. The late emperor decreed that she be granted the title of Princess Xinghe and sent someone to the Xing'an Wangfu to ensure she was well cared for. 10 years ago, the heir of Xing'an Wang ascended the throne and brought his daughter to the capital to express gratitude. The empress arranged a marriage with the second grandson of Prime Minister Cui. Madame Zhao frowned again. It seems this time they are sending her off to marry. A voice from outside the carriage called, "Madame Zhao, big sister. 2 years ago, I heard from Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ya at the Xing'an mansion that the little princess of Xing'an Wang went out shopping and got lost." "This is impossible," Mrs. Zhao exclaimed. "Mrs. Zhao, it's true. No one is openly spreading the news, but many are secretly inquiring. We just don't know how many young princesses there are in Xing'an Prefecture." Mrs. Zhao turned pale and said urgently, "Xiao San, your information must be correct." "It is. I heard it directly. That person even wanted me to help look for my sister when I mentioned she was missing, but I was too worried about Xiao Xiao and Xiao Ya to pay much attention." "Xiao San, you must not speak of this to anyone else. The Prince of Xing'an is a prince of a different surname, and currently, only the Princess of Xinghe has been granted the title." She then pulled Xiao Wan closer and said, "Xiao Wan, according to etiquette, when the Princess of Xinghe gets married, we should pay our respects and add to her bridal gifts if we meet her. But I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Xiao San just mentioned, we need to keep our carriage a bit further away from theirs." Saying this, she prepared to get out of the carriage. Chen Xiaowan stared blankly at the bright red bridal procession of the Princess of Xinghe. She hoped she wouldn't encounter a revengeful heroine or a tragic supporting character. It felt like there was no good fortune awaiting them in the capital. After Mrs. Zhao left, the caravan noticeably slowed down, and they stopped to rest at an earlier point, claiming Mrs. Zhao was feeling unwell and needed to see a doctor. Once settled, Chen Xiaowan went to check on Mrs. Zhao. After the visit from the elderly Lin couple, Mrs. Zhao pulled Chen Xiaowan aside and said, "Don't think I'm being heartless. It's just that my husband and I have a large family behind us, and the children are still young. There are some matters we cannot touch. I have great respect for General Su. She only has this one granddaughter left, and I feel for her. But there are some things we can help with, and some we cannot." This situation seems serious. Chen Xiaowan, confused, asked, "Madam, what is the big deal?" Mrs. Zhao gently patted her and said, "You don't understand. The Princess of Xinghe is a first-rank princess, and the Prince of Xing'an is the only prince of a different surname in the Great Jiang dynasty. When a princess marries the Prince of Xing'an, a memorial must be submitted to the emperor, and the local officials must be notified. There should be many officials escorting her and noble women paying their respects. But look around. Apart from this bright red procession, there isn't a single official in sight, and there are no signs of the Prince of Xing'an's household on the carriages. Those people don't seem like palace guards either. Furthermore, if what Xiao San said is true, there might be issues with this princess." Chen Xiaowan realized how clever the ancients were. One could see the problems just from the rules and ceremonies. She felt completely in the dark, knowing nothing at all. A girl around 16 or 17 has gone missing. This is a serious matter for a family's reputation. Daughters from wealthy families often don't survive such situations, so Xiaowan. "Madam, are you saying the bride in the carriage has been switched?" Madame Zhao turned pale, gripping her tighter and continuing, "Cui Xiang is a powerful official. This marriage isn't great either. Although the princess has a high title, marrying into the family means she will be treated as a junior. With 2 generations of mothers-in-law and an older sister-in-law, life won't be easy." Madame Zhao was stunned. "Is that what you are thinking?" Chen Xiaowan nodded and added, "And what about the legitimate grandson? Does he have a good background or any achievements? We don't know what his future holds. The princess might end up having to provide a dowry and support a concubine and their children. It's not worth it. The empress made a poor match. The Princess of Xinghe will suffer greatly." "Ha ha ha. The eavesdropping Yuning and Yuhan from Madame Zhao's household laughed out loud. Hearing the laughter, Madame Zhao pointed at them, unable to speak for a moment. Chen Xiaowan shrugged and said, "Don't you think I'm right?" Madame Zhao swallowed hard and said, "I need to rest for a bit." Chen Xiaowan happily returned to her room. In a wealthy family, there are many people and rules, leaving little room for her freedom. After this, she thought about living a simple life in Lianshan village, wondering if the house she was fixing would affect her plans. She would ask Madame Zhao later. The next day, they set off in the afternoon, stopping at the next town, which meant they would arrive a day later than planned and also a day later than the princess's caravan. Chen Xiaowan had no objections and enjoyed the leisurely pace, even starting to weave nets with Huai Lu and the others. However, in the afternoon, the driver changed to Qin Yuan. "Where's the third young master?" Third master said he was tired and went to sleep in the back carriage. Chen Xiaowan looked at the sky outside and said, "He didn't sleep in the morning. Where did he go?" Chen Yuan replied, "The third young master wasn't here last night and just returned this morning." "Did anyone follow him?" Ro Lin followed him. Chen Xiaowan didn't think much of it. The boy was growing up and deserved his privacy, especially at his age. But she never expected. In another carriage, the third young master said to two dark-skinned maids, "Should I report you to the authorities? Can you please stop bothering me?" "No, please don't." The third young master was frustrated. "You claim to be the princess of Xinghe but have no proof. You don't want me to report it either. Are you trying to trick me?" The princess is up ahead in the caravan, preparing for her wedding. The two girls were very upset, their eyes red as they said, "Please help us. We promise we will leave once we reach the capital." "No, our temple is too small to accommodate such a big Buddha. Please leave."
No.
"I saved your lives. You can't repay kindness with ingratitude. It makes no difference whether you help us or not. It would have been better if you hadn't helped." The young man felt frustrated and said, "Are you being reasonable?" Usually, only his older sister could leave him speechless, so this was a new experience. "I'm not being reasonable." The girl looked dark, but her eyes shone. She tugged at his clothes, looking pitiful, but her tone was firm. He sighed and sat back down, saying, "I'm just a farmer with no skills or money to truly help you." "You're lying. The carriage ahead has the mark of a fourth-rank official. You're not a merchant group. You're part of an official entourage." He was speechless. "What do you want?" "Just take us to the capital." "No, it will take more than 10 days to get there. What would people think if you followed us?" The girl angrily let go of his clothes and sat back in the carriage, refusing to get out. "I won't get off. If someone finds me, I'll say you kidnapped me." He was at a loss for words. "Don't you care about your reputation? You're supposed to be getting married, and your wedding procession is ahead." "I'm not afraid. If I can't reach the capital, I might as well die, and I'll drag you down with me." "I won't lose anything," he exclaimed. "Aren't you a lady? You're supposed to be a princess." The girl smiled sweetly despite her dark expression, making him shiver. After a while, no one spoke. After some time, the girl looked outside and tugged at his clothes again, saying, "Please help me." He ignored her, thinking about how to get rid of her. If his sister found out, he would be in trouble. And Xiaoqi was with them too.
It was a headache.
"Please help me. If you don't hurry, I..." He covered her mouth and asked sternly, "Who are you? And how do you know my last name is Chun?" She turned her head and ignored him. He said, "If I let go, you won't shout." She nodded. "How do you know my last name?" She turned her head again and remained silent. "All right, fine, you won't say, will you? Let's just wait like this. Anyway, it's you who will lose your reputation, and it's you who won't get married. I'm just a farmer. I'd rather die under a peony flower than live an ordinary life." With that, he leaned back. The girl replied, "I have seen you. I heard them call you Chen Xiaosan, and just now they called you San Yi." She pointed outside the carriage.
Impossible.
"Where have you seen me?" There was a long silence. Outside the courthouse in Liangzhou, Xiaosan was stunned.
"So,
"You really are the little princess from the Prince of Xing'an's mansion who got lost while shopping. You were sold to Liangzhou." The girl nodded, then frowned and said, I wasn't lost while shopping, I was framed. What about this time? If you weren't on the flower cart, how did you get knocked out and left outside? Who is the bride now? The girl became angry. I told you I was framed. I don't know. You are sticking to me because you've seen me. The girl shyly nodded. I think someone who can search for their sister over a long distance can't be too bad, right? And I saw that your carriage has the 4th rank insignia. You must be from an official family and can help me, she said pitifully. Big sister, you are a princess of the 1st rank. If you can't do anything, what can we do? The girl sadly clutched his sleeve, looking at him with pleading eyes.
Xiaosan. San Yi. Chun Xiaosan.
Xiaosan said, All right, stop calling me. I really can't see how you resemble a dignified and polite princess. Wah, I don't have parents. My father doesn't care about me, and my mother passed away long ago. How would I know about etiquette? Chen Xiaosan helplessly replied, All right, stop crying. I'll think of a way to help you, okay? Chen Xiaosan jumped down from the carriage, and the girl inside smiled brightly at another maid who was helping her dress. Princess, can he really help us? I don't know, but we can try. We have no other options now. Then, Princess, will you still marry young Master Cui? The girl smiled bitterly and said, It's not like I can just decide to marry whenever I want. Right now, I just want to get my dowry back. Princess. The girl wiped her tears and said, It's okay. As long as we're alive, that's good enough. There will be a way. I won't let them have it easy. Outside the carriage, Chen Xiaosan felt a pang in his heart and knocked on the window, saying, Don't talk. At dinner, Chen Xiaosan quietly approached Chen Xiaowan and said, Sister, stay up a bit later. I need to talk to you. Chen Xiaowan thought, What could this kid want at this hour? Later that night, Chen Xiaosan secretly brought in 2 people. The 2 girls looked disheveled, and their clothes seemed to belong to Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen was surprised and said, This is my dress.
Sister.
She says she is the princess of Xinghe. Chen Xiaowan felt overwhelmed, dizzy, and a bit excited. Were they here to cause trouble or to share a story? Xiaozhen asked in disbelief, Isn't the princess of Xinghe in the wedding procession ahead? Chen Xiaosan scratched his nose and replied, They were thrown out by someone, and I accidentally found them, so now they are sticking with me. Chen Xiaowan and Xiaozhen exchanged glances. Xiaozhen asked, How do you know she is the princess of Xinghe? She could be a fraud or someone else.
Chun Xiaosan.
The girl said, I really am from Xinghe. Our Lady truly is the princess of Xinghe. The girl then looked at Chen Xiaowan and said, I recognize you. You are the elder sister. Everyone. Chen Xiaosan said, She is my elder sister, not yours. Chen Xiaowan had a blank expression, confused by the chaos. You claim to be the princess of Xinghe. What proof do you have? The girl sighed, I don't have any proof. I want to show who I am, but I can't provide evidence. Then how can we believe you? Elder sister, you may not believe me. But could you take us to the capital? Once we arrive, I will leave and won't cause any trouble.
It's not just about taking you.
Our group has several families, and suddenly adding 2 more people could bring trouble. Please, madam, we can hide in the carriage. We really need to go to the capital, or else my lady will lose everything.
As she spoke, she started to cry.
Chen Xiaowan said, Don't cry for now. Xiaosan, how did you meet them? Last night, I took Luolin out and found them abandoned in the woods. I thought they were dead. Just as I was about to report it, Luolin said they were still alive. I brought them back and arranged for them to stay at a nearby inn, but today they appeared in the carriage Luolin was driving. Chen Xiaowan turned to the 2 girls and said, Please tell us the truth. Our team did not travel with the princess of Xinghe yesterday, and we are a full day late today. Little third, it was impossible for you to find us yesterday. Since you were placed in the nearby inn, how did you end up in the carriage driven by Luolin? Our team has nearly 40 vehicles, and we are in the middle with the fewest cars. Such coincidences are unlikely. The girl fell silent for a moment before saying, Sister, I was wrong. I didn't realize how perceptive you are. Then I will speak frankly. Little third was shocked. No, you are lying to me. Little third, let her speak. My real name is Wang Jiai, given by the Empress Dowager. It means blessings from heaven, a smooth and carefree life. The late emperor granted me the title of Princess of Xinghe, symbolizing hope and harmony. All blessings come from my grandfather, General Su Zhe. 3 days ago, the day before our teams met at the Wang residence, my younger sister Jiadong threw me out of the wedding procession. She changed into the wedding dress to take my place. Xiao Zhen and Little Third were stunned. They had never heard of such a thing. Chen Xiaowan was less surprised. When Madame Zhao said something was wrong, she had many thoughts. It was expected for someone traveling through time to encounter issues. But what did this have to do with her? Were they characters in a story, or just spectators? Why did this happen? Xiao Zhen asked. You may not know, but young Master Cui is the most handsome man in the capital, gentle and talented, the pride of the Cui family. 8 years ago, when my father won a victory in the southwest, he brought our family to the capital to meet the emperor. Although we were young, we had a great time. The Empress Dowager, feeling sorry for me and remembering my late grandfather and mother, arranged this marriage for me.
It was not a bad thing.
However, over the years, I am the only daughter of the Xing'an Wang family to be granted the title of princess. The others have not received any titles. My father's petitions have been suppressed and not sent out. 3 years ago, young Master Cui came to stay at the Xing'an Wang residence for 2 months. My younger sister is only 2 months younger than me. Wait, if she is your younger sister, how can she be only 2 months younger? Wang Jiai smiled brightly and said, in the Wang family, there are 1 main wife, 2 side wives, and 4 concubines, all of whom can be recorded in the family registry. She was originally chosen by my grandmother, the old princess, to be my father's wife, but before they could marry, the emperor gave my mother to my father, so she could only be a secondary wife. After my mother passed away, she was promoted to the main wife. My younger sister is 2 months younger than me, but she was favored by our great-grandmother. Otherwise, she would be my elder sister. Young Master Cui came to the royal residence. We met when we were young and got along very well. My younger sister often seeks to spend time with young Master Cui. Young Master Cui said we were childhood playmates, and it is a great joy to reunite after so long. Although I feel it's not right, I can't do anything about it. The princess often reminds me that I am already engaged to him, and seeing him frequently is not proper. My younger sister spends more time with him. After young Master Cui left, my younger sister often told me how wonderful he is and how lively and bustling the capital is, and she wants to see it. The princess asked my father to write several letters inviting my sister, but they all went unanswered. 2 years ago, my sister told me that there were new pearls at Manhwa studio, and the best one looked great on the phoenix crown. I went there, and then I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was in a carriage and later I arrived in Liangzhou. Liangzhou. Yes, I saw my elder sister there and I also saw him. I heard someone call him Xiao San, Chen Xiao San, and then they were looking for someone named Xiao Xiu or Xiaoya, but those people didn't exist. He sat there like a statue at the government office, and someone beside him kept talking to him, but he ignored them. Later, I learned he traveled a long way to find his sister but couldn't, so he became foolish. On the day I left Liangzhou, I saw you and him with 2 little girls and a few others on the streets of Liangzhou. I even took a few extra glances. Chen Xiaowan exclaimed, you were among those who were trafficked. Wang Jiai nodded shyly and said, I had just been locked up with Kai Xin for less than a day when the authorities found that place. I just don't know why they didn't find us the first time and after some time they found us again. How did you escape from the authorities? Wang Jiai smiled and said, I used a fake name, claiming to be from a small village under Xing'an Prefecture. They didn't suspect anything. When we were close to the location, I ran away early and stayed in a nearby temple for 3 months. I wrote to my father to send someone to pick me up. My father, unaware of the situation, came to pick me up himself. The people outside had nothing to say, thinking I was being punished for making a mistake. I didn't complain to my father because he wouldn't believe me, and he might not help me in a dispute with my sister. When I returned home, I learned that the Chui family had written to discuss the wedding date. I was still very happy, but the princess acted unusually. She not only gave me my mother's dowry and items from my great-grandmother, but even had my father open the private treasury. My grandmother also added many things. Everything was listed in the dowry. She laughed and said, "Sister, don't think there's not much in the procession now. There will be even more on the wedding day. There are also many items in the houses in the capital, and before the wedding, there will be gifts from the Empress and His Majesty." As she spoke, she rubbed her eyes and said, I slowly realized something was wrong. After asking around for a long time, I found out that my sister wanted to marry in my place. The princess and my grandmother both agreed. They were trying to make it happen without my consent. The Chui family would have to accept it since we are all sisters from the same royal house, and we are both of noble birth. They left me behind without caring for my future, and even left me with Kai Xian. I guess I'll have to come up with excuses like not wanting to marry or running away from the wedding. I heard that when a princess gets married, it's like a grand event with officials escorting her and noble women paying their respects. Why didn't you have that? There wasn't any of that. I was actually looking forward to it. Even though I am a first-rank princess, I have always been treated as a junior in the royal house. I've never felt so grand. Marrying into the Chui family means I will still be seen as a junior and must show respect. Otherwise, it would be considered unfilial. This title is just for show. It doesn't hold much power, just a bit of prestige this time. But the princess said that the Xing'an prince's house is just a different noble family and cannot compete with the emperor and princess for attention. The journey is long, and I would have to meet many officials and noble women along the way. It's too much. My father thought so too and wrote to the emperor to excuse us from this, stating that we wouldn't trouble the officials and noble women, and that the royal house would handle the wedding. In the end, there were hardly any guards sent with us. I had no choice but to accept it. The princess and my sister accompanied me for 3 days. The princess returned, but my sister followed behind. On the day they confused me, I actually wasn't dizzy. Once they left, I woke Kai Xian, changed my clothes, and followed the procession. Later, I saw him at the inn. And then I saw the emblem of your lead carriage, so I wanted you to take me to the capital. So you lured him out and pretended there were 2 corpses. To bait him. Wang Jiai said anxiously, Sister, I didn't lead him here. I only saw him come out, and then. How can you be like this? You're still a princess. Xiao San was frustrated. He's just a farmer's son, not very educated, and he doesn't understand the ways of wealthy families. It's his own fault for being deceived. Xiao San was almost in despair. But the bride has already changed. When the time comes, it will be too late for you in the capital. Wang Jiai touched her eyes and said, I don't want to think about young Master Chui anymore. After what happened last time, and now this, my reputation is ruined, and the Wang family won't let me off easily. But I won't give up. If I can't have peace, neither will Wang Jiadong. I want to go to the capital to see the Empress and the Emperor, and I want to reclaim the dowry my mother and grandmother left me. That's the idea. Xiao San, take them out. Sister, she's full of lies. Sister, you won't take me to the capital. Chun Shaoan laughed at the 2 of them. If you want to go to the capital, you need to give me a good reason. We'll set off tomorrow morning. You give me a good reason and I'll take you with me.
Sister.
Why are you still? You handle this. We must take revenge for the stolen groom, and the theft of wealth is even worse.
Sister.
Xiao San was unhappy. Wang Jiai smiled and said, Thank you, sister. All right, let's go. I need to sleep. I'm so tired.
Sister. You.
Thank you, sister.
Sleep well.
Keep it down, and don't wash off your makeup. Okay, sister. Looking at the quiet room, Chen Shaoan thought, Isn't this just like a short story? No melodrama. Only more melodrama. Xiao Zhen asked, Sister, is this a good thing? Chen Shaoan shrugged. There's nothing good or bad about it. It's just a kind act to help someone. Tomorrow you will handle bringing them in. Sister, why do I feel like you want to watch a show? Is it that obvious? Chen Xiaowan touched her face.
Yes. Oh, dear.
My expression management is getting worse. I hope this isn't a rebirth story. Otherwise, I'll definitely be a supporting character. The memories of the princess are quite impressive. Interesting indeed. The next morning, Chen Xiaowan was woken up by the sound of crying. Two women were pulling at the clothes of a third woman, saying they had heard that her father was seriously ill in the capital and needed her to care for him in his final days. Chen Xiaowan couldn't help but twitch her mouth, relieved that no one was suggesting selling themselves for their father's funeral. The third woman was annoyed, but Xiaozhen stepped in to keep them from leaving, arranging for them to ride in Luo Lin's carriage. There weren't enough carriages for all of them, so they had to squeeze in. This carriage held their daily necessities and could still fit 2 more people. Madame Zhao pulled Chen Xiaowan aside and said, "Your 2 younger brothers are too soft-hearted." Many young women use this kind of sad story to gain sympathy, hoping to marry into a wealthy family. In a household like ours, at least they won't have to worry about food and drink. You need to be careful and teach them well. Chen Xiaowan thought to herself. Who says people in ancient times aren't smart? When they set off, the third woman returned to Chen Xiaowan's carriage to drive. Chen Xiaowan asked, "Why did you come back?" She replied, "That woman is too cunning. If it weren't for you agreeing, I wouldn't have bothered. Haha, this straightforward guy." Xiaozhen said, "Third brother, she's a first-rank princess. Then I should run even further. What if she turns against me and comes looking for trouble?" He made a gesture, as if cutting his throat. Chen Xiaowan couldn't help but laugh, but she didn't say anything. It was better for a country boy to avoid getting involved with a wealthy princess. The third woman was wise to keep her distance. They traveled slowly, and the day before entering the capital, they encountered a convoy from the Xing'an prince's residence. Wang Jia glanced over and said, "Let's rest here for a bit and wait for the other dowries and people. We need to display everything when we enter the city and let the Cui family know the situation. On the wedding day, we can't lose face. My stepmother is quite calculating." Chen Xiaowan asked her, "What are you planning to do?" "I'm going to enter the city with you tomorrow and find a way to see the Empress Dowager. Do you have a plan?" Wang Jia nodded. "If you really can't find a way, come back to me. I may not have much, but I can make sure you won't go hungry." Wang Jia smiled. The next morning, the 3 families met and agreed to split up once they entered the city. Madame Zhao mentioned that she had a small house in the capital and asked Chen Xiaowan if she wanted to stay there first. Chen Xiaowan shook her head and declined, saying she would stay at an inn first and then check out the real estate market to decide whether to buy or rent a small house. She would send her a message once she made a decision. Madame Lin and Mrs. Lin had agreed to visit old friends first and would send them a message later. In the afternoon, the 3 families arrived at the city gate and then went their separate ways. Chen Xiaowan intentionally took her time and was the last to leave, watching from a distance as the other 2 families were picked up by their drivers. Then she saw Wang Chunsheng waiting by the roadside with 2 boys. They didn't greet her and simply got into the carriage, while Xiao San drove the cart and followed behind. As they entered the city, Xiao San held the travel permit written by County Magistrate Zhao. The gatekeeper checked the seal, confirmed everything was in order, counted the people, and let them in. The carriage moved forward, and Chen Xiaowan couldn't tell the direction. The road was very wide, paved with large stone slabs, with many shops on both sides, and a lot of people. The men wore long robes, and the women wore skirts. Even the children had neat hair, and their clothes were made of fine cotton. The little ones lifted the curtain to look outside. "Elder sister, is this the capital? It's much bigger than Qing County. The streets are so wide. Elder sister, this road is so nice. I want to get down and walk around. Elder sister, look at that shop. It's really big." After half an hour, the carriage turned a corner. The street became a bit narrower, but it was still very clean, and there were even more people, with children crying and playing, along with street performers and small stalls. Finally, they stopped at an inn, where Tan Zhao and Li Chun greeted them at the door. They immediately said, "Madam, take your time. The courtyard has been prepared for you. Let's settle in first." Qin Shaoan was taken aback and exchanged a glance with Yuan and Yu Hua, who also looked puzzled but didn't ask any questions. The little ones quietly moved closer. As they entered the courtyard, an in-worker was bringing water inside, and Yuan and Yu Hua quickly helped out. After a while, Xiao San came in with Wang Chunxing. Wang Chunxing knelt and said, "Your Highness, many people in the capital are asking about you. Just now at the city gate, there were some whispers about it. I still don't know who it is, so we need to be cautious. You should be careful. In 2 days, I found Xiao Dingdang and the others to check the courtyard, but they said they didn't know where the news came from. They heard that County Lord Chen from Qingping is arriving, and many people are inquiring about it. We didn't want to raise any alarms, so we found an inn to stay in first. Yesterday, I went out to gather some information. I found that many people in the east and south cities were asking if anyone from Qingping County had arrived. Since I'm in the south city, I rented a courtyard and will wait for the county lord to arrive today to see how to arrange things. Thank you. This information is very important. Xiao Dingdang and the others are staying there. They are in the North City. North City? What's the layout of this capital? County Lord. Since they are looking for me, let's keep a low profile until we understand the situation better. Okay. In this city, whether it's the government city or the capital, the layout is rich in the east and west, poor in the south and north, with the Imperial city in the center. The entrance to the city today is the East Gate, so the streets are wider, and the people are a bit wealthier. And here? This is the border between the East and South cities. Strictly speaking, it still belongs to the East City, but it oversees the South City, so fewer nobles come here. Did Xiao Dingdang and the others buy a house in the South City or the North City? Wang Chunxing paused for a moment and then said, County Lord, Xiao Dingdang and the others didn't buy a house after hearing that there won't be an exam this year. They said a little beggar shouldn't have a house. Otherwise, if someone finds out, they will get beaten and they won't be able to gather any news. Qin Shaoan asked, then were they staying? Wang Chunxing shyly held his hands together, still in those places, in broken temples, old houses, or under eaves. Qin Shaoan said, let's take a break today and go to the pawnshop tomorrow to see if we should rent or buy a house. Let's stay nearby. I don't want to think about the West City. The area at the southeast border is good, but do you know which pawnshop is more reliable?
Wang Chunxing replied, Evet checked.
The Jixing pawnshop and the Shifu pawnshop nearby are both good. There are many nobles in the capital, and there are many pawnshops. These two shops have consistent information provided by the shopkeepers and Xiao Dingdang. Alright, let's go with those two. You've worked hard traveling so far. Please go down with Xiao San and inform Qin Yuan about the situation. He is from the capital and should know more. Yes. After Wang Chunxing left, Yuan led Wang Jiai and the others in. Big sister, thank you for everything on this journey. I plan to leave. Qin Shaoan nodded. Have something to eat, freshen up, and change your clothes. We will leave tomorrow. No, big sister. The more pitiful I appear, the more likely those people will help me. But I need to maintain some dignity. Otherwise, they might say I ran away from a marriage and easily pin a crime on me, which would make things worse. Qin Shaoan thought for a moment and said, then be careful. If you really encounter danger, remember. But we don't have a fixed place to stay right now, so it won't be easy for you to find us. It's fine, big sister. On the day when Xinghe and young Master Cui are celebrating, you can bring third brother and third sister to see me. I will definitely cause some trouble. If I lose face, we can all lose face together. I can't be the only one at a disadvantage. Qin Shaoan replied, you should think twice about this, especially for those who aren't worth it. Wang Jiai and Kai Xian bowed and then left. It wasn't a big deal for two maids to leave the inn. They would need to bow when they met again in the future. The inn in the capital was indeed very nice, with delicious food and some new dishes that Qin Shaoan had never seen in Qingping County. It seemed that the shops in the capital were worth exploring. Her menu was getting richer, and with the arrangements made by Yue Hua and Qingmeng, Qin Shaoan had a good sleep. The next day, she woke up feeling great. Little Six came in hesitantly and asked, Big sister, can we find fifth brother in the capital? Qin Shaoan pinched his little face and smiled. Why not? But we have to wait a while. It's not convenient to look for him right now. Little Six looked disappointed and listless. Throughout the journey, he hadn't been close to her, spending time with Madame Zhao's two sons instead, and only returned to sleep with third brother at night. As the sun rose high, the waiter brought breakfast. The group sat down to a rich meal of buns, fried dough sticks, pancakes, porridge, soy milk, and pickled vegetables. It wasn't expensive, and they didn't mind since these were common foods for farmers. They ate slowly, but Li Dong watched Xiaojun eat happily and frowned slightly. After finishing the meal, Chen Yuan announced that the carriage was ready. He quietly told her, "The waiter just asked where we came from. I said we came from Xing'an Prefecture to visit relatives, and are resting before leaving tomorrow." Chen Xiaoan nodded and asked, "Which of you can accompany me outside?"
Me.
And Yuehua probably can't. Then let Yuan, Uncle Wang, third brother, and Little Six go with me. I'm afraid Yuan can't either. Chen Xiaoan replied, "So no one is available to help me in the capital." "It's not that. It's just that someone outside is inquiring about the county princess. Otherwise, we would be very useful." "All right, then I'll take Uncle Wang and Little Six with me." "Miss, it would be better to buy a few more people." Chen Xiaoan realized she had made a mistake. She should have brought Aunt Zhu and Sister Zhu along. The drivers were changed to Wang Chunxing and Luo Shisheng. Chen Xiaoan glanced at the Shifu tooth shop at the entrance and called out, "Let's go to the Zhixing tooth shop." The companions were changed to Dan Sha and Xiao Lu. The group entered the tooth shop, and a young attendant came over to greet them. "Welcome. Are you here to buy people or rent a house?" "We'd like to rent a house. A 3 or 4 courtyard house in the West City or South City would be fine. My brother has an exam next spring, so it needs to be quiet, and we also need a few maids." "Sure, please follow me, esteemed guests." Next, a well-dressed man in a silk robe entered and bowed, saying, "Are you looking to rent a residence?" "Yes, my brother has an exam next spring. We are here to arrange accommodations. We need a simple and quiet 3 or 4 courtyard house that we can move into right away." The man bowed again and smiled. "That's a good idea, madam. This year, not many candidates returned after the spring exam, and the court has announced that the exam will be held on the 8th of March next year. Many candidates are coming, so it's quite difficult to rent a 1 or 2 courtyard house in the capital. There are still a few 3 or 4 courtyard houses available, and you can choose from them." "That sounds great. Please introduce them to us." "What is your surname, madam?" "My surname is Zhou." "No need for formality, my surname is Chen." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhou." Soon, Mr. Zhou took out a map of the capital and some floor plans, leaving Chen Xiaoan in awe.
This.
Mr. Zhou smiled and said, "Madam Chen, you may not know, but we didn't have these plans before. Our owner learned from a bricklayer and then insisted that we draw them. That's how we got these plans, and our business has improved a lot. A bricklayer can do that. It's quite strange, really." In Qingping County, Xinyan Prefecture, in Lianshan Village, they not only grow 2 crops of rice and various foods, but they also have all sorts of unusual things that are very convenient to use. I heard from our owner that there's an inn in their village, and it has a firewall, a heated bed, and even a toilet. At this point, he seemed to realize he had said too much. He smiled and said, "In short, there are many good things. This blueprint was learned by our boss from somewhere, but before we could fully understand it, the mason discovered it and didn't let our boss see it. As for the other things our boss wants to learn, but we couldn't even enter the village and were chased back. But with this blueprint, things will be much easier. Guests can choose houses more conveniently, and we can use one blueprint for multiple purposes, so we don't have to draw every time." Chen Xiaoan awkwardly smiled, realizing the gossip had come back to her. Xiao Lu was about to speak, but Chen Xiaoan patted him. Wang Chunxing said, "Is Lianshan Village really that special?"
I heard someone at the inn asking about it.
"Something about a county princess." Zhou Yaran replied, "It's not surprising. There's a rumor going around that Chen County Princess from Lianshan Village is coming to attend the Emperor's grand celebration. All the nobles and wealthy merchants in the city are looking for someone to get a chance to do business with her."
Ah.
"Business? The county princess does business?" Zhou Yaran unfolded the blueprint and said, "I don't know. But our boss said these people are daydreaming, The county princess doesn't do business and doesn't leave Lianshan village at all. Wang Chuqing glanced at Chen Xiaowan, ready to speak again, and Chen Xiaowan nodded at him. Madam Chen, please take a look here. There are 4 courtyards, all located on the edge of the east and south cities. What do you think? Chen Xiaowan stepped forward, looked at 2 of them, and crossed them off. We don't want these 2. Can we see the other 2 in person? Zhou Yaran looked at the 2 Chen Xiaowan crossed off and said, Madam Chen, these 2 are close to the street and have the best value. But the other 2 are a bit pricey. No problem, let's take a look first. In the end, Chen Xiaowan hesitated between a well-decorated 3-entry courtyard and a small 4-entry courtyard with a little garden. Xiao Lu directly pointed to the 4-entry one and said, I want my own room. I don't want to squeeze with the 3rd and 4th brothers. The rent is the same anyway. Zhou Yaran laughed and said, Young master is right. Many people share a courtyard nowadays. The rent in the capital is high, so buying is more cost-effective. Xiao Lu asked, then Zhou Yaran, how much silver do we need to buy this house? The young master wants to buy a property. After some haggling and Chen Xiaoyu's persistence, they bought the house for 2,200 taels, which included 4 maids, 2 young girls, and 2 boys. Unfortunately, the people they wanted to bring couldn't come, so the property was registered under Chen Xiaoyu's name. The name Chen Xiaowan has recently become quite popular in the capital. As they were leaving, Chen Xiaowan pulled Chen Xiaolu by the ear and said, Every time you speak, I end up losing money. She instructed Zhou Yaran to finalize the deed and send the buyers to the house, planning to move in that afternoon. Zhou Yaran agreed quickly, seeing it as a rare opportunity. The location wasn't great, situated in an area that neither the East City nor the South City residents preferred. The East City folks thought it was undesirable, while the South City folks found it too expensive and inconvenient. As a result, it had been on the market for a long time. The seller urged them to sell quickly due to the emperor's celebration and the upcoming spring exams. Once they got on the carriage, they praised Xiaolu for his good work, which made him very happy. However, 2 days later, Chen Xiaowan instructed Xiao San and Xiao Zhen to buy another property for 1,800 taels, registering it under Xiao Zhen's name. There was no particular reason for this purchase. It was just a feeling she had. In the afternoon, Chen Xiaowan handed over the details to Zhou Yaran. Chen Yuan led the group inside, and the newly bought individuals were left in shock, wondering what kind of family they had joined. Tan Zhao, Yuehua, and Yuan divided the work among themselves. Yuan managed the entire courtyard, Yuehua took care of matters related to Chen Xiaowan, and Tan Zhao looked after the young girls. As per Chen Yuan's instructions, he arranged for the boys to stay with Luo Shishing in the first courtyard, while Chen Xiaosan and Chen Xiaolu stayed in the second courtyard, where Chen Xiaoxi's room was also located. Chen Xiaowan took the third courtyard for herself and her maids, and the fourth courtyard was for Xiao Zhen, Malian, and Xiao Qi, along with Tan Zhao. As for the carriage, the houses in the capital came with stables and parking spaces, so there was no need to worry about that. Xiao San and Xiao Lu also brought their people from Wang Chunxing over. Chen Xiaowan asked about his arrangements, whether they would be living there, or what the plan was. Wang Chunxing made a tough decision and took 500 taels from Chen Xiaowan to buy 2 small houses, one on the border of the South City and one on the North City, as a place to stay. Chen Xiaowan allowed the properties to be registered in his name. He thought it over and found 2 boys to register under their names, handing the property deeds to Chen Xiaowan. By the time Chen Xiaowan finished everything, it was already July 28th. The 2 new maids were assigned to Malian and Xiao Qi, while Li Dong was busy in the kitchen with Huanyang. Chen Xiaowan looked at the fully occupied fourth courtyard and felt quite speechless. Cheng Meng and Xiao Qi had also bought many flowers and plants for the courtyard. On the first day Chen Xiaowan arrived in the capital, Emperor Chongping learned about it and asked the secret guard, "Are those people still looking for her?" "Your Majesty, they're still searching and are waiting at the city gate." However, when she entered the city, Chen Xiaosan had a travel permit written by County Magistrate Zhao, so the guards didn't recognize her. The house she bought is registered under the names of Chen Xiaolu and Miss Xiaozhen. They haven't discovered that yet. They didn't notice the name Xiaolu, but they didn't notice the name Chen Xiaozhen either. It was Chen Xiaosan who accompanied Miss Xiaozhen to buy the house. They might think the ages don't match. Alright, let them have some peace for a while. Keep an eye on them and make sure nothing happens. Yes, I understand. Madame Zhao brought Yuning and Yuhan to visit on the first day of August. Chen Xiaolu glanced at the two young masters of the Zhao family who were not present, greeted them, and then took his friends to play. Chen Xiaowan only reminded him not to wander too far, to which he responded from a distance. She's become more lively, Madame Zhao remarked. Chen Xiaowan smiled and said, maybe she's just grown up. Melian and Xiaoqi came out to take the two young ladies to their room. Madame Zhao looked around the house and said, now this feels more like it. It has a bit of a noble lady's charm. The house you lived in at Lianshan village was nice, but it was too small to accommodate many people.
Don't laugh at me, madam.
This house was chosen by Xiaolu. He said he wanted a bigger place. This is quite good. You don't know how fast housing prices are rising in the capital. You should buy it. Who knows, you might make a fortune later. Really? Then I'll take your good wishes and wait to make a profit. You really bought it? Chen Xiaowan shrugged and said, I had no choice. As soon as I entered the inn, Chen Yuan came to tell me that a crowd was outside asking about me. I was thinking, I haven't done anything wrong. Renting a house is inconvenient, so I decided to buy it. I thought if I don't live here, I could sell it for a bit of a loss, which would cover the rent. Madame Zhao laughed. Those people think of you as a treasure. They believe Lianshan village has made a fortune in recent years and want to come to you to discuss business. Now, everyone is eager to be the first to find you. They want to discuss business, but they probably want to keep me confined. Besides, I'm not involved in business. This matter, madam, you. No, even the Zhao family has been turned away by your father, saying he can't make decisions about Lianshan village. To do business, they can only line up at the inn in Lianshan village. Those people wouldn't dare to approach the master anymore. Even the emperor can't handle his temper. He's stubborn and difficult. If he had changed his ways, he wouldn't still be the county magistrate. As for me, a few sisters-in-law wanted to meet me and ask for an introduction to you, but my mother and mother-in-law didn't let them speak, so I just pretended not to know. That's good. I don't handle business matters. It's all up to village chief Chen. Besides, there's not much to deal with, so it's not a big business.
Come on.
You're just trying to fool me. Village chief Chen probably has already told you. The rumors outside are just too exaggerated. Those people really do create trouble out of nothing. Village chief Chen may say something, but I'm not the one in charge.
Hey.
You came today without anyone following you, right? I just remembered. Don't worry, I'm not foolish. I said I was going shopping and left Chair and Chunner at the inn, but I can't stay long, or it will be hard to hide. Next time, let's meet outside. Otherwise, you'll be bothered. Those people are everywhere. Last time you sent someone with a message, luckily the person was clever and gave it to my contact. Otherwise, my sisters-in-law would have definitely found out. After some casual chatting, she said to Xiao Wan, you should send someone to greet your nurse-in-laws. Otherwise, I'm afraid. Xiao Zhen replied, Madam, don't worry. My mother-in-law doesn't think highly of me, so she won't say anything to others. If she does, my elder sister might get involved, and this marriage could be called off.
Call off the marriage.
Madame Zhao stood up anxiously, looking around. Then she heard Xiao Zhen say, Madam, to be honest, they invited me, but it's been over 20 days on this journey, and more than 10 days have passed since we last spoke. When we parted, they didn't even leave an address. I visited a few times, but it was all very distant. I'm not foolish. Then how do you deal with this girl? Madame Zhao frowned, watching the sisters slowly sit down again. Isn't there still next year's spring examination? The marriage contract is still with me. It can't be called off without my consent. You want to force a marriage? That's not going to work. Girl, you don't know what life is like in this big house. Madame Zhao patted her and then said to Chen Xiaowan, did you buy what I asked you to get last time? I'm worried because I can't find anything suitable. I need someone loyal and capable. Chen Xiaowan didn't mention the others. She knew it was best to keep some things to herself. These few people were good and sensible, but they were too strict with the rules. The big house needs some flexibility. It's indeed not easy. I will go back and ask my mother if there's a way. You know, I've been away from the capital for many years, and the people around me are still those my mother chose for me back then. Well, thank you, madam. Xiao Zhen, we appreciate it here, but there's no need to rush. We don't go out much these days. Madame Zhao came and went quickly. In less than half an hour, only a few of them were left in the courtyard. After staring at each other for a while, Chen Xiaowan decided to take a few sisters out for a stroll. The main entrance of the house is not very close to the street, but if they use the back door, it leads to the inner city moat. Walking along the river, in less than 10 minutes, they would reach the intersection of South City Street and West City Street. Although it's not the main street, there are still many shops. Chen Xiaowan planned to walk around. Staying at home every day was not as comfortable as being in Lianshan village. Chun Xiaosen definitely wanted to join, while Xiaolu was not needed right now. She reminded Chen Yuan to keep an eye on everyone and took Dan Xia and Luo Lin out. The weather in August was still very hot. The group wore hats and walked along the riverbank. Xiao Qi said, "Sister, this riverbank isn't as good as our villages." Chen Xiaowan smiled slightly and pulled her closer. "Don't say that. Under the emperor's feet, everything is good. Look at these stones, they are bigger and more even than those in our village." Chen Xiaowan truly believed this. The capital was grand and well-planned, bustling with people, and the sounds of vendors filled the air. There were many snacks and trinkets, and they hadn't even reached the main street yet. They had already seen several elegantly dressed people, and it would surely be even livelier on the main street. Xiao Qi stifled a laugh. The group wore simple clothes, plain silk without any patterns, clearly not from wealthy families. They had always worn simple clothes in Lianshan village, which were sufficient for daily life. Now that they were in the capital, everything needed to change. Their clothes were the first thing that felt out of place. Chen Xiaowan had a few nicer outfits, but she thought it wasn't necessary to dress too formally just for a stroll. Yuehua repeatedly asked about the West Street and East Street before allowing them to leave, warning them that people in the capital could be snobbish, with many officials and wealthy families around. She advised them to be cautious and to show respect for clothing before people. After waving her hand several times, Chen Xiaowan finally got Yuehua to close the door and go back. Once outside, they realized Yuehua was right. They did look a bit shabby. The men and women walking on the street were all dressed lavishly, holding fans and chatting cheerfully. The plain-dressed people are just ordinary folks and small traders. They are only slightly better off than the locals, at least wearing silk. However, a few people were not focused on this. Chen Xiaowan was observing the culture and layout of the streets, comparing the past and present. Xiao Zhen was looking at the different types of people on the street, while Meilian and Xiao Qi were noting the differences between Qingping County and Lianshan village. As for Xiao San, who knows what he was looking at? He was slowly following behind with Luolin, and from his expression, it was clear he was quite happy. The group lingered on the bridge for a while. Such a bridge didn't exist in Qingping County. The river wasn't this wide, and there were people rowing boats in it. Meilian cheerfully said, "Sister, it's so lively here." The smile on her face was much brighter than when they were in Lianshan village. It seems staying in one place for too long isn't good, they need to get out more. But Chen Xiaowan didn't feel the same way. She had seen the world, and the prosperity of the past was nothing compared to the current Great Jiang dynasty. As for her, she was a bit poor, just splashing some water around. After letting her younger sisters express their thoughts, they slowly joined the crowd on South Street. Most people here were ordinary citizens and scholars with modest means, belonging to the common class. The reason they came here was simply to check prices. Although Chen Xiaowan brought all her silver notes and some silver coins to the capital, money spent quickly in a crowded place. While she didn't need to be overly frugal, her funds weren't abundant either. It would be good to get a sense of the situation and later sell some drawings to earn some money. Who wouldn't want more silver? Moreover, Chen Xiaowan understood that in this ancient capital, women's jewelry was the most valuable. While clothes might not be changed daily, Wealthy families often had similar habits. When the old lady of the Li family sent her a gift, she mentioned that good jewelry was hard to find. Since she brought her younger sisters to the capital, they should see the world. If they could even visit the palace, that would be even better. When she went on a business trip before, she took a few hours to explore the Golden Palace with its 9,999 rooms. Although she was a bit disappointed after watching many dramas and found the rooms too small, the historical significance was undeniable. She felt immense pride in her heritage, living as a flower cultivator and dying as a flower spirit. Furthermore, in this era, even if they just made one trip, they could return to Lianshan village and choose their marriage as well. They would certainly be better off than ordinary women of this time. Especially for Xiaozhen, the Lin family has many strict rules. Although she learned a lot from Yu En and Yu Hua, there is still a big difference between theory and practice. The perspectives of masters and servants are different, so their thoughts cannot be completely copied. However, seeing and experiencing things can make a big difference. A group of people walked forward, chatting and laughing, stopping to look at small stalls and shops filled with many interesting items, far beyond what Qingping County and Xingyin Prefecture could offer. The girls were having a great time, looking around and occasionally touching things, their eyes sparkling, but they never asked to buy anything. Chen Xiaowan said if she liked something, she would take it, but the girls just shook their heads and smiled, saying they didn't want anything. Chen Xiaowan felt a bit sad and suddenly understood the feelings of families who want to raise daughters well, but are not wealthy. It's not that they don't want to provide, but they simply don't have enough money. She felt this way now. In Lianshan village and Qingping County, she could be considered well off, with enough silver to last a lifetime, but in the capital, she felt like a small fish, and her little bit of silver was far from enough. She touched the hairpin on her head, realizing she needed to earn some money. She decided to make her younger sisters wait a bit and planned to buy some nice things on East Street and West Street to bring back to Lianshan village. There were many styles of fabric, and the silk was delicate and soft. Chen Xiaowan picked out a few bright colors to make better clothes for her sisters. Along the way, the girls didn't mind the tiredness and followed her into every shop, whether it was a jewelry store, gold and silver shop, grocery store, fabric shop, or clothing store. They even visited a couple of pharmacies and blacksmith shops, buying quite a few things. Finally, they found a tea shop where they ordered 2 pots of tea and enjoyed some snacks, while listening to a storyteller narrate a tale from the 3 heroes and 5 gallants. It was their first time hearing it, and they were captivated. In the end, they paid 3 taels of silver, and Malian exclaimed, "Sister, why is it so expensive?" Chen Xiaowan smiled and patted her head. This girl is good, but life will be tough for her. Her father still hasn't been caught yet. In the following days, they continued to wander around, exploring South Street, then East Street, and finally West Street. Even the hidden specialty shops were shown to them by Wang Chunqing's men. While they may not know the capital very well, they at least had a general idea. Chen Xiaowan even had Xiao San take Xiao Lu to listen to the storytellers and visit different shops. There are some things she can teach, but others she cannot, so she let the outside world teach them and encourage them to experience it for themselves. Yue Hua and Yuan let the group go out separately. In a crowd this large, it's not easy to meet old friends, and Chen Yuan agreed with this. The group was like birds released from a cage, bustling with excitement. The house was filled with laughter every day, unlike the peaceful life in Lianshan village. Here, everything was thriving. On the 6th day of August, Princess Xinghe was marrying the second son of the Cui family, Cui Wei. 3 days before the wedding, the news spread widely among the townspeople. The couple was praised for their beauty and talent, especially after the princess's dowry arrived in the city 2 days earlier. The sight of the neatly arranged red dowry being brought in caused quite a stir, with a total of 48 carts and a line of soldiers. That day, Chen Xiaowan and her friends happened to be strolling down the main street and saw everything clearly. Princess Xinghe was moving into the royal residence, and the emperor had sent the second prince to escort her. Everyone in the city envied her for the honor and wealth she possessed. Chen Xiaowan frowned, and Chen Xiaosan asked, "Sister, What about Miss Wang and the others? Chen Xiaowan replied, honor often comes with pain. Would you trade the lives of our family for one person's glory? Xiao Qi immediately said, I wouldn't. I'd rather stay in the village with our parents and siblings forever. Malian quietly added, I wouldn't either. I want to marry in the village like you, sister, and live a safe and peaceful life. Xiaozhen said, sister, there's no perfect solution. Chen Xiaowan responded, every family has its own struggles. We may envy Princess Xinghe's glory, but she might be wishing for peace and safety for everyone. After saying this, they left. Unbeknownst to Chen Xiaowan, a woman in fine clothes nearby heard her words and wiped away a tear. She said to those around her, though she is just a farmer's wife, she speaks the truth. Honor often comes with sorrow. I hope there will be no more wars, and that all the brave soldiers can return home safely. Madam. On the 6th day, Chen Xiaowan secured a good spot to watch the ceremony, which Wang Chunxing had specially arranged. It was on the 2nd floor of a small noodle shop. Wang Chunxing said, Madam, this place is perfect for seeing the dowry and the wedding procession, but not for anything else. Chen Xiaowan smiled and said, that's fine, Uncle Wang. I just want to show them the grand wedding in the capital. I've never seen anything like it. Wang Chunxing rubbed his hands and said, Madam, since you've seen it, can I go ring the gong and carry the wedding gifts when Miss Shen gets married? I've never done that in my life. I'm quite envious. The others laughed and little Zhen blushed. Little Sen joked, sure, Uncle Wang. I'll let you ring the gong and carry the gifts when my sisters get married.
Great.
Thank you, Master San. You must keep your word. So handsome. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air as the wedding procession approached. The young groom, looking very distinguished in his bright red attire, rode a tall horse, beaming with joy and gracefully acknowledging the crowd. Behind him followed 3 handsome young men in splendid outfits, who were the groomsmen. Chen Xiaowan assessed in her mind, he looks good. So handsome. Master Chen.
Master Kui.
So handsome. A group of admirers. Chen Xiaowan patted a few girls on the shoulder. Count how many people are down there. She counted seriously. 12 drummers, 6 pipa players, 12 flag bearers, the groom, the groomsmen, and then the incredibly ornate bridal sedan chair, followed by dozens of others and horse-drawn carriages, with more drummers at the back. It was truly grand. Then they heard lively sounds from the royal courtyard, which was quite festive, but Chen Xiaowan couldn't see from her spot. Half an hour later, they're coming out. The wedding gifts are coming out. They're coming out. Oh my, so early. Little Zhen and the others squeezed to the window. Elder sister, they really are coming out. Little Sen asked her, elder sister, are they married yet? Chen Xiaowan shook her head, I don't know. From the looks of it, they probably aren't. Then what about them? Let's wait and see. Chen Xiaowan and Little Sen also moved to the window to watch. The wedding gifts were lifted for a while, followed by more lively sounds of gongs and string instruments. The bride is coming out, the bride is coming out. After a loud burst of drums and gongs, the wedding procession began to move. In front were the drum and pipa bands, followed by the bridal entourage. The first item of the dowry was 2 golden scepters, and the second was 6 scepters adorned with various colorful gems. Those must be gifts from the emperor and the ladies of the palace. Of course, when a princess gets married, how could the emperor not give gifts?
Wow, so many.
Look at that coral tree. It's so beautiful. Chen Xiaowan and her friends watched as the procession passed by, carrying household items, daily necessities, and gold and silver treasures. 2 soldiers carried a heavy load of dowry. Then came the bride and groom's procession. Behind the flower palanquin was a handsome young man, around 16 or 17 years old, dressed in fine clothes and riding a white horse. Following him were more items of the dowry, including fabrics and various goods, covering all aspects of life. Chen Xiaowan felt that her limited education made it hard for her to describe the lively scene. Candies and money were thrown along the way, and people rushed to grab them. By mid-afternoon, the last vehicle appeared, draped in red silk, containing a coffin inside. Everyone was stunned, and Qin Shaowan exclaimed, "A red bed leads the way, and a coffin brings up the rear. Life and death intertwined, displayed for 10 miles. I thought it was just a legend, but it turns out to be true." The younger ones turned to look at her, and Qin Shaowan explained what she knew about the dowry. "I've only read about this. It's my first time seeing it in person." Xiaojin said, "In our village, just a few new outfits were considered a great dowry. These people are really extravagant. Such glory and wealth, they thought, must be like this." Everyone stared in amazement. It was truly incredible and eye-opening. The shopkeeper approached with a smile, saying, "You guests are lucky. Such weddings and dowries are rare. Even wealthy families can't afford this. We usually see 64, 88, or 108 items in a dowry, but this red bed and coffin combination is something you rarely see in the capital." Xiao Qi asked, "Isn't every wedding in the capital like this?" "Not at all. The capital has noble families, rich people, and common folk. Weddings can be simple, ordinary, or luxurious. Only a few families have the money for such extravagance." After serving them more tea, Qin Shaowan said, "Shopkeeper, please arrange some food for us." "Sure, I'll get that ready for you right away." While they were eating, the young man asked, "Sister, are you going to watch the commotion with those two tricksters?" Qin Shaowan hesitated. "Isn't it a bit late to go now?" The young man asked the shopkeeper directly, "Shopkeeper, can we still see the event at the Chui residence?" The shopkeeper glanced at the sky and replied, "If you hurry, you can make it. The ceremony starts at the hour of the rooster, and the bridal sedan will make a round, but there's not much to see. The ceremony is at the residence, and not just anyone can enter." The young man looked back at Qin Shaowan. After thinking for a moment, Qin Shaowan said, "Uncle Wang, please take Mei Lian and Xiaoqi back first. The young man, Xiaojin, and I will go take a look." She whispered a few words to the two girls, who nodded and quickly finished their noodles before following Wang Chunxing. Qin Shaowan and the others also finished their noodles, thanked the shopkeeper, and hurriedly took their carriage towards the Chui residence, but there were too many people, and the carriage was moving slowly. By the time they arrived, things were already chaotic inside. The three of them walked in, dressed in simple cotton clothes that didn't attract attention. The gate of the residence was blocked, and less than half of the bridal gifts had been brought in, leaving the people outside confused. But Qin Shaowan noticed a steward directing people to pack the gifts properly. Then they overheard someone whispering, "The bride is not the princess of Xinghe. The truth is already out." But they couldn't see what was happening inside, only hearing the chatter from outside. "I heard 2 young girls went in claiming to be the princess of Xinghe, and the bride is a fake. But they already performed the ceremony inside."
Yes.
The bride offered incense and went in to bow. After 3 bows, they were told to stop. "What's happening inside now?" "Not sure. This substitution is a serious crime." "Indeed. Sister, I'll sneak in to take a look."
Don't.
"You won't be able to help inside. Let's just wait here."
But. No buts.
"Jia Yi is brave and clever. She'll be fine. Let's move a bit farther away and watch." "Big sister. Let's go." "Third brother, we can't go in. Let's wait in the carriage first." The 3 returned to the carriage, and after a moment, guests from the Chui residence began to come out one after another. "Ha ha ha, sisters fighting over a man. This is the biggest joke of the year. That Chui Wei kid will be the laughingstock from now on, marrying a fake princess." "A fake princess? This marriage can't be counted, right? It can't be ignored. He recognized her, he accepted her, he paid his respects to her. It can't just be dismissed. The Princess Xinghe is really ruthless. She didn't show up until after the ceremony was completed, and now she's calling it off. She really put Chui Air in a tough spot. And she won't marry either. She says her reputation is ruined, and she's not worthy of Chui Air. She also said she came because she didn't want her younger sister to live off her name, using her gifts and dowry, while stepping over her and the Yanfu princess's legacy to enjoy a comfortable life with Chui Air. She mentioned that her younger sister admires Chui heir and wanting to marry him is just normal for a young girl. If they had talked nicely, she could have petitioned the emperor or asked the Empress Dowager for a new marriage arrangement. But her younger sister's underhanded tactics have harmed her too much. She just can't stand it anymore. She also said that if Chui heir wants to break off the engagement and is in love with her younger sister, it's not unforgivable. Her younger sister is beautiful and a good match, but a gentleman should be straightforward and either tell her directly or ask the Empress Dowager and Emperor to annul the engagement and propose to her younger sister instead. But why, knowing it's not her, is he conspiring with her younger sister under her name, using her gifts to marry her younger sister, stepping over her and her grandfather's legacy to create a happy union? That's just wrong. Enough, don't say anymore. Chui heir is finished. As long as he can't wash away the stain, his life is ruined. Princess Xinghe, a fierce woman. No wonder she's the only bloodline of the Su family with this temper and character. The emperor is going to be furious. The Ministry of Rights has probably already reported to the emperor. Let's wait for his judgment. Chen Shaowan and the others listened for a while and were about to leave. Then they saw a group of palace guards and eunuchs enter the residence. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Jiai, Kai Xian, the newlyweds, and another pair of middle-aged and elderly couples came out and entered the palace with them. Some palace attendants stayed behind to handle the dowries, while those who hadn't entered were directly taken away. One of the attendants held a thick ledger. The third party has left, so everything is fine now. I can go home and get a good night's sleep. Watching all this excitement today was exhausting. Chen Shaowan said as she stretched. Xiaozhen smiled and said, "Third brother, Chen is home now. I'm so tired after today." The next day, the whole capital was buzzing about the second son of the Chui family marrying the fake princess. Xiao Lu accompanied Mei Lian, Xiao Qi, and Yuan to listen to a storyteller and then shared the tales with them. Chen Shaowan lifted her eyelids and urged Dan Xia to work faster. They needed to finish the clothes soon. They had been in the capital for nearly 20 days, and it wouldn't be good if Mrs. Zhao and the Lin family sent their invitation before they were ready. A farmer's daughter should have dignity too. Looking at the smiling girls, she thought about designing some jewelry and clothing styles to sell or give to them. It could be a new idea. However, the handmade crafts of this era were quite good, and her mind was. In the following days, the capital was lively, with everyone gossiping about Princess Xingyang and the second son of the Chui family. Emperor Chongping was furious, scolding the Chui family and the Prince of Xingen, taking back all rewards and returning the dowry to Princess Xingyang. However, she disregarded the rules and caused a scene in the capital, being demoted and given a house to live in under the supervision of the Empress Dowager. The Princess of Xingen was jealous and cruel, harming the princess for her own selfish reasons and causing damage to her reputation, leading to her own demise. The steward of the Prince of Xingen was negligent, causing unrest in the inner court, and the mistress was unkind, resulting in her children harming each other and being punished for 3 years. The Chui family was fined for a year. The second son of Chui recognized his mistakes, but was deemed unfit for service. Wang Jiadong was cruel and jealous, leading to her own end. However, Princess Xingyang pleaded for her younger sister, arguing that her sister's actions were due to her feelings for the second son of Chui and that it was a failure of discipline, not deserving of death. She sincerely requested the emperor's understanding, saying that if her mother and father's beloved daughter died because of her, she could not face her father or her loving grandmother. She cried sincerely and bowed earnestly. This saved her sister's life, but it resulted in her being demoted from wife to concubine, allowing her sister and the second son of Chui to be together, sealing their fate. When Chen Shaowan learned of this, she thought deeply and confirmed that this was not a story of rebirth and revenge. She blinked her eyes and set aside her curiosity, deciding to be cautious and verify things later. As for the second son of Chui, the emperor's words about him being unfit for service ended his career, and people in the capital felt sorry for him, cursing Miss Wang as a disaster. Chen Xiaowan began to sing a little tune in the courtyard. That gentleman, following his parents' wishes and the matchmaker's words, wants to marry that lovely girl. Rumor has it he already has someone in his heart, but who knows if it's true or not. Xiaojin asked sister, "Where did you learn this song?" Chen Xiaowan smiled, her eyes sparkling. "I just made it up." "I think you're not just making it up. It seems you have someone in mind." Just then, Mrs. Zhao approached with her 4 children. Chen Xiaowan looked at Chen Yuan and said, "That's the second time." Chen Yuan smiled humbly and turned to scold the servant who was supposed to announce their arrival. The servant said pitifully, "Steward, I didn't mean to. I got distracted when I heard my lady singing and forgot to announce it."
Chen Yuan.
In the courtyard, Mrs. Zhao asked, "Is there more to this song?" Chen Xiaowan, not holding back, sang directly, "Today is the groom, look. That bright red outfit suits him well."
The bride.
Crossed the fire basin to enter the door. After listening for a while, Mrs. Zhao said, "It's quite fitting, but you shouldn't sing. Your status doesn't suit such songs, and the commotion outside is already too loud. It wouldn't be good if someone hears." "I'm not foolish. With all the noise outside these days, I'm just playing around with the kids." "You're right. Madam has a keen eye." Just one glance that day, and she knew there was something off about the bride. Alas. Mrs. Zhao sighed. In big families, there are many rules. If a girl isn't favored, her life is not as free as those village girls. Chen Xiaowan pretended to be naive. How could that be? Mrs. Zhao patted her and changed the subject. "I came to tell you that my husband and your village chief, Chen, have already set off and should arrive in the capital before the festival." Chen Xiaowan sighed with relief. "That's great. There are empty rooms in the front courtyard. Chief Chen can stay with me. All right, when it's time to welcome them, I'll send someone to call you." "Okay, I'm not familiar with the customs in the capital, so I appreciate your help. I'll prepare some wine for you to take back." Mrs. Zhao looked at her and asked, "What about those people looking for you?" "People looking for me?" "Yes, those who have been asking around for you." Chen Xiaowan paused her work and thought for a moment. "I won't meet them. I don't have any business here." She then asked, "Why did the emperor want me to come to the capital so early? I've been here for over 20 days. Mrs. Zhao was also confused and shook her head, saying she didn't know. After chatting for a while, Mrs. Zhao stood up to leave. Before she went, she told her that if she didn't want to meet those people, she shouldn't send the invitation, as their identities would be revealed upon meeting. Chen Xiaowan nodded in agreement. After seeing her off, she thought about postponing her plan to show her sister the world. This made her feel a bit unhappy, so she rented a pleasure boat in the inner city and enjoyed a fun day with her companions. Then she received an invitation from the Lin family. Upon reading it, she realized it was not for her own courtyard, but for the residence of Lord Foam, a counselor of the Ministry of Rights. She showed the invitation to Chen Yuan, who said, "In that case, the county lord doesn't need to go. Miss Zhen can take people instead." Miss Zhen stared at the invitation for a long time without speaking. On the day they were to go, she dressed simply. Chen Xiaowan glanced at her, but said nothing. Li Chuan and Dan Sha also went back to change their clothes. The coachman was replaced by Luo Shisheng. Chen Xiaowan watched this strange turn of events while focusing on her drawings. The Lin family truly was like a fruit that is forced to ripen before its time. Chen Xiaowan drew all day. After finishing, she showed her work to Yuehua and Tan Xiao, and then gave all the organized drawings to Chen Yuan to exchange for money. Chen Yuan was confused for a long time and said, "County Lord, this. I was just bored and drew these. It's not every day I come to the capital. I can't just sit around doing nothing. You know this city better than I do. I trust you can handle it. Thank you for your trust, County Lord." Chen Xiaowan thought these drawings weren't worth much. They were just for fun, but better than nothing. The truly valuable ones would be carpentry plans, toilet designs, or recipes for mass production. Jewelry and clothing were too personalized. The noble ladies in the capital didn't like using the same things as others. Once everyone left, she handed 2 drawings to Li Chuan, saying, "Make 2 new outfits for your young lady." Today, Miss Jun would surely face some difficulties, so as her older sister, she wanted to send a bit of warmth her way. She then wrote 2 recipes and 2 dessert ideas for Huanyang to try out. Malian and Xiaoqi spent the whole day embroidering handkerchiefs with Tanxiao and Yuan, using fine silk and intricate designs. Miss Jun returned after sunset and went straight to her room to wash up. Chen Xiaowan turned to Dansha, who said, "When we arrived, the old lady and Madame Lin were already waiting for us. Today, we met 3 young ladies from the Feng family and 4 or 5 young gentlemen. They are all about the same age as Miss Jun." When introducing her, the old lady and Madame Lin referred to her as the daughter of an old friend, not as a betrothed granddaughter-in-law. Also, the Feng family is the maternal family of the Empress Dowager. Today, we met Princess Xingyang. Chen Xiaowan squinted her eyes. The Lin family has big plans. When Chen Xiaowan saw Xiaozhen come over after changing clothes, she smiled. "Why are you dressed so simply today? This is your time to shine, but you come back all dressed down." Xiaozhen smiled back. "The Lin family is testing my standing with my sister, so I won't give them what they want. You haven't even married in yet, and you're already clashing with your future in-laws. That's not right." "Ah, sister, I don't want to. But that Lady Lin is really something." Today, she didn't bring her granddaughter, but introduced me to several young ladies from the Feng family, along with 5 young gentlemen from both direct and collateral lines, even mentioning their backgrounds and statuses. Sister, you wouldn't believe how stunned the old Lady Lin was. I just said it plainly. "Annie, isn't this inappropriate? I'm already engaged to Brother Jian, and I have the marriage certificate, so it's not right to meet other young men." And everyone in the room was shocked. The old lady Feng asked about my background, and I said I come from a farming family with 10 acres of land and my parents' farm. Lady Feng then asked about my maid, and I said she was borrowed. My sister married well. Her husband is in the military and has some achievements and assets. Lady Feng asked how I met Brother Jian. I said I don't know him well. He's my brother's classmate, and we've only met 3 times. The 3rd time was when we got engaged. You did that on purpose? Yes. Lady Lin introduced me as the daughter of an old friend, wanting me to see the world. You know what that means? I do. She thinks I'm not from a prestigious family and won't be able to help her son in the future, so she wanted me to meet real ladies from noble families to embarrass me. But sister, today I saw Jai. She brought Saixin and talked to me all day, hardly paying attention to the 3 young ladies from the Feng family, which really annoyed them. She said she would bring Saixin to see you tomorrow. Chen Xiaowan. She can come out of the palace?
She said yes.
The emperor said she speaks her mind too freely and causes too much trouble, so the Empress Dowager is keeping an eye on her. She said that when she arrived in the capital, she couldn't find anyone to help her. Without an identity badge, she couldn't enter the palace, so she had to make a scene, or else she would be lost forever, as her identity was taken from her. The emperor awarded her a badge, but her residence outside the palace is still being repaired, so she has to stay in the palace for now. She also mentioned that she couldn't find a good excuse to visit her older sister, but meeting me gave her a reason. Chen Xiaowan looked at her happy expression and said, "You're not worried about your mother-in-law not liking you, but you're concerned about Princess Xingyang." What's there to worry about? Sister, I have a feeling this marriage might not happen. The Feng family is the maternal family of the Empress, and Mrs. Lin is probably eyeing the 3 daughters of the Feng family. Why don't you say they're interested in Princess Xinghe? That's impossible. There's nothing impossible. Today's grand banquet is just for the Feng and Lin families.
Just.
The Feng and Lin families.
Sister.
You're overthinking it. It might all come to nothing. Keep the marriage certificate safe, and I'll help you negotiate later. Xiaozhen smiled happily and said, "Okay. But sister, what about Mr. Lin and my 4th brother? Will there be any issues?" Your 4th brother is fine. It depends on how Mr. Lin feels about you.
How so?
If he truly cares for you, this marriage is unlikely to be called off. If not, it won't be hard to cancel. Then it's up to him. If he truly loves me, I'll marry him and live happily together. If not, I won't stand in the way of his future. Be careful. Don't give your heart completely to someone. You should rest now. I'll have Li Chuan and the others make you 2 more outfits. More outfits, sister? I've already had quite a few made since coming to the capital. Better to be prepared. You might need them. Sister, aren't you getting ready to go out? What's wrong? Today, the old lady of the Feng family mentioned you and said she wanted to meet you. Mrs. Lin looked at me several times, but I didn't say anything. I'm afraid that in a few days, they might bring someone with them. Didn't you say that if they wanted to cancel the engagement, they wouldn't bring anyone? Now I'm worried they'll take advantage of me and use my sister and Lianshan village as stepping stones. It's so obvious. Xiaozhen opened her big eyes and nodded seriously. Chen Xiaowan. Her status as a 4th-rank princess in the capital was not enough to gain her any connections. The next day, Chen Xiaowan asked Xiao San to let a few people taste 2 dishes and 2 snacks, using her family's cooking skills as a reason to sell the recipes. Xiao San refused, and Huinyang also said it was not possible. Chen Xiaowan quickly wrote 3 more recipes for dishes and 3 for snacks, pointed to her head, and then Xiao San took Huinyang away. Chen Xiaowan called out from behind, "The money for your bride is all in there, so you better sell it for a high price." Xiao San waved his hand without turning back, thinking to himself that it was ridiculous to mention the money for a bride. Writing down the recipes in just a blink of an eye made it seem too easy to get a bride. At noon, Jai arrived with Saixin. The first thing she said was, "Big sister, I'm hungry. Quickly get something for me and Saixin to eat." Chen Xiaowan, who was preparing to bring a few gifts, instantly lost her desire to do so. Without bending her legs, she turned around and waved her handkerchief, and Yuan took the others to the kitchen. Unbeknownst to her, Jai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jai, without any decorum, grabbed the snacks on the table and started eating. Xiaozhen poured her a glass of water, which she drank immediately, a stark contrast to the dignified princess from yesterday. "Have you not eaten for days, or did the Empress not let you eat?" "Big sister, don't say that. The Empress didn't stop me from eating. I just thought the food here was delicious, so I haven't eaten since last night." Chen Xiaowan looked outside at the sky. "That's a whole day, just right to be hungry for 3 meals. Jai and Saixin laughed. "Well, you'll have something to eat today. We're having hot pot." "Really? That's great," Jai said with her mouth full of snacks, her words unclear. Xiaozhen went to the kitchen, as Huinyang couldn't manage everything alone. Seeing Xiaozhen leave, Jai waved her hand, and Saixin went outside to guard the door. Jai said to Chen Xiaowan, "Big sister, 3rd sister is engaged to the only heir of the Lin family." Chen Xiaowan nodded. "Why were you at the Feng family yesterday?" Jai made a sad face and said, "The Empress said I'm getting older, my reputation is bad, and with my high rank, it's hard to marry, so she wanted me to visit her family to see if any of her nephews were suitable. I couldn't refuse, so I just went through the motions. By the way, I still need to ask you. Your father doesn't even know about your situation, so why did you say your reputation is ruined?" Jia Yi smiled bitterly. "That jerk Cui said I ran away from my wedding. He only agreed to my sister's request because he didn't want to force me. I have to expose the good deeds of my stepmother and sister. If I suffer, I won't let them have it easy either." "Then why do you want to plead for your sister?" "Haha, I'm the one pleading, but she will suffer and my father will be embarrassed. I don't care. Let everyone be unhappy together. The emperor punished you too. Let them punish me. They can't control me anymore. They can only support me now. And there's not much difference between the 1st and 2nd ranks. Don't worry, my grandfather's achievements are still recognized. My mother passed away early, and the emperor needs the soldiers in the southwest to be loyal, so he has to treat me well. Right now, I can still act freely, which is much better than being in the Prince of Xing'an's residence. Don't get too proud. I think the Empress Dowager is right. You should choose a husband soon."
Why?
As a noble lady with a distinguished background, being alone without support is just right. Jia Yi's face darkened. "Sister, don't scare me. I'm not scaring you. I'm just analyzing. That day, you caused a scene and embarrassed Minister Cui. basically shaking the foundation of the Chui family that has lasted for 100 years. What do you think? The princess of Xing'an committed suicide, your father was punished for 3 years, and you have shaken the reputation of the Xing'an residents. Your father will find it even harder in the southwest. Tears streamed down Jia Yi's face.
Sister. Sister.
But my grandfather. People come and go. Besides, your grandfather's family has been gone for over 20 years. You and your mother have enjoyed protection, but how much is left now?
Woo. Woo.
Sister, my mother and I don't want this protection. We just want them to be alive.
Woo. Woo.
Silly girl. You need to prepare for the future. Besides, there are others with bad intentions. Jia Yi looked up at her with tearful eyes. Sister, who else? Nobles' spoiled sons, fallen aristocrats, and scheming scholars, all wanting to marry a princess favored by the emperor with a rich dowry. It's a path to success. Jia Yi held her sister's hand and said, Elder sister, you're not trying to scare me, are you? I am trying to scare you. Jia Yi, your bravery is admirable, but self-destruction is not the answer. What should I do then? Rely on the emperor's compassion for loyal subjects. He is kind and will not mislead you regarding your marriage. The soldiers from the southwest are counting on you, but you need to act quickly and not give your enemies another chance. Elder sister. Elder sister.
Jia Yi.
It's time to eat. Dry your tears. Let's eat first, and you can think things over later. Kai Xian came in and helped Jia Yi wash up, while Xiao Zhan led everyone in. They brought 2 pots from Lianshan village, one for pork hot pot and one for chicken hot pot, along with a table full of ingredients like thin slices of pork belly, vegetables, tofu, mushrooms, dried vegetables, radishes, meatballs, and fish balls. Jia Yi exclaimed, There's so much food, but it's all raw. How do we eat this? Sister Yi, sit down. I'll show you how to cook it. It's really delicious, Xiao Qi said. Everyone settled down and Xiao Lu squeezed in, saying, Elder sister, you're having hot pot without me. Yu Hua moved a chair for him, and before he could sit, he asked, Where's third brother? Third brother is out on an errand. Oh, then I'll eat this with him tonight. All right, I'll ask Qing Mai to prepare it for you. Kai Xian, go eat with Yu Hua. We don't need anyone to serve us here. Okay. They enjoyed the meal, and Jia Yi, who had just finished crying, was smiling. Qin Shaowan thought to herself that there really isn't anything a hot pot can't solve. If not, just have 2. This girl isn't here for revenge. She's really tough. It's impressive. But she's still a timid person. Being timid isn't bad. It means safety or a longer life with less suffering. After finishing their meal, Jia Yi and Kai Xian didn't leave, but joined Xiao Zhen and Yu Hua to do some embroidery. The princess wasn't good at embroidery or tailoring, but she claimed she was good at making shoes and was very enthusiastic about it. Her movements and expressions were nothing like what one would expect from a princess. As they were leaving, Qin Shaowan had someone pack a jar of honey and a box of freshly made pastries for Jia Yi, reminding her to take care of herself and not to give them away. However, once she entered the palace, she didn't think much of it, considering the Empress Dowager's kindness in helping her. She took the honey out and gave it to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager stared at the jar for a moment and asked where it came from. Jia Yi smiled and said, A sister I met outside the palace gave it to me. The Empress Dowager asked, What about the sister who brought you to the capital? Jia Yi paused for a moment and then nodded. The Empress Dowager continued, Do you know her identity? Jia Yi tilted her head and thought for a while before saying, When I asked her for help, they were part of a convoy of a 4th-rank official. The Empress Dowager. Emperor Chongping sat in his study with a dark expression after learning the entire conversation between Qin Shaowan and Jia Yi. Qin Shaowan seemed to know everything, and the emperor thought about the pressure from Prime Minister Cui and the demands from the ministers for a marriage alliance. He feared he would have to agree, and the only compensation he could offer would be to add more dowry. The granddaughter of General Su and the princess of the Xing'an Wangfu held a higher status than his own princess. Moreover, true princesses rarely marry. They are usually granted titles. If he had to choose, It would be difficult for him to decide. It was uncertain whether it was a fortunate coincidence or just luck, but all privacy was lost. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was taking place in the northwest, with two armies locked in combat in the desert. General Li was stationed at the rear, while Li Yunzheng and Li Yunkai led their vanguard troops at the front, both injured and with several arrows in their bodies. Uncle Zhong followed Li Yunzheng, covered in bright red, with a deep gash on his shoulder. Li Yunzheng watched as his comrades fell one by one, swinging his sword and looking at the enemy's rear, shouting, "Uncle Zhong, cover me. Brother, push forward a bit more." Li Yunkai, seeing his younger brother switch to a bow and arrow, understood his intentions. Despite his own injuries, he wielded his spear and charged forward with his guards. The outcome of this battle was crucial. It was normal for the Li family men to die in battle, and he did not feel alone here. Chen Xiaowan woke up from a nightmare, unable to see clearly what had happened, only knowing that someone had fallen, causing her heart to ache deeply. Sweating from the fright, she was startled awake, and Yuehua entered upon hearing the noise.
Princess, you had a nightmare.
She quickly poured her a glass of water, noticing that Chen Xiaowan's hands were trembling. Yuehua, tomorrow please find out where there is a statue of Guanyin, and bring one back.
Yes.
Princess, there is a Jingxi temple outside the city that is very effective. Would you like to go pray for blessings? Chen Xiaowan shook her head. Tomorrow, accompany me to explore the general stores in the capital. I want to find some seeds to bring back and plant.
Yes.
The capital city is indeed bustling, with well-dressed young men and shy young ladies meeting on the streets. One slightly bends their knee while the other bows with clasped hands, creating a beautiful scene that feels like the first meeting in life. Chen Xiaowan felt much happier just watching it. She turned to Yuehua and said, "Being young is wonderful." Yuehua smiled and replied, "But you are still young too, and the girls at home are about the same age, just like blooming flowers." Chen Xiaowan said, "I hope they can all find someone they love and live a peaceful life without troubles. You are the eldest sister, but you worry like a mother. No wonder the girls like you the most." That's the Chen family's affection for this generation. I enjoy half of it, and I should share some with them. Otherwise, they would feel neglected. Yuehua laughed. This lady doesn't like to show off, but sometimes she is quite confident. The Chen family is indeed harmonious and loves the children, especially favoring the lady. As they chatted, they entered a grocery store. The young clerk greeted them warmly. Chen Xiaowan immediately asked, "Clerk, please bring me all kinds of seeds you have, especially the rare ones that no one wants." "Sure, please wait a moment." Chen Xiaowan and Yuehua rummaged through the seeds. There were many that Chen Xiaowan didn't recognize, and even the common ones weren't necessarily seeds. In the end, feeling a bit shy, she bought a few items. The clerk smiled and showed no impatience at all. Chen Xiaowan thought the service in the capital was quite good. Little did she know, the clerk had been admiring the beauty in front of him for a long time. Not just Chen Xiaowan, but Yuehua was also quite lovely. The shopkeeper returned, smiling and not asking anything. In this bustling city, there aren't many wealthy young ladies who come to grocery stores, and they had no bad intentions. The two of them visited several grocery stores without much success, but their mood was genuinely good. Suddenly, Chen Xiaowan had an idea and said, "I've heard that many foods were originally grown as flowers." She asked Yuehua, "Are there any flower shops in the capital?" "There are some, but they're not on this main street. They're located on the outskirts or in the southern and northern parts of the city, with large courtyards dedicated to growing flowers for the nobles." "Then we can go see them." "Of course. But you can't go today. Tomorrow, let Steward Chen send a carriage and take a few girls to have a good look around." Chen Xiaowan was delighted and said, "Last time, the girls bought a lot of flowers and plants." "Where did they get them?" "The flower sellers brought their carts out to sell, and a few girls saw them and bought some, right in the area where we were staying." Chen Xiaowan recalled the journey and lost interest in going to see it today. Instead, she and Yuehua happily wandered around. This feeling was completely different from visiting ancient buildings. It was a mark of a different time. One was a memory of the past, and the other was a reality of the present. The two enjoyed their outing. Although they didn't buy much, women often shop just for the experience, not necessarily to purchase anything. Just as they were about to head back, Chun Jian rushed over, looking anxious. Madam, something has happened. Third master got into a fight with a group of people. Chun Shaowan and Yuehua exchanged worried glances and hurried outside, where Chun Hao was already waiting with the cart. Once they were in the cart, Chun Jian explained, after Madam left, sixth master said he wanted to listen to a story. The girls mentioned that some embroidery threads were missing colors, so third master went out with them.
But, take your time.
What happened?
But.
Just as third master took sixth master to the tea house, before he even came out, someone fell from upstairs and landed on Miss Jin, and they ended up face to face. Chun Shaowan's head buzzed, and her face turned pale. Miss Shun.
How is she?
Is she hurt? Miss Shun isn't seriously hurt, but those troublemakers claimed they were going to take her as a concubine and started making a scene. Third master got into a fight with them. I sensed something was wrong and came back to get help. Where is Miss Shun hurt? Madam, I don't know the details. When I returned to get help, Miss Lien and Miss Chi were just helping her up.
Who are the people involved today?
The girls said they would be back soon and didn't bring their maids. Third master took me and Luo Lin, and sixth master only brought Chen Lai. As they spoke, they arrived. The distance was not far, just 2 streets away. They had been wandering nearby and hadn't gone too far. Laughter echoed around them, and Chun Jian said, Madam, we're here. Chun Shaowan took a deep breath, lifted the curtain, and stepped out of the cart. A large crowd was gathered, making a fuss and watching the commotion. Pushing through the crowd, Chun Shaowan saw Xiao San, Xiao Lu, and Luo Lin confronting several well-dressed young men and a group of attendants. Some of the young men had bruises on their faces and bodies. Behind them, Mei Lian and Xiao Qi were supporting Xiao Zhen, whose eyes were red. Seeing that the 3 girls were okay, Chun Shaowan sighed in relief and turned to Yuehua, saying, call the authorities. Yuehua then took Chun Jian and left. Xiao Zhen and the others looked at Chun Shaowan as she approached, calling out with teary eyes, Elder sister. A voice from the other side chimed in. Oh, another beauty. Even though she's a married woman, she looks good. Clearly, they were a group of spoiled and unruly young men. Chun Shaosan raised his fist again, and the group seemed ready to fight once more. Chun Shaowan shouted, Shaosan, stop. Then she carefully examined Xiao Zhen and noticed a medical clinic not far behind. She told Shaosan, Luo Lin, don't let them get away. She helped Xiao Zhen toward the clinic, saying, Xiao Zhen, let's go check you out first. Elder sister.
I'm Fine.
Be good, let's just take a look. As they left, they could still hear voices calling, little beauty, don't go. Come back with me. After bringing Xiao Zhen to the clinic, she turned to Mei Lian and Xiao Qi, saying, take good care of her. The 2 nodded obediently. Chun Shaowan then asked the doctor to examine them carefully and made sure the 3 were settled. Chun Shaowan quickly returned to the scene, stepping past Xiao San to face the group of young men. They were all dressed in fancy clothes, looking like troublemakers. She noticed that one of the windows on the 2nd floor of the tea house Yu Changfang had fallen out, and the other half was about to fall as well. Among the 5, 2 of them had clearly been in a scuffle and looked serious, one of them showing obvious bruises and red eyes. The other 3 were grinning, clearly enjoying the situation.